You must have had such a bizarre experience. For example, you wake up and rush to go to work, only to find that today is the weekend. I forgot to bring my keys when I went out in a hurry. But my adventure was even more outrageous. When I woke up, I found myself traveling to a future world 5,000 years from Earth. In this era, the Earth's spiritual energy is revived and technology is no longer the only theme. Practicing martial arts, refining chi, and cultivating spiritual pets are the ultimate goals that everyone pursues. After I came to this strange world, I practiced hard for 16 years, but I still remained outside the door of combat's spirit master. No matter how hard I tried, I could not break through. Just yesterday, because my performance in military science was too poor, I was secretly persuaded to drop out of school and dropped out in shame. Not only that, but before he left, all his money was robbed by the school bullies. Today, I am penniless and can hardly maintain even the most basic life. Just when I was discouraged and ready to go to the bridge to beg, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding to the God-level Myriad World sign-in system. Just complete the sign-in, and you can receive a luxurious gift package. I was stunned, but quickly followed the system's instructions and arrived at the designated check-in location. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for signing in successfully and receiving a new member gift pack. Do you want to open it immediately? The sound of the system made me so excited that I chose to open the gift package without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for receiving the following rewards. A God-level spiritual pet, a Pikachu, a God-level contract spell, a God-level summoning spell, a guidebook on cultivating a divine pet, 10 years of spiritual energy cultivation, a portable space. Looking at the treasures falling from the sky one by one, I was so happy. What shocked me the most was that with the 10 years of spiritual energy cultivation injected into my body, I felt my strength soaring rapidly. In just a moment, my cultivation level actually broke through the first level of the Battle Master and soared all the way to the third level of the Battle Master before slowly stopping. Looking at myself now, I clench my fists, my heart filled with pride. Those who have bullied me, be prepared for my counterattack. Those who look down on me, I will use my strength to shock you. But at this moment, a boy with bright clothes and shiny hair, followed by a few followers, walked towards me arrogantly. He had a sarcastic smile on his face. He stared at me and said in a sharp voice, "Hey, isn't this Yi Yang, the only rural student in our school? Look at this fashionable outfit. It matches well with the beggars on the street." His eyes fell on me, full of malice. I clenched my fists, anger burning in my heart, but I suppressed it. He went on to say, "Why? Are you envious of everyone who has their own pet? What a pity. Envy is useless. How can a poor guy like you afford a pet? Your parents are farmers, so you are destined to be like this." His words pierced my ears like needles. I looked up at him, anger boiling in my chest, and memories of him suddenly emerged in my mind. Li Tao, a student in the same grade as me, but in a different class. He was from the city, his family had some money, and his parents bought several houses in Huayang City, and everyone in the school knew about it. Normally, he likes to seek attention in school, and he humiliates those who are not as well off as him, especially me, a student from a rural area. This is not the first time he has embarrassed me in public. What's wrong with farmers? Don't farmers deserve to live? I stared at Li Tao and said coldly, "Going back 3 generations, whose ancestors weren't farmers?" Li Tao's face changed, but I didn't give him a chance to breathe and continued, "Don't think that just because your family has a little bit of filthy money and your parents bought a few houses in the city, you can show off everywhere. Let me tell you, there are many people in this school who are richer than your family, but there are not many people as stupid as you. Showing off your house and showing it off to the whole school, don't you really have any shame?" Before I finished speaking, Li Tao's face had turned blue. He stared at me blankly, as if he couldn't believe that these words came from a waste like me. "Yeah." He gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face, "How dare you talk to me like this? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what the sky is high and the earth is thick." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his finger at the followers behind him and said, "Take care of this bastard and let him know the consequences." Those lackeys immediately surrounded him, rubbing their fists with a sarcastic smile on their faces. "Yi Yang, you will regret it today. You dare to mess with Brother Tao? Let us teach you a lesson." I glanced at them and smiled coldly, not showing any panic at all. "Just a few of you. Do you think you are qualified to shout?" When they heard this, Their faces turned red instantly, and they rushed forward with their fists raised in anger. Bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive muffled sounds, and they flew backwards like kites with broken strings, fell heavily to the ground, and curled up in pain. I clapped my hands and looked at Li Tao coldly. Your lackey is no good. So, do you want to do it yourself or lie down together? Li Tao's eyes widened, and he looked at the fallen followers in shock. He obviously didn't expect that these level 4 and 5 warriors would be dealt with by me in an instant. He forced himself to remain calm, took a step back, and stammered. Yang, you dare? What do I dare to do? I gently hooked my fingers with a strong provocation in my tone. Don't you want me to learn a lesson? Come on, I'll give you a chance. The training ground was already surrounded by students who were whispering. Is Li Tao looking for trouble with Yang again? But something seems wrong this time. All his men are down? Li Tao gnashed his teeth, his face gloomy to the extreme. He suddenly sneered. Yang, don't be too proud. Today I will let you know that you will always be a waste. He suddenly formed a complicated seal and whispered, Summon. Spiritual pet. Black-scaled snake. As a summoning array lit up, a 3 or 4 meter long black-scaled snake emerged from the array. Its body was covered with black scales. It had scarlet tongues, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Li Tao pointed at the black-scaled snake proudly and sneered. Did you see it? This is a black-scaled snake with level 6 bloodline, and it has grown to level 5. Today, you either kneel down and beg for mercy, or be bitten to death by it. The students watching exclaimed. Any black-scaled snake with level 6 bloodline will grow to level 5. Is Yi Yang finished? I sneered and said calmly. Who said I don't have a pet? The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned. Li Tao sneered. You brag without considering the occasion. Based on your family's conditions, a spiritual pet? Don't make me laugh. I ignored his taunting and quickly formed seals with my hands. God-level summoning technique. Wow. A dazzling light suddenly burst out, and a huge summoning circle unfolded with me as the center, covering an area of dozens of meters. The students' eyes widened. Such a large summoning circle? How is this possible? Li Tao's face suddenly turned ugly. He stepped back subconsciously, with a trace of panic in his eyes. Even the school instructors might not be able to make such an exaggerated summoning array. When the light faded, a small yellow creature appeared in the center of the array. It had pointed ears, big eyes, and 2 red spots on its face. It looked too cute. Pika pika. It called out softly and cutely, and the entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. Yi Yang, are you kidding us? Li Tao pointed at Pikachu and laughed. This little thing is worthy of being called a spiritual pet? Black-scaled snake, swallow it for me. The black-scaled snake pounced on me fiercely, but I didn't panic at all. I said coldly, 100,000 volts. Terrifying lightning suddenly burst out from Pikachu's body, and the lightning swept out like a tide. Ziz, ziz, ziz. The black-scaled snake didn't even have time to scream before it was electrocuted all over its body and collapsed to the ground. Hiss. The training ground was silent for a moment, followed by a burst of simultaneous gasps of shock. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless little guy was actually so powerful? With a lightning-fast trick, he easily defeated Li Tao's black-scaled snake without even giving it any time to react. The people around had mixed expressions, full of shock and disbelief, and started talking about it. Isn't this little guy too powerful? Where did Yi Yang get this pet? It's amazing, so cute and amazing. This is simply cheating. I looked at the Pikachu on my shoulder and reached out to gently rub its head. Not bad, well done. Pikachu blinked its round eyes and called Pika Pika, looking so cute that it made people's hearts melt. At this time, the people around me finally came back to their senses from their shock, and their eyes all fell on my spirit pet. Then they swarmed around him. Yang, where did you get this pet? It's too strong. Brother Yang, please tell us the secret. Brother Yang, please take us with you. We will be brothers from now on. The overly enthusiastic crowd surrounded me. Those guys who had just been sneering at me were now fawning like dogs, so shameless that I couldn't help laughing. Haha, you change your expression faster than turning the pages of a book. You looked down on me just now, but now you are smiling and welcoming me? Just as he was thinking about how to get rid of these people, Li Tao's roar came again from not far away. Yi Yang, you actually dared to kill my black-scaled snake. I must kill you today. Bah! With a roar, He stomped his foot on the ground and rushed forward like a bull out of control. The students who were watching were frightened by the murderous aura and retreated one after another, fearing that they would be affected. "Just you," I sneered, looked at his figure rushing towards me, and shook my head in disdain. Spiritual energy surged through my body, and in an instant, a surge of warrior-level momentum swept across the entire place. Boom! The air seemed to freeze, and the shock on the faces of the people around could no longer be concealed. Battle Master. Yi Yang is actually a battle master. Shit, is this true? This is too well hidden, right? A high school student at the battle master level? What else could this be but a genius? Li Tao obviously didn't realize what he was facing. He still rushed over with gnashing teeth, but in my eyes, his 7th level warrior cultivation was not worth mentioning at all. Bah! I kicked Li Tao lightly, and he flew backwards like a broken sack. He fell heavily to the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. The whole place fell into a brief silence again, and then, hiss, this Li Tao is too miserable. Kicked away? Yi Yang is really low-key and hidden. Awe, shock, and fawning eyes swarmed in. Brother Yang, please protect me from now on. Boss Yi, please guide me and give me some advice. However, I was too lazy to pay attention to them and turn around and left the training ground. My time was precious, and there were a group of hooligans waiting for me to find. Unfortunately, the onlookers refused to let me go. They shamelessly followed me all the way and kept asking, "Yi Yang, where did you get this pet? Brother Yang, teach us? Yi Yang, just tell us the truth. Don't hide it." I lowered my head and smiled, thinking to myself, it's a gift with the system binding, so don't ask me. On the campus road of Xinguang Middle School, I walked towards Class 3 of Senior Grade 3. All eyes were on my shoulder, and there were constant discussions. "That's Yi Yang? When did he get a spiritual pet? That little yellow guy is so cute. Is it a spiritual pet? Don't just look at its cuteness. Didn't you see that the black-scaled snake was electrocuted to the point where not even a slag was left?" I didn't bother to pay attention to these discussions and pushed open the door of Class 3. As soon as I stepped in, the classroom became quiet instantly, and all the students' eyes were cast on the Pikachu on my shoulder. "Yi Yang, where did you get this spirit pet? Can I play with it? What attributes does it have? It's so powerful." I simply ignored their exclamations and scanned the classroom, my eyes finally falling on one person, Wu Jiao. "You." I pointed at him coldly, my tone merciless. "Call your friends here. I want to beat you up." Wow, the whole class went wild. Are you crazy? Yi Yang actually dared to challenge Wu Jiao? Isn't he usually bullied to the point where he dares not even fart? Has he turned over a new leaf? Is this true? Wu Jiao was stunned, then sneered. He stood up and walked slowly towards me, saying jokingly, "Yi Yang, you think the beating you gave me last time wasn't enough, right?" He stood in front of me and slapped his face contemptuously. "Come on, do it, I'll give you a chance." "Pa!" Before he could finish his words, I slapped him in the face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the classroom, and he flew out and fell in the corridor, his mouth full of blood, and even some of his front teeth were lost. The whole class fell silent for a moment, and then there was an uproar. Is this still Yi Yang? How dare he hit Wu Jiao? And so cruelly? Too hardcore. I walked up to Wu Jiao, stepped on his hand, and said coldly, "Go, call everyone here, otherwise this hand will be useless." Wu Jiao's face turned pale. He nodded repeatedly and staggered away. The others were stunned. They had never seen me like this before. Even many of the neighboring classes were in disbelief after they figured out what was going on. The school's martial arts loser had suddenly turned over a new leaf, and he was so crazy. No matter how powerful others are, after beating someone up, they would just say a few harsh words and leave. But I'm not like that. After beating someone up, I will let you call for help to continue the fight. And if you don't, I will beat you up. Who else is so domineering? Pika Pika! Pikachu jumped on my shoulder with an excited look on his face. So cute that the girls next to me couldn't help but scream. I smiled faintly, without saying much, and walked straight towards the grassy field in the forest behind the campus. Class 3 of Grade 3 followed suit, and many students from neighboring classes also rushed over to join in the fun after hearing about it. In just a few minutes, the scene became more and more intense. More and more onlookers gathered along the way, and many of them were whispering to each other, discussing. What is this for? Yi Yang is making such a big fuss. Is he going to fight? I heard that Tang Bao's gang robbed him of a month's living expenses yesterday. It seems they're going to seek revenge. Yi Yang. Hasn't he always been honest? He dares to challenge Tang Bao this time? He must be tired of living. With all kinds of speculations and whispers, the team became more and more spectacular. When I stopped under the teaching building, I looked back and saw that there were nearly 1,000 people gathered behind me, moving towards Kyoba in a black mass. At the same time, deep in Kyoba, Tang Bao and his men were gathered together, looking impatient. Brother Bao, you must avenge me this time. Wu Jiu covered his mouth and said incoherently. I knocked out 4 of his front teeth, and he spoke with a lisp. Yi Yang is crazy. He dared to hit me. Tang Bao snorted coldly, his eyes narrowed slightly. If he dares to come, I will make him go back on his knees this time. Tang Bao was a well-known ruthless character who had always been domineering and aggressive, and had never met anyone who would actively pick a fight with him. This time, being challenged by a waste was simply a naked provocation. He was just thinking about how to deal with me, when suddenly one of his men ran over in a panic and shouted, Brother Bao, Yi Yang is here. He brought a bunch of people with him. Bring people? Tang Bao frowned, looked up, and his face suddenly changed slightly. In the distance, there was a dark crowd of people, almost surrounding the entire grassland. Brother Bao, are you still going to fight? The younger brother next to him was shaking with fear, his face full of panic. Tang Bao gritted his teeth and growled, fighting for nothing. With so many people, how can we defeat them? He turned and glared at Wu Jiu angrily. Didn't you say Yi Yang was alone? Are you kidding me? Wu Jiu felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Brother Bao, he usually keeps to himself. I don't know what happened this time. Tang Bao was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and turned to escape. But as soon as he took a step, my figure appeared in front of them. Why are you running? Are you scared? I smiled slightly, my tone cold. Tang Bao stopped immediately, his face changing from gloomy to bright. He tried to save face and gritted his teeth and shouted, Yi Yang, if you have the ability to fight alone, what's the point of bringing so many people? I raised my eyebrows and said in a disdainful tone, They're just here to watch the show. They have no intention of interfering. Tang Bao was stunned and turned around to look. Sure enough, the crowd watching were just standing far away with no intention of helping at all. Seeing this, his confidence immediately recovered a little, and he sneered. I thought you were a big shot. With your strength, do you want to continue to be beaten today, or kneel down and beg for mercy? Stop talking nonsense and give me back my money. My eyes were calm, but my tone carried an unquestionable sense of pressure. Tang Bao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. You want money? Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? Brothers, destroy him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, I moved. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see the movement. With a few dull thuds, Tang Bao's men fell to the ground one after another. The crowd was in an uproar. This, Yi Yang, is so good at fighting? Wasn't he a waste before? How can he fight 7 people alone? However, before anyone could react, Tang Bao had already gotten up from the ground and quickly formed seals with his hands. Summoned the spirit pet, the swift-winged leopard. A dazzling light flashed, and a sturdy leopard appeared beside him. Summoned spiritual pets. Several of Tang Bao's men also quickly formed seals, and various spiritual pets appeared one after another. Fierce wild beasts and spiritual beasts surrounded me. Roar shishi meow. The pets of Tang Bao and others made shrill cries and surrounded Pikachu and me aggressively, as if trying to intimidate us. Pikachu stood on my shoulder, ears erected, fighting spirit instantly ignited. It leaped to the ground with a sharp look, obviously ready to fight alone. Tang Bao and his men flexed their wrists, their faces full of disdain and sneers, and surrounded me. Yi Yang is dead this time. That's right. With so many mortal-level bloodline spirit pets, plus Tang Bao's fighting skills, he has no chance of winning. Let's notify the training department immediately. If the fight continues, I'm afraid someone will die. The crowd of onlookers whispered, and many of them couldn't wait to sentence me to death. Gas leopard go. Tear with your leopard claws. Tang Bao gave the order first. His gas leopard pounced at Pikachu like an arrow. The 2 auxiliary pets behind him quickly increased their speed and strength, and the other pets also launched a fierce attack at the same time. Facing the fierce siege, I said calmly, Pikachu shocked them. Pikachu instantly leaped up, his entire body flashing with dazzling blue electricity. Zzzz. In an instant, the electric current swept across the entire place like thunder. All of Tang Bao's pets had almost no time to react, and all collapsed to the ground, with smoke rising everywhere, losing their ability to fight. Wow! The crowd of onlookers exclaimed, staring at Pikachu, who easily killed a group of pets in seconds, their faces full of shock. Tang Bao was so angry that his veins popped out. Waste! I will destroy you today. He roared, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, and he was enveloped by the aura of a 9th-level warrior. He quickly formed seals with both hands. First-level combat skill, Wind Blade Palm. He rushed towards me like an afterimage, with the knife pointed straight at my face. Donji, Yang might really be finished this time. The students watching exclaimed. Windblade Palm is Tang Bao's killer move. Yang can't block it. However, I remained calm and didn't even move. You dared to be so presumptuous to me with just a first-grade combat skill. I raised my hand, firmly grasped Tang Bao's wrist, and easily neutralized his fighting skills. You! Tang Bao widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe that the killing move he had used with all his strength could be broken so easily. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and my spiritual energy burst out instantly. The pressure of a level 3 combat master crushed the entire scene like a mountain, and the air seemed to solidify. Bah! I threw a punch. Tang Bao screamed and flew backwards, blood spurting out. Without waiting for others to react, I moved my feet, grabbed a thug who was trying to attack me, and threw him to the ground. Bang! 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 Within a few seconds, all of Tang Bao's gang were knocked down by me. They had bruised faces and noses and collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, completely losing the ability to resist. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock and could not speak for a long time. Yi Yang is so strong? Is he still the useless Yi Yang? He can kill spirit pets in seconds and fight against several people at once. He is just like a god of war. I stepped on Tang Bao's chest and looked down at him coldly. Do you want to continue? Tang Bao's face was ashen, and he begged for mercy tremblingly. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Forgive me. Then he took out all the money and handed it to me, trembling, without daring to say a harsh word. The extra money will be considered as interest. I sneered and took back my money, turned around and walked away, saying in a cold tone, if you don't agree, come back anytime. Bang! The sound of Tang Bao kneeling heavily on the ground came from behind. Several of his men also begged for mercy and were completely beaten into submission. The students watching were in an uproar, and the shock spread like a wave. This must be a genius, right? He took on 7 or 8 people at once, and it was so easy. Did you take the picture? Post it online quickly. This will go viral. But I was too lazy to pay attention to those looks and walked towards the school gate with Pikachu without looking back. Just as I was about to step out of the school gate, I heard a hurried shout from behind me. Student Yang, please stay. Looking back, Director Ma from the teaching department caught up with me, panting, with a big smile on his face. Principal Ding wants to see you to discuss the college entrance examination. I sneered, my eyes like knives. College entrance examination? Didn't you persuade me to quit yesterday? What are you talking about now? Director Ma's face froze instantly, revealing an embarrassed expression. Student Yi Yang, this is all a misunderstanding. Originally, it was not you who was persuaded to drop out, but someone else. The school has now decided to give you the best resources and a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan. Misunderstanding. I smiled coldly and looked him straight in the eyes. Have you forgotten what you said in the office yesterday? Who is a waste? Who will affect the reputation of the school? The students watching immediately took out their mobile phones to take pictures, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration. Sorry, I've dropped out of school. I turned and left with no room for negotiation in my tone. Go back and tell the principal that I, Yi Yang, am not a tool. Director Ma was still shouting. Yi Yang, please think about it. The school gives us a subsidy of 3,000 yuan a month, and I had already left without looking back. Yi Yang is a real man. The school deserves it and is reaping the consequences. The students were talking among themselves, and as they watched me leave, they felt deep admiration in their hearts. Our school is so stupid. We took great pains to admit Yi Yang with high scores, but in the end, we persuaded him to drop out because of his average performance in martial arts. Now, Yi Yang has shown his talent, and the school is regretting it so much that they are even trying to save the situation. This is such a shame. Stupid. It's so stupid. Such a genius can be kicked out. Xinguang Middle School is losing a lot of money. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't have believed that such a thing would happen in school. But then again, if Yi Yang leaves Xinguang Middle School, where will he go? With his talent, all the famous schools in Huayang City will definitely be vying for him. The students watching were talking about it, their voices full of disdain and regret. Although they were curious about my next move, there was one thing they were sure of. A genius like me would cause a sensation no matter which school I went to. After walking out of the school gate, I patted Pikachu on my shoulder and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief. But the little guy jumped twice excitedly. Pika Pika, are you hungry? I looked at it and smiled helplessly. Come on, I'll take you to eat. Pikachu waved his little paws happily when he heard that, and was obviously very satisfied with my suggestion. The streets are bustling with traffic, and the street scene is similar to the world before I traveled through time, but there is a rich spiritual atmosphere everywhere. The aroma of the restaurant wafted into my nose, and I ordered a few dishes without hesitation and started to devour them. Pikachu stood aside, staring at me while I was eating, and couldn't help but protest. Pika Pika, I can't help it. I shrugged and sighed. You don't eat rice, so you can't ask me to conjure up exclusive fruit for pets, right? Forget it. I'll take you to eat something else later. However, I soon became worried again. According to the setting of Pokemon, Pikachu needs a Thunderstone to evolve, but there is obviously no Thunderstone in this world. There are three main ways for a pet to evolve: powerful self-cultivation, the owner's spiritual energy assistance, or natural resources. Although I have the system's blessing, Pikachu's evolution path still needs careful consideration. When paying the bill after the meal, I took Pikachu to try various foods. After some exploration, Pikachu finally fell in love with pizza and fruit salad. Watching it eat happily and contentedly, I couldn't help but sigh. Raising a spiritual pet is really expensive. Things like pizza and fruit salad are more expensive than each other, plus its appetite can eat the amount of 3 or 4 people. This meal directly cost me 1/3 of my living expenses for the whole month. How did Yi Yang survive in the past? I looked down at my emptied wallet and smiled helplessly. Eat it, and when you're done, show some respect for me. We'll go make some money later. Pika. Pikachu nodded and continued to happily eat his pizza, with satisfaction written all over his face. After eating, I picked up the lazy Pikachu and patted the dust off his body. Don't be lazy. Go make some money. Otherwise, we can only sleep in a shabby house tonight. Also, it's time to change this outfit. After saying that, I strode towards the largest arena in Huayang City. This is a world where martial arts is respected, and the Colosseum is the most direct way to make money. The so-called fighting spirit pets means letting spirit pets fight on the stage. The winner will not only win glory, but also a generous bonus. The Colosseum is divided into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. And the legendary Ultimate Colosseum only exists in the rumors of the top strong. Pikachu is currently at level 8 and can only participate in beginner-level duels, but this is enough for me to show off my skills. The outer walls of the Colosseum are tall and modern, with the word primary hung in a prominent position, indicating that this is the most basic arena. The modern Spirit Pet Arena is no longer as bloody and cruel as it was in the past. It is now more technological and standardized. While protecting the spirit pets, it also provides the audience with the ultimate viewing experience. I walked into the club with Pikachu, and a row of receptionists at the door all bowed and said in unison, "Welcome." The club's interior is luxuriously decorated, and it has all kinds of pet service facilities. Not only can you earn money by fighting pets, but you can also provide pets with high-end services such as beauty, bathing, and snacks. However, I'm not in the mood to pay attention to these fancy consumption areas. Today I'm here to make money. Passing through the consumption area, we entered the Spirit Pet PK area. As soon as we stepped in, a deafening noise hit us. Groundhog Groper, don't let it run away. Give it a fatal blow. On the ring, various spirit pets fought fiercely. The onlookers shouted passionately, and the whole venue was very hot. I walked straight to the registration desk, where a fair-skinned and pretty lady was busy operating the virtual keyboard. Hello, I want to register for the competition. She looked up at me and asked familiarly, "Please provide the contestant's name, pet's name, level, and bet amount." Yi Yang, Pet Pikachu, growth body level 8, bet 500. I took out the only 500 yuan I had left and added, "Can I apply for a 1-on-3 match?" 1 against 3? She was stunned for a moment, then looked up at me in disbelief. Are you sure? The risk is very high. The pet may be seriously injured or even die. It doesn't matter, I have confidence. I said coldly. To play 1 against 3, the prize money is several times that of a normal game. As long as I win this game, I can not only get back my principal, but also earn 3,000 yuan. This is the only choice for me. Okay, I'll help you arrange it. Seeing that I insisted, the young lady quickly operated on the keyboard. 1 against 3, primary field, the largest competition arena. Since this match was extremely rare, it was soon my turn. The host walked onto the stage excitedly and announced in a loud voice, "Dear audience, next up is an unprecedented challenge. A combat master contestant will bring his pet to challenge 1 against 3. Let's wait and see." Above the Spirit Pet PK duel arena, a broadcasting voice rang out clearly. "Next, there will be a special duel, 1 against 3. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent, and then a roar came like a tide. "What? 1 versus 3? Who's so fierce? Ha! Now, we're going to see something interesting. 1 versus 3 in the primary round? Which big guy dares to be so arrogant?" There were many discussions, and everyone was full of curiosity and excitement. A challenge like 1 against 3 was rare in the primary PK field, and once it happened, it would undoubtedly become the focus of the whole field. Just as the audience was looking for this legendary challenger, referee Will appeared on the largest stage of the primary PK field. He was wearing a neat uniform, holding a silver microphone, and his voice was loud and passionate. "Welcome to the Tianmei Spirit Pet Duel Club. I am the referee of today's 1-on-3 duel will." As soon as the words fell, warm applause and cheers rang out in the arena. The atmosphere was instantly ignited, and expectant eyes were all focused on the ring. "Now, please invite the 3 combat spirit masters to come on stage." Following Wire's order, 3 figures slowly walked out of the dark passage. They each brought a combat spirit pet, with calm expressions and firm steps. The first person, Warrior Level 7, Spirit Pet Growth Body Level 8. The second person, Warrior Level 8, Spiritual Pet Growth Level 7. The third person, Warrior Level 9, Spiritual Pet Growth Level 7. Seeing these 3 people, many viewers gasped. "Oh my god, these 3 are tough guys in the primary field. The challenger is in trouble this time. If he directly encounters these 3 great gods, he will basically be finished." There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and most people were not optimistic about the challenger's chances of winning. These 3 battle spirit masters had a great record in the primary PK field and were quite famous. Almost everyone was wondering if the challenger could survive the first round. At this moment, referee Wu spoke again. "Next, let us welcome today's 1-on-3 challenger. He is from Huayang City. His name is Yi Yang, and his battle pet is Pikachu. The species is unknown, and the growth body is level 8. Instantly, the whole place fell into a brief silence, and then a heated discussion broke out. "Unknown species? What kind of pet? Level 8 growth body is fine, but unknown species doesn't sound reliable. Isn't it another gimmick?" I walked out of the aisle, and on my shoulder stood a yellow cute pet, Pikachu. With its soft fur and round face, it instantly captivated the whole audience. Especially the girls in the audience. They were completely captivated by Pikachu the first time they saw it. "What kind of pet is this? So cute. I want to raise one. It's so cute." Is this guy bringing his cute pet to the stage to fight or to attract fans? The girls were screaming like crazy, but I looked calm, as if I was unaware of the noise around me. I stepped onto the stage, with the Pikachu on my shoulder, holding its head high and looking majestic. Battle Spirit Masters on the opposite side were full of disdain. "Who is this guy? He brought a pet like this to make people laugh? Does he think the ring is a place for cuteness?" The 3 people's ridicule was not concealed, and their tone was full of contempt. The audience was talking about it constantly, and almost no one was optimistic about me. "You dare to fight 3 people alone with just a cute pet? Aren't you looking for death? Oh, I guess there is no suspense in this match. It looks like I will lose in seconds." I listened to these sarcasm, with a slight sneer on my face and a firm look in my eyes. "Pikachu, I leave it to you." The 3 people on the opposite side were completely enraged and shouted, "Evil dog, go! Evil wolf, tear it apart for me! Black centipede, show no mercy!" With a few roars and screams, a ferocious dog, a nimble wolf, and a 4-meter-long giant centipede rushed towards Pikachu. I looked calm and whispered, "Pikachu, Iron Tail." Pikachu leaped up, and his tail instantly flashed silver light, turning into a sharp iron blade and smashing straight towards the evil wolf. Bah! The evil wolf fell to the ground without even a chance to react. The whole place was silent for a moment. What kill instantly with one move this? Isn't Pikachu meant to be cute? How can it be so strong? But the battle is not over yet. The vicious dog and the black centipede are approaching Pikachu with great momentum. However, Pikachu's entire body suddenly flashed with blinding lightning. Pikachu, zzzz. The lightning instantly engulfed the vicious dog and the black centipede. The two ferocious beasts fell to the ground without even having time to scream. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Pikachu actually ended the battle with just 3 moves? There were exclamations from the audience, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. They would never have thought that the seemingly harmless, well-behaved, and cute little pet would actually burst out with amazing fighting power. On the ring, facing 3 ferocious pets, Pikachu had no pressure at all and easily ended the battle with just a few moves. This is simply outrageous. Below the ring, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone had dull eyes, staring straight at the small yellow figure in the center of the ring, as if time had stopped, until the referee picked up the microphone with a trembling voice and announced with excitement. PK is over. The winner is Yi Yang, Pikachu. Boom! The silent crowd suddenly exploded. Holy crap, this is ridiculous. What kind of pet is this? It's cute and powerful. It's simply invincible. Brother, where did you contract this pet? I'll pay 3 times the price and buy it directly. The crowd was like a powder keg that had been lit, with discussions rising one after another. The situation gradually got out of control, and everyone was excited to the point of going crazy. Even referee couldn't help but look at Pikachu again and again, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity. The 3 men on the ring had livid faces, their veins throbbing, their eyes full of anger and unwillingness. The leader stared at me intently, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched so hard that they creaked, as if he wanted to eat me alive. I casually put on a mocking smile and said in a lazy and playful tone, "What? Still want to fight? Unfortunately, your pets are all lying down. It can't be your turn to fight in person, right? Don't be complacent." The other party gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Just because your pet is powerful doesn't mean you are strong." The 3 of them looked at each other with fierceness in their eyes and clenched their fists, ready to fight at any time. However, referee interrupted in a cold voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a spirit pet fighting arena. Private fights between humans are prohibited." In one sentence, the 3 people were blocked and their faces turned blue. They stared at me fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Boy, do you have the guts to go out and fight?" I shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Why? I don't want to waste my time on useless things." The other party's pupil shrank, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, if you can beat us in fists and feet, all the money we earn this week will be yours." I raised my eyebrows and asked with interest, "Are you serious? Don't deny your debt when you lose." Seriously, the 3 of them gnashed their teeth. The agreement was reached. I put the $3,000 I won in the ring into my pocket and followed the 3 people out of the Spirit Pet Duel Club and came to the open space outside. Although there were people and cars coming and going here, it was very spacious and a good place for a fight. A thick stack of banknotes was placed on a chair nearby. The leading man said coldly, 18,000, all here. If you win, all of this is yours." I flexed my wrists and said calmly, but with a hint of disdain, "Stop talking nonsense and start fighting." The other party was completely enraged by my attitude, and the 3 of them rushed over almost at the same time. However, I just smiled slightly, kicked my feet, and the power of thunder burst out instantly, and a powerful pressure swept around me. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The aura within a few hundred meters was shocking. "He's a battle master!" A shocked cry came from the crowd. "How old is this kid? He's already a battle master. No wonder he dared to take on 3 people alone. Not only does he have a powerful spirit pet, he's also ridiculously strong." The 3 of them obviously didn't expect me to be so strong, and their faces turned pale in an instant. The arrogance just now disappeared without a trace. I didn't waste any more time and rushed over like a gust of wind. "Wait," we admit. Before they could finish their words, I dealt with them cleanly and efficiently. With 1 punch and 1 kick, all 3 of them fell to the ground. We all said we gave up. One of them complained weakly, his tone full of aggrieved. I shrugged and smiled innocently. "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now." After saying that, I casually put the money on the chair into my personal space, clapped my hands, and left with Pikachu. Just after taking a few steps, the crowd watching behind him burst into laughter. Handsome man, how did you contract this spirit pet? Master, please teach us how to train it. Add me as a friend, so we can communicate more in the future. I said a few perfunctory words to them, and before they could react, I dragged Pikachu and ran away. Pika Pika. Pikachu ran while giggling, looking so proud. You're still laughing. I tapped its little head and said, half-jokingly, you already know Iron Tail. Did you also secretly practice Volt Attack and Million Volts? It shook its head quickly, looking innocent. I pretended to sigh. Okay, it seems like it was just an accidental realization. But I was already very happy in my heart. After all, it was only at the 8th level of growth, and this performance was enough to satisfy me. When I checked the system status, I indeed discovered that it had a new skill, Iron Tail. Good, my strength has increased again. I closed the panel calmly. At this time, Pikachu tugged at my sleeve and said in a baby voice, Pika Pika. I was stunned. Are you hungry again? Are you still hungry after just eating? It nodded, as a matter of course. I held my forehead helplessly, dragged it to the restaurant, ordered a lot of food, and watched it eat with gusto. What kind of god-level structure is your stomach? I complained with a helpless smile. After eating, we bought some daily necessities and found a hotel to stay in. At night, accompanied by Pikachu's snoring, I gradually fell asleep. In the early morning, a crisp reminder sounded. Ding! The latest sign-in task has been issued. Host Yi Yang, please sign in at HSBC Bank within 24 hours. I turned over in a daze, muttering. Checking in at the bank? What kind of reward can I get? Although I was full of doubts, I also had some expectations. Huayang City, on Nanjia Street. Wearing the new clothes I just bought, I strolled among the crowd, as if I had the aura of a protagonist, and I was dazzlingly handsome. The air today seemed to have a hint of something unusual. Passers-by seemed to be looking at me more, and some even turned back to look at me secretly. I felt a little nervous. Was it because my appearance today was so amazing? Although I was confused, I didn't plan to delve into it further. I hailed a taxi and went straight to HSBC Bank. After entering the bank, I found a random seat and sat down, saying silently in my mind, sign in. Ding. Check-in begins. Countdown 10 minutes. The system prompt sounded, and the task entered countdown mode. What kind of surprise can I get from signing in this time? I was looking forward to the reward, but still pretended to be nonchalant, leaning back in my seat and waiting quietly. Time passed slowly. 5 minutes later, the door of the bank was pushed open and a beautiful figure walked in, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. She was wearing a short skirt with black stockings and high heels, looking sexy and fashionable. She had headphones hanging on her ears, a selfie stick in her hand, and a cute pink phone case with a bunch of sparkling accessories hanging on it. She was obviously a live streamer. Her eyes swept across the hall and finally fixed on me. Dear fans, look, isn't this the handsome guy Yi Yang who went viral on the internet yesterday? She raised her selfie stick and pointed the camera directly at me. I was stunned. Internet sensation? Yi Yang? Was it me? Many people around began to whisper, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The female anchor's live broadcast room was already going wild. Holy crap, it's really Yi Yang. Master, is he the Yi Yang who defeated his opponent 1v3 in the Coliseum yesterday with his super powerful pet? So handsome, even more charming than in the video. I stood there in shock, my brain short-circuited. What on earth was going on? When did I become what everyone calls an internet celebrity? It turned out that yesterday's fight was recorded and uploaded to the short video platform TikTok. My wonderful performance triggered heated discussions on the internet, and the video has already received over 1 million likes. Master Yi Yang, the female anchor walked up to me in high heels, her voice soft and excited. Hello, I'm a TikTok anchor, and the fans really want to interact with you. Is that okay? Interaction? I looked at her in confusion, thinking, I'm not a star. Why did she look for me? Is it just because I'm handsome? Yi Dada, her voice was sweet, even a little coquettish. Just consider it as a little benefit for the fans? Sorry, I may not be suitable. I scratched my head, a little embarrassed. Let's find someone else. I'm really not what you call a big shot. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Rejected. He actually refused. Awesome. He even dared to refuse Su Feifei, one of the 5 beauties. What a mentality. Ha 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 ha. Su Feifei also has her moments of frustration. I glanced down at the expression of the anchor in front of me. She obviously didn't expect to be rejected. She was still broadcasting live, and her face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. However, I was too lazy to pay attention to these, just silently waiting for the system's prompt. Ding! The system prompt sounded as expected. Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for signing in successfully. You have received the reward, a villa in the Bay Area and a volume of the third-grade combat skill Thunder Fist. When I heard the reward, I was instantly excited. A villa plus an advanced combat skill. This wave of rewards, the system really understands me. However, I am happy, but there are more important things to do right now. My goal is to find a second pet. After becoming a battle spirit master, contracting a second pet will further enhance my strength, which is crucial for the next battle. At the same time, getting admitted to a top pet university is also urgent. After figuring this out, I stood up and prepared to leave the bank. But as soon as I moved, I heard a commotion behind me. Anchor, hurry up! Yi Yang is leaving. I looked back and saw that the female anchor was indeed following closely. When I walked out of the bank, I immediately noticed that something was wrong. A group of people were walking towards me. The leader was a few middle-aged men with elegant temperaments, wearing professional attire, who seemed to be the school's academic dean. Behind them were a bunch of anchors and short video bloggers carrying camera equipment. This scene, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Just as I was about to turn around and run, the middle-aged man in the lead approached with a kind smile on his face. Is this classmate Yi Yang? I nodded. Yes, you are. The other party smiled and introduced himself. I am the Dean of Academic Affairs of Lantian High School in Huayang City. I came to see you today. My mind went blank, but I couldn't help complaining in my heart. What day is today? Why is the whole world coming to me? How many things do I still not know? I'm Wang Kai, the academic director of Lantian High School. I'd like to invite you to study at our school. Dean of Academic Affairs Wang Kai looked at Yi Yang and said gently, Our school can give you the best treatment. We will satisfy you in all aspects during your first 2 months at high tech. Student Yi Yang, would you consider coming to our Lantian High School? Forehead. After hearing what Wang Kai said, Yi Yang was slightly stunned. It turned out that he was here to invite me to go to school. This favor came quite suddenly. He was somewhat flattered. Without waiting for Yi Yang to respond, Director Wang Kai. Several other universities in Huayang City stepped forward, looked at Yi Yang, and spoke politely. Student Yi Yang, I am the Dean of Jiguang Middle School. Our school would like to invite you to study here. We provide a spiritual level bloodline pet contract, and all expenses are covered. Student Yi Yang, Our school gives Yi Yang a monthly scholarship of 5,000 yuan. The deans of several major universities offered their own school's conditions and invited Yi Yang. The competition was so fierce that salaries were even increased. Finally, they fell out. Director Zhang, I came here first, okay? You can't do this. Is this the principle of first come, first served? It depends on Yi Yang's choice. That's right, classmate Yi Yang. Come to our school, and feel free to ask for anything you want. The deans of studies of several schools were arguing over a student named Yi Yang, completely losing the demeanor of a dean of academic affairs of a university. There is no way. It's because Yi Yang's talent is too strong. It is undoubtedly the best in Huayang City. People around saw that the major universities were arguing fiercely for Yi Yang. They all picked up the contemporary world's ultra-smartphones, and some of the richer ones used smart watches to project and start recording. Which school will Yi Yang choose? I don't know. I heard that he was secretly persuaded to drop out of the school. The school finally regretted it and tried to keep him, but Yi Yang refused. Let's just take Starlight Middle School. The school's actions have made the headlines. Everyone was whispering and talking among themselves, very curious about Yi Yang's choice. Yi Yang was so helpless. Standing there, being photographed by hundreds of people. He felt like something might have happened to him. Well, stop arguing. Yi Yang coughed awkwardly, interrupting the directors of several colleges and universities, and said, Go back. I have decided to practice as a freelance practitioner and take the college entrance examination on my own. Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Yang in astonishment. A self-employed practitioner taking the university entrance exam on his own? Are you kidding? This is not something that ordinary people can do. As for independent cultivators, they practice freely and train spiritual pets. To take the university entrance examination on your own means naturally taking the college entrance examination individually. Usually, independent cultivators are the last resort for those who have no resources, no background, and no ability. But Yi Yang, he has both the resources and the abilities. There is absolutely no need to choose the uneasy path of being a casual cultivator. They couldn't figure out what Yi Yang was going to do. Although, all the combat spirit masters who have successfully become independent cultivators are powerful ones. But the chance of success is too small. Student Yi Yang, you are kidding, right? It's very difficult to be a casual cultivator. Student Yi Yang, don't be impulsive. We can discuss any problem you have. Chapter 20. Rejecting the world's top schools, Yi Yang became famous. The directors of various universities recovered from their shock and tried to persuade Yi Yang calmly. But Yi Yang has made up his mind that he will not enter any high school. He wants to take the individual college entrance examination and enter university based on his own abilities. And the goal, naturally, is the world's top universities. North China University. It is where the talented and elite combat spirit masters gather. A first-class place for global resources, training, teaching, and technology. The spiritual energy in the area is also surprisingly rich. Damn. Master Yi is worthy of being Master Yi. So many colleges and universities vying for his services, but he rejected them all. You actually chose to be a casual cultivator. What an awesome idea. From now on, he is my idol. The audiences in the live broadcast rooms of all the big and small anchors expressed their shock. Everyone, please make way. I'm in a hurry. Yi Yang walked past several deans of studies and came in front of the people who surrounded him and took pictures. Master Yi, please sign for me. Master Yi, can I follow you 24 hours a day? Student Yi Yang, can I have an interview with you? Yi Yang was speechless. Even reporters came to join in the fun. He accidentally saw several apps used to film oneself with mobile phones, and it turned out to be the popular short video app Douyin. It has the same name as a certain software that Yi Yang used in his time, but it has more functions and more advanced technology. Yi Yang immediately understood why these people came to find him. It must be something that happened to me yesterday, and it was posted on the internet. Then, it accidentally became popular. I'll go. Yi Yang was a little depressed. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd and prepared to take a taxi to leave. Just at this moment, an enlarged version of the luxury SUV Danius supercar brand car stopped in front of him. Then a middle-aged woman wearing glasses got out of the car, happened to see Yi Yang, and was immediately delighted. Hello, classmate Yi Yang. We are the Global, a famous school? Yi Yang interrupted the woman and asked. Yes, Haitian middle school. The woman nodded. Go back. I'm a casual cultivator, and I don't want to go to any middle school. After saying that, Yi Yang walked away. I heard the middle-aged woman's voice from behind. Student Yi Yang, we can provide you with a bloodline spirit pet above level 5 and... Without waiting for the woman to finish speaking, Yi Yang turned his back to him and waved his hand to express his refusal. The people at the back looked at each other in bewilderment. Even a level 5 spiritual pet didn't want to go. This person was too strong. However, Yi Yang didn't take it seriously at all. A spirit pet with spiritual bloodline has the nerve to invite me? He took a taxi and prepared to go and see the villa in the Bay community that he had just acquired. The keys and access cards are already on him. At the same time, in a black Toyota Honda car on the roadside. Brother, that's him. Hurry up and catch up. He killed my pet yesterday and beat me up. Li Tao sat in the passenger seat and said aggrievedly as he watched Yi Yang leave in a taxi. Don't worry, I'll fight you back today and make this country bumpkin spend the rest of his life lying in bed. Li Tao's brother, Li Hong. He is 2 or 3 years older than Li Tao and has already graduated from high school. Although he didn't get into college, he had already become a combat master. Upon learning that his brother was beaten, he brought Li Tao to seek revenge early in the morning. It was difficult for the two of them to take action just now because there were too many people around. When they saw Yi Yang leaving, they drove and followed quietly behind him. Chapter 21. Still want to be beaten, a villa worth 30 million. In the taxi, Yi Yang took out his newly bought ultra smartphone. Watch videos about yourself on major short video apps. He was speechless. Unexpectedly, overnight, I became famous without realizing it. Although he is still only a little famous. But it also made many people remember their faces. This made him quite helpless. Soon, Yi Yang arrived at the Bay Villa community. Thank you, master. Yi Yang got out of the car, paid the money, closed the door, and said, polite. The taxi driver smiled and turned the car away. Then, Yi Yang walked towards the Bay community. Hey, what are you doing? This is the Bay Villa community. Not just anyone can enter. As soon as he reached the door, Yi Yang was stopped by the guard. Those who can live here are undoubtedly dignitaries and those with wealth and power. Although Yi Yang was wearing new clothes today, They were so ordinary and unfamiliar to him that he was naturally stopped by the security guard. My home is here. Yi Yang looked at the security guard and said, Your home is here? You must be kidding. I know everyone in this community. I come in and out every day. Tell me, where do you live? The security guard heard Yi Yang's words and asked with a suspicious look on his face. Yi Yang thought for a moment and said, Villa number 1, Building A. When the security guard heard this, he immediately laughed. Are you kidding me? That villa is worth 30 million, and it hasn't been sold yet. There are no residents at all. Hurry up and leave. Don't even think about sneaking in. You are still young, and you want to do petty thefts. Yi Yang's face darkened. This was a bit too much. However, he didn't expect that the villa given by the system was worth 30 million, which was simply amazing. His worth soared instantly. Yi Yang touched his body and remembered that the system had given him a pass to the community. Laugh. Suddenly, a sharp brake sound attracted the attention of Yi Yang and the security guard. The two looked in the direction of the voice at the same time and saw a black Toyota Honda car parked in front of them. Click! The car door opened and Li Tao and his brother Li Hong got out. Hey, what are you doing, country bumpkin? Do you want to move into the best villa community in our city? Li Tao, still with bandages on his body, looked at Yi Yang with a mocking expression and said, Is this also a place you can come to? Uncle security guard, does he want to go in? Don't let him get in. He's just a country bumpkin who's short of money and has dirty hands. He's definitely going to try to steal something. Li Tao went more and more outrageous as he spoke, fabricating stories to frame Yi Yang. But the security guard outside the door obviously believed it and immediately closed the door, preventing Yi Yang from entering. Yi Yang's expression condensed, and he looked at Li Tao and said coldly, Didn't you get enough beating yesterday? You still want to be beaten? You! Li Tao's face froze, and he angrily wanted to go up and hit Yi Yang. But as soon as he moved, he felt a piercing pain all over his body, which made him gasp. Leave it to me. I'll help you deal with him. A man who was a head taller than Li Tao, and in his early 20s patted Li Tao's shoulder gently. Then he took a step forward, looked at Yi Yang, sneered and said, Yi Yang, right? He's quite popular on the internet now. You and my brother, we need to settle this matter. I don't want to bully you too much, so I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you apologize to my brother here, kowtow, and pay 20,000 yuan in compensation, I will let you go. Chapter 22-2, Spiritual Pets. How about it? Is this condition not too much? Boom. After saying this, Li Hong mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and let it surge out. The strength of a combat master level frightened the security guard at the gate, and he took 2 steps back. But he obviously wanted to put pressure on Yi Yang, so that Yi Yang would kowtow and apologize and take the money obediently. However, Yi Yang looked calm. He was not at all intimidated by Li Hongzhan's master-level strength. Heh, Battle Master Level 3, isn't that a bit too light? Yi Yang smiled contemptuously and said to Li Hong. Li Hong's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Yi Yang with cold eyes and said in a cold tone, Yi Yang, don't refuse my toast and drink the forfeit wine. You don't know what's good for you. I'm giving you a chance. Do you want to be beaten? Yi Yang smiled instantly when he heard this. Being beaten? Who wants to be beaten? It's hard to say. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the power of a 3rd-level combat master surged out of Yi Yang's body. The strength of that spiritual energy was not weaker than Li Hong's at all. It is even a little stronger with the help of thunder and lightning. Battle Master Level 3? You! Li Hongwen was startled and looked at Yi Yang in surprise. After a while, he turned his head and looked at his brother, Li Tao. Didn't you say you just broke through to the Battle Master level? What's going on with this Battle Master Level 3? I don't know either. The one who fought with me yesterday was indeed at the level of a combat master. Li Tao said with a look of grievance. When Yi Yang beat him yesterday, he really didn't use his full strength. He merely displayed the strength of a combat master, and Li Tao mistakenly believed that Yi Yang had just been promoted to a combat master. If I use all my strength to fight a warrior, it would be too low. Hearing Li Tao's puzzled words, Yi Yang said sarcastically, I am happy today. You two should get out of here. I can forget about what happened just now. Heh, you really think you're the boss, don't you? Li Hong laughed sarcastically and set his sights on Yi Yang again. Even if you're also a level 3 combat master, so what? I'm gonna beat you today. Summon, combat pet, 2-headed cobra. Summon, auxiliary pet, swift rabbit. Wow! As Li Hong's summoning seal was formed, 2 strong rays of light shone out. Immediately, The spiritual pet that usually lives in a special living space was summoned out. Two spirit pets, one combat type and one auxiliary type. Looking at Yi Yang eagerly. Come on, call out your pet spirit and come out to die. After summoning the spirit pet, Li Hong looked at Yi Yang provocatively. Yi Yang smiled lightly and formed a seal with his hands. God-level summoning technique, Pikachu. Wow! It was countless times stronger than the formation and light that Li Hong had used to summon his spirit pet. Let the brothers Li Hong and Li Tao close their eyes. The horrified and frightened security guard didn't dare to look directly at the light. In a moment, Pikachu appeared in front of Yi Yang. But he looks listless, as if he is still sleeping. Yi Yang was instantly ashamed. This lazy bug, how long had he just gotten up in the morning? He actually slept again. Pikachu, get up and fight. Yi Yang shouted, and Pikachu rolled on the ground, then stood up lazily as if to act cute. Skin. Pikachu was still sleepy and was looking at the two pets in front of him in a daze. Who the hell are you looking down on? Looking at the spirit pet summoned by Yi Yang. It was still sleeping. Li Hong suddenly felt infinitely ridiculed and roared in anger. Chapter 23. Spiritual energy increases, spiritual pets become stronger. Two-headed snake, come on, eat this little thing for me. Hiss! The two-headed cobra stuck out its tongue, showed a ferocious mouth, and rushed towards Pikachu. Pikachu was still half awake, and when he saw the two-headed snake rushing towards him, he subconsciously dodged. Hiss! The two-headed cobra had two heads and kept spitting out its tongue as it chased Pikachu. Although it is fast, Pikachu is faster. Mad. You can only run? When Li Hong saw this scene, he couldn't help but curse. Swift Rabbit, assist the two-headed snake in speeding up. Cuckoo. Li Hong's auxiliary spiritual pet, the Swift Rabbit, made a strange cry when he heard his words. Then, the Swift Rabbit jumped up, and with a step of its feet, a gust of wind spiritual energy spread throughout its body. Immediately afterwards, the wind spiritual energy was bestowed upon the two-headed snake. Directly increases the movement speed of the two-headed snake. Pikachu. Yi Yang saw that the speed of the two-headed cobra suddenly increased and shouted hurriedly. At the same time, Li Hong saw that his pet was about to bite Pikachu, and a proud look of victory appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yi Yang, is it too late to kneel down and beg for mercy now? Li Hong looked at Yi Yang and said sarcastically, otherwise your spirit pet will soon become food for my two-headed snake. Really? Are you so confident? Hearing Li Hong's words, Yi Yang smiled without any worries. You are about to die, but you are still pretending to be awesome. Two-headed snake, bite his pet to death. Li Hong roared, kicked the ground, and spiritual energy surged. At the same time, with the assistance of the Swift Rabbit, the two-headed snake was already very fast. It connected with Li Hong's spiritual power again, causing its strength and speed to surge again in an instant. Aura increase? When Yi Yang saw what Li Hong did, he clenched his fist, and a stream of spiritual energy also burst out from his body. Then, add the amplification to Pikachu. Humph, you want to fight me? A spirit pet? Li Hong snorted coldly and shouted, Swift Rabbit, assist with all your strength and surround that little thing. Pikachu, put an end to them. Yi Yang was too lazy to waste time with Li Hong. As a warrior, the ability to amplify the spiritual energy of a pet is something that any warrior will have. He and Pikachu shared the lightning attribute and gained a physical connection. With this assistance, Pikachu was surrounded by lightning before he could even discharge lightning. At the same time, the two-headed snake caught up with Pikachu in an instant. In front of Pikachu, he was also blocked by the auxiliary pet Swift Rabbit. It woke up from its sleepiness in an instant and entered combat mode. Pikachu. Sizzle, sizzle. Boom. Several bolts of lightning power burst out from Pikachu's body. The strong electric current made a crackling sound. In an instant, the two-headed snake and the Swift Rabbit were numbed. After a while, the sound of explosions was heard. With his spiritual energy amplified, Pikachu exerted 100,000 volts at his full strength, doubling its power. With just one move, Li Hong's two spiritual pets were electrocuted to death. Skin. Seeing his opponent being knocked out, Pikachu made a sound of victory. Pretty. Yi Yang smiled and called Pikachu back to lie on his shoulder. Li Hong and Li Tao looked at the two spiritual pets that were electrocuted in shock. No one expected that the battle situation that was obviously advantageous could be turned around in an instant. Chapter 24, Don't Mess With Me. This turnaround was truly unexpected. It took a long time for the brothers Li Hong and Li Tao to come back to their senses from their shock and surprise. The two looked at Yi Yang with endless anger and resentment. Yi Yang, you dare to kill my pet. Li Hong was furious. His face looked ferocious, as if he wanted to kill someone. A spiritual pet is almost equivalent to the lifeblood of a combat spiritualist. No one can tolerate seeing their spiritual pet being killed. I want you to die today. Bang! As Li Hong finished speaking, he kicked his foot and a crack appeared on the ground. The figure suddenly pounced towards Yi Yang. Wasting my time. Yi Yang curled his lips in disdain. Pikachu, give him an electric shock and make him lie in bed for 3 to 5 months. Skin. Pikachu understood and jumped directly from Yi Yang's shoulder. Then with Yi Yang's aura amplified, he performed his second unique skill, Iron Tail. Puff! The next second, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Li Hong, who was rushing forward angrily, had one foot pierced directly by Pikachu's iron tail, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Ah! At the same time, Li Hong's screams spread all around. Elder brother. When Li Tao saw that his brother's feet were broken, he immediately shouted loudly. Yi Yang used his spiritual energy to clean Pikachu's tail, stepped forward, and kicked Li Hong. With a bang, Li Hong flew backwards and hit the black Toyota Honda car heavily. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his face was twisted in pain. You, what do you want to do? Killing someone in the city will be punished by the federal government. Seeing Yi Yang approaching step by step, Li Tao kept backing away in fear. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Yang's mouth curled up teasingly. I just want to give you some deep memories, so that you remember not to provoke me and not to try to suppress me, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Bang! As he said that, Yi Yang slapped Li Tao in the face, causing him to fall to the ground, bleeding and spitting out teeth. Remember, don't bully others. Yi Yang issued a final warning, then turned and walked towards the gate of the Bay community with Pikachu. Inside the gate, the security guard was so scared that his legs were shaking. When I saw Yi Yang coming over, my heart beat faster. My breathing became rapid, and I felt nervous and scared. Now, can you let me in? Yi Yang took out the resident pass for the Bay community and said. The security guard took a quick look, opened the door quickly, and said respectfully, Yes, please come in. Yi Yang put away his pass and walked into the Bay community. I was too lazy to argue with a security guard who didn't know how to count, and it would lose my manners. He walked all the way to Villa Number 1, Building A. This villa is the most expensive and luxurious in the entire Bay Villa community. Market value, $30 million. It covers an area of 4 to 500 square meters. The room is so spacious for Yi Yang and his spirit pet to live in. Pick up the key and open the door. When you walk in, you will feel luxurious, extravagant, elegant, and stylish. This is definitely a residence that only the rich can own. Cool. After taking a look inside the villa, Yi Yang couldn't help but shout, Pikachu, have fun by yourself, and don't forget to exercise. I need to practice my spiritual energy here. After looking at the villa, Yi Yang said to Pikachu, Chapter 25, Finding the Second Spirit Pet. Pickup truck. Pikachu nodded and went to play by himself. Yi Yang found a bedroom at random, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to practice spiritual energy. The soul travels to the future. He hasn't really started practicing Reiki yet. He needs to understand his current talent for cultivation. This repair will take 1 day and 1 night. Early the next morning, the reminder sound of the sign-in system rang in Yi Yang's mind. Ding! A new sign-in task has been released. Host Yi Yang, please sign in at the Spirit Pet store within 12 hours, 20 minutes. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yang gradually exited the cultivation state. Call. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and the spiritual energy condensed around him gradually dissipated. After a day and a night of practice, his cultivation had improved a lot, but he was not very satisfied with the speed. The reason is that the body his soul entered was not strong enough. This speed is fine for normal training, but it's hard to be 1 step ahead. It seems I have to find a way to improve my physique and training talent, Yi Yang said thoughtfully. Then he stood up and stretched his muscles, making a series of crackling sounds. Then he went out and prepared to sign in at the spiritual pet store. By the way, see if there is any suitable spiritual pet and contract his second spiritual pet. In this era of spiritual pet cultivation, as a combat spirit master's strength increases, the number of contracted spirit pets will also increase accordingly. In other words, a powerful combat spirit master may have several spirit pets of various types and attributes. In this way, the overall strength can be stronger. Yi Yang is now a third-level combat master. The conditions for contracting a second spirit pet have been met. Therefore, he needed a brand new pet. Pikachu, let's go out. Yi Yang yelled. Pika Pika. Pikachu immediately jumped out from a hidden place and hopped onto Yi Yang's shoulder. Pika Pika. Okay, I know you're hungry. I'll take you to eat. Seeing Pikachu protesting and shouting that he was hungry, Yi Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. So cute and naughty. Afterwards, Yi Yang took Pikachu out of the villa. When they arrived at the gate of the Bay Villa community, the security guard's attitude towards Yi Yang became obviously much more respectful. Yi Yang went out, took a taxi, went to eat first, and then went straight to the spirit pet store. You're so rich? Why do you still need a taxi? When the security guard saw that Yi Yang didn't have a car of his own, he muttered to himself in confusion. In this era, rich people drive luxury cars. Even richer people take planes. But that doesn't matter. The really cool thing is to ride a flying pet. Wherever you walk and fly, you will look more stylish and domineering, with status and class. However, Yi Yang doesn't have any of these yet. Soon, Yi Yang finished his meal with Pikachu, came to the largest spiritual pet store in Huayang City. Here, people specialize in selling and caring for spiritual pets. Different clubs have a one-stop service, and the types of spirit pets in the specialty stores are even more numerous. Welcome, handsome. Is there anything I can help you with? As soon as Yi Yang walked into the Jimpa Spirit Pet store with Pikachu, a beautiful woman came forward to greet him. One-to-one service, explanation, guidance, and sales. Follow us throughout the whole process. Be available whenever you call. Have a gentle attitude and provide first-class service. Just take a look. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, Chapter 26 Spirit Level 5 Battle Pet. Then, Yi Yang felt relieved. Sign in. Ding. The sign-in task begins. Countdown 20 minutes. The system's voice fell. Yi Yang strolled around the spirit pet store. He looked at the spiritual pets of mortal bloodlines from level 1 to 9, ranging from infancy to growth, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. I never thought that the Earth 5,000 years later would be an era of spiritual revival. The numerous spiritual pets in front of Yi Yang made him feel like he was in a dream. Although ordinary bloodline spirit pets are the lowest level, their prices at the lowest are at least tens of thousands of yuan. Not to mention spiritual level bloodline. The price has doubled. As for the god level bloodline, it is indeed rare. No one in the entire Huayang City currently owns it. Of course, Yi Yang is an exception. Handsome guy. Do you want to buy a high-level bloodline pet? The beautiful waitress saw Yi Yang glance at those ordinary spiritual pets without any interest and asked with a smile, What is the spiritual pet of your highest level bloodline? Yi Yang glanced at the waitress and asked, A level 5 spiritual pet with bloodline, a combat pet cat. The waitress smiled and took Yi Ning to the high-level bloodline pet sales area. A young level 5 combat pet cat worth several million yuan. Very cute. I'll go. When Yi Yang saw the price tag of the battle pet cat, he was shocked. A cat is worth as much as a Ferrari? This is truly an era dominated by spiritual pets. Handsome man, don't be fooled by this cat's cute appearance. It has a very strong bloodline, and after it evolves and grows, its combat power will be amazing. The beautiful waitress introduced everything to Yi Yang enthusiastically and did not look down on him at all. Yi Yang was very satisfied with the service attitude and was even a little moved. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that much cash. Can it be less? Yi Yang asked. How much can you give, handsome guy? The beautiful waitress asked. Yi Yang pointed with 2 fingers. 2 million. The beauty asked with a little embarrassment. No, 20,000 yuan. Yi Yang shook his head and said, Boom! Suddenly, the beautiful waitress was furious at Yi Yang's words. 20,000? 20,000 to buy a level 5 bloodline combat pet? Are you still asleep? Although she was furious inside, the beautiful waitress still smiled kindly at Yi Yang and said, Handsome boy, don't joke around. It's impossible to get this battle pet for 2 million. I'm not kidding. If it's sold for 20,000, I'll reluctantly buy it. If not, forget it, Yi Yang said with a smile. The beautiful waitress was almost angered to death by Yi Yang's words. She forced a smile from her face and said, Really not, the minimum is 4 million. That's fine. Yi Yang gave up without thinking. He just saw that the waitress had a good sales attitude and wanted to take care of her business. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. It's just a level 5 bloodline spiritual pet. Does he need it? Isn't it great to have a level 1 divine bloodline pet? If he doesn't buy it, I will. For million, I want it. Just when Yi Yang gave up, a rich young man about 25 years old, wearing all branded clothes, came over and said proudly. The beautiful saleswoman was delighted when she heard this. Hello, Mr. Wang. I will handle the formalities for you right away. The rich young man called Wang Xiao nodded. Then he stepped in front of Yi Yang. You are Yi Yang, right? Hello, I'm Wang Kuo from Huayang Wang Group, which is owned by my family. Chapter 27, Do you have a god-level pet? Wang Kuo stretched out his hand and said to Yi Yang with a smile. Yi Yang shook hands with Wang Kuo, wondering why this rich young man came up to talk to him. After all, he and Wang Kuo are not the same kind of people at all. The gap in status is too great. Hello. Yi Yang smiled to show politeness. It was at this time that the procedures for the level 5 spiritual combat pet cat were completed. The beautiful saleswoman came over with the contract and said respectfully, Mr. Wang, please sign it. Let brother Yi Yang sign. Wang Kuo said. Yi Yang and the beautiful service saleswoman were both stunned and looked at Wang Kuo in confusion. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to pay. Seeing Yi Yang puzzled, Wang Kuo quickly explained. I will still pay for it, but the battle pet is yours. I'm giving it to you. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, many people around couldn't help but gasp. A battle pet worth 4 million is given away as a gift after purchase. How luxurious is that? Everyone looked at Yi Yang with envy. Why wasn't I the one who was given a level 5 bloodline spirit pet? Yi Yang frowned and looked at Wang Kuo suspiciously. He never believed that pie would fall from the sky, especially given by a young man born in a business family. Sorry, I don't accept gifts without merit. I don't like to take advantage of others. Yi Yang refused without even thinking about it. Wow. The customers in the spiritual pet store were in an uproar, and they all looked at Yi Yang in astonishment. Such a good thing? You actually refused? Damn, are you out of your mind? Something that others would never dream of appeared in front of Yi Yang, but Yi Yang refused it. This is really amazing. Wang Kuo was slightly stunned, obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Yang to reject him. Don't you want to hear what I have to say? Wang Kuo looked at Yi Yang and smiled. Not interested. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he stepped forward to look at other spirit pets. With your talent, if you come to help my Wang family, I will definitely make you a powerful person. Wang Kuo looked at Yi Yang, who turned around and said, the contract is 10 years. Come to help my Wang family. This battle pet is just a deposit. If you agree, I can give you more resources. Yi Yang, think about it carefully. There won't be a second chance like this. You know your own situation and birth conditions better than I do. Do you really think you can become a god through casual cultivation? Hearing Wang Kuo's words, Yi Yang clenched his fists involuntarily. This sounds like words that are meant to help yourself. In fact, it was also telling Yi Yang. He was just an ordinary man of humble origins. It is impossible to become a god through self-cultivation. Sarcastically, belittled, looked down upon, acted superior, and wanted to be a benefactor who supported Yi Yang. It was Wang Kuo at this moment. If it were someone else, they might not care about these. What I want is to be a bootlicker, get some resources, and then show off. In the end, he was play around in someone's hands. But Yi Yang will never be a slave in this life. It is impossible to help the Wang family. Yi Yang turned around and looked directly at Wang Kuo, without the slightest sign of timidity, and asked word by word, Do you have a god-level pet? When these words were spoken, Wang Kuo and everyone around him were stunned. A divine pet. How rare is it? Anyone in the world who possesses such a combat pet is either a super genius or an absolute big shot. Although the Wang family is rich and powerful in Huayang City, but there is no such rare combat pet as the god-level spiritual pet. Chapter 28, 1 million. After a while, Wang Kuo looked at Yi Yang and said with a smile, Yi Yang, are you kidding me? What kind of existence is a god-level spiritual pet? Don't you think this question is funny? I don't think so. Yi Yang said seriously. What you said just now is just to show that your Wang family is rich, powerful, and has resources, right? Then tell me now in front of everyone here, do you have a god-level pet? Does your entire Wang family have one? Wang Kuo's face darkened after hearing Yi Yang's series of questions, and he felt a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to use money to bribe Yi Yang and make Yi Yang his subordinate and work for his Wang family. Who knew that Yi Yang would be so disrespectful to him? My Wang family does not have a god-level spiritual pet, but a spiritual pet of level 7. Without a god-level pet, what right do you have to question me? Before Wang Kuo could finish his words, Yi Yang interrupted him and said, I don't have a god-level pet. Why do you belittle me? Is it because you are a rich second generation? Another wave of questions left Wang Kuo completely speechless. He never thought that he, who was rich and powerful, would be so miserable in front of a country bumpkin. How can he save face? Master Wang, thank you for your kindness. But Yi Yang, even though I was born in a humble family, I still rely on myself. Yi Yang said with a firm face, this is just a level 5 combat pet. You should keep it for yourself. Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him took a deep breath. I never expected that Yi Yang would dare to speak to Wang Kuo like this. The meaning of these words is that Wang Kuo relies on his parents. At the same time, it also reflects Yi Yang's backbone. Ha ha! Wang Kuo laughed when he heard this. It seems that I think too highly of myself. But I'm afraid you won't be able to own a level 5 spiritual battle pet in your lifetime. Yi Yang curled his lips in disdain and looked at Wang Kuo. Do you want to see a god-level spiritual pet? What? Wang Kuo was slightly stunned, his eyes fixed on Yi Yang. 1 million yuan. I will satisfy you once and let you see the god-level spiritual pet. Yi Yang said. Puff! Wang Kuo and those around him immediately vomited blood and burst into laughter. Are you kidding me, little brothers? We don't even have a single god-level pet in Huayang City. See the photos or the video? It's hilarious. It seems like he is a person with a mental problem. I was wondering, how could anyone refuse such a good thing? All of a sudden, everyone's eyes looking at Yi Yang changed. I think Yi Yang is mentally ill. Wang Kuo instantly regained his sense of superiority. He looked at Yi Yang and said as if he was mocking him, okay, don't mention 1 million. If you can have a god-level pet, I will transfer 2 million to you right away. It's a deal. Yi Yang laughed at Wang Kuo like a fool. He was sure to make the 2 million yuan. Where's the pet blood tester? He asked, glancing around. Over here. Please follow me. The beautiful service saleswoman pointed in a direction and said. Afterwards, Yi Yang and Wang Kuo, as well as many customers who came to watch the fun, followed the beautiful saleswoman to the Spirit Pet bloodline testing area of the Spirit Pet store. An extremely high-tech testing instrument appeared in front of everyone. This instrument needs to use spiritual energy as a power to accurately test the bloodline of the spiritual pet. The testing method is very simple. Just place the pet on top of the special blood tester. Chapter 29 Sign-in Mission Completed. After looking at the Spirit Pet testing instrument, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Yang. The meaning is very clear. That is, he wants Yi Yang to take out the god-level pet to see whether it is real or not. Yi Yang smiled. For others, this might suffocate them to death. But it's not difficult for him. God-level summoning technique. Wow! As soon as Yi Yang activated the summoning technique, a dazzling light instantly filled the entire Spirit Pet store. Everyone quickly closed their eyes, waited for a moment, and then slowly opened them. Pika Pika. Pikachu appeared from a specific space, saw Yi Yang, and shouted angrily. Sorry, I didn't know you were practicing. Yi Yang smiled apologetically and said, go up there and test your bloodline. Pikachu curled up his lips and blew a breath, then lazily walked onto the pet bloodline testing instrument. The people around were stunned, although it is not uncommon for spirit pets to understand human speech. But I always feel that Yi Yang's pet Pikachu is extraordinary in spirituality. Why do I feel that this spirit pet is a little familiar? Yi Yang? I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. Several customers looked at Pikachu and suddenly realized what was going on and said in amazement, isn't he the Yi Yang who has been very popular on the internet in the past 2 days? Really? Look, it's the same person. In an instant, Yi Yang was suddenly recognized by several customers who occasionally watch short video apps. Although the others don't understand what's going on, but everyone had a feeling that Yi Yang was not simple. Let's get started. Yi Yang shouted without chatting. The beautiful service saleswoman nodded. He immediately mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and infused it into the spiritual pet's blood instrument. Suddenly, the instrument emitted a blue light, covering Pikachu and performing an all-round scan. Pikachu's figure was input, and through the combination of spiritual energy and technology, bloodline determination was performed. It appeared on the blood display screen. Ordinary level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Breakthrough. Spiritual level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Breakthrough. Finally, It stopped the divine bloodline, level 1. Buzz! When everyone saw this result, their heads felt as if they had been hit by a strong impact. They were confused and in extreme shock. A spiritual pet with God-level bloodline. It really is a spiritual pet with God-level bloodline. It's incredible. This seemingly obedient and cute pet is actually a God-level pet. Horrible. Pikachu, come back. Yi Yang shouted after seeing the result appear. The people around were extremely shocked. It took a long time to recover from the shock. When he looked at Yi Yang again, he was completely impressed. For Pikachu, I am full of desire, love, and greed. Mr. Wang, 2 million. Don't regret it. Yi Yang looked at Wang Kuo and smiled. At this moment, Wang Kuo's heart was surging like a raging sea. He looked stunned and indescribably shocked. I never thought that Yi Yang really had a God-level pet. I originally wanted to show off in front of Yi Yang, but ended up being shown off by Yi Yang. I also lost 2 million. Money is a small matter. Losing face is a big deal. It's turned around. Wang Kuo's face darkened and he transferred 2 million into Yi Yang's account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 million yuan into the HSBC bank account. The next second, Yi Yang heard a system notification sound in his mind. It actually managed his bank account. Not bad. Ding! Sign-in mission completed. Then another system prompt sounded. Chapter 30 Rich Rewards, Second Spirit Pet. Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for winning Reward 1. Digimon Spirit Pet of all worlds, Puppymon. Get Reward 2, 100% success rate once. Obtain Reward 3, Bloodline X-ray Technique. Get Reward 4. The Wanjimal is open for purchase for a limited time. Yi Yang was so happy with the rewards. The check-in time was 10 minutes longer, but I didn't expect the reward to be so much more. It's like a gift pack for new members. Ding! Since the host has successfully signed in for 3 consecutive days, the system will reward you with a chance to sign in again. Ding! The signing task has been released. Host Yi Yang, please go to any martial arts hall in Huayang City within 2 hours and sign in for 5 minutes. Just when Yi Yang was happy about the reward, the prompt sound of the God-level all-realm sign-in system came into his mind again. Yi Yang was delighted again. Signed consecutively. This means that I can sign in once more today and get a reward. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Pikachu, go back and practice. The seal in Yi Yang's hand changed, and Pikachu's figure seemed to disappear into the void. Return to the living space of the Spirit Pet's specific contract. Then he turned and walked out of the spiritual pet store. Prepared to sign. The people around still had astonishment in their eyes, looking at Yi Yang's back with envy in their eyes. Yi Yang, can you sell your pet to me? I'll give you 20 million yuan. Wang Kuo clenched his fists. His heart became ruthless, and he shouted at Yi Yang's back. In front of a God-level spiritual pet, temporary face is no longer important. How much benefit can a God-level pet bring to a person or a family? That's unimaginable. So even though Wang Kuo seemed to have been taught a lesson by Yi Yang today, he was still extremely unhappy. But he still wanted the God-level pet in Yi Yang's hand. Not for sale. Yi Yang said without even turning his head. 50 million. Wang Kuo gritted his teeth and raised the price drastically, which showed how great his pursuit of God-level spiritual pets was. Hiss! The people around were extremely shocked and felt deeply moved that the attraction of the God-level spiritual pet to people was really too great. If they had money, they would also offer 50 million. Master Wang, money is not everything. Even if you raise the price to 100 million or 200 million today, I will not sell it. Yi Yang smiled lightly, then left, leaving behind the eager and unwilling Wang Kuo and the astonished crowd. When Wang Kuo looked at the level 5 spiritual combat pet cat again, he suddenly felt that this combat pet was a piece of rubbish. It was only then that I understood Yi Yang's disdain for him. If you have a God-level pet, would you still be interested in the spirit-level pet? Obviously, he looks down on it. Master, take me to a martial arts gym in the city. Anyone will do. Yi Yang walked out of the spiritual pet store, called a car, and went straight to the martial arts gym. Sitting in the car, thinking back on what had just happened, he didn't regret it at all. Pikachu is his first friend and partner since he came to this era. He would never give up his lifeline to others. Although, after the spirit pet contracts, the owner can communicate with the spirit pet to terminate the contract, sell it to someone else, and sign another contract. But Yi Yang would never do that. Query Puppymon. In the car, Yi Yang gave an order in his mind. The system immediately displayed the information panel of the puppy beast, which appeared in Yi Yang's mind. Spiritual pet, puppy beast. Bloodline none. Level, growth body. Attribute, light attribute. Type, auxiliary combat fusion type. Special stunt, puppy barking. Assistive ability, increases the training speed of the contract owner by 5%. Chapter 31, God Level Bloodline, Holy Dragon Blood. Important reminder, since Puppymon comes from the digital world of 10,000 worlds and does not have its own bloodline, please inject blood into Puppymon yourself. I saw an attribute panel that was slightly more complicated than Pikachu's. Yi-Yang noticed the peculiarity of the puppy beast's non-existent bloodline. Also, you need to personally increase the bloodline of Puppymon. All creatures in the Digimon world are digital bodies. The physical body is just an incarnation. To truly become a spiritual pet, it must be infused with blood. That is the essence and blood of a certain spiritual pet. Then, it can become a real spiritual pet. Yi-Yang clearly remembered that Puppimon's evolutionary path was angel-level Digimon. If it becomes your own spiritual pet, its combat power will be considerable. In addition, it has the auxiliary effect of accelerating cultivation by 5%, so Yi-Yang is very satisfied with this spirit pet. After all, it can evolve into Angewoman. Evil smile. Then, Yi-Yang immediately looked inside the limited-time system mall of all worlds. In this mall, there is everything in the myriad worlds. As long as you have money, you can buy it, but it requires Wanjia coin. Yi-Yang took a casual look and exclaimed in amazement. There are so many good things. There are all kinds of spiritual pets such as Squirtle, Bioman, Agumon, etc. Weapons also come from all realms. The Xinyuan sword, the 8-foot mirror, and even the golden cudgel exist. That's awesome. But the price is ridiculously expensive. That's it. After choosing for a while, Yi-Yang finally fixed his sights on a God-level blood essence injection. God Level 1 initial bloodline, Holy Dragon Blood. Price, 1 million Wanjia coins. Yi-Yang immediately took action to see how to purchase it. Ding. Host Yi-Yang, do you want to spend 2 million future coins to exchange for 1 million world coins? A system prompt appeared in Yi-Yang's mind. Yi-Yang immediately said, fuck you. It's so expensive. Will 2 yuan in the future be equal to 1 yuan of Wanjia coin? It's just a bloodline, but it costs 1 million world coins. It's too expensive. However, for my own future, in order to become stronger, for a god-level pet, it's all worth it. Exchange. Yi-Yang felt ruthless and spent all the 2 million he had just earned in one go. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi-Yang for successfully exchanging the Wanjia coins. You have 1 million Wanjia coins. Do you want to buy the God Level 1 bloodline immediately? The blood of the Holy Dragon. Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi-Yang for successfully purchasing the God Level 1 bloodline, Holy Dragon Blood. The next second, Yi-Yang successfully purchased the bloodline. Blood injection is a culture method. In today's world, many people would choose blood injections to cultivate the blood of their own pets in order to obtain high-level bloodline pets. As long as the training is successful and it is fused with the spirit pet, the bloodline of the spirit pet will change. However, the failure rate is extremely high. There are many counterfeits of blood injections on the market. They are expensive and very few people use them. But this is only the first method. The second method is used by many people. That is the blood enhancer. After injection, blood flow can be improved. The success rate is high and the price is relatively cheap, but the speed of blood improvement is very slow. The spiritual pet that Yi-Yang just obtained has no bloodline, so bloodline cultivation and fusion must be carried out. And what he wanted was a lineup of all God-level bloodline spirit pets. Inject blood. Puppymon. The purchase was successful, and Yi-Yang immediately began blood injection. Unlike the current world where spirit pets need to be given injections, Yi-Yang only needs to give an order. Leave everything to the God-level all-world sign-in system. Chapter 32, Spiritual Pet Evolution, Martial Arts Hall Sign-In. Ding. 100% success, rate triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host Yi-Yang for completing the fusion of the spiritual pet puppy beast with the divine level 1 bloodline, the blood of the Holy Dragon. After a moment, the blood injection was completed and merged with the puppy beast. Ding! The puppy beast has transformed into a physical form and has become a true spiritual pet. Ding! Puppymon has reached the limit of its evolutionary stage and can evolve directly into a mature form. Evolve. Evolution. Yi-Yang said decisively, without even thinking about it. There is no need to hesitate about such a good thing. Ding! Puppymon is evolving. Ding! Puppymon evolved successfully, Tailmon. Tailmon mature. Bloodline. God level 1 Holy Dragon Blood. Level mature. Attribute. Light attribute. Type Auxiliary Combat Fusion Type. Special skill 4 points. Assistive ability. Increases the training speed of the contract owner by 10%. As Puppymon evolves into Tailmon, its abilities also increase. The auxiliary training speed reached 10%. Yi-Yang was so happy in his heart. Now he had 2 god-level pets. However, after looking at Tailmon's attributes, Yi-Yang found that it was a little different from Pikachu. Pikachu's bloodline didn't indicate what type of bloodline it was, but it was God level 1, which made him a little curious. Laugh! Handsome guy, we've arrived at Gilliam Martial Arts School. At this moment, the taxi driver braked, turned around, and smiled at Yi-Yang. Oh, okay. Yi-Yang came to his senses, gave the money, opened the car door, and got out. He looked towards a martial arts school in front of him, the Gilliam Martial Arts School. A martial arts school is naturally a place to practice martial arts. It is specially open for warriors to cultivate spiritual energy and hone their combat skills. There is only one thing you can do in a martial arts gym, and that is fighting. No matter you come to learn or to exchange ideas, what you can't do without is always fighting. But there is one condition. You cannot use battle pets. This is a place where only the combat master practices. To fight pets, you have to go to the Colosseum. It would be terrible if battle pets fought with humans together. You need to go to a comprehensive venue, the professional arena for fighting spirit masters. Sign in. After entering Gilliam Martial Arts School, Yi-Yang immediately started signing in. Ding! Sign-in begins. Countdown 5 minutes. As soon as the system's voice fell, a man in white clothes and tied with a belt walked in front of Yi-Yang. Little brother, do you want to learn martial arts? Have you signed up? The man looked to be about 30 years old, with well-developed muscles. No, I'll just take a look and leave. Yi-Yang smiled and said. The man's face suddenly darkened, and his attitude suddenly changed. This is nothing to see. If you are not an apprentice, you cannot enter our martial arts hall. Please leave. Yi-Yang was speechless. This was really the reality. Are you going to give me a bad face just because you can't make money? Smiled bitterly. Can I take a look and then make a decision? Yi-Yang found a random excuse to delay time. It's only 5 minutes, it will pass quickly. He left after completing the sign-in. He didn't want to stay in this place. Charging money for teaching is all fancy talk and a waste of time. Sure, but you have to pay a deposit first to prevent me from stealing your skills, said the 30-year-old man. Oh my God! Suddenly, 10,000 alpacas were running wildly through Yi-Yang's mind. With just these fancy moves, are you still afraid that someone will steal your skills? Black Martial Arts Hall. Money swindling stuff. Chapter 33. God of War. Training body. Upgraded 3 levels. Yi-Yang was full of contempt for Gilliam Martial Arts School. Although he has always known that martial arts schools are deceiving ordinary people and low-level warriors. But I didn't expect it to be so deceptive. But in order to sign in, he decided to endure it. Once the 5 minutes are up, leave immediately. Isn't this against the rules? Other martial arts schools don't require a deposit. Yi-Yang said seriously. That's because their martial arts school is not good enough. My Gilliam Martial Arts School is well known in Huayang City. The 30-year-old man's boasting left Yi-Yang speechless. If it weren't for signing in, will I listen to your nonsense? He looked at the time. There was still 1 minute left. It was almost time. Little brother, look at my disciples. They are all young and handsome, talented young men with extraordinary martial arts skills. They were all taught by me. Don't hesitate. Sign up. The man boasted. 30,000 yuan a semester, 2 months of teaching. I guarantee you'll become stronger. Yi-Yang? He really didn't know why this martial arts teacher was so shameless. He really admired the bragging skills. Moreover, his expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. If you don't learn, I will kick you out immediately. If you want to learn martial arts, he will give you a lot of them. He is definitely a talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi-Yang for completing the sign-in and receiving the reward. God of War Training Body. The God of War's cultivation body. A special cultivation physique that exists in ancient legends of spiritual energy revival. It is said that he was born with supernatural powers, extraordinary talents, and his training speed was incredibly fast. There's still this thing? When Yi-Yang heard about the reward, he was instantly excited. Isn't this something that only exists in the fantasy world? Does this future world also exist? There is absolutely no impression of it in his body's memory. Boom! The next second, Yi Yang felt his whole body filled with strength. Then, the level of his spiritual energy cultivation began to rise due to the fusion of the war god's cultivation body. Combat Master Level 4. Combat Master Level 5. Combat Master Level 6. Promoted 3 levels in a row, without any fluctuations, very easily. Yi Yang couldn't imagine. Would he be able to fly if he practiced this? The bones throughout the body seemed to have been reborn and were countless times stronger than before. The increase in the level of spiritual energy is merely the initial change of the original state of the war god's cultivation body. If you practice seriously, it will probably be even more amazing. Our Jilia Martial Arts School. After completing the sign-in, Yeon came back to his senses and found that the master of this martial arts school was still bragging in front of him. He is drunk too. Well, I'm done reading. I'm leaving now. Yeon coughed awkwardly, turned around, and walked out of the martial arts hall. You! The martial arts master's face was frozen, and his heart was instantly filled with anger. Little devil, are you kidding me? Before Yeon could reply, a group of ferocious-looking people suddenly walked in from outside and blocked the door of the martial arts gym. Ye Yang Fronet. Does this mean he's going to take action? Who opened this martial arts school? The leader who was blocking the gate, a big man with a black star tattoo on his forehead, asked loudly. The master was frightened by the scene and dared not speak. Yi Yang stood between the two and suddenly felt a little awkward. It turned out that they were not trying to block him, but someone came to cause trouble, which had nothing to do with him. Let me ask you again, who owns this martial arts school? The big man with the black star tattoo roared, causing many people to shrink their necks in fear. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressing. The boss is behind me. Please let me out first. I'm in a hurry. Yi Yang looked at the ferocious man in front of him and said seriously, Chapter 34 Ye Yang Kit. The college entrance examination is imminent, and he doesn't want to waste time on these unimportant things. Rushing home to contract a second spirit pet. Boy, don't you understand the situation? The leading man fixed his eyes on Yi Yang and shouted, Go to the side and squat down first. Don't interfere with our work. No one can leave until the work is done today. Hearing the words of the leading man, Yi Yang frowned. What? Are you dissatisfied? Seeing Yi Yang standing there with a frown on his face, unmoved at all, the leading man's expression suddenly became even more ferocious. Why are you wandering around at your age instead of studying hard in school? Want to go out? Either wait for us to finish our business, or just walk out from us. The leading man finished speaking. The people blocking the Jilia Martial Arts School all had a frivolous and provocative smile on their faces. The more arrogant one directly hooked his finger at Yi Yang and shouted, Come on, kid, try. Can you break out from our obstruction? Let me be frank with you. If you fail, you will be in big trouble. Giggle. Yi Yang clenched his fist, causing a sound of bones crackling. Hey, judging from the situation, you are planning to take action. Come on, uncles and brothers, play with you. Look at what you have learned in this rubbish martial arts school. A group of burly men, full of ruffian aura, looked at Yi Yang with a mocking look on their faces. He completely treated Yi Yang as a plaything. Yi Yang couldn't bear it any longer. These guys were too arrogant. You have really lived to such an old age in vain. As Yi Yang finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body gradually floated out. The whole person's momentum rose sharply. Battle Master. He is a battle master. Damn, could this kid be a battle spirit master? Then doesn't that mean he has a pet? Seeing the spiritual energy floating around Yi Yang, it was also accompanied by a hint of lightning. The group of men blocking the door suddenly showed fear on their faces. They do not have contracted spirit pets and simply practice martial arts. At most, they can bully ordinary martial artists. When facing a battle spirit master, you will just be beaten. Brother, don't be impulsive. We will give you. Bah! Without waiting for the leading man to finish his words, Yi Yang kicked his foot, and the ground instantly cracked, sank and sank. He rushed towards the door of the martial arts hall like a cannonball and kicked hard with his leg. Bah! Ah! Suddenly, muffled sounds mixed with screams were heard. Yi Yang kicked the group of ruffians who were blocking the door out of the martial arts hall. The masters and apprentices in the martial arts school were all shocked. They stared at Yi Yang's back outside the door in amazement, feeling extremely shocked. Especially the martial arts master of Jilia Martial Arts School, he was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect Yi Yang to be so strong. He is actually a combat spirit master. He was just bragging in front of Yi Yang. Now that he thinks about it, he was such a fool. You're asking for trouble. Yi Yang took a look at the simple martial artist who was knocked over by his kick and walked away without stopping. Young master, please accept us as your disciples. We want to become your disciples. Any tuition fee is fine, as long as you are willing to teach us. Just when Yi Yang was about to leave, the apprentices in Jillia Martial Arts School suddenly ran out and surrounded Yi Yang. Chapter 35, Everyone's Please, Countdown to the Mall Closure. They looked at Yi Yang with admiration and begged him to accept them as his disciples. I don't run a martial arts school. You should find someone else. Yi Yang looked at the apprentice of Jillia Martial Arts School in front of him and said calmly. When the martial arts master saw this scene, his face turned pale. This is not giving him any face at all and directly replacing the person. But he didn't dare to complain at all. On the contrary, we have to thank Yi Yang. If it weren't for Yi Yang, he might have been beaten by now. Although, Yi Yang didn't want to help him. I just want to go back and contract a new pet, Tailmon. No, little master, we would like to become your disciples. Please accept us. The apprentices in the martial arts school kept begging Yi Yang, which made Yi Yang speechless. Although he knew that the battle spirit master was like a god to ordinary people. But it shouldn't be like this, right? After all, there's still quite a few combat spirit masters. Young master, if you don't have a martial arts school, you can teach in my school, and I can share the tuition with you. The master of Jillia Martial Arts School came out at this time, and his attitude towards Yi Yang became much more respectful. Yi Yang was a little hesitant, wondering whether he should make the money. Yes, little master, you can teach us in this martial arts hall. We can pay you extra money as long as you are willing to come. When the apprentices in the martial arts school heard the master's words, they all echoed him. They have already paid their tuition. I am willing to give you 70%, 20% for rent, and I will earn 10% for myself. Seeing Yi Yang's hesitation, the martial arts master quickly said, If you come, I don't have to make any money. It's all yours. Are you so generous? Yi Yang looked at the master of the martial arts school suspiciously. This guy didn't seem like a generous person. You want me to be your martial arts school's fighter? To protect your martial arts school? The old master in the martial arts school showed a look of embarrassment when Yi Yang suddenly exposed his inner thoughts. I have this idea, but sorry, I don't like cleaning other people's asses. Yi Yang interrupted the martial arts master and said, I can teach you for a month, but one class every 2 days, and one class is a maximum of 2 hours. The tuition fee will be discussed later. Okay, let's listen to master. Then, master, where can we learn martial arts? When everyone heard Yi Yang's words, they nodded immediately and asked excitedly. Wait for the notification. Then, Yi Yang left the contact information and took a taxi away. Master, please refund the tuition. We have someone challenging us here. It's too dangerous. We don't want to learn from you anymore. Yes, we want a refund for the tuition. After Yi Yang left, another incident happened in Jillia Martial Arts School. However, it has little to do with him. He now has to hurry home to contract his second pet, Tailmon. Mature body. However, the level of the growth body after evolution is even higher in strength. Ding. System prompt. The Wanjia Real-Time Open Mall will be closed in 20 minutes. If you want to buy something, please hurry up. Halfway through, the voice of the God-level all-world sign-in system rang in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang was speechless. Just close it. I don't have money to buy the things inside anyway. Damn, that's so expensive. I only have 20,000 cash left on me. You also have to keep it to raise a spiritual pet. Afterwards, Yi Yang returned to his villa worth 30 million yuan and prepared to contract a second spirit pet. Chapter 36, Contracting the Second Spirit Pet. Hello, Tiame takeout? 4 fruit salads, 4 pizzas, a chicken leg rice, a pork trotter rice, a hamburger. Yi Yang first made a phone call and ordered a takeaway. Send it to Bay Villa Community, Building A, Room 1. Beep! After saying that, he tapped the virtual screen and hung up the phone. Then, walk into the yard of the big villa. System, please release Tailmon. Yi Yang said softly. Swish! The next second, a burst of light flashed out. Then, Tailmon appeared in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang looked closely and saw that it had long ears and a long tail with a sacred ring on its tail. It had white fur and was taller than Pikachu. It was very cute. Why aren't you wearing gloves? After taking a look at Tailmon, Yi Yang frowned immediately. He remembered that in Digimon, Tailmon wore gloves, right? Ding! This Tailmon is unharmed. It's a brand new spirit pet. Host Yi Yang can purchase Tailmon's special gloves in the Wanjia Mall. Yi Yang had doubts about Tailmon in his mind, and the system immediately gave him answers. He immediately took a look in the mall. I feel that Tailmon is complete only when he wears gloves. I'll give you a loan. I saw that Tailman's special gloves actually cost 300,000 world coins, which is 600,000 future coins. Yeong couldn't help but swear. What the hell? A pair of gloves costs 600,000 yuan? Why don't you just go and rob it? Even gold isn't that expensive. But when he saw the attributes of it, Yeong was immediately attracted. Increased Tailman's attack power by 50%. This is really amazing. Yeong took a look at Tailman's hands, which were actually the palms of Puppymon after its transformation. The special skill is Cat Punch. The original body is evolved from Puppymon. Damn, this is a bit confusing and complicated. I'll buy it for you when I have money. Yeong sighed deeply, then began to contract Tailmon. God-level contract technique. Tailmon did not resist at all, obviously agreeing with Yeong and willing to sign a contract with him. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yeong for successfully contracting Tailmon. Ding! Tailman's light attribute successfully blesses the host's spiritual energy. Tip: the host's spiritual energy cultivation increases by 10%. Soon, Yeong completed the contract with the second spirit pet. He immediately felt that a solid connection had been established between him and Tailmon. Are you my master? Tailmon stood in the yard of the villa, looked at Yeong, and asked. The words that came out were actually human words. Forehead. Yeong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Tailmon could speak human language directly. Well, hello, my name is Yeong. From today on, you are my partner. Yeong smiled and summoned Pikachu again. Its name is Pikachu, and it's also our partner. Suki. Pikachu acted cute and looked at Yeong. Pikachu, I've already bought the food. It'll be here soon, you foodie. Yeong looked at Pikachu and said, Pika Pika. Pikachu jumped for joy. Let's go back to the house. We will fight together from now on. Yeong looked at Pikachu and Tailmon, smiled and said, Pikachu is very active, while Tailmon is a bit quiet. I wonder if it's because of gender? After all, Tailmon can evolve into Angewoman in the later stages. Chapter 37. Sprinting for the college entrance examination, the casual cultivation begins. After returning to the house, Yeong had some emotional exchanges with the two spirit pets. Not long after, the takeaway arrived. It was a rich lunch, and Tailmon, Pikachu, and Yeong were all very happy with it. Pikachu's appetite is growing, and the 4 servings Yeong ordered are not enough. Later, 2 more were added. Yeong spent over 1,000 yuan on lunch. That's so heartbreaking. I only have less than 20,000 yuan in cash on me. If I keep eating like this, I won't be able to last for more than a few days. This is the case when Tailmon doesn't eat much. If only Tailmon had as big an appetite as Pikachu. That's even more outrageous. It's not easy to raise a god-level spiritual pet. Thinking about how expensive the cost of meals alone was, Yeong couldn't help but sigh. In the afternoon, Yeong did not go out again. He practiced in seclusion at home. First, he experienced the god of war training body, and with the assistance of Tailmon, the training speed increased by 10%. It was just like riding on an airplane. The spiritual energy was flowing very fast. Then he tried the bloodline clairvoyance technique. You can see a spirit pet's bloodline level and physique level at a glance. This will be very convenient for Yi Yang's future battles and will play a big role. Finally, Yeong began to practice the first volume of combat skills in his life. The third-grade combat skill, Thunder Fist. The Thunder Fist is used in conjunction with lightning. When it is released, a circle of lightning will swirl around the fist, increasing the combatant's attack power. After practicing for a few hours, Yeong mastered the Thunder Fist. Finally it worked. As the sun set in the west, Yeong let out a light breath, his whole body already wet with sweat. He immediately went back to the house, took a shower, changed into a new set of clothes, and blow-dried his hair, looking very handsome. At this time, it was already night. Pikachu and Tailmon were both hungry and looked at Yeong, waiting for food. Yeong was ashamed. He made a phone call and ordered takeout, but the thousands of yuan were not there. Eat enough, sleep well, and pee in the morning. Pikachu, Tailmon, let's go out. Yeong got up, washed up, and shouted loudly. Pikachu and Tailmon ran out immediately and followed Yeong to have breakfast first. Then I started to prepare for the college entrance examination. In today's era, the college entrance examination. 2 examinations are required, civil and military. For liberal arts, there is naturally a written test, and you have to answer questions. Military science, of course, involves the use of force. The written test is very simple, and 70% of people can pass it, not to mention Yi Yang, the top scorer in liberal arts, military science. That's difficult. To go to a good university, the starting requirement for a combat spirit master is level 5. But if you want to enter a famous key university, without the level of a war spirit, forget it. And this is just the entry requirement. Yi Yang wanted to apply to North China University of Military Science, the world's top universities. Entry requirement: a second-level combat spirit master. Yi Yang is currently only at the 6th level of combat master, and he still has 6 more levels to cross before he can reach the 2nd level of combat spirit. So, he has to work hard, become a casual cultivator starting from this moment on. Master, let's go to the wild area. Yi Yang hailed a taxi on the side of the road and said. When the driver heard Yi Yang's words, his face suddenly darkened, and he said with fear, "Little brother, the wilderness area is not very peaceful recently. I owe you money, so don't go." "Why?" Yi Yang frowned and looked at the driver in confusion. "Didn't you watch the news? Recently, the spirit beasts in the wild area have gone crazy and are attacking humans indiscriminately. Chapter 38, the more dangerous the place, the more suitable it is for me." The driver looked back at Yi Yang and said, "Brother, I advise you not to go out. I heard that many people who went out were injured. What's even stranger is that for those who have been out recently, their contracted pets have experienced strange changes after returning." Upon hearing this, Yi Yang immediately asked curiously, "What changes?" "There are cases of people losing control, going crazy, and randomly attacking people," said the driver. "Have you found out the reason?" Yi Yang asked it. "Not yet. The federal branch in Huayang City is investigating the cause," said the driver. Yi Yang's face looked a little heavy. It seems that the wild area is very dangerous. He took out his cell phone and checked the latest news. There is something strange about the recent appearance. Because of this strange incident, Yi Yang's temporary enthusiasm was gradually covered up. This is also a good thing for Yi Yang. However, now he is thinking about whether he should go out. "Brother, are you still going?" After a while, the driver looked back at Yi Yang and asked, The more dangerous the place, the more suitable it is for me." Yi Yang smiled and said. The driver was shocked and thought that Yi Yang still wanted to go there even though he knew it was dangerous. I really don't know whether Yi Yang is not afraid of death or if there is something wrong with his brain. However, since Yi Yang was going there for business, he naturally sent Yi Yang to the barrier area on the edge of Huayang City. The so-called barrier. It is an aura barrier created by the Federation using high technology and strong men to protect cities and human settlements. In this era of spiritual pet cultivation, humans are not the only creatures, not the strongest being either. Thousands of years ago, the Earth experienced a major cleansing. The crazy mutation and evolution of various creatures caused their power to skyrocket. There was a time when humanity was in danger and nearly perished. Fortunately, our ancestors opened up a path of cultivation and refining chi, which helped to stabilize the place where they could survive. Then the battle spirit master appeared. It has continued until now. However, outside the human habitat, it's the jungle. In the wild area, there live spiritual beasts. Spirit beast, a wild spiritual pet. Born in the wild, they have an unruly character and are so terrifying that they even want to eat people. However, there are also some wild pets with powerful bloodlines. A war spirit master who has no money will go to the wild to find these wild spirit pets to use as his own spirit pets. Tame it, make a contract with it, and become a partner. Their combat effectiveness often exceeds that of spiritual pets cultivated by humans. Your ID, please. At the gate of the barrier, the Federation's combat spirit soldiers were on duty in shifts 24 hours a day. They stopped Yi Yang and said. Yi Yang took out his ID card and handed it to the gatekeeper. After checking, a middle-aged man looked at Yi Yang and said, "Little brother, be careful when you go out. It's not peaceful outside recently. If you encounter danger, come back quickly." "Yes, I will." Yi Yang nodded, took back his ID card, and walked out. The soldier guarding the gate opened the barrier and let Yi Yang out. After Yi Yang went out, the barrier was closed again. But outside the barrier, there are still soldiers from the combat division guarding it. And there are several times more people than inside. God-level summoning technique. Pikachu. Tailmon. Wow. As soon as he walked out of the barrier gate, Yi Yang directly formed a summoning seal and summoned out his spirit pet. Chapter 39. Mature Level 3 Spiritual Beast. After a dazzling flash of light, Pikachu and Tailmon appeared in front of Yi Yang from the pet living space. "Let's go to the wild," Yi Yang shouted, and took Pikachu and Tailmon into the wild area. The soldiers and men of the combat division behind him were all stunned. This is a dangerous period, and the danger level is almost reaching the point where people are prohibited from leaving the city. This guy is so cool. But in fact, Yi Yang just wanted to relax himself. It is because I know there is danger that I summon my spirit pet first. Otherwise, if you encounter danger and then summon your spirit pet, what if it dies early? After 3 or 2 steps, you arrive at the outer barrier. There are no guards, so you can go out directly. But once you come in, only humans are allowed. Walking out of the outer barrier is the wild area. What meets the eye is a lush green forest, flourishing flowers and plants, and a pleasant scenery. This beautiful natural environment makes people feel very comfortable. But the danger inside is something that no one can ignore. After you go in, be careful and report any movement immediately. Yi Yang looked at Pikachu and Tailmon and said, "P good." Pikachu and Tailmon nodded, followed Yi Yang, and walked into the green wild area. There was no human figure in his sight. I didn't see any wild spiritual pets or spiritual beasts. However, the scenery along the way made Yi Yang very satisfied. Just like that, keep going. Gradually, Yi Yang and his pet went deeper into the wild forest. The atmosphere gradually became a little weird. Didn't they say that there were many spirit beasts randomly attacking humans? How come I didn't encounter any? Yi Yang stood in the jungle, looking around for the spirit beast with a puzzled look on his face. He had been walking for half an hour and hadn't seen a single spirit beast. This is a bit embarrassing. You know, Yi Yang's purpose of coming to this wild area is to practice. What is the purpose of outdoor training? Of course, it's a fight. Fighting with wild spirit beasts can more effectively improve the strength of your combat pet. This was Yi Yang's first time to formally practice the path of a combat spirit master. He didn't want to just hang around here and then go back. Any spiritual beast, give me one, Chow. Yi Yang complained weakly, as if he was praying. Pika. As soon as he finished speaking, Pikachu gave a signal that it smelled danger. Master, a creature is approaching. Tailmon also discovered that as a mature spirit pet evolved from Puppymon, it was quite perceptive. Yi Yang looked around vigilantly, his spiritual senses fully activated. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, a spiritual beast with black and yellow fur patterns all over its body jumped out from a jungle. Owner, Pika. When Tailmon and Pikachu saw the spirit beast rushing out, they pounced towards Yi Yang and immediately jumped up to meet the enemy. However, Yi Yang reacted quickly and hugged Pikachu and Tailmon. He jumped hard with his feet and avoided the attack of the spirit beasts. He turned around and took a closer look and found that it was actually a leopard-like wild spiritual pet. The bloodline perspective technique allowed him to instantly see through the level of the spirit beast in front of him. Spiritual beast, black-winged leopard. Bloodline, level 8. Level, mature level 3. Type, pure combat spirit beast. Stunt, unknown. Chapter 40. Tailmon goes to battle, kills black-winged leopard in seconds, and obtains the elixir. The black-winged leopard is a mature spirit beast that is one of the 2 evolutionary routes of the swift-winged leopard. Both its speed and strength are much greater than that of the swift leopard. Roar! The pounce missed, and the black-winged leopard roared at Yi Yang and his pet with its ferocious mouth. The pair of bloodshot eyes and the blood stains at the corners of his mouth seemed to indicate that he had just eaten. There's something wrong with this spirit beast. Yi Yang looked at the black-winged leopard with its extremely ferocious appearance and frowned. Mature, level 3. It is higher level than his 2 pets. Moreover, the abnormal reaction of this black-winged leopard makes its fighting power obviously even more crazy. This situation gave Yi Yang a bad feeling. It is normal for a spiritual beast to go crazy individually. Maybe it is poisoned or frightened or something like that. But if the number appears too much, that would be very abnormal. This made Yi Yang think of the horrible things that happened 1,000 years ago. The spirit pet is controlled by a spell, and the person who did it is an evil and unpopular profession, the sorcerer. Evildoers who rely on spells to fight have always been the mortal enemies of battle spirit masters. However, it has disappeared for many years. Master, be careful, it's going to attack. When Tailmon saw the slight movement of the black-winged panther, he immediately read the black-winged panther's thoughts. The next second, the mature level 3 black-winged leopard, just as Tailmon said, tore towards Yi Yang with one claw. The level is in place, but unfortunately, the bloodline gap is too big. Seeing the black-winged leopard rushing towards him, Yang was not at all panicked. Tailmon, let me see your strength and take care of it. Yes, sir. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Tailmon immediately came out. The figure under his feet seemed worthless in front of the black-winged leopard. But as it has god-level bloodline, its strength is not weaker than the black-winged leopard in front of it. Although, Tailmon's level is mature level 1. The black-winged leopard is a mature level 3. There's only a 2-level difference, so what? The difference in bloodline tells you who is more powerful. Cat punch. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the black-winged leopard was approaching Yi Yang and his pet, Tailmon jumped up on the spot and smashed Black-Wind Panther's head with both fists madly, making a series of dull sounds. The Black-Wind Leopard's pounce was directly knocked back by Tailmon. The whole body fell to the ground with a bang. The bones in the head were deformed, and blood was spitting out of his mouth. Roar! But even so, the Black-Wind Leopard still had a ferocious face and was extremely fierce. Those blood-red eyes seemed to contain an endless desire to kill. However, Black-Wind Leopard's head had been severely damaged by Tailmon, and it was on the verge of death and could no longer survive. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yang pulled out a dagger from his personal space and walked towards the Black-Wind Leopard. Spiritual beasts also rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow and evolve. Over time, spiritual energy crystals will condense in the body, something called a magic pill. Elixirs have 10 major properties. Under the same attributes, the pet contracted with the Battle Spirit Master can be provided with the evolution. It is an important item for the evolution of battle pets. There are also some people who try to refine the spiritual energy in the elixir and take it for themselves. But the effect is not as great as when used on combat pets. Puff! Yi Yang picked up the dagger and cut open the Black-Wind Leopard's body. After some searching, I found a wind-attributed elixir. I was lucky enough. The remaining fur and bones are of little use. After all, the Black-Wind Leopard's level is too low. If the fur and bones of spiritual beasts are to be of great use, such as forging weapons, etc., they must be at least at the complete level. The armored body is more beautiful. The fur and bones of mature spirit beasts are at most needed for daily life. The need to fight against spiritualists, forge weapons, etc. is meaningless. Let's go. After putting away the elixir, Yi Yang stood up and continued to move forward with Pikachu and Tailmon, looking for stronger spiritual beasts. The deeper I went, the more uncomfortable I felt. Chapter 41 Sign-In Mission. Obtain the 3rd grade combat skill, Flowing Light Step. Ding! Daily sign-in tasks are randomly released and started. For details, please refer to Ding! A new sign-in instant random task has been released. Host, please sign in at the top of any mountain in the wild area for 10 minutes within 2 hours. Forehead. Hearing the system's task prompt sound, Yi Yang was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, at this time the sign-in task came. No wonder I didn't receive any missions this morning. Yi Yang suddenly realized why the system did not send any tasks this morning. The original sign-in task was changed to be released randomly at any time. He immediately took Pikachu and Tailmon to find the mountain and complete the sign-in mission. Skin. On the road, Pikachu was very active, running around everywhere. Tailmon seemed a little quieter and always followed Yi Yang. But this journey is destined to be bumpy. During this period, they encountered 2 waves of attacks from spirit beasts, both of which were mature level 1. However, in front of Pikachu and Tailmon, who have god-level bloodlines, it is nothing. The 2 combat pets easily dealt with the spirit beasts that blocked the way. Then, Yi Yang obtained elixirs of different properties again. 1 Thunder Spirit Pill and 1 Light Spirit Pill. The level of the elixir is calculated from the mature form of the spirit beast. Only mature spiritual beasts can condense spiritual pills. The level of the elixir condensed from it is 1st grade. Yi Yang now has 3 first-level elixirs in his hand. They are Wind Spirit Pill, Thunder Spirit Pill, Light Spirit Pill. Under the same attributes, elixirs can allow combat pets to absorb and become stronger, and even evolution requires the consumption of a large number of elixirs. In this way, the strength of the battle pet can be quickly enhanced. Especially when the battle pet reaches the barrier evolution stage, it is difficult to complete the evolution by training alone. At this time, the enhancement of elixir is needed. From this, it is enough to see the importance of elixir. Sign in. Reaching the top of the mountain, Yi Yang let out a long breath, stood in the warm sunshine, and signed in. Ding! Sign-in begins. Countdown, 10 minutes. Yi Yang stood on the small hill and looked around the forest. A sea of green, very pleasing to the eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion came from somewhere in the jungle below the mountain. Yi Yang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a cloud of thick smoke and dust rising into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Then the sound of explosions became more frequent. There seems to be a battle going on in the forest. However, Yi Yang did not go over immediately. He was doing a sign-in task and could not run around. So all we could do was watch from afar the smoke and dust billowing and the trees falling one by one. What's going on? Yi Yang was filled with curiosity. The 10 minutes of waiting felt like half a day. The battle in the forest below was over within 10 minutes. After a while, Yi Yang heard the prompt sound of the God-level all-world sign-in system. Ding! Congratulations to host Yi Yang for signing in successfully. You have received the reward, the third-grade combat skill, Flowing Light Step. As the system prompt sounded, a stream of information suddenly poured into Yi Yang's brain. All the knowledge and practice methods about the Liuguang step were integrated into Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang understood it immediately. I tried it at the top of the mountain and learned it basically. Pikachu, Tailmon, let's go down and take a look. Then, Yi Yang immediately took Pikachu and Tailmon and ran towards the direction where the sound came from. Chapter 42, Powerful Battle Pet, Greenhorn Bull. Soon, Yi Yang brought his spirit pet to the foot of the mountain. They ran directly in the direction of the battle, and soon saw a seriously injured man lying on the ground. Opposite that man was a war pet. Yi Yang recognized it at a glance. It was a mature level 9 combat pet with level 7 bloodline, the Greenhorn Mad Bull. A powerful combat pet. However, at this moment, the Greenhorn Mad Bull fell to the ground, with a huge skull cut open on its body, and bright red blood was still flowing. The cow's eyes are also blood red and look very scary. When Yi Yang saw this scene, his face suddenly darkened. No matter how you look at it, this Greenhorn Mad Bull doesn't even look like a wild beast. Wild spiritual beasts will never give people the feeling of being under a contract. And this Greenhorn Mad Bull has obviously been contracted. So that means that the person who is seriously injured and dying is the owner of this war pet. What happened to them? A doubt arose in Yi Yang's mind. The thing that could beat a battle spirit master and his battle pet like this must be something extraordinary. Be careful. There may be powerful spirit beasts around. Yi Yang vigilantly reminded Pika and Tailmon. Then he slowly moved closer. He came to the seriously injured man, who was now on the verge of death. When he saw Yi Yang, he stammered and said something. Hurry up, inform the Federation, the Black. The seriously injured man had great difficulty speaking, and his breathing gradually weakened. Yi Yang immediately wanted to use his spiritual energy to save the man, but a cold, murderous intent flashed behind him. Call out! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. Immediately afterwards, a flying knife flew out from the jungle. Yi Yang quickly turned around, spread his hands, and tried to catch the flying knife. But as soon as he made his move, he immediately retracted it and dodged the flying knife. Bang! The flying knife hit a tree, and immediately black smoke came out of the trunk of the tree as it was corroded by the toxin from the flying knife. Yi Yang frowned, turned his gaze, looked towards the woods where the flying knife came from, and clenched his fists. If he hadn't reacted, he would probably have died. What are you doing hiding in the back? Are you afraid to see people? Come out. You can't leave. Yi Yang shouted into the woods. He could now conclude that the person and the battle pet lying on the ground were not encountering any ferocious spirit beasts, but human beings. You're looking for death. Don't you know that meddling in other people's affairs will have disastrous consequences? As soon as Yi Yang finished speaking, a man wearing a black, smiling mask walked out from behind a big tree in the jungle. Who are you? Are you too embarrassed to see anyone? Yi Yang looked at the man in the black, smiling mask and said coldly, although curiosity kills the cat, it's his fault that he ran over to watch the fun out of curiosity when he encountered this. But the person in front of him really wanted to kill him just now. Yi Yang will never let this guy go. Although he is not a good person, he would not be kind enough to risk saving unrelated people. But if someone wants to kill you, you cannot forgive him. You deserve a beating, you little brat. I'll make you regret coming here to watch the fun. The man in the black smiley mask smiled coldly and suddenly formed a strange seal in his hands. Yi Yang looked carefully and found that it was not the seal to summon a combat pet. What is that? Chapter 43. The Spell of All Evil, the Sorcerer. Spell, Seal of Curse. Wow! The masked man whispered something, and suddenly a black light shone out. The black light formed a very ancient pattern under the feet of Pikachu and Tailmon. The black light emitted by it flowed like a shadow and climbed onto the bodies of Pikachu and Tailmon. Pikachu, Tailmon. Young noticed something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Get out of that black circle. It's too late to leave now." When the masked man heard Yi Yang's words, he smiled coldly and changed the seal to strengthen the power of the curse. Wow! A black light burst out suddenly, making Yi Yang unable to see anything around him for a short period of time. Kill your master. The next second, the masked man began giving orders to Pikachu and Tailmon. What he cast was a curse spell. It is a strange forbidden technique that has disappeared for many years. Thousands of years ago, when the battle spirit masters were still in the stage of development and becoming stronger, there are also some alternative powerful beings living on the planet. That is, the sorcerer. Rely on spells to destroy enemies or control creatures, humans, etc. But because the sorcerer committed all kinds of evil, he was judged to be an evil being. The war spirit masters of ancient times united together and began to eliminate the sorcerers. It took hundreds of years to eliminate the powerful and cruel sorcerer. However, because of that battle, countless battle spirit masters were killed and injured and were almost extinct. Moreover, many people were under a curse and had no way to break it, so they could only choose to commit suicide. A powerful sorcerer can do many incredible things. Weird and terrifying. They're the natural enemy of human combat spirit masters. However, the sorcerer in front of Yi Yang. After casting the spell again, he tried to control Pikachu and Tailmon to kill Yi Yang, but failed. Pick up truck. Master, are you okay? Pikachu jumped onto Yi Yang's shoulder, and Tailmon stood in front of Yi Yang to protect him, and asked with concern, "I'm fine. Don't you feel something is wrong there?" Yi Yang looked at Pikachu and Tailmon and asked, "No, I just felt that the black thing just now was very evil," said Tailmon. "Pika pika." Forehead. Yi Yang thought about it and didn't quite understand what was going on. How is this possible? Why is there no reaction at all after being hit by my spell? Just at this moment, the masked man saw that Pikachu and Tailmon did not obey his orders at all, and said with a look of astonishment. When Yi Yang heard this, he frowned slightly. Spell? Suddenly, some memories about spells came to his mind. Are you a sorcerer? Yi Yang looked at the man in the black, smiling mask in front of him with cold eyes, and murderous intent arose in an instant. Humph! It seems like he is a boy who has seen the world and even knows about sorcerers. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the man in the black smiley mask immediately sneered. Weren't all the sorcerers wiped out thousands of years ago? Yi Yang mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, looked at the black smiley masked man and said, "Curse magic is the art of all evil. You learned it without permission and endangered others. What on earth do you want to do? Are all those out-of-control spirit pets in the city caused by you? It looks like it's all working." The masked man laughed loudly and said, "The sorcerer will never become extinct." Chapter 44, Global High Martial Arts. Start by signing in with a God-level Spirit Pet 98 I-19 soul contract, Spirit Beast Spirit Body. But boy, your Spirit Pet seems to be very special. He's clearly been under my spell, but he doesn't react at all. This makes me very curious. The masked man's gaze fell on Pikachu and Tailmon, with a hint of greed in his eyes. I really want to take it back and study it carefully. Your Spirit Pet will be mine now. Spell, Undead. Flowing Light Step. Just when the masked man was about to cast a spell again, Yi Yang moved his body and displayed his somewhat awkward fighting technique, the Liuguang Step. The whole person rushed towards the masked man at a speed several times faster than before. Zofust. The masked man frowned as his spell was interrupted by Yi Yang's sudden attack. He quickly pulled back, seeming to be very afraid of close combat. But Yi Yang insisted on fighting the masked man in close combat. Although he was not familiar with the flowing light step, Yi Yang could still perform it. With the Thunder Fist he had already learned and the speed of a critical hit, he punched the masked man hard in the face. There was a dull bang sound. The masked men flew out directly, and the black smiley mask was smashed by Yi Yang, revealing their extremely ugly faces. Ah! The next second, the masked man screamed in terror. He kept scratching his cheeks, which clearly no longer looked like a human face, and he looked like a madman. My mask, my mask! He picked up the pieces of the mask on the ground with both hands and kept piecing them together like a lunatic. Yi Yang looked at this ugly guy in confusion. I have absolutely no idea what the hell this is. The feeling is chilling. Tell me, where did you learn this ancient forbidden technique? Yi Yang looked at the ugly monster and asked. You broke my mask, you saw my face. I'm going to kill you. The ugly monster roared and formed a seal with his hands again. When Yi Yang saw it, he immediately wanted to take the initiative. But the next moment, a summoning rune array suddenly expanded in front of the sorcerer. Summon? You also contracted a battle pet. Yi Yang was surprised. According to the records, if a sorcerer chose spells, he would not be able to become a combat spirit master. But what is before our eyes is indeed summoning magic. Although, it is a little different, cold and evil to the extreme. Battle pet? I don't like keeping pets. The sorcerer shouted coldly. Come out, fighting spirit, soul of the black wind leopard. Wow! As the sorcerer finished his words, another burst of black light emanated. Immediately, the spirit of a black wind leopard appeared in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang was suddenly shocked. Even Pikachu and Tailmon were stunned for a moment. Isn't this black wind leopard spirit the same black wind leopard that was killed by Tailmon before? Roar! The black wind leopard spirit let out an extremely cold roar. But there was no emotion. Soul contract? It's not a good thing. Looking at the spirit beast soul that appeared, Yi Yang suddenly understood what was going on. The murderous intent towards the sorcerer in front of him became even stronger. If such a scourge continues to exist, it will probably cause great harm to the world. This is the black wind leopard you killed before, remember? The sorcerer looked at Yi Yang and sneered. Although we sorcerers cannot contract living spirit pets, we can contract the spirits of dead battle pets. You will die under the impact of its spirit. Chapter 45. Kill the Curse Master and obtain fire combat skills. Black Wind Leopard Spirit. Eat their souls. Roar! After receiving the order, the Black Wind Leopard Spirit pounced directly towards Yi Yang and his spirit pet. Its speed has increased several times compared to before. Yi Yang's face darkened, and he immediately went into battle. He punched the spirit of the Black Wind Leopard, but the fist went straight through the Black Wind Leopard spirit and was unable to cause any harm to the Black Wind Leopard at all. On the contrary, Yi Yang felt dizzy and a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, he has a pet with god-level bloodline and a war god training body. The spirit of this small mature spirit beast could not cause any harm to him. Pika. Owner. Pikachu and Tailmon both felt a little uncomfortable and shouted loudly. Ah, kid, don't waste your energy. The spirit body can prevent all physical attacks. Even if you have 1,000 pounds of strength, you can't hurt him at all. Seeing that Yi Yang's attack was ineffective, the sorcerer laughed proudly and said, On the contrary, your soul will be shattered and die under the attack of the Black Wind Leopard Spirit. Black Wind Leopard Spirit, come up. Roar! The soul of the Black Wind Leopard pounced towards Yi Yang again. Yi Yang was thinking hard about how to attack the soul. As a person who has read countless novels, he has all kinds of outrageous ideas in his mind. Soul, then ghost. To control ghosts, use talismans. But where can Yi Yang find it now? He thought about it again and suddenly shouted, Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Pika. Pikachu Tingjia jumped up immediately after hearing Yi Yang's words and used his special skill, 100,000 volts. Sizzle. Lightning suddenly flashed out, whipping the Black Wind Leopard's soul in an instant. Roar! The Black Wind Leopard's soul was immediately severely damaged, and it let out a shrill roar. In less than 3 seconds, Pikachu's lightning instantly turned it into smoke. When the sorcerer saw the soul of the spirit beast he had contracted was turned into smoke by electricity, his face suddenly froze. You let the spirit beasts lose control and become ferocious, and you won't let go of their souls even after they die. You sorcerers are really not good people. Ye yang shoutet angrili, Pikachu. With the blessing of spiritual energy, 100,000 volts, the power is doubled. Sizzle. Ah! In an instant, the sorcerer fell in front of Yi Yang and died. Yi Yang felt no wavering in his heart. Such an evil person deserved no death. However, he felt that this matter might not end here. The sorcerer is definitely a terrifying existence. The reason why he was able to kill the sorcerer in front of him was because the sorcerer was too weak. The contracted war spirits were all killed by Yi Yang's pet. Presumably, he himself could not obtain the powerful soul of a battle pet, nor could he make a contract with it. The spell cast can have an impact. It is just a mortal-level bloodline spirit pet within the mature stage. Otherwise, why were Pikachu and Tailmon both hit by the spell, but not affected? It is obviously the divine bloodline that protects them. Afterwards, Yi Yang came to the ugly sorcerer who had been killed. He rummaged around and took a spiritual ring from the sorcerer's hand. Spiritual ring. It is something made in the current era using technology, spiritual energy, and special materials. Inside, there is space for storing things. The size of the space is determined by the level of the spirit ring. Spirit rings are divided into levels 1 to 9. The higher the level, the larger the space. The price will naturally be more expensive. A level 1 spiritual ring alone costs tens of thousands of yuan. This is not something ordinary people can afford. However, Yi Yang has a personal space. This sorcerer's level 1 spiritual ring is of little value to him. But the stuff inside is different. He directly erased the spiritual seal on the spirit ring and took out the things inside one by one. Money, fighting skills, the art of curse, and a detailed map of Huayang City with some marked locations on it. It seems like there is some big conspiracy, but Yi Yang was too lazy to think about these things. He looked at the combat skills in his hand, which were of the 4th level. Fire attribute, blazing fireball. I couldn't help but feel delighted and wanted to practice urgently. But he doesn't have the fire attribute, so he needs a fire attribute spirit pet to practice. In order to contract a 3rd spirit pet, one must reach the level of a war spirit. So he needs to practice harder. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. After taking all the useful things, Yi Yang immediately took Pikachu and Tailmon and left. Chapter 46. Got tricked. He had to report this news to the Federation, otherwise all combat spirit masters might be in trouble. However, there was one thing that made Yi Yang very confused. That is the soul body of the spirit beast. If the soul had existed 5,000 years ago, it would have definitely been an illusory thing that no one had ever seen. But souls and ghosts have always been familiar to everyone. The reason why Yi Yang asked Pikachu to use lightning to attack the soul of Black Wind Leopard just now. It is because thunder and lightning, which carry the power of heaven, can destroy ghosts. It was also at that moment that he realized that the world was extremely huge. This is no longer the Earth we once were. There's someone ahead. Suddenly, Yi Yang slowed down and moved forward cautiously. After what happened just now, he has become very alert. Otherwise, if you fall into the spell of the sorcerer, it would be terrible. The dead man and his pet spirit are the best proof. If Yi Yang had not left quickly, the soul of the greenhorn mad bull would probably have been forcibly contracted by the sorcerer. This jungle is so big. How can we find a bad boy? Brother, stop complaining. The rich young man is paying a high price for the pet in that boy's hand. If we can get it, we'll be rich. In front, 5 battle spirit masters were walking in the jungle, looking around as if they were looking for something. Yi Yang slowed down and came over and happened to meet them. However, at this time, Pikachu and Tailmon have already returned to the special living space of the pets. The 5 combat masters looked at Yi Yang, slightly stunned, with a look of surprise on their faces. Yi Yang had just heard their conversation. Isn't that rich young man the young man who wanted to recruit Yi Yang as his younger brother in the spirit pet store? Finally, he even wanted to pay a high price to buy the Pikachu from Yi Yang. Yi Yang taught him a lesson in life. The gazes of the 5 warriors all fell on Yi Yang at once, and there were changes in their expressions. Dude, have you seen a battle spirit master with a yellow-skinned spirit pet in the wild forest? One of the 5 combat spirit masters looked at Yi Yang and asked with a smile. Yi Yang looked calm and said seriously, yes, they went deep into the wild area. In that direction, Yi Yang pointed in the direction of the forest. Chase! The leader of the 5 combat divisions immediately shouted, took his 4 younger brothers, and ran in the direction of Yi Yang's finger. Yi Yang smiled, looked at the group of people who had been deceived by him, and turned to walk outside. An hour later, when Yi Yang had returned to the urban area of Huayang City, the 5 battle spirit masters who wanted to find Yi Yang and rob Pikachu came to the depths of the wild area. Boss, we can't go in there anymore. If we encounter a fully formed spirit beast, we might not be able to defeat it. Damn, we chased him for such a long distance, but didn't see anyone. Were we fooled by that guy? Hua Matsi. Doesn't that guy look familiar to you? Do you remember who he is? The man called Hua Matsi took out a mobile phone, and searched through Douyin for a long time, and finally found the information about Yi Yang. That's him. He is Yi Yang. The guy we just met is Yi Yang. What the hell? When they all looked at it, they suddenly felt like 1,000 alpacas were running wildly through their hearts. Fuck, I got fooled, Chow. Chapter 47, Good Things Happen. This little bastard actually dared to play tricks on us. Let's go back and settle the score with his son. The leader spoke in a local dialect and immediately turned back to the city to settle the score with Yi Yang. However, their journey back was not very smooth, as they encountered several waves of attacks from spirit beasts. Yi Yang returned to the city and first reported the situation outside the wild area and the sorcerer to the Federation in a mysterious way. Afterwards, he went straight to the pet bathing center with Pikachu and Tailmon. I spent thousands of dollars to give Pikachu and Tailmon a comfortable bath. Then, he took Pikachu and Tailmon to have lunch. During the meal, he set up a chat group. Inside were all the apprentices who wanted to learn martial arts from him yesterday. Young Master, how much is the tuition? Shall we transfer it to you? Young Master, when does school start? Have you found a place? Little Master, looking at the questions from nearly 100 people in the group, Yi Yang was speechless for a moment. He gave a unified reply and then searched online for a place to practice martial arts. The city center is out of the question. After all, the price is too expensive. Therefore, the place Yi Yang was looking for could only be the border town area of the urban area. That's it. After searching for a long time, Yi Yang finally found an abandoned factory. As soon as he finished his meal, Yi Yang took a car to check out the abandoned factory. Bianqing District, Huayang City. Hongfa Electronics Waste Factory. Master, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. When getting off the car, Yi Yang said to the taxi driver. Okay. The driver replied happily, without any displeasure at all. After all, it was just a round trip to make money. Yi Yang walked into the abandoned Hongfa Electronics Factory. For some reason, the door was open, and the seals were torn. He looked at the spacious venue. All aspects of the buildings were still intact and could be used for martial arts training. The conditions are just a little worse. But those who practice martial arts must endure hardships, work hard, and not be afraid of getting dirty. Yi Yang felt that this place was suitable. Suddenly, there were 2 breaths of life within Yi Yang's spiritual perception range. He walked forward step by step in the direction he sensed. Soon we arrived at the abandoned factory. Don't be anxious, damn. There's so much time. Why are you panicking? A woman's coquettish voice was heard from a factory building. It's been a while since I last saw you. I missed you so much. Then another man's voice was heard. Yi Yang suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. I took a closer look and was shocked. Just as I imagined, this is actually a man and a woman in love. But fortunately, at the beginning, Yi Yang didn't see anything. He smiled without saying anything and turned away. Who? Suddenly, a shout was heard in the factory. Bah! Then, the factory door was opened by the man inside. Yi Yang suddenly felt awkward, turned around to look at the man, and said, I'm just passing by. You guys continue. After saying that, he turned and left. Stop! But just as Yi Yang turned around, he heard the man shout, Take out your phone. What? Yi Yang turned around and asked, How do I know if you took pictures of us secretly? The man looked at Yi Yang with suspicion. Yi Yang was speechless for a moment and said, Why would I secretly take pictures of you? I'm not a photographer, and you didn't do anything. So why are you panicking? Chapter 48. Coming to steal the spirit pet. Just take out your phone when I tell you to. Don't talk nonsense. I need to check it. The man didn't believe Yi Yang and roared angrily. Yi Yang was ashamed. This guilty expression was too exaggerated. No wonder you were so anxious. Sorry, you don't have that right. Yi Yang's expression straightened up and he said, If you still want to be happy, you can go back and continue. I'm not interested in watching your performance. If you want to cause trouble, you have to think about the consequences. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the man clenched his fists and his temper exploded instantly. He took 3 or 2 steps towards Yi Yang, raised his fist, and smashed towards Yi Yang hard, with a trace of spiritual energy. Bah! Yi Yang grabbed the man's fist with one hand, making a slight muffled sound. Do you think you are my match? As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy with the dual attributes of lightning and light flowed out from Qin Yu's body. Fight! Fight the spirit master. The man was startled and his anger subsided immediately. Aura with attributes. It is the special ability of the battle spirit master. Because in this future world, humans will be able to cultivate spiritual energy. But he is unable to master the power of that attribute alone and can only cultivate pure spiritual energy. However, once you contract a spirit pet, you can share attributes with the spirit pet. Yi Yang contracted with Pikachu and shared the thunder attribute. If you contract with Tailmon, you will share the light attribute. In other words, he can use the two attributes of spiritual power, lightning and light, at will. Do you want to continue? Yi Yang let go of the man's fist, and the man suddenly knelt on the ground, his legs going weak with fear. Asshole, I finally found you. Without waiting for the man, whose legs were weak with fear, to speak. At the gate of the abandoned factory, 5 combat spirit masters walked in aggressively. They all looked at Yi Yang with anger, wishing they could cut him into pieces. Damn it, how dare you lie to us in the wild forest? Boy, you are dead this time. You made us go to the wild forest for nothing and almost cost us our lives. I must skin you alive today. Yi Yang turned around and looked at the 5 people. They were the 5 people he met in the wild forest in the morning and were called by Wang Qua to look for his battle spirit masters. His purpose is obviously to get his own god-level pet. Oh, you finally reacted. That's pretty quick. Yi Yang pouted and smiled, saying, It seems that Wang Qua has given you a lot of money. For me, you have worked so hard and even chased me here. When the 5 people heard this, they were shocked. They were obviously surprised how Yi Yang knew that they were sent by Wang Qua. How do you know it's a rich young man? The bearded male warrior who was in the lead looked at Yi Yang and asked, Didn't you say that in the woods? Yi Yang said with a smile, Depend on. When they heard this, their faces suddenly darkened and they couldn't help but swear. A man and a woman who were in love nearby were so scared that they shrank their necks and quietly slipped away. Yi Yang was left behind to confront 5 combat spirit masters. Yi Yang, if you know what's best for you, just hand over your pet and we can let you go. Otherwise, I'll beat you up today and make you call me mom and dad. With your level of strength, owning a god-level pet is courting death. Be smart and cancel the contract yourself and give it to someone else. Hearing this, Yi Yang sneered. You idiots, you think you could take my pet from me? You are crazy. Fuck him, he won't accept my toast, so I'll have to drink the wine for him, brothers, let's fuck him. Chapter 49 Battle Pet Duel. Summon your pet, the ice wolf. Summon your spiritual pet, the flying bird. Summon your spiritual pet, the long-tailed monkey. Summon a pet. Wow. Rays of summoning array light emanated from it. The 5 people cast ordinary summoning spells at the same time and summoned their own spirit pets together. All mortal bloodlines. 2 mature individuals. For growth bodies. Judging from the number of players, the strength of the lineup is several times that of Yi Yang. There are a total of 6 combat pets, 2 of which are mature, and both are the leaders among the 5. He owns 2 combat pets and has the strength of a combat master. Let's go together and finish him off in one move. The leader, the bearded man, shouted loudly, and 6 spirit pets attacked Yi Yang together. At the same time, the 5 of them also surged with spiritual energy, ready to join the battle at any time. Oh! Yi Yang smiled contemptuously. Can you win if you have more pets? God-level summoning technique. Come out, Pikachu. Tailmon. Wow! The blinding light covered the entire place. The 5 people and their spirit pets all closed their eyes at the same time. The radiance of the god-level summoning technique is much stronger than that of ordinary summoning techniques. The next second, Pikachu and Tailmon, 2 god-level pets, appeared in front of them. Tailmon mature level 1. Pikachu grows to level 8. In terms of level and quantity, it is clearly at a disadvantage. But in terms of bloodline, it was a complete crushing. In terms of comprehensive ability, with god-level bloodline, fighting against opponents above his level is no problem. 2. He is also a battle master. Brother, can you handle it? We have never fought against a god-level spirit pet before, right? What's there to be afraid of? What if it's a god-level pet? The bearded man cursed. There is only one god-level spiritual pet. I don't believe that his other spiritual pet also has god-level bloodline. Fuck him. Let's capture his pet together and go back to have a good time. Flying bird, sonic attack. Chew. A sharp and piercing cry suddenly came out from the mouth of the level 7 Philia bird, forming a sound wave that caused pain in the eardrums of humans and pets. Without waiting for Yi Yang and his combat pet to make a move, the level 8 long-tailed monkey attacked Yi Yang with its claws. At the same time, 2 other grown battle pets, a hedgehog mutant cat and an insect-like green mantis, attacked Pikachu and Tailmon. Yi Yang smiled. A mere growth-level combat pet wants to hurt me? Pikachu, Tailmon, take them all down in one go. Pikachu. Sizzle, sizzle. The powerful electric current of 100,000 volts instantly killed the two war pets. At the same time, Tailman's cat punch also killed two battle pets. The four grown combat pets posed no threat to Yi Yang, Pikachu, and Tailmon at all. The sonic attack was completely useless. Divine bloodline, automatic immunity. The god of war's cultivation body makes defense easy. How could such an existence be shaken by just four growing combat pets? Looking at Yi Yang's two battle pets, they easily defeated the four of them. The five bearded men had expressions of horror on their faces. Brother, I'm counting on you. The four men under the bearded man took back their war pet, which was almost dying. Then he placed all his hopes on the bearded man and said, Brother, avenge our war pet. The four of us will go deal with that brat. Chapter 50 Combo Skills of Battle Pets. The bearded man stood beside the few people, his clenched fists trembling slightly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that a battle pet that was constantly growing could be so powerful. And there's Tailmon, which is at level 1 mature form, and its combat power is obviously stronger than his own mature combat pet. He felt a little guilty. Suddenly, I understood that the gap between bloodlines transcends levels. Damn it, you bastard. You forced me to do this. Boom! At a certain moment, the bearded man cursed, became ruthless, and kicked the ground. Spiritual energy increase. Rich water attributes spiritual energy and ice attributes spiritual energy are simultaneously bestowed upon two mature level 3 and level 2 combat pets. They are the beast type and ice attribute ice wolf, and the water attributed phantom turtle. After receiving the spiritual energy boost from the bearded man, the two spirit pets attack and speed skyrocketed. Why don't you go deal with that kid? Are you waiting to eat shit? The bearded man cursed loudly, and his four men immediately rushed towards Yi Yang. They're all combat spirit masters at the combat apprentice level. Yi Yang didn't take it seriously at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat concerned about the two combat pets of the bearded man. Spiritual energy increase. Boom! Yi Yang roared and infused the spiritual energy in his body into Pikachu and Tailmon to make them more powerful. At the same time, he moved and punched the four people who were running towards him. Bang! 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 Ah! Suddenly, a series of dull sounds were heard. The four men of the bearded man were all knocked flying by Yi Yang's punches and kicks. They fell heavily to the ground with bright red blood spitting out of their mouths. They were defeated at the first encounter. There is no way, the gap in strength is too big. You are the only one left. Use whatever tricks you have. Yi Yang looked at the bearded man and said. The bearded man had a heavy expression on his face, and he obviously hadn't expected that Yi Yang's personal strength was so strong. Although they are both combat masters, if he is asked to deal with his four younger brothers, it is definitely impossible to defeat the opponents so quickly. As you wish. After hearing Yi Yang's words, the bearded man no longer hesitated and did not hold back on his strength. After the spiritual energy was amplified, the strength of the ice wolf and the phantom ghost was raised to a higher level. Ice wolf, phantom turtle, combination skills of battle pets, freeze 100 meters. As the bearded man's voice fell, the phantom turtle immediately spat out a stream of water from its mouth. At the same time, a large amount of cold air was condensing in the mouth of the ice wolf. Battle pet combination skills? Yi Yang was slightly surprised. This was not an ordinary move. Rather, it is the skills that the two battle pets display by cooperating with each other can achieve extraordinary results. The water spray from the bearded man's phantom turtle and the cold air from the ice wolf are a perfect combination. Flowing light step. Yi Yang immediately held Pikachu and Tailmon and dodged the oncoming water column. Once it is washed up by water, it will be frozen. The ice wolf's ability to freeze a single unit is limited, but with the addition of the phantom turtle's water, freezing can naturally become easier and cover a wider range. Nice combo, but unfortunately, it's still a little weak. Yi Yang rushed towards the bearded man very quickly with a scornful smile on his face. Thunder Fist. The next second, he clenched his fist, which was filled with the energy of thunder and lightning, and punched the bearded man heavily. Chapter 51 Human Pet Fusion Technique. Looting the bearded man and other people's items. The scumbag, when sure, was shocked. He immediately activated the spiritual energy in his body and used his strongest fighting skill, bone-breaking palm. Bah! Suddenly, the two men's fists and palms collided fiercely, making a dull sound. Ah! Immediately, the bearded man's screams were heard. The whole person flew backwards, and his arm was broken by Yi Yang's punch. The lightning from the thunder fist was causing white smoke to come out of his body. Roar! At the same time, the ice wolf saw his master being knocked out by Yi Yang. He bit Yi Yang angrily. Bah! However, just as he jumped into the air, he was knocked down by Tailman's punch. The other phantom turtle was dealt with by Pikachu. Yi Yang, Pikachu, and Tailmon. A great victory! This hand is a lesson for you. Yi Yang walked up to the bearded man and said condescendingly, "Go back and tell Wang Kua that if he dares to catch the attention of my spirit pet again, I will go to him in person." After saying that, Yi Yang looted all the good things from the bearded men and took them for himself. After all, he couldn't do it in vain, right? Afterwards, Yi Yang took Pikachu and Tailmon out of the abandoned factory happily, leaving behind the seriously injured bearded man and others. If it weren't for the fact that the entire city was under federal testing, there would be regulations prohibiting killing people. Yi Yang, he really wants to silence the witness. After all, he suddenly realized, if the knowledge of the hot-handled divine pet were to spread, it would probably bring him a lot of trouble, even life-threatening. Fortunately, when Yi Yang was testing Pikachu that day, those people were stunned. No one took a video to leave any evidence, and not many people believed what was said. Even data testing can be falsified and arouse suspicion. The bearded men believed that it was purely because Wang Kua fell in love with Yi Yang's Pikachu. They paid money to rob and follow Yi Yang all the way, which led to the scene just now. "Master, are you still here?" Walking out of the abandoned factory gate, Yi Yang found that the taxi driver was still waiting for him outside. "Didn't you ask me to wait for you?" The taxi driver forced a stiff smile from his face, looked Yi Yang up and down, and said, "Little brother, are you okay? What can I do?" Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, "Let's go. I'll give you 3 times the fare." "Okay." When the driver heard that the fare was tripled, he immediately started the car and took Yi Yang back. It's not that Yi Yang is rich, but that even in this situation, the master didn't leave. It really surprised Yi Yang. It's a bit of compensation. If it were any other driver, he would have been scared and ran away after hearing the fight inside. On the way, Yi Yang was thinking about the combination skills of his battle pet. In this world, the cooperation between battle pets can form new skills. At the same time, new skills can be created between people and combat pets. They are as follows. Battle pet combination skills, the most common battle pet cooperation skills. Combat pet fusion skills are difficult, as they require the combat pets to merge their skills. Human pet fusion skills are higher-level skills that require extremely strong tacit understanding and cooperation between combat pets and humans to create new skills. Strength is also a very terrifying existence. However, Yi Yang has not mastered these yet, but he was full of desire for it, because he desperately wants to become powerful. Only the strong are qualified to survive in this world. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone rang. Chapter 52, A Big Gift from a Beautiful Woman. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He couldn't help but wonder who was calling. "Hello." Yi Yang answered the phone and said, "Hello, are you Mr. Yi Yang?" A polite and friendly male voice came from the phone. "I am. Who are you?" "Yi Yang asked. I'm a salesperson from the Farley Supercar 5S store. Zhang Kai, I've delivered your sports car. Mr. Yi, do you have time to come out and sign for it now?" The self-proclaimed sports car salesman said. "I didn't buy a car." Ye Yang replied substantially. Farley supercars cost hundreds of millions each. How could he afford such an expensive sports car? "I can barely afford to keep my pet, and I still want to buy a car." "It's like this, Mr. Yi. This car was given to you by a beautiful woman." The salesman opened his mouth and said, "He paid the money and left your phone number and address, and asked us to deliver it to you." "Ah?" Hearing Zhang Kai's words, Yi Yang was stunned. "A beautiful woman gave you a luxury supercar? Do you want to be so lucky?" This was something that we would never have dreamed of in the past. "Who was that person?" Yi Yang asked curiously. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. The client requested confidentiality. Please come to the gate of the Bay community to sign for it." Zhang Kaidao. Yi Yang was speechless. How could he keep it a secret that he was giving himself a car? "What do you want to do?" Soon, Yi Yang returned to the gate of the Bay Villa community. A large truck was parked opposite the gate of the community. On the truck, the brand new fiery red Farley supercar looked exceptionally shiny. As soon as Yi Yang got out of the car, the salesperson came up to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. This is the contract. Once you sign it, this Farley supercar worth 20 million will be yours." He hesitated for a moment and took a look at the supercar, which was a brand similar to the old-time Ferrari, but more fashionable and stylish than Ferrari. To say that I don't like it would be absolutely false. However, the gift from a strange woman was so valuable that Yi Yang didn't dare to accept it casually. If you hadn't told me about this, I wouldn't have dared to accept the car, which is so expensive. You could take it back and tell her that I appreciate the kindness, but forget about the car. Yi Yang said lightly, "Mr. Yi, the customer will come to you on his own initiative. Please sign for it, otherwise I won't be able to report back." Zhang Kai looked at Yi Yang with a bitter face and said, "I have parents and children to take care of. My whole family depends on me to make money and eat. If I fail in this deal, I will be out of work from now on. My wife." Stop, stop, stop. Seeing Zhang Kai's complaining face, Yi Yang was speechless for a moment. Damn, it's just selling a car? Is it that serious? After all, he works in a 5S shop of a famous supercar brand. This is too exaggerated. 5S stores are car dealerships that are even more awesome than 4S stores. Mr. Yi, to be honest, I really envy you for being able to be intimate with such a beautiful woman. And shut up. After Yi Yang signed, he shouted coldly. Damn, he changes his face so quickly. Okay, here are the car keys. Do you need me to help you move them down? Zhang Kai said with a respectful smile. Need not. Yi Yang grabbed the key and got out of the car by himself. He couldn't wait to experience this kind of supercar. The security guard at the gate witnessed all this, his face full of shock. I was wondering why Yi Yang didn't have a car even though he lived here. This makes a supercar worth 20 million. It's so luxurious. Chapter 53. Strengthening the battle pet. Tailmon gains new abilities. Yi Yang quickly drove the Farley supercar, model LaFerrari, worth over 20 million, off the truck. Then he said a polite hello and drove away in the truck. Boom! Yi Yang stepped on the accelerator, swung gracefully on the spot, and arrived at the gate of the Bay community. The security guard hurriedly opened the door for Yi Yang, not daring to be negligent in the slightest, and was even more respectful to Yi Yang. At the entrance of the supercar, a pure white Marathi sports car worth 3 million came towards us. Faralafa, so rich? When the owner of the Maladi car saw the fiery red LaFerrari supercar on the opposite side, he immediately drove his multi-million-dollar car aside to make way. Those who live in the Bay Villa community are all rich people. But the gap is a bit big. Yi Yang felt a sense of relief in his heart. Having money is awesome. When you drive a supercar on the road, people will give way to you. Afterwards, Yi Yang returned to his residence. The owner of the Maladi car immediately began to ask the security guard about Yi Yang, and learned that Yi Yang actually lived in room 1, building a villa worth 30 million yuan. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. You need to have a certain status, which expresses extreme shock. The Bay community is the best area for wealthy villas in Huayang City. If you go higher, you will reach the Federation, or the place where high-level combat spirit masters live alone. Therefore, this place already represents the wealth status of Huayang City. However, Yi Yang didn't care about these. He casually parked Rafa in the yard and suddenly felt that he lacked an intelligent housekeeper to take care of the housework. Calling Pikachu. Summon Tailmon. Inside the house, Yi Yang summoned out his spirit pet. Then, he gave the Thunder Pill and Light Pill he had obtained to Pikachu and Tailmon. You also need to become stronger, upgrade, and evolve. Try to devour it. Yi Yang said while looking at Pikachu and Tailmon. The two spirit pets nodded and took the elixir with the same attributes as themselves. He took a look at it, put it in his mouth, and ate it. Boom! The power of the elixir exploded in Pikachu and Tailmon's bodies at once. Their bodies automatically absorbed the power of the elixir and gradually became stronger. But as a pet with a god-level bloodline, the power required to upgrade is much greater than that of all other bloodlines. Therefore, a magic pill can only give them a slight strengthening. However, Tailmon showed a slight surprise. After swallowing the light spirit pill, its eyes became unusually bright and emitted a strange light. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully strengthening his battle pet. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Yi Yang's combat pet Tailmon, for awakening its second special move, Cat's Eye Light. Cat's Eye Light. A beam of light flashes from the eyes, and those who look directly at it will be controlled to a certain extent. Duration depends on ability. This move is only effective against combat pets. Hearing the system's words, Yi Yang smiled immediately. This is really a little surprise. He said it, there's no way Tailmon only has one move, Cat Punch. It turns out that this second skill needs to become a little stronger before it can be activated. In this way, Yi Yang and his battle pets will have stronger overall strength. Okay, go play. After the pets were strengthened, Yi Yang smiled, and Pikachu and Tailmon went to play. Then Yi Yang told the group about the location where he would teach martial arts and collected the tuition fee. 3,000 yuan per person, teaching for 1 month, 2 hours a day. Chapter 54 New Sign-In Task, Drive a Ghost Car. With this series of operations, Yi Yang directly earned about 300,000 yuan. For ordinary people, this is definitely a huge fortune. But for Yi Yang, a combat spirit master who has 2 god-level bloodline spirit pets, it's still too little. However, something is better than nothing, and it's not hard to make money. Okay, the class will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Hongfa Electronics Factory in the north of the city. After Yi Yang collected the money, sent the message, registered the apprentice form, and then downloaded the sex chat software. He didn't go out for the whole afternoon and was immersed in cultivation. The next morning, Yi Yang had just finished his meal when the voice of the god-level all-realm sign-in system rang in his mind. Ding! A new sign-in task has been released. Host, please sign in at the Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena for 10 minutes within 48 hours. Hearing the system's task information, Yi Yang couldn't help but smile. The professional arena for Battle Spirit Masters. No, he just wanted to go and take a look and hone his strength. But before that, he had to teach his students. After all, you still have to teach after you get paid. Boom! Yi Yang went out, got in the car, and drove the expensive supercar Farley straight to the abandoned Hongfa Electronics Factory. The dull sound of the engine instantly filled the entire street. Pedestrians on the roadside looked sideways at the cool and luxurious supercar that Yi Yang was driving, and couldn't help but feel excited. Boom! Yi Yang stepped on the accelerator and accelerated. Soon, he left the center of Huayang City, arrived at the border town. Bah! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. Laugh! Then, a harsh brake sound was heard. Yi Yang drove the Farley supercar in a big drift and stopped sideways in front of a huge electric pole that had just fallen from the roadside. Gow! He immediately cursed, opened the car door, and walked out. If he hadn't reacted quickly and had good driving skills, he would have crashed into the suddenly fallen electric pole, and the car would have been destroyed, and he would have died. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, there were bursts of rapid braking sounds coming from behind. Bang, bang. Also, some drivers failed to react, and there were rear-end collisions. Oh my God, how do you drive? Matt, what's going on? Stop the car suddenly. Driving a ghost car. A group of drivers cursed angrily. Then all eyes fell on Yi Yang, who was standing next to the supercar, with a look of confusion on their faces. Yi Yang took a look at the electric pole. It was completely new and had no problems. The bottom was 2 meters deep in the mud. How could it suddenly fall down? He immediately walked towards the pothole where the power plug was to see what was going on. Suddenly, the soil in the pothole began to stir, and a spiritual pet emerged from the ground. Squeak, squeak. Black hair, a pointed mouth, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a cry that makes your whole body numb. Black-haired rat. Yi Yang frowned, looking at the pet in front of him, and suddenly remembered yesterday's news. In the urban area, many runaway pets appeared, out of control, going crazy, entering a state of mania, not listening to their master's commands, and causing harm to everyone. At this moment, this black-haired rat is a mad spiritual pet. His eyes were bloodshot and full of murderous intent, just like the black wind leopard that Yi Yang encountered in the wild area. Sorcerer. Yi Yang understood the whole story in an instant. These spiritual pets must have been cast crazy by the sorcerer's spell. Chapter 55. One punch crushed the black rat. Xiaohei, Xiaohei. At this moment, a man's voice came into Yi Yang's ears. Immediately, the black-haired rat seemed to have received a huge shock and was in great pain. It looked at Yi Yang with its bloodshot eyes, showing its sharp teeth, and rushed directly towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang's face darkened, his spiritual energy surged, and he moved with flowing steps, instantly attracting the black-haired rat to a place where there were no people. It's a battle spirit master. That guy is quite skilled. It looks like he is dealing with the crazy pet mentioned in the recent news. It turns out that it was a mad pet that was causing trouble. I hope the Federation can solve this problem as soon as possible. Watching Yi Yang lead the crazy black-haired rat away. A group of drivers behind expressed their appreciation. Xiaohei, stop now, don't attack anymore. The owner of the black-haired rat followed and shouted loudly. Yi Yang saw the man, who was about the same age as himself, but was only a martial artist at the peak of his powers. His battle pet is only at level 8 of growth. He is not a very powerful combat spirit master. But at this moment the black-haired rat went crazy, and the man could do nothing to his war pet. It's no use calling out to it now. It's already under control. Yi Yang looked at the man and said seriously, if you want to save it, then defeat it. No, I can't. If Xiaohei gets crazy, I'm no match for him. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the man said with a wry smile, Brother, can you help me? As long as you help me attract Xiaohei's attention, I should be able to subdue it with my fighting skills. Yi Yang was ashamed. Do we need 2 people to cooperate to fight a combat pet with a growth body of level 8? It's so funny. In that case, I will help you deal with it. You should take it to the Federation immediately, otherwise there will be endless troubles. After saying that, Yi Yang clenched his fist and looked at the black-haired rat running towards him rapidly without dodging at all, obviously intending to fight it head-on. Brother, please don't do that. My Xiaohei is a level 8 combat pet. When he gets mad, he can rival a level 1 combat master. If you fight him head-on, you will die. Seeing Yi Yang's actions, the owner of the black-haired rat immediately shouted loudly. However, Yi Yang didn't take his words to heart at all. It's just a growing level 8 combat pet and can be easily abused. He infused his spiritual energy, gathered his strength into his fist, and punched the charging black-haired rat in the head. Bah! Suddenly, a huge muffled sound was heard. Chi-chi. Immediately afterwards, the black-haired rat was seen being knocked flying by Yi Yang, letting out a cry of pain. Boom! The next second, the black-haired rat fell heavily to the ground and was completely knocked unconscious by Yi Yang. The owner of the black-haired rat was startled and stunned by Yi Yang's powerful punch. Moreover, he could feel that Yi Yang was not using his full strength at all. He easily defeated his crazy pet black rat. How powerful must he be? Take your battle pet and report to the Federation, or you'll be in big trouble. After easily dealing with the black-haired rat, Yi Yang looked at the owner of the black-haired rat and said. The man finally came back to his senses from his astonishment and looked at Yi Yang in shock. Okay, thank you, brother. You are awesome. Add me as a friend and keep in touch. Yi Yang ignored it and went back to the sports car, only to find an even worse situation. Chapter 56 Exposed. Thanks from the Federation. Damn it. How come there are so many out-of-control pets? Looking at the 4 or 5 irrational pets that appeared on the road, Yi Yang's brows suddenly frowned. One of them was actually a mature level 5 fire-attributed combat spirit pet that could evolve into a hellhound, a flaming dog. The fire dog is not big in size, but its entire body is burning with flames, and it can spit out flames from its mouth, burning indiscriminately. Boom! Bang bang! Ah! The fire dog spewed flames from its mouth, burning several cars and causing them to explode, resulting in ordinary people being injured or killed instantly. Dry! Yi Yang looked at the situation, clenched his fists, and wanted to leave, but his conscience was a bit against his will. Just then, the man who had just finished calling the federal government came over. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Booz, booz, booz. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the sky. Yi Yang looked up and immediately saw several combat spirit masters jumping out of a helicopter. They directly summoned battle pets in midair, entered the battle, and dealt with the out-of-control spirit pets. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was very fierce, with explosions ringing out one after another. The war spirit masters from the Federation and the United States directly attacked the out-of-control spirit pet and killed it. Yi Yang and the man before felt very uncomfortable when they saw this scene. The man in particular was very emotional. He said, "No, I can't let them know that my black-haired rat is out of control. I want to take my black-haired rat away." After saying this, the man was about to leave with his war pet. However, a battle pet that has been cursed cannot be taken back by the contract. Even if he wanted to drag her away, it was too late. Puff! A federal war spirit master directly killed the black-haired rat without any regard for the man's feelings. "What are you doing? It's my pet!" The man roared angrily at the battle spiritualists of the Federation. It died a long time ago. said the Federation War Spirit Master. What? The man was startled. Even Yi Yang was touched by these words. It was as if he understood something all of a sudden. His eyes swept over the killed spiritual pets one by one, and in an instant he realized something. So that's how it is. After learning the truth, Yi Yang inexplicably felt heartbroken for those battle spirit masters. Hello, Yi Yang. At this time, a captain of the Federation's battle spirit master came to Yi Yang and said, I am the captain of the 87th Squadron of the Federation's battle spirit master, Yi He. Thank you very much for helping me deal with that black-haired rat just now. Thank you for providing us with intelligence, which enabled us to obtain important intelligence. On behalf of the federal government, I thank you. Thank you. As he said this, Yi gave Yi Yang a solemn salute to express his gratitude. Intelligence? Yi Yang frowned. Did these people know that it was him who reported the news? But it's not surprising. With the advanced technology nowadays, it's very easy for the federal government to investigate a person. Well, we checked the scene as you said, and it was just as you said. Yi nodded and said, You have helped our Federation a lot. The Federation will thank you very much. At the same time, we would like to invite you to join the Federation. I don't have this idea for the time being. Can you keep this a secret for me? Yi Yang thought for a moment and said, Of course, it must be kept secret. The Federation will not let you fall into danger. Yi smiled and said, Are you free now? Our boss wants to see you. I'm not free now. Maybe next time. Yi Yang said, Okay, then we'll come back when you have time. You've avenged our companions, and the Federation will definitely reward you. Yi didn't argue any further. After thanking them, he cleaned up the scene and left with his men. Yi Yang was helpless. It was really hard to keep a low profile. I'm afraid the Federation will try every means to win me over. Afterwards, Yi Yang drove away in his sports car and headed straight for the abandoned factory. It was only just now that he understood the terrifying thing about the sorcerer. The moment the curse came, the spiritual pets died. Going crazy is just a zombie. The sorcerer secretly controls the soul and drives the physical body to move. Behind this, everything was done by the sorcerer. Chapter 57 Yi Yang's childhood was the pride of the world, and the reason why he rejected the Federation, because he felt that the sorcerer was most likely coming for the Federation. And the Federation obviously knows all this. No one knows how many unknown secret stories are hidden in this. Yi Yang didn't want to be caught in this vortex. The Federation can give him benefits, but while accepting the benefits, he also has to serve the Federation. This is not Yi Yang's ambition. His goal is to be the only one who is strong. Fight for yourself, advance and retreat with your partners, and look down on the world. Enjoy his childhood fantasy life and fight with Pikachu, Tailmon, and more of his favorite pets from all over the world. Boom! Yi Yang sped all the way and soon arrived at the abandoned factory. Hundreds of students had already arrived. When they saw the fiery red supercar, they were stunned. Oh my God, Ferrari! What a cool sports car. Wow, so the young master is so rich? Is he a rich second generation? So cool. It would be nice if I could be friends with the young master. The students looked at Qin Yu with envy, and the girls looked at him with admiration. Ahem. Yi Yang coughed awkwardly and said, Come in, report your numbers, and I will start teaching you martial arts. Yes. When everyone heard this, they immediately went in and lined up. Although the venue was shabby and dirty, they didn't mind. Those who practice martial arts should not be afraid of hard work and dirt. Many of you are unable to cultivate spiritual energy. Today we will first have a theoretical lesson and basic growth martial arts. Yi Yang looked at his apprentice and spoke immediately. Naturally, he had made some preparations. He told these people conscientiously that many martial arts schools were scams. There is simply not much that can be taught to them, and since they are born with ordinary bodies, useless bodies, and are unable to refine qi, there is no solution. Don't be fooled. 1 hour of theory and psychology. The next hour is spent teaching martial arts. Yi Yang demonstrated on the spot, causing the students to scream and become obsessed. So much, so that they were almost jumping on him. Students over there, please don't take short videos like Douyin, otherwise I will expel you. After finishing a set of punches, Yi Yang turned around and saw many people patting him, and said seriously, I'm sorry, teacher. I'll delete it right away. You're just too handsome. Several people immediately deleted the video and studied it seriously. The 2-hour class ended quickly. It's all practical knowledge, more useful than what they learned in martial arts school for half a month. That's all for today. Everyone go home, and we'll continue at the same time tomorrow. The class was over. Yi Yang said loudly. Okay, thank you, master. Everyone responded in unison, very happy. The young master really taught well. All the things he taught were useful. Yes, it's much more reliable than the martial arts school. The martial arts school is a liar. You must cherish this month and learn well from the young master. After the course, everyone expressed their satisfaction with Yi Yang's teaching. They walked out of the abandoned factory together, then drove their own cars. They were all rich people, ready to leave. Boom, boom, laugh. And just at this moment, a number of black business cars stopped in front of them. Dozens of men in uniform got out of the van. The leader was a bald man, not very tall, but extremely arrogant. He looked at Yi Yang and the others and said, "Who allowed you to occupy this place? Did you get the consent of our double blade gang?" Chapter 58. Come on. All of you come together. This abandoned factory is under the jurisdiction of our double blade gang. Have you paid the money? How dare you use it without permission? A group of people looked at Yi Yang and others aggressively. That ferocious look is typical of the ruthless criminals roaming around in society. Yi Yang's apprentices were all frightened by the scene in front of them. I secretly thought that I had bad luck. Why did I always run into bad guys looking for trouble wherever I went? Who was in charge? The bald man glanced at Yi Yang and the others one by one and asked coldly. Yi Yang was not afraid at all and took a step forward. Me. You. The bald man and others fixed their eyes on Yi Yang. Boy, are you kidding me? You are the only one who is in charge? Just pick someone behind you who is older than you. What makes you think you are the person in charge? They laughed sarcastically, obviously not believing that Yi Yang was the leader among the 100 people. This place was also chosen by Yi Yang himself. Why? Yi Yang smiled contemptuously, clenched his fist, and spiritual energy surged out from his body. Boom! The power of a combat master is displayed. Is this enough? Yi Yang looked at the bald man and others and asked, Va master. The bald man was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Yang to be a master of combat level. This is totally inconsistent with Yi Yang's age. This talent is a bit too strong. Who are you? The bald man's tone softened, and he looked at Yi Yang and asked. A master of combat master level is not enough to scare them. But it's different for a combat master of this age. He might be a genius disciple from that big family. If you provoke him, you may lose your life. Who I am has nothing to do with you, and this place has nothing to do with your double blade gang. Yi Yang looked at the bald man and said, the Federation restricts the development of gangs. Do you want to collect protection money? Boy, don't use the Federation to pressure me. This area is under the responsibility of our double blade gang. Hearing this, the bald man shouted unhappily. If you want to use this land, you have to pay the fee first, 1,000 yuan a day, and I will come to collect it on time every day. Pay today's fee first. Hearing the bald man's words, Yi Yang smiled disdainfully. Haha, you were just trying to bully me. Then you guys come and try and see if you can take this $1,000 from me. When the bald man heard this, he became furious. Fuck, are you looking for death? Do you know the power of our double blade gang in this area? Don't think that we dare not fight you just because you are a battle master. Our boss is a famous battle spirit master. It will only take a few minutes to beat you. As the bald man finished speaking, the brothers behind him all dragged out steel pipes and prepared to beat Yi Yang. Obviously, it is a gang of domineering forces. But Yi Yang was not afraid. These scums exist in every era and deserve a beating. Stand back and wait until I deal with them. Yi Yang turned around and said something to his students, his eyes once again falling on the bald man and others. Come on, come together, don't waste my time. Yi Yang said lightly. Chow, arrogant boy, I must kill you today. Beat him. When the group of people heard Yi Yang's provocative words, they suddenly became furious and rushed towards Yi Yang with steel pipes in their hands. Yi Yang curled his lips and said disdainfully, a bunch of ants. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, he swung his fists and feet, beating the bullies until they screamed in pain. Chapter 59. Beat the bully, little master, is awesome. Yi Yang knocked down 5 or 6 bullies with one move. To him, these ordinary bullies who practice martial arts were just garbage. The bald man looked at this scene with a gloomy expression. Call someone. No matter who he is, I'm going to beat this brat today. The bald man was completely furious. No matter who Yi Yang is, whether he has a background or is a genius, what kind of person is he? Just do it? Good. The younger brother next to him nodded and immediately took out his cell phone to make a call. Bang! At At the same time, Yi Yang kicked a man away and hit the person who was making the phone call. Both of them fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Chow! When the bald man saw this scene, he became even angrier. A bunch of rubbish. He cursed loudly, mobilized his spiritual energy, and personally went into battle to deal with Yi Yang. With a boom, the spiritual energy of the same combat master level surged out from the bald man's body. However, he is just a simple Qigong practitioner, not a combat spirit master. Arrogant boy, take my punch. The bald man roared, and with a punch filled with all his spiritual energy, he hit Yi Yang hard. Yi Yang turned around with a sneer on his face and punched out quickly, taking care of the younger brothers who rushed up to him. The next second, he clenched his hand and caught the bald man's fist. Crack! Then, Yi Yang held the bald man's hand and twisted it gently, and a sound of broken bones was heard. Ah! When one saw this, the bald man let out a shrill scream. The whole person knelt down in front of Yi Yang in pain. The young master is amazing. He dealt with these people in just a few moves. It felt like he didn't exert any strength at all. I like the little master more and more. In the back, Yi Yang's apprentices. Witnessing Yi Yang's strength once again, the expression on his face was nothing but admiration and love. When I was in society, you didn't even know where I was. Yi Yang grabbed the bald man's broken wrist and said coldly, "In terms of age, you are old enough to be your great-grandfather's grandfather. Get lost." Bang! After saying that, Yi Yang kicked the bald man and sent him flying 50 meters away. Everyone I meet always calls me kid. In terms of age, Yi Yang is 5,000 years older than them. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the ancestors of human beings in this world. After all, he is a human being who came from 5,000 years ago. What a disrespectful person. Okay, let's go. Let's change the time to the afternoon tomorrow to avoid trouble. After easily dealing with this group of bullies, Yi Yang turned around and said to his apprentice, "Okay, little master." Everyone nodded and drove away. Yi Yang didn't stop at all. He drove the fiery red Falaraki towards the city center. He first took Pikachu and Tailmon to eat. These two little guys became more and more delicious after they got used to eating human food. Now, every meal has to be served with milk tea. Expenses gradually skyrocketed. We have to make money quickly. After lunch, Yi Yang couldn't help but complain. Immediately, he took Pikachu and Tailmon and drove towards the Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena in Huayang City. Get ready to really see the world. At the same time, the sign-in task was completed. He desperately wanted to become stronger, become a war spirit, and contract a third spirit pet. Only combat spirit masters who have reached the combat spirit level are eligible to be admitted to the North China Combat Spirit Master University. Chapter 60. Advance to Level 7 Battle Master, Battle Spirit Master Arena. Huayang City. Linlangshan Battle Spirit Master Arena. Yi Yang drove the fiery red Ferrari supercar and stopped in front of the arena gate with a beautiful and graceful movement. Laugh! The sharp sound of brakes immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Faralafa, who is so rich? This is the first Ferrari LaFerrari in Huayang City, right? Everyone looked at the luxury supercar parked at the entrance of the arena in amazement and envy. The next second, Yang opened the car door and got out of the car. Under the gaze of many people, he walked into the Linlangshan Warrior Arena. Fight! Go ahead! Linlangshan Warrior Arena. It is a professional arena stage. Here it's all about competition. Professionalization, the largest scale, any combat spirit master would want to hone his skills here. Bang bang! Boom! In the arena, the fierce battle continued to produce muffled explosions. Yi Yang walked in and looked at the large indoor venue, which covered thousands of acres of battlefield. Differentiation, 2 major arenas, Battle Master and Battle Spirit. Match by level, bring your own battle pet, and fight together on stage. In the center, there is also a battle arena. One side defends the ring, and everyone attacks. It's where the fighting is fiercest and the money flows the most. However, the attacking battle is a mixed PK between the Battle Master level, Battle Spirit level, and Battle Spirit Master. Yi Yang is currently at the 6th level of Combat Master, so he is obviously at a disadvantage in this fight. Therefore, he chose the Battle Division Arena. Register, Combat Division, 20,000 yuan. Yi Yang came to the registration counter and said directly, "Please take the level test." In front of the counter, a beautiful woman looked at Yi Yang and said. Then, Yi Yang put one hand into the spiritual energy level tester on the counter and circulated the spiritual energy. At the same time, the virtual light screen computer in front of the counter showed a surge in combat power and a change in level. Battle Master, level 6. For big words appeared on the virtual light screen computer. How old are you? Looking at Yi Yang's level, the beautiful woman asked in horror. 16 years old. Is there a problem? Yi Yang said. Hiss. Hearing Yi Yang's age, the beauty took a deep breath. A 16-year-old combat master at level 6. There is absolutely no one else with such talent in Huayang City. This is your battle card. After winning, you can choose to continue or fight, which can last up to 3 games. The beautiful woman took out a queuing number sign and handed it to Yi Yang, saying, Thanks. Yi Yang took the battle card and immediately walked into the battle division arena. At this moment, battles were going on in several arenas. He is on stage number 1, waiting to be notified to go on stage. Yi Yang didn't want to waste this time. He sat cross-legged and practiced quietly. After all, time is running out and he has a lot to do in a day. The college entrance examination is approaching, so he has to work harder, right? Boom! As Yi Yang sat cross-legged, he formed a seal for cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy entered his body madly. He was originally at the peak of the 6th level of Combat Master. This practice directly touches the threshold of breakthrough. Ai Chow. Am I practicing here? It looks like he's about to break through and advance. Such a young warrior? That genius. Many combat spirit masters around saw Yi Yang sitting there practicing, and they were immediately shocked. Soon, they watched Yi Yang successfully advance. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully breaking through to the 7th level of Combat Master. Chapter 61. Yi Yang appears on stage, dazzling the audience. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Yang stopped practicing. Call! He let out a long, muddy breath from his mouth. He stood up and stretched his muscles, which made a crackling sound, and he felt refreshed all over. Sign in. Then, Yi Yang gave an order in his heart. In my mind, the sign-in reminder sounded immediately. Ding! Sign-in begins. 10 minutes countdown. Then, in the Battle Master Arena area, the broadcast announced the players for the next competition in venue number 1. Next match, Yi Yang, Arena 1, Battle Master, Level 6 Battle Spirit Master. Next match, Li Feng, Arena 1, Battle Master, Level 8 Battle Spirit Master. It's my turn. Yi Yang smiled excitedly and rubbed his fists. It was finally his turn. He had just broken through to the 7th level of Combat Master and was looking forward to having a good fight. However, the combat power information reported for Yi Yang was the combat level tested previously. So as soon as Yi Yang came on the stage, he caused a lot of discussion. Fuck, isn't he the one who just got promoted? I think the level he just broke through is the 7th level of Combat Master. Why did he report the 6th level of Combat Master? Oh my god. Isn't it possible that he broke through to the next level right after the test? Zizi, it looks like she's still a high school student. Is she so talented? Everyone in the audience's eyes were fixed on Yi Yang at this moment. I feel incredible about Yi Yang's strength and talent. Just at this moment, another voice was heard on the radio. For this match, the stakes are 20,000 yuan. The winner can take the prize after deducting 10% of the arena fee. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. A bet of 20,000 yuan, isn't that a bit too high? Normally, there are only a few hundred PK contestants in the arena. Occasionally getting 1 or 2,000 yuan is already very good. The sudden appearance of a sum of 20,000 yuan this time was really shocking. But this can also arouse the enthusiasm of the crowd. This is also the reason why Lin Longtian's professional battle spirit master arena has always been sought after by everyone. It is because of its transparent fees, clear stakes, and excitement that so many battle spirit masters come here. Then please prepare yourselves and bring your own battle pets to fight. As the last voice on the radio fell, Li Feng and Yi Yang summoned their battle pets at the same time. The dazzling light covered the entire place in an instant. In the art of summoning, Yi Yang firmly gained the upper hand. The next second, the battle pets of both sides appeared in the arena. 3 mature ones and 1 growing one. Li Feng has 2 combat pets, a black sand scorpion and a flying bee. The whole place was suddenly filled with a buzzing sound, which was a bit annoying. Fuck. Flying bee, it's so noisy. There's a growing body on the other side. It looks like this battle will be very disproportionate. Not necessarily. I feel that those two cute-looking battle pets are somewhat unusual. Outside the arena, the spectators looked at the four combat pets summoned onto the field and began to analyze the combat effectiveness of both sides. Boy, you are quite rich. Are you a rich second generation? Li Feng finished summoning his battle pet, and when he saw that Yi Yang's battle pet was actually a cute one, he immediately laughed. You guess? Yi Yang curled his lips and said jokingly, use whatever skills you have and don't waste time. Li Feng suddenly started cursing loudly and aggressively. Chapter 62, Easy Victory, Flying Robot. Yi Yang's face darkened. This guy really deserves a beating. As you wish. He spoke indifferently, his spiritual energy surging. Spiritual energy amplification, Tailmon, Cat's Eye Light. Tailmon immediately stood up and looked at Li Feng's two combat pets, the Black Sand Scorpion and the Scyther. The two battle pets saw Tailmon's glowing eyes and were immediately controlled. Then they started killing each other. Black Sand Scorpion, Flying Bee, stop. When Li Feng saw that his battle pets were fighting each other, his face changed immediately and he shouted loudly. However, his battle pet did not listen to him at all and attacked the opponent frantically. What's going on? That person's battle pets are fighting each other. I'm not sure, but it should be the cat or dog, the rabbit's battle pet with a special ability. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Around the battlefield, surprised words were heard from the crowd. No one understood what was going on. Fuck, are you playing dirty? Li Feng saw that his war pet was totally oblivious to what he was saying, so he directed his anger towards Yi Yang. What? You say something like that if you don't have the ability? Yi Yang laughed sarcastically and said disdainfully, if you can't beat them, you can admit defeat. If you don't accept it, just fight. Chow, I'm gonna beat you to death today. Li Feng roared and kicked the ground. With a bang, the man's tall figure rushed directly towards Yi Yang. Spiritual energy surged throughout his body, and he unleashed his full strength as an 8th level combat master. 2nd level combat skill, Wind Howling Fist. As soon as Li Feng made a move, he used a 2nd grade combat skill. Anyone who can afford 20,000 yuan to play PK is definitely not a poor person. However, this happened in front of Yi Yang. It's really child's play. 3rd rank combat skill, Thunder Fist. Yi Yang let out a low shout, clenched his fist, gathered spiritual energy, lightning swirled, and punched forward heavily. Bang! The two fists and two fighting skills smashed together fiercely, making a huge muffled sound. Ah! Then a scream was heard. Li Feng was knocked flying by Yi Yang's punch. With a bang, it fell outside the arena. The hand that fought with Yi Yang was broken directly. Hiss! The whole audience took a deep breath. Everyone looked at Yi Yang punching Li Feng out of the arena with a look of shock on their faces. They obviously didn't expect that it would be so easy for a 7th level combat master to defeat an 8th level combat master. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yang moved. He moved with swift steps and instantly arrived in front of the two war pets that were still fighting each other. With a punch and a kick and 2 bang-bang sounds, the two battle pets were knocked out of the arena. It was very easy to win. The competition is over. The winner is Yi Yang. Yi Yang's victory announcement was immediately heard on the radio. Everyone was shocked. They obviously didn't expect that this battle with a stake of 20,000 yuan would end so quickly. But Yi Yang was not surprised at all. Even if there were 10 more opponents like this, they would still be defeated. The God of War's cultivation body plus a god-level spiritual pet. Is this a joke? Call out. Just after the victory announcement, a flying robot appeared in front of Yi Yang. Please choose continue to fight or collect the prize. A mechanical sound entered Yi Yang's ears, and on a virtual screen, it was shown that Yi Yang received the bonus and could take away 38,000 yuan, including the principal. Chapter 63, 3 consecutive victories. Can't be messed with. Keep fighting, Yi Yang said without thinking. After receiving the command, the flying robot immediately took off into the air. Contestant Yi Yang, choose to continue fighting. The second match begins. Swish, swish, swish. On a huge virtual screen, the registered opponents flashed. After several laps, it finally stopped. Second round, Xiao Fei, level 6 combat master. Please go to stage 1 as soon as possible. Xiao Fei, whose name was called, was immediately speechless. He bet 2,000 yuan, hoping to make some money, but I didn't expect to meet a master. I also chose to fight continuously and was matched with him. It was so unlucky. Oh, what bad luck. Xiao Fei climbed up to the competition arena weekly, with no to fight at all. Continuous fighting is similar to a fight, But the core is completely different. The maximum is 3 consecutive games. Moreover, each time you can only earn an amount that matches the amount your opponent bets. Likewise, if you lose, you can't fight continuously. You lose as much money as the other party bets, and you can get the rest back. But competing in a competition is different. The opening defense costs 10,000 yuan. If you want to compete, you must pay 10,000 yuan. Those who successfully defend the ring for 10 games, or until no one dares to challenge them, can collect all the money they have won, minus 20% of the total amount. After a competition, the winner can earn at least nearly 100,000, and the principal only requires 10,000. It's a huge profit, but those who can play are all at the war spirit level. The second competition, Yi Yang versus Xiao Fei, the battle begins. As soon as Xiao Fei stood on the stage, the radio began urging the two to fight. After all, there are still many people waiting behind. The fighting in the other arenas was also in full swing. Brother, I admit defeat. If you win, can you return half of my capital? Xiao Fei looked at Yi Yang, coughed awkwardly, and said, So cheap. This kid has no ambition. Be a real man and don't be a coward. Go ahead, just fight. What's the big deal about admitting defeat? In the audience, everyone felt unhappy when they heard Xiao Fei's words. A group of people raised their voices, cheered, and fanned the flames. Xiao Fei felt extremely awkward as he squatted there, and was indeed a little embarrassed about his reputation. As his opponent, Yi Yang stood in front of him, feeling extremely ashamed. I think you should just fight. He coughed and said to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was helpless. His spiritual energy was surging, and he was too lazy to even summon his combat pet. He just used his strongest attack and attacked Yi Yang. Seeing that he was a self-aware man, Yi Yang did not use too much force and pushed him off the stage with one palm, winning the second match. Thank you for showing mercy, brother. After Xiao Fei came off the stage, he said to Yi Yang with gratitude. Yi Yang smiled, then watched the flying robot fly over again, and he chose to continue fighting again. In the third game, the better placed 3,000 yuan. His strength was still decent, but he was still easily crushed by Yi Yang. 3 consecutive wins shocked the whole audience. This kid is really awesome. He is so young and so strong. He will achieve extraordinary things in the future. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. After watching Yi Yang win 3 games in a row, the people in the audience expressed their admiration. And the total time for these 3 games was less than 10 minutes. It was not until Yi Yang stepped down from the stage that he heard the prompt sound of the sign-in system completing the task. Chapter 64, You Can't Afford to Pay, Invitation from the Federation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the sign-in mission. Reward: a volume of 5th grade combat skills. Reward: 2nd level Thunder Elixir. Get the reward and win the PK game. Yi Yang collected all the money he won, and then left the Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena happily with more than 20,000 yuan he earned. However, before leaving, he was invited by the Linlang Tianju team. They wanted to invite Yi Yang to garrison the division-level field, but Yi Yang refused. Outside the gate of Linlangshan Professional Combat Arena, many people were holding ultra-smartphone license plates of different prices, and of course they were taking pictures of the Ferrari supercar. Yi Yang was speechless. It was just a supercar. Was it that serious? However, many people left after taking the photos. But there was a boy who was holding his mobile phone and making a video call with his new girlfriend whom he met online. See? This is the new car my dad just bought for me, a Ferrari, which costs more than 20 million yuan. My dad asked me to drive it to school and was too lazy to pick me up. Sigh, my life is miserable. The boy sighed and acted very pretentious. But the effect was very good. Her online girlfriend loved it. Ching Ching, I miss you so much. When I graduate, I will take a plane to find you, okay? Then we can. Chirp. Just as the man was leaning against the Falaraki and chatting animatedly, the sound of a supercar unlocking was heard. Then the butterfly-style doors slowly opened, and Yi Yang started the engine of the supercar by remote control. Your sports car door is open. The boy's online girlfriend shouted in the video. Ah! The boy was stunned and looked back, and sure enough, the car door was open. It's okay. I accidentally pressed the remote key. The boy explained quickly. The next second, Yi Yang walked over and saw that it was my classmate from Xinguang Middle School, Xiang Shuai, the most narcissistic guy in the class who likes to show off and flaunt his wealth the most. Once upon a time, Yi Yang was the poorest person in the school. This kid shows off in front of Yi Yang every day. He often pretended to be cool in front of Yi Yang, which made Yi Yang feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yang, why are you here? Xiang Shuai noticed Yi Yang, looked at him with surprise, and asked, I was also wondering what you were doing here. Yi Yang heard Xiang Shuai's words and asked with amusement, Can't you see? I'm talking to my girlfriend. Xiang Shuai looked at Yi Yang with a smug look on his face and said, And my Farley supercar costs more than 20 million. My dad just bought it for me. Don't get close to it. You can't afford to pay for it if you spend all of it. Yi Yang was ashamed. I'm really convinced. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone who is so good at boasting. What a talented person. The owner of the car is standing right in front of you. And you still dare to say that this car was bought by your father? It's funny to think about it. Why don't you leave? I know you're very powerful now. I can't beat you, but I'm richer than you. Xiang Shuai looked at Yi Yang with a little contempt and said, Richer than me? Yi Yang smiled, took out the key to the Ferrari supercar, waved it in front of Xiang Shuai, and asked, Do you recognize this? Nonsense. The keys to Farley's supercar. Who wouldn't recognize them? Xiang Shuai answered Yi Yang subdonstioli. As soon as he finished speaking, his face froze. Suddenly reacting, he looked at Yi Yang in astonishment and asked tentatively, Is this car yours? Yes. Yi Yang nodded and said, Get lost. Don't damage my car. You can't afford the compensation. Xiang Shuai was suddenly speechless and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. He never thought that such an expensive supercar actually belonged to Yi Yang. Under Xiang Shuai's astonished gaze, Yi Yang got into the Farley supercar, closed the door, opened the convertible, looked at Xiang Shuai and said, Ask your father to buy you one later. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The dull sound of engines exploded in the streets. Under Xiang Shuai's astonished look, Yi Yang drove away the Farley supercar. After a long time, Xiang Shuai came back to his senses. How did he become so rich? Xiang Shuai asked himself with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, you big liar. Didn't you say that car was bought for you by your father? Is that your father? Liar. I will never talk to you again. Bah! After saying that, Xiang Shuai's online girlfriend hung up the phone and never paid any attention to Xiang Shuai again. Xiang Shuai didn't even have time to explain. He felt so aggrieved. Why do I have to pretend to be like this? This time Yi Yang slapped you in the face, right? Boom! Yi Yang was driving his supercar, running in a good mood. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly his cell phone rang. Answer it. Yi Yang answered the phone directly, and a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone immediately. Hello, Yi Yang. I am Yi He, the captain of the 87th Federation Squad. Do you have time now? Our leader wants to invite you to the Federation. We haven't thanked you properly for helping the Federation last time. According to the rules, you have to be rewarded. Hearing the words coming from the phone, Yi Yang thought for a moment and said, If you have time, let's meet there. It's in the Federation. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. Yi said, No, I'm driving. I can go there by myself. After saying that, Yi Yang hung up the phone, then stepped deeply on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, and pulled the brake. Laugh! At the intersection, Yi Yang drove the Farley supercar through a gorgeous and graceful turn, and there was a harsh sound of friction with the ground. Boom! Then he accelerated suddenly. Farley's supercar sprinted out like a red beast. A few minutes, Yi Yang then came to the place of highest power in Huayang City. Federal Huayang City Division Headquarters. As soon as he got off the car, Yi He, the captain of the Federal 87 Squad, came forward to greet Yi Yang. Yi Yang, thank you for taking the trouble to make this trip. Please follow me. Yi smiled politely at Yi Yang. You're welcome. Yi Yang smiled, then followed Yi He into the Federal Division Headquarters. The building is magnificent and imposing. The spiritual energy formed into a formation, which was obviously the work of a strong person. Every facility exudes a high-tech feel. Today, Yi Yang had his eyes broadened. All the way, under the leadership of Yi He, they arrived at the highest VIP reception room of the Huayang City Branch Headquarters. At this moment, the minister of the Huayang City Branch Federal Headquarters was already waiting for Yi Yang inside. As soon as Yi Yang walked in, he was greeted warmly. Hello, classmate Yi Yang. I am Zheng Qiu, the director of the Huayang City Division Federal Headquarters. Zheng Qiu looked at Yi Yang, stretched out his hand, and spoke kindly. Hello. Yi Yang shook hands with him and said directly, Just tell me what you want to say. But I have to make it clear in advance that I don't know much about the sorcerer. I will give you all the information. Of course we know this. We invited Yi Yang here to thank you, Zheng Qiu said with a smile. Chapter 65. Receive a reward of 100,000 yuan, the best training ground. As the person with the highest authority in Huayang City, he is comparable to a mayor-level figure in the old times. At this moment, in front of Yi Yang, there was not a trace of official authority. Because Yi Yang provided very important information to the Federation and also killed a sorcerer. Xiaohe, bring up Yi Yang's reward. At Zheng Qiu's command, Yi He immediately took the reward given to Yi Yang. Outstanding Citizen Award, 100,000 yuan. Considering your safety, we will not publicize it or give you a certificate. We will just give you the bonus directly. We hope Yi Yang can understand. Zheng Qiu said. Just what I want. Yi Yang smiled and said. He didn't want to make this matter public and let the whole city know about it. Otherwise, a bunch of sorcerers would come to seek revenge on him. This result now is already the best. At least, everything he did was not in vain. Student Yi Yang, if you have any other needs, you can tell me directly and I will try my best to satisfy you. After the bonuses were distributed, Zheng Qiu looked at Yi Yang and asked. The fact that Yi Yang was able to kill a sorcerer shows how powerful he is. The Federation takes him very seriously and wants to train him to become an elite in the world of combat spirit masters. Hearing Zheng Qiu's words, Yi Yang did not hesitate. As long as you don't join the Federation and wait for orders, everything will be fine. Besides, he did make a great contribution by killing the sorcerer, so it's not too much to ask for a little, right? Yi Yang thought for a moment and said, I want to use the Federation's dedicated training ground. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and I have to reach the battle spirit level as soon as possible. Battle spirit level? Zheng Qiu and Yi He were shocked when they heard this. The combat spirit level is a master of combat skills who can contract 3 spirit pets at the same time and can unleash the power of spiritual energy. Yi Yang is only 16 years old, and he wants to reach the combat spirit level? Even for the world's top geniuses, they have to be at least 18 years old to take the college entrance examination. Student Yi Yang, you're only 16 years old, and you want to strive for the battle spirit level? Zheng Qiu looked at Yi Yang with horror and said, It has nothing to do with age. I'm already a 7th level combat master. There are less than 2 months left before the college entrance examination. I must hurry up. Yi Yang said, You have reached the 7th level of combat master? Zheng Qiu and Yi He were shocked again. This strength was much higher than what they had expected. No wonder he was able to kill a first-class sorcerer. There are 9 levels of sorcerers, from 1 to 9. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. I just broke through today, Yi Yang said. Hiss. Zheng Qiu and Yi couldn't help but take a breath. They couldn't imagine how talented Yi Yang was. Yi Yang, the Federation needs talents like you. Do you have any intention to join the Federation? I can give you the best resources in the entire city and send you to a key university. After a moment of surprise, Zheng Qiu personally invited Yi Yang to join the Federation. Thank you, Minister Zheng, for your kindness, but I have no plans to join the Federation at the moment, Yi Yang said lightly. Zheng Qiu was a little disappointed, but he was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, Okay, I respect your decision. You can use the training ground as you like. The Federation will take care of all your food and accommodation. Just practice here with peace of mind. Thanks. Afterwards, under the leadership of Yi He, Yi Yang came to the Federation's professional training ground. The site is very spacious, covering tens of thousands of acres. There are all kinds of advanced equipment, both open air and indoor. It is definitely the best training ground in Huayang City. Chapter 66. Crazy Training, Pets Do Push-Ups. Yi Yang, this is our Federation's training ground. You can use it as you like. If you have any needs, you can ask. I have already given the order. After he brought Yi Yang to the training ground. He said, I wish you a breakthrough to the battle spirit level soon. Okay, thank you. Yi Yang nodded. Then he began to practice independently. Yi was also busy with official business. God-level summoning technique. Wow! In the federal training ground, a dazzling light flashed out. Yi Yang summoned all of Pikachu and Tailmon, preparing for training and upgrading. At this time on the training ground, there are many combat spirit masters from the Federation, all undergoing training in different projects, supervised and guided by instructors. But Yi Yang is very free. He just uses this training ground. How he trains is up to him. Pikachu, Tailmon, we're going to have a brutal training session. Let's work hard together to become stronger. Yi Yang looked at Pikachu and Tailmon and said, Seki. Pikachu and Tailmon both nodded, looking as if they were trying their best. Then the training began. Yi Yang ran out with Pikachu and Tailmon, carrying out one project at a time. The entire venue is surrounded by a circle, and it takes an ordinary combat spirit master 5 or 6 minutes to complete a circle of tasks. But Yi Yang only took 3 minutes the first time. His pets, Pikachu and Tailmon, were also completely lagging behind. Do 1,000 push-ups with me. After completing a round of projects, Yi Yang was already sweating profusely. But he didn't stop and did 1,000 push-ups. Pikachu and Tailmon didn't stop either and did push-ups with Yi Yang. Look, the spirit pet is doing push-ups. Fuck, awesome. That's good stamina. For a small guy like you, 2 per second is pretty good. Within tens of seconds, Yi Yang and his spirit pet attracted the attention of the combat spirit masters around the training ground. Everyone turned their eyes over and gradually gathered around. Seeing that Yi Yang's combat pet was actually doing human training programs, everyone felt incredible and strange. However, Yi Yang thought this was normal. If it can't even do push-ups, can it still be called a god-level pet? In less than 10 minutes, 1,000 push-ups were completed. Rest for 2 minutes. 1,000 words sit-up walk. Yi Yang immediately began to practice abdominal exercises, as if he had entered a crazy training mode. Physical training was carried out until dark. Federal VIP lounge area. Yi Yang took a shower with Pikachu and Tailmon, changed into clean clothes, and felt much more comfortable. Pikachu complained about the pain and hunger. He was exhausted after half a day of training. Let's go and eat. Yi Yang smiled, then took the 2 pets to eat. After dinner, I went back to the house to rest. However, Yi Yang did not sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice spiritual energy. One night passed just like that. The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Yang brought Pikachu and Tailmon to the fighting arena inside the Federation. In the fighting arena, there were many combat spirit masters training and fighting, and it was very lively. Yi Yang came here naturally to fight and improve his strength. Are you the special guest? You look like a student. Just as Yi Yang walked into the federal fighting arena, a man around 25 years old stopped in front of Yi Yang and said, "Is he related? Did he get in through the back door?" Chapter 67. Give you a chance to challenge me. The man had a look of contempt on his face, obviously mocking Yi Yang. Yi Yang simply ignored him and walked over. Hey, you're pretty cool. Want to have a fight? But the man didn't intend to let Yi Yang go. He chased after him and said provocatively, "Are you scared? Don't worry. I won't bully you. My name is Wei Air. As long as you call me second brother, I will protect you here from now on." Yi Yang paused, looked at the man in front of him, and uttered 2 words, "Idiot." After saying that, he stepped forward again and walked towards the fighting arena. Wei Air stood there, and it took him a while to react. "Chow boy, who are you calling an idiot? Are you looking for a fight?" Wei Air caught up and stood in front of Yi Yang, looking angry. "Go away," Yi Yang said coldly. "What did you say?" Wei Air's face darkened. "You dare to tell me to get out? You want to get beaten, right? Let's fight." Bah! Yi Yang punched Wei Air on the bridge of his nose, making a muffled sound. Ah! Wei Air screamed in pain and covered his bleeding nose. "You bastard, you dare to hit me. I'll make you leave lying down." Wei Air was furious and roared at Yi Yang. Yi Yang curled his lips in disdain, stepped lightly, and jumped directly onto the fighting arena. He turned around and looked at Wei Air and said, "Come on, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. I just want to practice." The people around all looked over and looked at Yi Yang, who was arrogant on the stage. Looking at Wei Air, who was bleeding from the nose after being punched by Yi Yang, he couldn't help but make a noise. "Go ahead, Wei Air. Don't be a coward. If you can tolerate this, you don't have to be in our Federation Battle Spirit Master training team." I heard the booing and slightly sarcastic words from people around me. Wei Air felt even more unhappy. He turned over and went straight onto the fighting ring. A pair of eyes stared at Yi Yang as if wanting to kill him. As a member with relatively outstanding performance in this year's Federal Combat Spirit Master training team, how could he endure such humiliation? Every year, the Federation gathers a group of combat spirit masters for training and exercise. Most of them are at the combat master level or above. After entering the Federation, everyone is arrogant and thinks they are superior to others. He doesn't take ordinary people seriously at all. Yesterday, I learned that a distinguished guest had come to the Federation and asked him not to cause trouble. Many people who think they have some strength and talent naturally want to give it a try. I will return this blow to you 100 times until you beg for mercy. Wei Er looked at Yi Yang and said viciously, "No one can say harsh words. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Yi Yang smiled disdainfully and said, "A pet fight or a human duel? I don't need my battle pet to fight you." Wei Er smiled sarcastically, kicked off his feet, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he rushed directly towards Yi Yang. The strength of that level 7 warrior was actually on the same level as Yi Yang. But there is a big gap between the strengths. When Yi Yang saw Wei Er rushing towards him, he couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. Arrogance requires capital. The person in front of me is obviously too crazy. That's the end of it. Yi Yang said lightly, clenched his fist, surrounded by spiritual energy, and punched Wei Er. With a bang, Yi Yang punched Wei Er in the face. Yi Yang's punch directly hit him in the face, and he was stunned and flew out sideways. Chapter 68, Everyone Here is a Rookie. Bah! Immediately afterwards, Wei Er fell to the ground without even a scream and fainted completely. Wow! The whole audience was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Yang on the stage in astonishment. No one expected that Yi Yang could defeat Wei Er with just one punch. They were originally preparing to watch a good show, but the result was so unexpected. One punch, and it's over. This guy is awesome. He knocked out Wei Er with one punch. His contracted combat pet should be awesome too, right? Why don't you go up and try to see if you can get him to summon his battle pet? No, forget it. I'm afraid I can't win. Inside the fighting arena, everyone who watched Yi Yang defeat Wei Er with one punch had surprise on their faces. They looked at Yi Yang standing on the stage, looking around as if looking for an opponent. Many people shrank their necks and did not dare to look Yi Yang in the eye. Isn't this a fighting arena? Is there anyone who wants to come up and spar? Yi Yang looked at everyone and asked, "Brother, you knocked down Wei Er, who was in the top 30 of our training camp, with just one punch. How many people dare to fight you?" "Yes, brother. Can you tell us your name? When did Huayang City produce such a great genius like you? How come we don't know anything about it?" When everyone heard Yi Yang's words, they all said that they did not dare to go on stage. Yi Yang was speechless. He didn't expect this group of combat spirit masters who were undergoing training. They are even worse than those in the arena. I am really worried about the future of the Federation. But Yi Yang came here to practice PK and improve his strength. How can I do this if no one fights me? So Yi Yang thought of a way, looked at everyone and said, "If you want to know my name, come on stage and beat me, and I will tell you." "Goodbye, brother. You're not a beauty. We don't necessarily have to know your name." "That is..." Yi Yang laughed sarcastically. "So you are trash. Everyone here is a rookie." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience suddenly became agitated. Everyone who heard Yi Yang's words felt unhappy. Although Yi Yang is indeed very strong. But don't be so arrogant and look down on others. Hey, little brother, don't be so arrogant. We don't fight with you because we don't want to bully you. After all, you are still a student. That's right. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a better talent. After all, we are all going to work hard for the Federation in the future. Yi Yang's words aroused the anger of the crowd, and everyone looked at Yi Yang with dissatisfaction. And this is exactly the result Yi Yang wants. He just wants to fight, nothing else. You are such a coward, and you still want to work for the Federation? Yi Yang smiled sarcastically and said, "I think it's better for you to go home and farm. The Federation doesn't need cowards." "What? I'll do it. I'll beat you up?" "You're so arrogant. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson." Below the fighting arena, everyone could no longer endure it and climbed towards the ring aggressively. Yi Yang smiled with satisfaction, with a look of contempt on his face. "Come on, you can come together or take turns. It's up to you. Today, I will fight you to the end." God-level summoning technique. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yang formed seals with his hands, and the dazzling light of the God-level summoning technique illuminated the entire venue. Chapter 69, Little King of Hell, Yi Yang. In an instant, Pikachu and Tailmon appeared beside Yi Yang. The meaning is obvious. Today, no matter whether these people want to PK with battle pets or PK with humans, Yi Yang, I'll stick with you till the end. Everyone was shocked. I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen anyone as crazy as this. Originally, they thought that Yi Yang would be scared away by the momentum of this group of people. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang was not afraid at all. Directly summoned the battle pet to fight. What a powerful move. Moreover, Yi Yang's battle pet also made these old battle spirit masters feel a little uneasy. This kid is not simple. He is already a combat master at this age. He is not weaker than us at all. I think we should just forget it, right? Nima, how can I tolerate this? Come on, I don't believe this kid can defy fate. Several unconvinced battle spirit masters immediately climbed onto the stage together, summoned their own battle pets, and prepared to PK with Yi Yang. There are nearly 20 battle pets and 7 or 8 people on the limited arena. Just attack. Use your strongest moves. If I take a step back, I lose. Yi Yang looked at the opponent in front of him and said, fuck him. Opposite him, there were 7 people and 14 battle pets. They immediately released their moves together to attack Yi Yang and his pet. Pikachu, one wave. Yi Yang gave an order. Pikachu's whole body was covered in lightning and thunder, and he ran out quickly, clearing the field with a wave of 100,000 volts. Shit. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone was watching the scene on the ring and was completely stunned. Yi Yang's opponent had just finished concentrating on his ultimate move, and before he could fully release it, he was taken down by Pikachu in one move. This is too fierce. Don't just stand there, the next one, come quickly. Yi Yang broke the silence and said. He was not surprised at all. The title of Pikachu was well-deserved. Moreover, Pikachu has undergone some strengthening and training, and its strength has improved. More importantly, Yi Yang felt that the influence of Pikachu and Tailman's bloodline power was gradually beginning to show. After hearing Yi Yang's words, everyone in the audience looked at each other, and no one dared to come up and fight Yi Yang. Yi Yang provoked again and again before finally forcing someone to come on stage. But the result is still tragic. Either he gets electrocuted by Pikachu or beaten by Tailman, or be defeated by Yi Yang. Anyway, you're just gonna get beaten. Even the top 10 in training camp couldn't last more than 3 moves when they went up together. This made these newcomers who had just been selected into the Federation and trained hard for a month suddenly doubt their lives. Next one. Yi Yang defeated his opponent and shouted again. No one dared to go up to the bottom of the ring, because they know that if they go up they will get beaten, so it is better not to go up. Seeing that no one came up again, Yi Yang immediately resorted to the same old trick and started to provoke them. You guys are not good enough? Are you all useless? Hey, you shorty over there, what are you afraid of? Are you a coward? And you guys, are you just here to eat and do nothing? So cowardly? Come up and PK. Don't be afraid. Yi Yang was full of sarcasm and insults. But this time, it didn't work. The battle spirit master below the ring was not angry at all when he heard Yi Yang's words. They looked at Yi Yang and said seriously, Brother, little king of hell, even if you curse our ancestors for 18 generations today, we will not fight you. That's right, whoever goes up there is an idiot. I don't want to get beaten. Chapter 70, We Are Just Children, Combat Skill Storage. Just spare us? We are just kids. Boss, go fight with the official members of the Federation. Yi Yang was speechless for a moment. He really didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, he walked down the stage with Pikachu and Tailman. I'll come to see you next time. I'll train hard to improve my strength. No, young master. Next time, find a formal member of the Federation. We can't beat you. Yes. We're just children in front of you. Please protect children. Get lost. Yi Yang cursed angrily, then walked out of the fighting arena with Pikachu and Tailman. Damn, what a bunch of shameless guys. He's just a kid, and he can say such things. Depend on. Ding. Today's new sign-in mission has been issued. Host, please sign in at the Federation Combat Skills Storage Depot for 10 minutes. Just when Yi Yang walked out of the fighting arena, the system prompt sounded in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang was stunned. Federation Combat Skills Storage? Holy shit. How the hell am I supposed to get in? Are you kidding me? As a place in an urban area, it has the highest power and the largest number of combat spirit masters. The combat skill storage is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Although Yi Yang had made contributions and provided extremely important intelligence to the Federation, but he was not a member of the Federation after all. The possibility of entering the combat skill storage is not very high. Let's go check it out first. Yi Yang thought about it and then asked some people. Ordinary members of the Combat Spirit Master Group have no idea where the combat skill storage is. It can be seen how important this thing is. There was no other choice. Yi Yang could only call Yi He. In a building corridor, Yi He received a call and immediately came to find Yi Yang. Yi Yang, what do you want to talk to me about? Ahem. It's like this, I want to go to your combat skill storage. Do you know where it is? Yi Yang coughed awkwardly and asked. Combat skill storage? Yi's face condensed, looking at Yi Yang. Do you want to learn combat skills? The combat skills in the Federation are only open to the insiders. I'm afraid. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Yi Yang said. No, you're different. I'll ask Minister Zheng and he'll approve it. Then Yi called his superiors for instructions. Yi Yang was a little nervous because the system sign-in task was very important to him. He had to finish it. After a while, Yi hung up the phone, walked up to Yi Yang, and said with a smile, Come with me. Minister Zheng agrees to let you in. But you can only choose 2 combat skills at most. You can only learn them, and you cannot take them away. Thanks. Hearing Yi's words, Yi Yang smiled and said, He has no interest in the Federation's fighting skills. He just wanted to complete the sign-in task. After all, combat skills are rare. Even within the Federation, there are not many high-level combat skills. Although Huayang City is relatively wealthy, there are many combat spirit masters. But the highest level of combat skills will never exceed the 5th level. Soon, Yi brought Yi Yang to the Federation's combat skills storage depot. There are many checkpoints and tight defenses along the way, which shows how important this place is. This is it. Kumin. I'll wait for you outside. You have half an hour. Yi asked someone to open the combat skills storage and said to Yi Yang, Good. Yi Yang nodded and immediately stepped in. The lights are bright, the technology is amazing, and volumes of combat skills are suspended in the air from low to high. Sign in. He gave an order in his mind, and the sign-in task began immediately. Chapter 71 Pikachu's Speciality, Breakthrough of the Battle Spirit. Ding. Check-in countdown. 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, Yi Yang began to select combat skills from the Federation's combat skills storage. Since I have the opportunity to come in, I must choose 2. He went directly to the highest grade area, the 3rd grade area. Combat skills above the 3rd rank are obviously not here. Yi Yang picked 2 and started reading immediately. 10 minutes passed quietly. Ding. Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for signing in successfully and getting a reward, a limited system copy opportunity, which can copy all text-based things. Forehead. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yi Yang was slightly stunned. Didn't expect there would be such a reward. He thought about it briefly and suddenly thought of a way to make money easily. Copy all the fighting skills here, Yi Yang said in his heart. The next second, there was a prompt sound indicating that the system was completed. Ding. Copying begins. Ding. Copy successful. Limited copying is complete. Congratulations to the host for copying 300 volumes of combat skills. So fast. Yi Yang couldn't help but swear. Then, without stopping for long, he walked out directly from the combat skills storage. Have you chosen yet? Yi saw that Yi Yang came out just 10 minutes ago and looked at him in astonishment. Yi Yang nodded and said, There is no fighting skill suitable for me at the moment. All right. Yi was a little surprised. Ordinary people would definitely be reluctant to leave. Yi Yang came out all of a sudden. Does he look down on the fighting skills in there? However, he didn't know that Yi Yang directly copied 300 volumes of combat skills and could practice however he wanted in the future. However, they are all within the 3rd grade, so Yi Yang has no interest in them. After all, he was fully capable of obtaining higher grade combat skills. After completing the task, Yi Yang naturally devoted himself to cultivation again. There is a federal professional intensive training ground. Yi Yang's strength improved rapidly. In addition to completing daily sign-in tasks, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, sleeping, and training spiritual pets, the rest of the time is almost always spent on cultivation. Yi Yang also read the entire guidebook on cultivating divine pets. Just like that, more than a month passed by quickly. During this month, Yi Yang's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Pikachu has also been upgraded to growth level 9. Tailmon mature level 3. Although Tailmon levels up very quickly. But in terms of strength, Pikachu is not inferior to Tailmon at all. Not only that, Yi Yang discovered, when Pikachu is upgraded to a higher level, it is equivalent to upgrading other pets to a higher level. Now it is easy to beat Pikachu into a mature level 9 spirit pet. However, Pikachu also faces a key problem. That's evolution. As Yi Yang's first magical pet, the evolution of Pikachu is not easy. Call. After completing another round of practice, Yi Yang let out a long breath. He clenched his fists. The power of the level 1 battle spirit made him very excited. It's time to contract the 3rd pet. Yi Yang stood up and said to himself. After hard training, he has now become a battle spirit master at the battle spirit level. The conditions for contracting a 3rd spirit pet have been fully met. Ding. A new sign-in task has been issued. Please go to the volcano in the wild area south of Huayang City and sign in for 20 minutes within 72 hours. Just as Yi Yang was about to leave the Federation, the reminder sound of the God-level all-realm sign-in system rang in his mind. Chapter 72, Obtaining a Large Number of Elixirs. Volcano? Yi Yang frowned. That's not a safe place. But he knew that the more dangerous the sign-in mission was, the longer it would take. That means the rewards will become more abundant. Therefore, Yi Yang will never escape. After saying goodbye to Federal Yeha and Minister Zheng, he got in Farley's supercar and left the federal headquarters. During this period of more than a month, Yi Yanka has been concentrating on practicing. It's time to go out for a walk. During this period, the Federation obtained important information provided by Yi Yang. All the sorcerers who endanger Huayang City will be destroyed. But who knows how many sorcerers are there in the dark? Boom! On the streets of Huayang City, Yi Yang was driving his fiery red Ferrari at high speed when the phone rang. Hello? Yi Yang answered the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Yang? A man's polite voice came from the phone. I am. Who are you? Yi Yang said. I'm a courier from Xuanfei Express. You have a package that needs to be signed for. Could you please come out and sign for it? The man's voice came on the phone again. Pack! Yi Yang frowned. Damn, I didn't buy anything online? Please wait for me for a moment. Okay. Bang! After hanging up the phone, Yi Yang accelerated sharply. Boom! Laugh! Amazing driving skills all the way, blowing up the streets, flow through corners, and accelerate in a straight line. The journey should take more than 10 minutes, but Yi Yang finished it in just 3 minutes. Laugh! Finally, with a gorgeous sideways movement, the car was parked in front of the gate of the Bay Villa community. The butterfly-style door opened, and the handsome Yi Yang got out of the car. The guard quickly opened the door for Yi Yang and welcomed him in. But Yi Yang didn't plan to go in. He wanted to pick up express delivery. Pick up the express, Yi Yang. Yi Yang said to the courier boy. Ah! The courier was startled for a moment, obviously not expecting that the person who dared to come in a cool supercar was actually Yi Yang. He was still staring stupidly into the Bay community. After Yi Yang signed for the express package and opened it, he was stunned. Elixir. Inside the express, an exquisite bottle was mixed in. Inside the bottle is the elixir of the spiritual beast. The number is as high as dozens. Moreover, they are all of the second class. This is worth millions. Can you tell me who sent this? Yi Yang asked as he looked at the courier boy who was about to leave. I'm sorry, I don't know either. I'm just a courier. The courier boy smiled apologetically. Okay, thank you. Yi Yang nodded in disappointment, then threw all the elixirs into his personal space. He is now very curious. Who's sending him something? This is giving away a car and an elixir at the same time? What a fucking tycoon. What are you going to do? Moreover, not many people know his phone number, so this person's power is definitely not simple. Huh. Never mind. Let's just look for a third pet. Yi Yang let out a long breath and put aside the speculations and thoughts in his mind. Then he drove away again in the far eastern supercar. Forehead. The uncle guarding the gate looked confused and opened the door waiting for Yi Yang to go in. In the end, Yi Yang stepped on the accelerator and left. I was like, at the gate of the barrier in Nanqing District, Huayang City. Yi Yang parked the car aside and prepared to go out to sign in. Chapter 73. The bullshit is exposed. It was because of the sorcerer before. The urban area of Huayang City was sealed off for a month. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Now that the blockade has just been lifted not long ago, all the combat spirit masters in the city have left the city to replenish supplies. Oh my god, there are so many people. Yi Yang felt a little helpless as he looked at the long queue of people heading out of the city. After a while, Yi Yang showed his ID card and was able to leave Huayang City. Without any delay, he headed straight for the volcano in the south of the wild area. Since the danger has been eradicated, many combat spirit masters have left the city. Unlike the previous time Yi Yang left the city, it was difficult to meet anyone along the way. But this time, there were many combat spirit masters outside the city. Let's form a team. Let's form a team. As soon as Yi Yang walked out of the outer defense barrier, he heard shouts. When going out to the wild area, forming a team is a common operation. The purpose is to protect one's own safety to a greater extent and help each other. Yi Yang randomly found a team to join, gathered 10 people, and then set off. The leader was a man about 25 years old. He walked in front and said as he walked, "It's very dangerous in the wild area. Our goal this time is to go to the area near the volcano, where there are some natural medicinal herbs. Don't panic when you encounter danger. Along the way, the man kept chattering and talking a lot of nonsense. But what made Yi Yang speechless was that there were still newbies who worshipped him. 2 hours later, deep in the wild forest, the temperature becomes noticeably higher near the volcano. But the heavy atmosphere inside was also particularly obvious. I have a bad feeling about this, a man said nervously. Don't scare yourself. Go quickly, pick the herbs and go back. As long as you don't encounter a fully formed spirit beast, there won't be any problems. The leading man said with a firm look on his face. Then the 10 of them went deeper into some wild areas again. We arrived at the canyon area, which was naturally rich in spiritual materials. The spiritual energy here is obviously richer than that in other places in the wild. It is definitely a great place for cultivation. But the richer the spiritual energy, the more spiritual beasts like it. Wow, that's a lot of medicinal herbs. We can make a lot of money now. Hurry up and pick them. This place is very dangerous. Pick them and leave. Seeing the many rare medicinal herbs growing in the canyon, the other 9 people, except Yi Yang, were all excited. They couldn't wait to run towards the center of the canyon. Suddenly, there was a noise above the canyon. Wait, something's happening. Summon your battle pet and prepare for battle. The 9 people who rushed out stopped at the same time and summoned their war pets together, ready to fight. Hiss! The next second, a giant python the size of a bucket and more than 10 meters long appeared in front of Yi Yang and others. Mature level 8 spiritual beast, the Pancher python. The leading man took 2 steps back when he saw the python. Didn't you say that as long as the fully formed spirit beast doesn't come, there won't be any problems? The 8 people following him saw that he was scared and asked with contempt. This? The leading man was speechless when he heard this. He just said it casually just now, but he never thought that he would encounter a mature level 8 spirit beast. With their strength, the best they can do is fight a mature level 5 spirit beast, which is already their limit. Damn, if we had known you were bragging, we wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. Shit, what should we do now? This giant stone python is not easy to deal with. Chapter 74. Pikachu easily fights a level higher level. Even if we attack together, we may not be able to take it down. How about we run? You're already here. Why are you still running? There are so many rare medicinal herbs ahead, it would be a shame not to pick them. That doesn't mean you won't die. Fuck, stop talking, it's coming. Just as the 9 people were busy discussing, the mature level 8 spirit beast, the Pancher python, with earth attribute, rushed towards them with its tongue spitting out and its body twisting. A pair of eyes that could make one's entire body numb stared straight at the leader and the other 9 people. Damn it, let's go for it, kill it. The 9 people became ruthless and mobilized their spiritual energy, and together with their own war pets, they attacked the giant stone python. However, before they could get close to the Pancher python, it struck with its tail and swept them away. Bang! 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 The 9 people and their battle pets were all smashed away. Ah! Then, with a scream, he vomited blood and fell to the ground, and the whole army was wiped out. I'll go. Yi Yang was standing at the back, just about to take the opportunity to slip away and sign in at the volcano. When they saw the crowd being swept away by the wave, they were instantly speechless. Isn't this defeat too quick? Don't give yourself any chance to leave. He was also convinced. Puff! Ahem! The 9 people who were knocked to the ground by the giant Pancher python's tail were spitting out blood and coughing violently. Obviously, all 9 of them had lost their combat effectiveness. All of his battle pets were also seriously injured, lying on the ground, waiting for death in fear. Hiss! Immediately afterwards, the giant Pancher python rushed over again with its tongue sticking out. However, this time the target was directly changed to Yi Yang. Hey, I didn't provoke you, go eat them. Yi Yang watched the Pancher python change its target and rush towards him, shouting. When the other 9 people heard his words, they were so angry that they vomited blood again. There were 10,000 alpacas running wildly in his heart, and he stared at Yi Yang intently, wanting to curse him. But because he was seriously injured, he was powerless. However, the giant stone python completely ignored Yi Yang's words. With a ferocious look on his face, he came directly towards Yi Yang to bite him. Fuck, you deserve a beating. Seeing that the giant stone python ignored his words and wanted to bite him anyway, Yi Yang cursed and directly used the god-level summoning technique. Go ahead, Pikachu. 100,000 volts. Sizzle, sizzle. There was a blinding flash of light, accompanied by powerful lightning. Pikachu was summoned and rushed directly to the front of the giant python, released a wave of lightning, and easily dealt with the giant python. Bah! Only a muffled sound was heard. The Pancher python's raised head fell heavily to the ground. Black smoke was coming out of its body, and it was charred by the electricity. Suki. Pikachu defeated the giant python with just one casual attack and let out a breath, showing off his pride. Spiritual beasts within the mature level are no longer a threat to Pikachu at present. The 9 seriously injured people looked at the man who easily dealt with the stone python in one wave, and they were completely worthless in front of Pikachu. They were stunned. His already severely injured body became even more agitated and painful due to the surging blood and energy in his heart. He vomited blood again. Ahem! What level is this battle pet? So powerful. It doesn't look that awesome. Why is he so perverted? Chapter 75, Obtaining the 3rd Divine Level Spiritual Pet. Even though they were spitting blood, the 9 people couldn't help but utter words of amazement. Then they saw Yi Yang walking over. A 2-ling pill was taken out from the body of the Pancher giant python. Then Yi Yang stepped into the canyon. After picking and preserving the precious medicinal herbs inside, they headed straight to the volcano several thousand meters away to sign in. Leaving behind were 9 people who were stunned, shocked, seriously injured, and extremely frustrated. It's obviously a team. Why were they all seriously injured, but Yi Yang was safe and sound? Pickup truck. On the way, Yi Yang asked Pikachu to return to his own living space. Pikachu protested, a little rebelliously, and said he didn't want to go in. Yi Yang was speechless. He let Pikachu squat on his shoulder and ran quickly towards the volcano. The closer Yi Yang got to the volcano, the more he could feel the hot breath. But he is also looking forward to the sign-in reward this time. After all, it was 20 minutes. Sign in. A few minutes later, Yi Yang came to the volcano and said, "Ding, check-in begins, countdown, 20 minutes. As the system's voice fell, Yi Yang quietly waited for the sign-in task to be completed. He stood on the volcano and looked around. After making sure it was safe, he summoned Tailmon as well. Leapfrog, let's go, Yi Yang said, and took Pikachu and Tailmon to cherish these 20 minutes in practice. Pikachu's hands can't even reach his back, and his movements are so funny and cute that it makes people want to laugh. But it still jumped hard, back and forth, and time passed by every second. 20 minutes passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for signing in successfully. He obtained a level 1 God Bloodline pet, the fire-breathing dragon. Get reward. Wanjia Mall is permanently open. For a limited time of 30 minutes, all items in the mall are 20% off. Hear the sound of the system. Yi Yang was immediately delighted. I was filled with excitement. The 3rd pet was finally done. I was so happy. It is still a divine bloodline pet. Fire attribute. Charizard, always fire. Although his favorite is still Pikachu. But now that these spirit pets are following him, Yi Yang must treat them equally, and they are all his good partners. Not only that, the Wanjia Mall is also permanently open. From now on, Yi Yang can buy good things in the Wanjia Mall at any time. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yi Yang has money. However, the Wanjia Mall currently offers a 20% discount. Yi Yang can't miss this opportunity. He immediately checked the amount of money currently in his account. About 400,000. It costs 600,000 to buy Tailman's gloves. Even with a 20% discount, it would still cost more than 400,000 yuan. The price is still not cheap. Yi Yang immediately looked at the trading and selling area of the Wanjia Mall and picked out some elixirs that he had no use for at the moment and sold them. Then buy Tailman's special gloves. Ding. Host Yi Yang, are you sure you want to buy Tailman's special gloves? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to host Yi Yang for successfully purchasing Tailman's special gloves. Immediately, Yi Yang spent 480,000 future coins to buy special gloves for Tailmon. Tailmon, this is for you. Yi Yang handed the gloves to Tailmon. Tailmon took it, put it on, and immediately felt his hands full of strength. Thank you, master. Tailmon shouted with delight. Suki. Pikachu next to him also asked for it. Chapter 76. Hello, Lao Peng. Let's conclude a contract. Okay, I'll buy it for you next time and take you to eat delicious food when we return to the city. Yi Yang comfortet Pikachu. Only then did Pikachu let Yi Yang go. I found a new partner for you. Let me introduce you to him. Then, Yi Yang smiled excitedly and couldn't wait to contract Charizard. System, release the Charizard. Yi Yang said. The next second, a flame burned up. Amidst the raging fire, Charizard appeared in front of Yi Yang, Pikachu, and Tailmon. Hello, old spray. Yi Yang looked at Charizard and greeted him. Although this Charizard is very fat, its fighting power is not weak. And since it can fly, you can make it your own flying mount. Roar! In response to Yi Yang's greeting, Charizard sprayed a breath of fire directly towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang immediately hugged Pikachu and Tailmon, and with a flash of stream steps, he avoided Charizard's attack. Charizard, what are you doing? Yi Yang looked at the Charizard and shouted. Damn, you come out and spit fire at yourself. What are you trying to do? Boom! However, the Charizard ignored him and spewed another breath of fire towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang quickly dodged, and Pikachu and Tailmon also wanted to fight. Don't do anything. Leave it to me. This old man has a bad temper, so take your time. Seeing Pikachu and Tailmon were about to attack Charizard, Yi Yang hurriedly shouted. Otherwise, if Tailmon and Pikachu join forces, Charizard will just be beaten. What should I do if I get injured? This is my third God-level pet, and it is a spiritual pet with the ability to fly. Yi Yang must deal with Charizard. There is only one of its kind in this world, and there is definitely no second one. Roar! Charizard failed to burn Yi Yang twice and was furious. The flames that burst out of his mouth were even stronger than before. The flame formed a thick line of fire, chasing Yi Yang and burning him as the Charizard moved. Yi Yang used the flowing light step to teleport in front of Charizard and slapped it on the head, directly extinguishing the fire in Charizard's mouth. Why are you burning me? In this world, I'm the only one who knows you and understands you. Be my spirit pet partner and fight together. God-level contract technique. Wow! The strong light formed a contract formation that surrounded the Charizard. Immediately, the spiritual energy connected. The contract begins, but Charizard seemed unwilling to sign a contract with Yi Yang, so it kept trying to resist. However, Yi Yang was determined to win. The contract technique limits Charizard's abilities. At the same time, the spiritual energy connection allows Charizard to understand his feelings. Slowly, Charizard began to accept Yi Yang, until the two of them successfully connected their spiritual energies and understood each other's intentions. Contract success. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully contracting the Charizard. Spiritual pet. Fire-breathing dragon. Bloodline. God level 1 bloodline spirit pet. Level. Mature level 5. Attribute. Fire attribute. Deep Komba. Special skill. Flamethrower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fire-breathing dragon attribute blessing, the power of fire. I heard the system prompt sounds one after another. Yi Yang felt indescribably happy. In this way, he now has 3 battle pets: Pikachu, Tailmon, Charizard. With such a lineup and strength, there is no need to worry about not being admitted to North China University. Chapter 77. Retreat and practice, and welcome the college entrance examination. However, Yi Yang is still at level 1 combat spirit. The admission requirement to North China University is level 2 combat spirit. There are not many days left before the college entrance examination. Yi Yang, you need to work harder. Seeing that it was still early, Yi Yang was not in a hurry to go back. He took out a volume of the 4th grade fire-related combat skill, Fireball, which he had obtained from killing the sorcerer. Then, open it and read and practice carefully. Soon, all the relevant training information of the 4th grade combat skill, Fiery Fireball, was integrated into Yi Yang's mind. He immediately began to practice, and on this volcano, he completed the 4th grade combat skill, Fireball. Boom! A sphere burning with flames appeared in Yi Yang's right hand. At this moment, spiritual energy surrounded his right hand, controlling the fireball the size of a human head. At a certain moment, Yi Yang directly threw the flaming ball out. Boom! The fireball flew out, hit the stone wall of the volcano, and exploded directly. The stone wall collapsed a lot due to the force of the fire explosion, and it was charred black. It worked. Yi Yang smiled happily and said, "Let's go back." Charizard. Boom! He, Pikachu, and Tailmon immediately jumped onto Charizard's back. Then the Charizard flapped its wings and took off into the air. At an extremely fast speed, he crossed the wild forest and rushed back to the urban area of Huayang City. Next, Yi Yang will go into seclusion to improve his cultivation level. make the final sprint for the upcoming college entrance examination. After Yi Yang returned to the city, he first sold some of the copied first and second grade combat skills and exchanged them for some cash to support his life. After all, he had spent all his fortune buying Tailman's special gloves. Gotta eat, right? But Yi Yang was not heartbroken, because when Tailman put on the gloves, his attack power could be increased by 50%, which was quite amazing. Then he began to practice spiritual energy in seclusion. At the same time, use the elixir to strengthen Tailman, Charizard, and Pikachu. In this way, time passed day by day. The annual Global College entrance examination has finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully breaking through to level 3 of the Battle Spirit. Bay Area. Inside the villa, Building 1, Block A, Yi Yang heard the system prompt and couldn't help but feel excited. After several days of practice, he successfully reached level 2. Not only that, Pikachu has also reached the peak of its growth stage. Tailmon mature level 5. Charizard mature level 7. These 3 spiritual pets are not simple. Call! Yi Yang stopped practicing and exhaled a long breath of turbid air from his mouth. He stretched his muscles and bones, making a crackling sound. Then he looked out the window. The sun was rising and a new day had arrived. Ding! A new sign-in mission has been released. Host Yi Yang, please sign in at the individual college entrance examination venue within 2 hours. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Yi Yang smiled and shouted, Pikachu, Tailmon, let's go. Because of its large size, Charizard can only stay within the living space of the contract. Then, Yi Yang drove the Farley supercar straight to the examination room for the independent cultivator and combat spirit master. He had already registered online, and all he had to do was take the exam. The literary exam lasts 2 days, and the military exam lasts 1 day. The results will be announced within 7 days, which is very efficient. Hello, please show me your admission ticket. Outside the examination hall for independent cultivators and combat spirit masters set up by the Federation, a tutor spoke politely to Yi Yang. Chapter 78. Huayang City's Casual Cultivator versus Spiritual Master Martial Arts Examination. Yi Yang took out his mobile phone, on which was the admission ticket for the online examination application. Are you Yi Yang? The man in charge of guarding the examination room was shocked when he saw Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded and was welcomed in. The examination place arranged for him was also the best examination room. There were not many people in the examination room, and everyone is separated. The written test went on quickly, and Yi Yang answered the questions quickly. The first test was completed in less than 20 minutes. Hand in the paper and leave. Oh my God, so fast. The other people in the examination room saw Yi Yang walk out of the examination room directly and looked at him in shock. Afterwards, they continued to answer the questions anxiously, with embarrassed looks on their faces. 2-day literary examination. Yi Yang always left early. Those questions were too easy for him. Day 3. Military examination. On an outdoor playground of the Federation in Huayang City. At this moment, all the combat spirit masters who were taking the examination were gathered here. As for combat spirit masters who are not independent practitioners, they take the examination in major universities. Today is extremely important for all combat spirit masters taking the college entrance examination around the world, because this concerns their future prospects. On the playground outside the Federation, there are warrior spirit masters who are eligible to take the college entrance examination. There are more than 100 people. Their ages are between 16 and 20 years old. If you are younger or older, you will not be able to take the college entrance examination. There is a 1-meter-high stone platform on the playground. On the stone platform stood the title examiner. Complete the martial arts exam for everyone present within 1 day. The martial arts exam is divided into 3 stages. The first is to test your cultivation level. The second stage is to test the level of your battle pets and the number of summons you can summon. The third stage, actual combat training and ratings based on combat. You see, over there are the battle spirit masters from the Federation, your opponents. Everyone followed the examiner's gaze. Over there were hundreds of combat spirit masters wearing the same uniform, standing in a standard posture, with an extraordinary aura, and it was obvious that they were professionally trained. Isn't this a bit too difficult? Those are all professionally trained combat spirit masters. I'll go, and I hope I can go to college smoothly. Looking at the group of practical examiners with extraordinary momentum, the independent practitioner said in horror. However, Yi Yang didn't care. because those people are already his old rivals. When he was training in the Federation for more than a month, he had fought with that group of people many times. Yi Yang still remembers all the funny things that happened during that period, and he couldn't help laughing. Okay, the martial arts exam is about to begin. Next, those whose names are called will go up on stage one by one to take the test of their levels. The examiner shouted, "First one, Chopin." The person whose name is called will immediately go on stage to test his or her level of spiritual energy cultivation. The aura tester, created by technology and aura, is placed on the stone platform. Chopin pressed it in with one hand, mobilized the spiritual energy, and the digital level on the level display screen began to soar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Warrior. Warrior level 9, Chopin. Next, the aura tests are ongoing. 50 people went up one after another. The highest level was just a 20-year-old man, a level 2 combat master. This level is already very good in Huayang City. Chapter 79, shocking the audience. Moreover, he is also a casual combat spirit master. It is even more rare. Next, Yi Yang. As the examiner's voice fell, Yi Yang walked out slowly from the crowd. Oh my god, how old is this brother? He's here to take the college entrance examination for independent cultivators? It doesn't look like more than 16 or 17, so it's normal to be released from school. But it's difficult to be a freelance cultivator. We are all over 18 years old, right? He is certainly not 18. Seeing Yi Yang walking out from the crowd, all the combat spirit masters taking the martial arts exam on the playground were shocked. I didn't notice it before, but now everyone is paying attention to Yi Yang. Guess what level is he? You are so young. How many levels can you be at? I guess you're only at level 3 or 4. I think so too. At most, it won't exceed level 5 of the warrior. It can't be higher. What if he's a genius? Pa, a genius? A genius would come here to take the casual martial arts exam? That's right, you're so smart to think of that. If he's a genius, I'm gonna go home and eat shit live tonight. Everyone watched the young Yi Yang step onto the stage step by step, and they couldn't help but make comments and guess the riddles. Some people even placed bets below, gamble based on Yi Yang's test level. But no matter what, their behavior undoubtedly shows their contempt for Yi Yang. Yi Yang walked onto the stage and mobilized his spiritual energy. He put one hand into the aura tester. Wow! When one saw it, a burst of spiritual light shone out. Fuck! What's going on? The tester is glowing? That shouldn't be the case. Although this is a low-level spiritual energy tester, it shouldn't glow when testing a warrior apprentice or a warrior master, right? Looking at the glowing aura tester, the expressions of all the candidates on the playground became tense at this moment. They looked at Yi Yang with anticipation as he was testing his spiritual energy level on the stone platform. I feel a little hesitant and uneasy. Suddenly I felt that Yi Yang might not be simple. The next second, the level numbers on the aura tester soared rapidly. 12, 345, 67, 89 war Disciple. War Master. Fuck. I've broken through to the Battle Master level. It's still rising. Damn, is this true? Is there something wrong? Everyone in the audience was startled at this moment. Their eyes were fixed on the screen of the testing instrument, which displayed the spiritual energy level, waiting for the ever-increasing level numbers to stop. But the level number kept rising until it broke through the battle spirit level. Buzz! Once you're on the field, there was a loud bang in everyone's head like a thunderclap. War Spirit? Battle Spirit level Battle Spirit Master. A boy under the age of 18? A War Spirit? Holy shit, are you serious? No one dared to believe what they saw. Yi Yang tested the spiritual energy level until he reached the Battle Spirit level 3 before he stopped. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was completely shocked by this result. Ahem. After a while, Yi Yang pretended to cough and pulled everyone back from their astonishment. Battle Master level 3. The examiner looked at the test results with a look of disbelief. Is this fake? Is the testing equipment malfunctioning? Yeah, this is too exaggerated. He is so young, but he is already a level 3 combat spirit. That's right. If he is a level 3 combat spirit, then there's no point in our cultivation. Strongly request that the equipment be tested and retested. Chapter 80, I won't take the exam anymore. The people in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction. Faced with such astonishing results, enormous doubts arose. After all, Yi Yang is only 16 years old. If he had reached the 3rd level of combat spirit at this age, that's too discouraging. They couldn't bear this result in their hearts. Jealousy made them suspicious, and they shouted. Even the examiner on the stone platform couldn't believe it. Start testing the instrument immediately. After a moment, the instrument inspector said, very seriously, "There is no problem with the instrument. Everything is normal." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Is there anything wrong with the instrument? Does that mean the test data just now are all real data? Damn. Do you have to be so perverted? They turned their eyes to Yi Yang in horror. It felt like looking at a monster. I really can't believe that some people's talent can be so incredible. Since everyone is skeptical, can I proceed directly to the second round of examinations? When Yi Yang saw this scene, he thought it was a good opportunity to use it to finish the martial arts exam early and leave. He could feel more relaxed then. After all, to him, this is just playing house. It is a waste of time to let him wait here with everyone else for the long examination process. Okay, the examiner also wanted to see whether Yi Yang was a battle spirit master at the battle spirit level. God level summoning technique. The next second, Yi Yang directly formed the seal of the God level summoning technique. Wow! Suddenly, blinding rays of light covered the entire place. 3 array patterns glowed and appeared on the playground at the same time. Soon, one battle pet after another was summoned. Pikachu, Tailmon, Charizard. Looking at the battle pets summoned by Yi Yang at the same time. Those practitioners who expressed doubts about Yi Yang's spiritual energy level shut up in an instant and had nothing to say. If the instrument can make mistakes, then it can be faked. Then, it is absolutely impossible to fake the summoning of one's own battle pet. Because I want to summon 3 battle pets. You must reach the level of a war spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to own 3 combat pets that belong to your own contract. Who is he? With such great talent. Why did he come and take the exam? Fuck, this is so depressing. I was only at level 8 when I was 20, and he was already at level 3 when he was less than 18. I won't take the test anymore, damn. Critical hit. In an instant, everyone began to doubt their lives. Is this still a human being? Why would such a genius appear in the college entrance examination for casual cultivators? Their hearts were boiling like the sea, and it was difficult to calm their restlessness. Let's test it. The examiner spoke calmly, convinced by Yi Yang's talent. Afterwards, Yi Yang's battle pet began to undergo level testing. Pikachu at level 9. Mature level 5 Tailmon. Mature level 7 Charizard. The powerful lineup once again shocked the audience. Yi Yang entered the 3rd round with full marks. Actual combat. As soon as those people saw Yi Yang, their faces changed instantly. Student Yi Yang, you can pick any opponent you want. As long as you can defeat him with 10 moves, you will be qualified. The examiner said to Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled and glanced at the group of combat spirit masters in front of him one by one. Anyone who was stared at by him would involuntarily avoid meeting Yi Yang's eye contact, because they don't want to be abused by Yi Yang again. Whatever. Anyone want to come up and fight me? Yi Yang said casually. Chapter 81. We can't beat him. What is this operation? No one answered. No one stood up. The whole place was silent. After a long while, the battle spirit masters who were also candidates could not help but complain again. Even the actual combat examiner did not dare to stand up. This kid is such a pervert. I can't help it. He has such great talent that he has reached the 3rd level of battle spirit at this age. Waited for a while longer. Still no one stood up. Yi Yang was not surprised at this result at all, because every practical examiner at the station had been beaten by him inside the Federation, without exception. Does this count as me being qualified? Yi Yang tilted his head to look at the examiner and asked. This? The examiner was suddenly speechless and embarrassed, not knowing what to do. He cast his gaze towards the combat examiners, very puzzled as to why these guys didn't stand up and fight Yi Yang. Ahem. Let this little devil pass. We can't beat him. Yes, don't waste time, just go through it. A group of practical examiners said awkwardly. Forehead. The examiner was stunned and looked confused. The group of candidates at the back were instantly shocked. Vonima, what is this operation? I passed it directly? The practical examiner admitted defeat directly? Oh my god. Is there such a thing? How can you be so awesome? You passed without even fighting. Oh my god. I've learned a lot today. All the candidates were dumbfounded. I never expected that. Yi Yang's journey to the martial arts exam was so easy. Such achievements, such talent. I want to enter the world's #1 combat spiritual master university. Moreover, there is no suspense at all. In that case, let's go ahead. After a brief moment of surprise, the examiner said to Yi Yang, "Congratulations, Yi Yang, you passed the exam. Go back and wait for the admission notice." "Thanks." Yi Yang smiled and left with his war pet in a swagger. The group of confused candidates who were still queuing for the exam were left behind, full of envy. Skin. As soon as Pikachu came out, he didn't want to go in, so he lay on Yi Yang's shoulder, as if congratulating Yi Yang. "Okay, foodie, I'll buy you a pizza and a fruit salad." Yi Yang nodded Pikachu's head and smiled. He also didn't expect that both the military and literary exams would be so easy. "I feel particularly relaxed." Afterwards, Yi Yang took Pikachu and Tailmon to eat delicious food. As for Charizard, you can only buy it and feed it to it. It is huge in size and eats an unusually large amount. Now Yi Yang takes his battle pet with him to eat, and a meal costs almost 7 or 8,000 yuan. Among them, Charizard accounts for 2/3. There's nothing we can do about it. All the food we eat is expensive. You eat too much. If you continue like this, I'm going to become a pauper. Seeing that his 3 combat pets were such big eaters, Yi Yang couldn't help but complain. He doesn't have a stable income now, so he makes some money by selling fighting skills. At present, I can barely support 3 combat pets. But in the future, Yi Yang will have more and more battle pets. The cost will inevitably be even greater, and it is hard to say whether we will be able to afford it by then. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone, thinking it was another delivery. But when I saw the nickname, Mom, I immediately understood that they were my parents. To be precise, they are the parents of the previous owner of this body. Chapter 82, Stunned Villagers. Yi Yang thought about it and answered the call. "Hello." He wanted to yell "fuck you," but it was difficult for him to open his mouth. After all, it was 5,000 years ago. He was an orphan since childhood and never felt the love of his parents. "Xiaoyang." A woman's weak voice came from the phone. "Yeah, it's me. What's up?" Yi Yang said. "Your father fell from the 2nd floor while working at the construction site and was injured. Are you free now? Come back and see your father?" Mrs. Yi Yang's weak voice came over the phone again. "Their boss won't pay compensation. Due to our family conditions, we may not be able to treat your father. Your father wants to see you for the last time. Hear the news." Yi Yang's mood was complicated. Even though these are not my biological parents, but this body was given by them, the feeling in it also touched his soul. "I'll be back soon. You guys go to the hospital first. Leave the expenses to me." After a while, Yi Yang said lightly, "According to memory, the parents of the previous owner of this body loved it very much. I only have this one son. Although the family was poor, they left the best for Yi Yang. This love makes Yi Yang very touched now. Since he has come to this world, he should protect the family of the original owner of this body." Boom! After hanging up the phone, Yi Yang drove his Ferrari and went home. His hometown is in a village called Zhonglo Village in Jiqing Town, Zhongjiang County, Huaiyang City. Soon, Yi Yang left the city. The road section with grass oil is smooth and spacious. Yi Yang drove his supercar and sped all the way. They have already left the barrier of Huaiyang City's main urban area far away. Entered an area without barrier protection. There are no buildings around, only mountains and forests, a wide road, and vehicles coming and going. Every long distance, there is a Federal Combat Spirit Master Base responsible for guarding the safety of the road. An hour later, Yi Yang returned to his hometown, Zhonglo Village. Although it is still a rural area, it is obviously better than 5,000 years ago. The roads are smooth, and the houses are well-planned, giving it a very urbanized feel. Boom! Yi Yang drove the Faralafa into the village, immediately attracting countless people's attention. "Oh my, this is incredible. This car must have cost a lot of money, right? Is he from our village? Who bought the car? He must be very rich, right? I don't know. Who got rich?" Although the people in these villages don't know what the car Yi Yang is driving is called, but from the cool appearance, you can tell that this car is worth a lot of money. Yi Yang didn't drive fast in the village, and the villagers could keep up with him by walking. All the way, he followed to the doorstep of Yi Yang's home, who was once the poorest person in the village. Could this be a relative of the Yi Shan family? How is that possible? His family is so poor. How could he have such a rich relative? That's right. His family is the poorest in the whole village. Now Yi Shan is injured at the construction site again. Sigh. How miserable. The villagers looked at Yi Yang and parked the car in front of his house, talking about it. Then I saw the butterfly door open and a handsome guy got out of the car. Then, that's Yi Yang, right? Oh my God, it's true. Isn't Yi Yang in college? How come he is so rich? You've made progress. The Yi family's ancestral graves are smoking. The villagers were stunned when they saw Yi Yang getting out of the car. Chapter 83. It's God's will that you keep it from me to marry. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not have imagined that it was Yi Yang who came back driving such an expensive sports car. This completely overturned their understanding of Yi Yang's family. After getting off the car, Yi Yang walked towards home without any stop. The door was not closed. Obviously, his parents did not go to the hospital. Yi Yang had almost expected this. After all, the family is poor, the hospital costs a lot of money, and the frugal parents are definitely unwilling to waste money on this. Hello, point 120? Yi Yang immediately took out his phone, dialed 120, and asked an ambulance to pick up the person. Then, Yi Yang walked into the house. My mother is only 40 years old, but she already has some white hair and looks like she is 45 to 50 years old. It is obviously the result of years of hard work. And his father looked even thinner and older. Because of the injury, his current condition is extremely bad. I'm back. Yi Yang walked into his parents' room and called out. He was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. I don't even know how to address these two people who are both strangers and familiar to me. Xiaoyang, why did you come back so soon? Yi Yang's mother turned around and looked at Yi Yang in surprise and asked. I drove back. I've already called 120. The ambulance will be here soon. Let's go to the hospital for treatment. Yi Yang said. No, Xiaoyang, we can't afford to go to the hospital. When Yi Yang's father, Yi Shan, heard that Yi Yang wanted to go to the hospital, he immediately said, the money I earn is not enough for treatment. I want to save it for you to marry a wife, so don't waste it on me. Yes, Xiaoyang, your father and I have lived frugally just to give you a good life. We are already very satisfied that you can come back. Yi Yang's mother echoed, but Yi Yang was very opposed to his parents' approach. Although they are not his biological parents, Yi Yang really can't bear to hurt such good parents. If they knew that their biological son was dead, they would probably be very sad, right? Perhaps all this is God's will. Yi Yang thought in his heart. He was an orphan in his previous life. In this life, he felt the love of his parents, and he felt that this journey of soul traveling was not in vain. In that case, let's just follow God's will. Dad, Mom, I am now a battle spirit master. From now on, I can take care of you. Yi Yang looked at his parents and said, I will go and settle accounts with the boss of that construction site. You should go to the hospital for treatment first. Don't worry about the money. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Yi Yang's parents were shocked. It took a long time for them to react, and they looked at Yi Yang in shock. What did you say? Battle spirit master? Yi Yang's parents looked at him in disbelief and asked, Spirit pets are so expensive. How can you become a combat spirit master? I caught it myself. Yi Yang said, Let's go to the hospital first. Leave the rest to me. Then the ambulance arrived. Amid the shocked gazes of everyone in the village, Yi Yang sent his parents to the ambulance. I escorted him all the way to the hospital, arranged everything, and prepared to go to the construction site to settle accounts with the boss. Workers were injured and no compensation was paid. Is there any law? Boom. He drove his Farley supercar straight to the construction site where his father worked. Such a black-hearted boss must not be tolerated. Laugh. Soon, Yi Yang arrived at the construction site where his father worked and parked the Farley supercar at the construction intersection. Chapter 84. Is the Battle Spirit Master amazing? A high-rise building is being built here and many workers are busy working. According to Yi Yang's inquiries, the contractor of this construction site is named Huang Guang. He was very domineering and embezzled a lot of money, which he used to pay for his son's training. Finally, when his son was 20 years old, he made his son a real combat spirit master. Since then, the boss has become even more arrogant. From time to time, they would be harsh on the workers, driving many away. Those who stayed behind were all out of helplessness. With only 1 month's salary left, it's difficult to leave. Not only do you get no bonus for working hard all day, you also get scolded. Just like now, all the workers are working hard. The contractor, however, was wearing a helmet and standing on a pile of red bricks, cursing. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten yet? You are half dead. We must complete this project within the deadline. If we delay, your wages will be deducted. In this era, those who do these hard labors are the poorest people in the countryside. He usually suffers from contempt and humiliation, but dares not make the slightest rebuttal. So, even in the face of Boss Bao Gong's scolding, this group of people also have no temper at all. Are you Huang Guang? Just then, Yi Yang walked over, looked at the man standing on the red brick and cursing, and asked. The man turned around. His eyes fell on Yi Yang, his brows frivolous. Are you here to find a job? Yi Yang was speechless. Do I look like someone who want to work here? It seems that you are Huang Guang, the foreman of this construction site. Yi Yang smiled contemptuously and prepared to settle accounts with Huang Guang. Why? What do you want from me? The contractor, Huang Guang, looked at Yi Yang carefully and said, Who are you? I don't think we have met before. Then you have met Yi Shan, right? Yi Yang said. As soon as he said this, Huang Guang's face suddenly darkened. A pair of eyes looked at Yi Yang again, already with obvious hostility. Looking at your age, you are Yi Shan's son, right? Huang Guang looked at Yi Yang and said, I heard old Yi often mention you. He said you went to a good high school. What's the matter? Isn't it the exam period recently? Why are you back? Come back and beat you up. Yi Yang rubbed his fists, making a crisp crackling sound. Huang Guang's face suddenly froze. He jumped down from a pile of red bricks and picked up a brick. Boy, are you looking for trouble? My son is a battle spirit master. If you dare to touch me, your whole family will suffer. Huang Guang looked at Yi Yang and said threateningly, Battle spirit master? Is a battle spirit master so great? Yi Yang laughed sarcastically and said angrily, People got into an accident on your construction site, and you didn't pay a penny. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will make you lie in bed for the rest of your life. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a rich spiritual energy surged out of Yi Yang's body, enveloping his entire body. The three attributes of fire, light, and lightning are added to it. You are also a battle spirit master? Huang Guang was startled and frightened by the spiritual energy released from Yi Yang's body. Now, give me an explanation. Yi Yang looked at the yellow light with a serious expression. His whole body was filled with an overwhelming aura, and it seemed as if his spiritual energy would surge towards the yellow light at any time. Huang Guang's heartbeat quickened, his breathing became rapid, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Although he has some money, his son is also a combat spirit master. But judging from the richness of the spiritual energy, he concluded that Yi Yang was much stronger than his son. Chapter 85, The Angry Truth. In an instant, Huang Guang's heart was filled with fear. Well, about your father. I've always felt guilty about it, and I've already prepared compensation money and gifts, and I'm going to go see your father. Huang Guang looked at Yi Yang, forced a stiff smile on his face, and said to Yi Yang, But would Yi Yang believe this kind of nonsense? Obviously, he wouldn't believe it. Really? Are you so kind? Yi Yang looked at Huang Guang with a sneer and said, Why don't you call your son and ask him to come out and talk about what happened today, so that he won't accuse me of bullying you? I heard from others that you are so domineering because you have a son who is a battle spirit master. Come on, call him out. Let me see what level he is. This. Faced with Yi Yang's humiliation, Huang Guang's face suddenly became very ugly. The anger in his heart was surging wildly, but he didn't dare to vent it on Yi Yang. Call him. Isn't your son the battle spirit master Nyobi? Yi Yang raised his voice slightly and said. The workers who were working nearby all looked over and saw their boss being scolded by Yi Yang. They didn't dare to say a word and were stunned. But deep down, I felt indescribably happy. Yi Yang did not give Huang Guang any face. Such people are the scum of society. He is the boss, making a lot of money and letting the grassroots suffer. Where is justice? Tell me, what should we do? Yi Yang looked at Huang Guang and asked. 200,000. I will pay your father 200,000 as an apology. Medical expenses will be charged separately. Huang Guang said in a weak voice. 200,000? When Yi Yang heard this, he smiled disdainfully. Are you a beggar? Huang Guang frowned and said 300,000. Yi Yang still looked disdainful. Huang Guang raised the price again. Just then, a Phuket SUV drove in. Dad, give me 100,000 so I can buy some elixirs to strengthen my battle pet. The next second, a man about 20 years old got off the Phuket SUV and asked Huang Guang for 100,000 yuan. Huang Guang's expression suddenly changed and became extremely ugly. Dad, what's wrong with you? Is someone causing trouble again? Tell me, and I'll beat him to death. I guarantee his fate will be worse than that poor man who fell from the second floor last time. Huang Guang's son, Huang Kuan, said this with a proud look on his face. Little did he know that what he had just said had completely angered Yi Yang. What nonsense are you talking about, you idiot? Huang Guang suddenly became furious and reached out to hit his son. Dad, what are you doing? Huang Kuan grabbed his father's hand and whispered, Didn't you ask me to do that? You said he talked back to you and asked me to deal with him. Shut up. Huang Guang reached out for Huang Kuan with his other hand, but was caught by Yi Yang's hand. Are you going to turn yourself in? Or do you want me to beat you up and take you to the police station? Yi Yang looked at Huang Guang and Huang Kuan and said coldly, Chow, who the hell are you? Let go of my dad. Are you looking for a beating? Huang Kuan looked at Yi Yang and shouted angrily. Is that so? Crack. Ah! Yi Yang exerted force with his hand and broke one of Huang Guang's hands. I just came here to ask for an explanation and compensation. But who knew that these two guys did it on purpose? Then we can't let these two people off easily. You're looking for death. Huang Kuan saw that Yi Yang actually broke his father's wrist. His spiritual energy surged, seals flew out, and he summoned a battle pet. Chapter 86, Angry Yi Yang. Summon your battle pet, the silk spider. Wow! A burst of light flashed out, and Huang Kuan summoned his battle pet. Level, Growth level 5. He himself is also a level 6 combat spirit master. You ignorant boy. Today I will let you know the consequences of angering me. Silk spider, spinning silk to entangle you. Huang Kuan roared angrily, and his battle pet immediately spit out spider silk from its mouth and wrapped around Yi Yang. Yi Yang flashed and easily avoided the spider's attack. He kicked Huang Kuan's battle pet. With a bang, the silk spider at level 5 was kicked away by Yi Yang like a football. You! Huang Kuan was startled and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. The next second, Yi Yang appeared in front of him, grabbed Huang Kuan's neck with one hand, and pushed him hard against the Phuket SUV. Clang! The shape of the Phuket off-road vehicle was directly dented. Huang Kuan desperately used his spiritual energy to try to resist Yi Yang. But his weak power was completely insignificant in front of Yi Yang. You! Who are you? After struggling for a long time without any effect, Huang Kuan gave up completely, looked at Yi Yang with fear, and asked with a cold face. Yi Yang. Yi Yang said lightly. Huang Kuan's face suddenly darkened, and he suddenly realized, Yi Shan is your father? What do you think? Yi Yang's expression was extremely cold. These two people actually teamed up to make the father he recognized fall from the second floor. This account must be settled. Huang Kuan's heart dropped, his face filled with fear and regret. Brother, let's talk it over. I didn't know that was your father. How much money do you want? My dad can give it to you. Huang Kuan begged for mercy. When Yi Yang heard this, he became even angrier. Pinching Huang Kuan's neck, the force gradually increased. You don't know there is a battle spirit master like me who is stronger than you, right? Yi Yang was filled with murderous intent, and as he grasped the power, the impulse of anger became even more difficult to control. Yi Yang, don't kill my son. I'll give you as much money as you want. I beg you. Huang Guang saw that his son was completely insignificant in front of Yi Yang and was subdued in one move. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. It was wrong for us to hurt your father. We are willing to compensate you, no matter how much money is fine. The people working nearby came over to watch the show, their faces filled with horror. Obviously, no one expected that Huang Kuan and Huang Guang would one day fall. And it fell into the hands of a young man. Money? Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want? You are breaking the law. Do you know that? Bang! As he said that, Yi Yang threw Huang Kuan to the ground fiercely. Puff! Huang Kuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of pain. Son, Yi Yang, please show mercy. When Huang Guang saw this scene, he kowtowed frantically and begged Yi Yang. The only son in 3 generations cannot be beaten to death. Do you know how to ask for help now? Do you regret it now? Yi Yang smiled coldly. You can't be without the intention to harm others. You and your son are harming others together. What qualifications do you have to stay in this world? Boom! As he spoke, a ball of fire burned on Yi Yang's left hand. This is the materialization of spiritual energy that can only be achieved by those who have reached the level of war spirits. Will you turn yourself in and explain everything? Or will you let me do it myself and send you off? Chapter 87, Big Goal. Seeking Immortality, Admission Notice. Yi Yang looked at Huang Guang angrily and said, Huang Guang had one of his hands broken by Yi Yang, and his son was severely injured by Yi Yang. If I delay any longer, I will probably die. I surrender myself. I choose to surrender myself. I will confess everything. After struggling for a moment, Huang Guang completely gave up the idea of surviving by chance. Then, called the federal executive personally and explained the situation. Soon he was taken away. Interrogate and criticize. He was imprisoned on charges of intentional framing and sentenced to 5 years in prison based on Yi Shan's injuries. And a fine of 1.5 million yuan was paid as compensation to Yi Yang's family. At the same time, the money owed to the workers was also paid. Investigate the engineering aspects, corruption, and so on. An additional 10 years in prison was imposed. 15 years in total. It's enough for Huang Guang and Huang Kuan to spend the rest of their lives in jail. And for this result, Yi Yang was quite satisfied. After deducting the hospital expenses and the 1.5 million in compensation, there is still about 1 million left. Yi Yang's parents wanted to give this money to Yi Yang, but Yi Yang rejected it. Yi Yang used spiritual energy to heal his father's injuries. And with the effect of the elixir, his father's injuries were healed by 70% to 80%. But in serious cases, water-attributed spiritual energy is needed. He didn't understand it, so he couldn't cure it. At the same time, Yi Yang came to this future world. I also suddenly realized that even those who practice spiritual energy, it is also impossible to live forever, not to mention ordinary people. His parents are nearly 50 years old. Maybe in a few decades he will be gone. Is immortality so unrealistic? Yi Yang sighed, and suddenly he had a big goal in this world. That is to seek immortality. If you want to live forever, you can only become stronger. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan. Only as long as you have a lifespan can you have time to seek immortality. Xiaoyang, are you really not going to bring some money? I heard that raising a spirit pet is very expensive. Why don't you take 500,000? After finishing everything, Yi Yang was ready to return to Huayang City. Before leaving, his parents looked at him and asked one last question. No need, just keep it and don't be frugal. Once the school notifies me, I will take you to live in the city. I have a villa in the city. Yi Yang said, Villa? When his parents heard this, they were immediately horrified. I feel like my son has become a completely different person. Strange and friendly, but very capable. Boom! Afterwards, Yi Yang drove away in a supercar. This time when he came back, he became completely famous in his hometown. After he left, all the relatives and friends from all over the place went to visit his parents and build good relationships with them. Inquire about Yi Yang, and you will find out that some people even come to propose marriage to him. It's so realistic. Boom, boom. On the way, Yi Yang drove the Farley supercar and returned to Huayang City in more than an hour. I've been staying in my hometown for a few days, but I haven't made much progress in my cultivation. But Yi Yang felt very fulfilled and satisfied. Your dream, my dream. Just when Yi Yang returned home, the cell phone rang. Hello. Yi Yang took out his cell phone, looked at the unfamiliar number, and answered the call. Hello. Are you Yi Yang? A woman's gentle voice came from the phone. Yes. Yi Yang replied. Congratulations. You have been admitted to the North China University of War Spiritual Masters with excellent grades. Please report to the school within 1 month after receiving the admission notice. The woman's gentle voice, with a hint of excitement, came from the phone again. Chapter 88 New Mission, Minister's Personal Visit. Forehead. Yi Yang was slightly stunned when he heard the woman's words on the phone, although he was determined to get into North China University. But I didn't expect that the admission notice would come so soon. After all, this is the most awesome university for combat spirit masters in the world. Student Yi Yang, given your excellent grades, the school can send a professional team of combat spirit masters to pick you up. What do you think? This is not necessary. Yi Yang smiled and refused. Then, after some politeness, he hung up the phone. His heart was filled with joy, excitement, and thrill. Admitted to the world's top school of combat spirit masters. Who should do this? Who is unhappy? Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Host, please go to the North China Battle Spirit Master University to sign in. Task time limit, unlimited. Suddenly, the prompt sound of the god-level all-world sign-in system rang in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang was stunned. I never expected that this task would be assigned so quickly. As soon as I received the admission phone call, the sign-in task came. But fortunately, there is no time limit. Yi Yang doesn't need to rush over to sign in. Call. After returning to the house, Yi Yang fell on the sofa. I've been feeling a bit tired these days. Then he released Pikachu and Tailmon and let them move around. This rest lasts for a whole day. Early the next morning, Yi Yang hasn't gotten up yet. Outside the gate of Bay Villa Community, the federal vehicle stopped in front of the gate of the Bay Community. The team was led by none other than the most powerful person in Huayang City, Minister Zheng Qiu. The guard was frightened by the powerful momentum. Seeing that it was a federal vehicle, they didn't dare to stop it. The gate was opened immediately to allow Zheng Xiao and others to enter the Bay community. Then, the federal team walked into the community one after another. In the community, many wealthy people were shocked when they saw this scene. What's going on? What happened in our neighborhood? Some people who were doing illegal business were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they turned around and ran away in a hurry. However, Zheng Xiao brought his men all the way to Villa Number 1, Building A. It is where Yi Yang lives. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell. Tailmon immediately looked at the window and called Yi Yang. Yi Yang walked to the window and saw, "Oh my God, the city director has come in person with his men. What's going on?" He hurriedly got up, opened the door of the villa, and said with a smile, "How come Minister Zheng has time to come to my place? I'm here to congratulate you. You've been admitted to the North China University of War Spiritual Masters with your grades as a casual cultivator. You're the first person on our planet in several years to be admitted to the North China University with such excellent grades." Zheng Xiao looked at Yi Yang and said. At the same time, the admission documents sent down by the high-tech computer were handed to Yi Yang. Yi Yang took the document. He didn't expect that things would be done so efficiently in this era. In addition, the Federation has awarded you $1 million bonus. You have brought honor to our Huayang city. This news will spread soon, so you should prepare yourself mentally. Zheng Qiudao. Forehead. Yang was a little confused. It's not that necessary to just take the college entrance exam, right? The bonus is 1 million directly. Are they that rich? Then we won't bother you for now. During your stay at North China University, the Federation will focus on protecting you and prevent you from being disturbed. Seeing that Yi Yang was a little distracted, Zheng Qiu coughed awkwardly and said, "Good." Yi Yang nodded, then put away the $1 million bonus and the admission letter. Chapter 89, Invitation from a Beautiful Woman, Mysterious Gift. Then he watched Zheng Qiu and the others leave. However, more than a dozen combat spirit masters were left behind to protect Yi Yang's safety 24 hours a day. Damn, did I hear that right? That kid got into the world's top North China University of Combat Spiritual Masters. It can't be wrong. Don't you know who that person was? The minister of our Huayang Federation came to deliver the admission notice in person. How could this be fake? Oh my God, this is amazing. This kid will achieve great things in the future. He's going to take off. The wealthy people who were watching the excitement nearby showed expressions of incomparable shock on their faces when they heard the conversation between Zheng Qiu and Yi Yang. They all lowered their dignity and came forward to greet Yi Yang, wanting to get to know him better. Perhaps Yi Yang would become a big boss in the future. There are definitely benefits to building good relationships. However, Yi Yang didn't care about the sudden fawning of these wealthy people. As soon as he closed the door and returned to the villa, he immediately made a phone call and ordered several breakfasts. Then he packed his clothes, prepared to go out shopping, and headed to the North China University of War Spiritual Masters. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's cell phone rang. It was another unfamiliar number, but he was used to it. Hello. Yi Yang answered the phone. Hello, Yi Yang. A very sweet voice came from the phone. Who are you? Yi Yang was confused and had no idea who this woman was. I want to ask you out for a meeting. Are you free today? The woman asked. Ask me out. Yi Yang was slightly stunned, wondering what this sudden peach blossom luck was about. Although there are indeed many girls chasing him now. Among them were some of his apprentices. However, very few people know his phone number. This beauty made him very curious. Well, Wanhua Park, see you at 10 o'clock. I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, the woman hung up the phone. Yi Yang was a little speechless, but also a little curious. Who is this woman? Why do you know my phone number? Could it be the person who always gives me gifts? He decided to meet the woman. So, after breakfast, Yi Yang took his pet and drove his Ferris straight to Wanhua Park. Along the way, he met some apprentices he had taught before, who asked him to teach the course for another month. However, Yi Yang directly rejected it. He doesn't have time to continue teaching. The reason why Yi Yang taught in the previous month was purely because he was short of money. Now, he doesn't have time, and he's not that short of money. After all, he just received a 1 million bonus. Bullish. Outside the Wanhua Square, a fiery red Ferrari was parked outside. Soon, Yang got out of the car. Looking at the crowd that surrounded the entire Wanhua Plaza, I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Although there are usually a lot of people in the square, there shouldn't be this many, right? Your dream, my dream. At this moment, Yi Yang's cell phone rang again. It was still the same phone number, and he answered it. Are you there yet? I'll be waiting for you in the center of the square. The sweet female voice still came from the phone. Here we are. I'm just outside the square. There are a lot of people here today, which is a bit ridiculous, Yi Yang said in a calm tone. Then he hung up the phone and walked towards Wanhua Square step by step. As I got closer, I could hear the crowd gathered around me uttering words of surprise. Oh my God! Such a grand ceremony. Is this a proposal or something? Chapter 90. The daughter of the richest man in Huayang City meets Yi Yang. Look at these dozens of luxury cars. They are rich people. These are all real flowers. How much does it cost to arrange them? By the way, what are you doing? Such an amazing display. Could it be that the rich young man is proposing to me? Hear what people around Wanhua Park are saying. Yi Yang became more and more curious. He walked over quickly. I was slightly startled when I saw the scene in front of me. 30 luxury cars from various brands formed a huge heart shape, and colorful flowers were arranged beautifully. Dozens of servants in uniform stood on both sides. The person they were protecting was a woman who was wearing a long dress, was graceful, and extremely beautiful. Why do you feel familiar? Yi Yang looked at the beauty in front of him and felt as if she was familiar to him. At this moment, some sharp-eyed people nearby suddenly reacted and said in horror, Oh my God! Isn't she our very popular one? I remember that she is the daughter of the richest man in Huayang City. Her father seems to be an outstanding battle spirit master and has made many contributions. Yes, that's her. All of a sudden, everyone's memory seemed to be revived, and they all recognized the beautiful woman in the center of Wanhua Park. A super rich second-generation, white, beautiful, and wealthy woman with a net worth of over 10 billion. Therefore, they're even more curious about what this rich lady is going to do. Oh my God, who on earth is calling me? Are you trying to bully me, a single guy? Yi Yang heard the words from the people around him, but he still didn't know who the beautiful woman in front of him was. But one thing is certain, this woman is quite a big shot in Huayang City. But Yi Yang had no memory of who it was. Because he never paid attention to these things, he just felt that this woman looked familiar. He must have seen her somewhere. Yi Yang, are you here yet? Just as Yi Yang was thinking, a woman's loud and sweet voice resounded throughout the Wanhua Square. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the glamorous and beautiful woman standing in the middle of the flower-covered sports car. The woman held a pink wireless microphone in her hand, and there were 4 large speakers within a range of 20 meters. Yi Yang, I asked you out, can you come over? The next second, the beautiful girl found Yi Yang in the crowd. Everyone followed her gaze and saw Yi Yang standing there with a confused look on his face. Yi Yang's heart was churning. What is going on? That woman, is she calling me? That beautiful lady, is she looking at me? That girl was the one who asked me to come to Wanhua Square. The daughter of the richest man in Huayang City. Why did she ask me out? Young man, why are you still standing there? Hurry over there. Behind him, an old lady saw Yi Yang still standing there stupidly and pushed him. Yi Yang took 2 steps forward, feeling a little embarrassed. But as a man, he is now scared. Then, how can I get girls? So, Yi Yang raised his head, walked up to the extremely beautiful lady, smiled, and asked, Why do you know me? The woman has big eyes, long eyelashes, and is very bright. With a sweet smile on her face, she looked at Yi Yang, picked up the microphone, and said softly, It was a coincidence of first meeting. Forehead, Yi Yang was stunned. There was something wrong with these words and this atmosphere. He felt that something big was about to happen. Moreover, the feeling is very strong. Chapter 91. Be My Boyfriend. The billionaire's unrequited love for a high school student. Then light and moving music started. The atmosphere in the whole place suddenly became warm and loving. The daughter of the richest man in Huayang City looked at Yi Yang and spoke slowly again. Yi Yang, I think you may not know me yet. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Feifei, a girl who has known you for a long time, but you don't know me. We first met in a bank. That time, an emotional monologue. The people around were listening attentively, and Yi Yang gradually remembered who the woman in front of him was. The anchor who had approached me at the time was known as a pure goddess, a beautiful woman who never got close to men. However, the anchor is just an amateur, selling clothes from his own clothing store through live broadcast. Her real identity is actually the daughter of the richest man in Huayang City. The time when Su Feifei chatted with Yi Yang was her first outdoor live broadcast. Also came to find Yi Yang. It's you. Yi Yang finally recognized the beautiful woman in front of him, but I didn't expect it to be so luxurious. It seems that the person who gave me the gift before was the beautiful lady in front of me. But what is my charm? How could I make the 19-year-old daughter of a wealthy woman with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan fall in love with me? Is it just because I'm handsome? Obviously impossible. Well, Yi Yang, maybe what I'm about to say to you next will be a little abrupt. Su Feifei nodded, holding the pink microphone in her slender hands, and continued, but I still want to say that this is what I feel after I first met you. I like you, and I don't know when it started. After meeting you, I began to understand you, and gradually I found that you lived in my heart. Every day, I wonder what you are doing. I want to really see you. It was then that I realized that this is what many people call love, unrequited love. So, I decided to chase you. Yang, will you be my boyfriend? For the last sentence, Su Feifei raised her voice a lot. Wow! The whole audience was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Su Feifei's last words, be my boyfriend. They looked at Su Feifei and Yi Yang in astonishment. I didn't expect that with such a big show. It was just a one-sided confession. And from what the heroine said, it seems that the hero doesn't know her very well. This is quite unexpected for everyone. A billionaire girl has a crush on a high school student. Oh my God, this handsome boy is so lucky to be favored by the daughter of the richest man. Wow, why am I not the one standing in front of her? I'm so envious. Comparison is the thief of joy, isn't it? Even though that guy is very handsome, I'm not bad either. You made such a big scene just to express your love? Or is it just the unrequited love of a rich and beautiful woman? Some of the onlookers around Wanhua Square were envious, while others began to doubt their lives. This kind of thing that could only happen in fantasy, such as being pursued by a rich and beautiful woman, actually happened in reality. Moreover, they saw it with their own eyes. This is for many single people who have strong fantasies and YY symptoms. It was definitely a fatal blow. At this moment, everyone was extremely curious and expectant. Facing such a beautiful woman, so fair, rich, and beautiful. How will Yi Yang respond? They looked at Yi Yang, eager to know the result. Although everyone thinks, Yi Yang will definitely agree. After all, the temptation is too great. As long as you are a man, it is impossible to refuse. A billionaire and a stunning beauty. Any other reason to refuse? No more. I'm so envious. This son-in-law is walking straight into a wealthy family. Everyone sighed again. Chapter 92, Rejection, shocking the audience. A pair of envious eyes were fixed on Yi Yang, waiting for Yi Yang to answer. Yi Yang stood there, and if he said he was unhappy, that would definitely be a lie. Who doesn't like being chased? What's more, she is such a beautiful woman. She made such a big scene just to confess her feelings to Yi Yang. How could he not be happy? Ahem. After a brief silence, Yi Yang coughed awkwardly, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. He looked at the exquisite beauty in front of him, Su Feifei. After thinking for a while, he said, I'm sorry, I can't promise you. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Everyone looked at Yi Yang in astonishment and surprise. He refused? Fuck. You won't agree to this? What is this guy thinking? Are you out of your mind? You had such a great opportunity right in front of you, but you rejected it. No one could figure out why Yi Yang refused. This seems like something that would obviously be agreed to. He actually refused. This completely shocked them. Even some small anchors present at the scene turned on their live broadcasts and broadcast this scene. Those who watched the live broadcast were also full of surprise. Oh my God, I refuse. Dude, are you serious? At the scene, the atmosphere began to change. Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Yang again, wanting to see if Yi Yang would give a reason for refusal. Can you give me a reason? When Su Feifei heard Yi Yang say, I'm sorry, I can't promise you. My heart felt like it was stabbed with pain. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I tried to hold back my tears and asked, because they are not a good match, there will be no result. Yi Yang said seriously, besides, I don't like to be a freeloader. If I can match your family background, maybe. Having said this, Yi Yang did not continue speaking. But the meaning is already very clear. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was convinced by Yi Yang's reason. What a mismatch between the two. What a great sentence. I don't want to be a gigolo. What a fucking man. Awesome, what a man. I give this guy a thumbs up. The enthusiastic young people expressed their praise. Thank you for your kindness, and thank you for your gift. I finally know who sent it to me. Yi Yang looked at Su Feifei, who was about to cry, and said, as a thank you, you can ask me for some conditions. I can agree to anything I can do. Su Feifei was heartbroken, but after hearing what Yi Yang said, she felt that she still had a chance. Any conditions are acceptable? Su Feifei asked. Yi Yang nodded and said, as long as I'm not your boyfriend. Okay, then kiss me, Su Feifei said. Forehead? Yi Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Su Feifei to be so direct. No? Then hug me as a comfort to me. Su Feifei blushed to the extreme. As a pure goddess who has never been close to men, she has mustered up 300% of her courage to say these words. But it also proves her love for Yi Yang. The crowd watching was really impressed, especially the male colleagues, who were filled with envy and jealousy. Yi Yang was stunned for a while, thinking that as a person who lived 5,000 years ago, it would be too embarrassing to lose here. He put his arm around Su Feifei and then gave her a handsome and cool kiss on the lips. Chapter 93. Dog Abuse, You're Such a Soft Meal. Su Feifei closed her eyes and 2 lines of tears fell gently, enjoying this moment, being closest to Yi Yang. At this moment, the two of them undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience. Under the gaze of thousands of people. I'm going to Didn't I Say No? Why did you kiss me? Showing off the dog food. It's too much dog abuse. Envious. Watching Yi Yang and Su Feifei hugging and kissing each other. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The live broadcast room exploded. Wave after wave of 666 filled the entire phone screen. After a while, Yi Yang and Su Feifei let go of each other. Yi Yang's heart beat faster, his face turned red, and he suddenly felt a little nervous. Fuck, is this love? He said to himself that he wanted to do it with Su Feifei again. At this moment, Su Feifei's cheeks were as red as a red apple. She didn't dare to look directly at Yi Yang, and whispered, "This is my first kiss. I'll wait for you to rise." You! Yi Yang was stunned when he heard Su Feifei's words. Doesn't this mean that she will marry me when I become rich and powerful, and on par with her family? Oh my god, are you so infatuated? But it's no use just talking about it. We need to wait for the future to verify it. It seems like I'm not at a disadvantage. Do you have any other conditions? Yi Yang coughed awkwardly and asked. After receiving so many gifts from Su Feifei, he really didn't know how to thank her. Returning it is obviously impossible. After all, this is impolite behavior. Even if Yi Yang had the money to pay it back, he would just give something else in return. However, now, Yi Yang can only make up for Su Feifei in other ways. No, it would be fine if you could play with me for a few days. Su Feifei smiled and said, after all, you're leaving Huayang City. Oh cool. Yi Yang didn't think much about it and agreed directly. Given Su Feifei's family background, he was not surprised at all to know that she was admitted to North China University. What are they doing? I don't know. Didn't you say yes? Why do I feel like I agreed? I don't understand. The onlookers were totally confused. What is the result? Get out of the way, everyone. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the crowd. Then, several men cleared a path, and a rich young man dressed in shiny clothes appeared in front of everyone with a swagger. Pa pa pa. The young man clapped his hands, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Great, really great. A country bumpkin and the daughter of the richest man in the city are together. Yi Yang, you're enjoying this soft rice so much. Yi Yang was in a good mood. When I heard this, I immediately became unhappy. His gaze turned and fell on the person who walked in and mocked him. You don't know until you see it. As soon as you see Yi Yang, you will smile. The person who came was none other than the rich young man he had met once before, the son of Wang Group, Wang Kuo. Wang Kuo has always been in love with Su Feifei and has been pursuing her for 3 years. Although their family background is not as good as Su Feifei's family in all aspects, they are already the strongest family entrepreneur in Huayang City except for the Su family. In Huayang City, he is almost a domineering presence. Wang Kuo has been brooding over the loss of face he suffered at Yi Yang's hands last time. This time he finally got the chance to suppress Yi Yang, and he naturally would not miss it. Chapter 94, I will definitely destroy you. Feifei, how can you be with someone like this? After Wang Kuo ridiculed Yi Yang, he immediately showed a sad look and said to Su Feifei, I pursued you for 3 years, but in the end you chose a high school student. It doesn't matter, but he's just a bumpkin from the countryside. How can I be better than him? Wang Kui felt extremely unbalanced at this moment. He accidentally saw a live broadcast in which the girl he had liked for a long time confessed her love to Yi Yang in Wanhua Square. In an instant, I was furious. He immediately rushed over with a dozen combat spirit masters from the family, ready to give Yi Yang a good beating. Wang Kui, you are not welcome here. When Su Feifei heard what Wang Kui said, her face suddenly darkened, and she said unhappily. The two rows of guards, all combat spirit masters, surrounded them. Fei, I am sincere to you. This guy just rejected you. Why are you obsessed with this country bumpkin? Wang Kuo was so angry that he raised his voice a lot. He never imagined that the woman he had been pursuing for 3 years would confess her love to him like a man from the countryside. This was definitely a heavy blow to him. Master Wang, did you eat shit when you went out today? You just spit shit out when you open your mouth. Yi Yang couldn't bear it anymore. Wang Kuo seemed to be maintaining a decent image before, but today his true nature showed, and he kept calling everyone a country bumpkin, which made him very unhappy. Yi Yang, you have no right to speak here. I'm talking to Fei, who told you to interrupt? Wang Kuo shouted at Yi Yang in pain. Don't think you are great just because you have a pet with a high bloodline. In Huayang City, you are nothing. Yeah, I'm not far, you are. Yi Yang fully agreed with Wang Kuo's words, causing everyone around him to laugh. You're asking for a fight. Wang Kuo was suddenly furious. He waved his hand, and the dozen or so bodyguards from his family behind him, rubbing their fists, walked towards Yi Yang together. Wang Kuo, if you dare to touch Yi Yang, I will immediately ask my father to cancel the business cooperation with your Wang family. When Su Feifei saw that Wang Kuo was going to deal with Yi Yang, she immediately threatened him. At the same time, the bodyguard she brought with her also protected her, and Yi Yang in the middle. Huh, Yi Yang, you're such a good gigolo. Facing Su Feifei's threat, Wang Kuo avoided the confrontation and directed his attack at Yi Yang, saying sarcastically, you let a woman back you up, and you still dare to say that you don't like to be a gigolo. Don't you feel like you were slapping yourself in the face? You're a piece of trash. A piece of trash who was expelled from school. Can you give me something worthy of Fei? Giggle. Yi Yang clenched his fist, anger boiling in his heart. He took a step forward and said to Wang Kuo, you said so much just to force me to come out, didn't you? Simple. I'll give you a chance to make a move now. But you will bear the consequences yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you make a move on me today, I will definitely destroy you. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Wang Kuo immediately smiled contemptuously and said disdainfully, huh, arrogant country bumpkin, today I will teach you a lesson and let you know the consequences of offending me. Go ahead and give this country bumpkin a good beating. At Wang Kuo's command, his family's combat spiritual master no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang. When Su Feifei saw Wang Kuo's bodyguards coming aggressively, she immediately reached out to pull Yi Yang, wanting Yi Yang to go back and hand him over to her own bodyguards. Chapter 95. It's just a fighting spirit, nothing wrong. But Yi Yang obviously had no intention of relying on Su Feifei's protection. A real man should stand tall and upright. How can he stand behind a woman? This is a matter between him and me. I'll handle it myself. Yi Yang looked back at Su Feifei and said with a chuckle. Su Feifei hesitated for a moment and said, then you should be careful. Wang Kuo is only 25 years old, but now he is already a battle spirit master, and his subordinates are not weak either. It's just a war spirit, nothing more. Yi Yang smiled contemptuously, turned around to look at the Wang family bodyguard who was rushing towards him, and kicked his feet. Boom! Rich spiritual energy instantly surged out of his body. The next second, Yi Yang flashed out. His feet moved rapidly, with the flowing light steps, and his hands clenched into fists. Thunder fist. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! All that was heard was a series of muffled sounds mixed with screams. Wang's bodyguards rushed towards Yi Yang, but were all knocked to the ground by Yi Yang in an instant, with bright red blood spitting out of their mouths. Swish! The whole audience was shocked and looked at Yi Yang in surprise. Especially those who are also combat spirit masters, there was a look of surprise in their eyes. He is actually a battle spirit master at the battle spirit level. Becoming a war spirit at such a young age, your future achievements are immeasurable. It's just so scary. Everyone looked horrified. Even Wang Kuo was startled by Yi Yang's sudden burst of aura. He worked hard for more than 20 years before becoming a war spirit. Yi Yang, how old are you now? He's at the same rank as me. However, Su Feifei obviously knew Yi Yang's strength and was not surprised. But I'm a little worried about Yi Yang. After all, Wang Kuo is also a battle spirit master at the battle spirit level. Moreover, the bloodlines of spiritual pets are all very high. Why do you always like to find some trash to fight me? These bodyguards of yours don't even have the chance to summon battle pets in front of me. Yi Yang easily knocked down the Wang family's bodyguard and said coldly, "There is indeed an old score to be settled between us. You were the one who asked someone to steal my battle pet last time." Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone expressed doubt about what Yi Yang said. This young master of the Wang family asked someone to snatch his battle pet. Is that impossible? With the financial resources of the Wang family, is there any war pet in Huayang City that he can't get? Why would he go and rob it? This guy must be mistaken. Who on earth is he? How could he be Su Feifei's boyfriend? Shit, didn't you hear him calling me Yi Yang? I just checked and found out that he is the genius Yi Yang, who was all the rage a while ago. That genius high school student who was persuaded to drop out by Xinguang Middle School and then tried to stay was wanted by all the major universities, but he refused to go. In the end, I chose to be a casual cultivator, but I don't know how the results will be. Oh my god, it turned out to be him. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment after learning about Yi Yang. Could it be that he has some powerful battle pet? Even the young master of the Wang family is coveting it. I don't know, and I don't know if it's true. They were very curious about the grudge between these two people. Standing here, watching the excitement, Wang Kuo had a sinister look on his face at this time, his eyes piercing Yi Yang like a sharp sword, and he said coldly, "I arranged it, so what? Do you want revenge? Come and try if you have the guts." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was surprised. Oh my god, it's actually true? Chapter 96. Fire-breathing dragon. It's up to you. Then isn't the battle pet in Yi Yang's hand very impressive? It must be extraordinary to be able to make the young master of the Wang family care about it. I don't know, I just heard that there is a mysterious thunder-type battle pet with strong combat power. At this moment, everyone began to become curious about Yi Yang's battle pet. They wanted to take a look at the war pet that the young masters of the Wang group were eyeing. What kind of existence is it? While everyone was discussing it, Yi Yang and Wang Kuo are already on the verge of a fight, furious and ready to attack at any time. The atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly became extremely heavy. More and more people gathered around. At a certain moment, Wang Kuo clenched his fist and took the lead in breaking the stalemate. Spiritual level summoning technique. He shouted loudly and formed a seal with his hands that was more complicated than the ordinary summoning technique. Immediately, 3 spiritual energy array circles appeared at the same time. The radiance of destruction shines out. The battle pet with spiritual bloodline appeared in front of everyone in an instant. A war pet cat, a war pet mad wolf, and a family war pet inherited and cultivated by the royal family, a triceratops with a tiny bit of dragon blood flowing in its body. Although it is only a tiny bit, it makes this 3-horned rhinoceros far superior to many combat pets. 3 combat pets with spirit-level bloodlines stood beside Wang Kuo, staring at Yi Yang with eager eyes. Yi Yang, summon your battle pet. You can't escape today. After Wang Kuo summoned out all 3 of his spirit-level bloodline combat pets, he looked at Yi Yang provocatively and said. Everyone around was shocked by Wang Kuo's 3 war pets with spirit-level bloodlines. What they usually see are nothing more than ordinary bloodlines. The ones that are awesome are only awesome in terms of their physical level. But today, Wang Kuo let them see the battle pet with spiritual bloodline. Moreover, the 3 combat pets are all at the mature level. In addition, Wang Kuo's own combat spirit is at level 5. This overall strength is quite impressive. Yi Yang is probably going to be in trouble. Wang Kuo's battle pet and personal strength are too strong. Yeah, it depends on whether he is willing to accept Su Feifei's help. Otherwise, he will definitely get beaten today. Well, after seeing Wang Kuo's strength, many people couldn't help but sigh for Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang expressed great disdain for the strength displayed by Wang Kuo. He smiled contemptuously, looked at Wang Kuo, and said, "Run? Did I say I wanted to run? I told you, if you dare to make a move today, I will definitely destroy you." Wang Kuo was furious when he heard this. Arrogant boy, let's see who will be defeated today. The next second, he kicked his feet and rushed towards Yi Yang like an arrow from Li Xian. At the same time, the 3 combat pets were also ready for battle. God-level summoning technique. Yi Yang immediately formed a summoning seal in his hand. Wow! The dazzling light instantly covered the entire scene. It was more shining than Wang Qua's previous summoning technique, causing everyone to close their eyes immediately. Charizard, it's up to you. Yi Yang shouted low, and the third war pet, the fire-breathing dragon, who had just obtained it not long ago and had not yet tested its strength, appeared in front of everyone. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon roared with a deafening sound effect. The tall and fat figure instantly became the focus of the audience, and his momentum was quite astonishing. What kind of battle pet is this? I've never seen him before. He looks very domineering. Why are Yi Yang's spiritual pets so rare? War pet equals spiritual pet. It is called a war pet during battle, and is usually known as a spiritual pet. Chapter 97 Bloodline Pressure. The fire-breathing dragon alone dominates the audience. Looking at the battle pet Charizard summoned by Yi Yang, the onlookers all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Have they never seen such a war pet? The unfamiliar body shape and face left everyone confused. Wang Qua, who rushed forward, paused. At the same time, his war pet also felt a pressure from its bloodline. God-level bloodline. As the level of the combat pet increases, the bloodline power it displays becomes more powerful. A mature level 7 Charizard, with the blood of a god, level 1. It can cause blood pressure to combat pets with lower blood level than itself, making them feel fearful. At this moment, Wang Qua's pet clearly felt fear and awe of the Charizard. Although Yi Yang only summoned Charizard, he did not summon Pikachu and Tailmon to fight. But their momentum was not inferior to that of Wang Qua and his 3 spiritual level war pets. On the contrary, it put a lot of pressure on them. What kind of battle pet is this? Wang Qua stopped, looked up at the tall Charizard, and asked with a serious expression. It's called Charizard, nicknamed Old Charizard, and it can fight 3 enemies at once. Yi Yang smiled contemptuously and said to Wang Qua sarcastically, "Come on, Mr. Wang, let me see how much weight you have. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll just use a battle pet." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Yang in astonishment. I was shocked by Yi Yang's arrogant words. Fuck, this kid is so arrogant. Facing Wang Qua, he actually said he would only use 1 battle pet. Awesome pins. I've seen awesome pins before, but I've never seen one as awesome as this. Damn it, this is going against the will of heaven. Looking at Yi Yang's confident and arrogant look, everyone present couldn't help but complain. But this made Wang Qua even angrier. Yi Yang, you are asking for death. Don't blame me. Wang Qua had a ferocious look on his face and spoke to Yi Yang with gritted teeth. Then he pushed 1 foot on the ground. With a bang, the spiritual energy in the body surged. Spiritual energy increase. Boom, boom. The next second, Wang Qua's 3 combat pets were filled with spiritual energy of different attributes. Their combat effectiveness also soared. Go ahead, kill this fat dragon for me. Immediately afterwards, Wang Qua shouted loudly, and 3 combat pets with spirit-level bloodlines and similar levels all rushed towards the Charizard. Yi Yang sneered and shouted, "Charizard, fly to the sky." Boom! Suddenly, the Charizard flapped its wings, and its seemingly fat body suddenly soared into the air. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Charizard was so fat and could actually fly. Innocent. Wang Qua saw Yi Yang's pet flying up, but instead of feeling troubled, he laughed sarcastically. Triangular Rhino, Night Cat combination skills. Roar! Meow! As Wang Qua finished speaking, his battle pet directly used one of the 3 major skills, the battle pet combination skill. The Dark Night Cat was filled with dark, spiritual energy, and it flew quickly to the top of the triangular rhinoceros. The 3-horned rhinoceros had an earth-attributed aura and raised its head to send the Dark Night Cat forward. Cat claws, tear the cross to kill. Wang Qua gave the order, and the Dark Night Cat gathered all its spiritual energy and gathered it on its sharp claws, then unleashed its strongest skill. Chapter 98 Flame Spray, Angry Wang Qua. Charizard, Flamethrower. Yi Yang looked at Wang Qua and saw that he actually used the skills of the battle pet combination and immediately shouted loudly. However, Wang Qua's combination skills, there is not much increase in power. It was simply sending the Dark Night Cat into the sky. This does not pose much of a threat to Charizard. Boom! The Charizard opened its huge mouth, and a raging flame suddenly gushed out of its mouth. The flames burned from the sky downwards. The target was the Dark Night Cat that was ejected from below. The Dark Night Cat has used its special skill and is flying in the air. There was no way to dodge Charizard's flame jets at this moment. It can only rush forward with gritted teeth. He planned to tear apart Charizard's flames and kill it instantly. But this idea is too naive. Fire-breathing dragon god-level bloodline, mature form level 7. A flame jet with enormous power. Suddenly, the flames rushed towards the Dark Knight Cat, directly knocking it down from midair. Bang! The next second, the sound of Dark Knight Cat's body falling heavily to the ground was heard. Immediately, high-temperature flames rolled out in all directions, scaring the onlookers and causing them to retreat. Night Cat. Wangqua cried out in pain when he saw that the spiritual level bloodline combat pet he had spent millions to buy was killed instantly by a fat dragon in one move. He immediately used his spiritual energy to protect the Dark Knight Cat. But it was obviously too late. The Dark Knight Cat's entire body was burned black, and it was severely injured. It was hard to say whether it could survive. Yang, I want you to die. Wang Kuo was suddenly furious and roared madly with a ferocious look in front of him. Mad Wolf, Triangular Rhino, attacked together. Roar! The remaining wolf and the rhino rushed towards Yi Yang together. Although they cannot attack Charizard, they can attack Yi Yang. Oh! When Yi Yang saw that Wang Kuo had turned his target to himself, a hint of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? He clenched his fist, and the power of thunder and lightning swirled. Thunder Fist! With a loud shout, he threw a thunder punch with full strength, hitting the head of the Mad Wolf that was rushing in the front. There was a muffled bang sound. The charging Mad Wolf was knocked flying by Yi Yang's violent thunder fist. The surrounding crowd immediately made way for the wolf and watched it fly out. Clunk! The next moment, the Mad Wolf's body crashed into a car, making a metallic sound. Fresh red blood flowed from the head as it fell to the ground without a sound. It looked like he was killed instantly by Yi Yang's punch. Yi Yang. Wang Kuo had fallen into a state of madness. The spiritual energy in his body surged to the limit. He used his fighting skills to attack Yi Yang frantically. Third-level combat skill, Collapsing Earth Palm. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Kuo's attack was extremely fierce, and his consecutive strikes made Yi Yang frown. At the same time, the Triangular Rhino and Wang Kuo cooperated, seemingly intending to end Yi Yang in one wave. But the fire-breathing dragon in the sky is not a vegetarian. When Charizard saw that the Triceratops wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Yi Yang, it flapped its wings and flew down immediately to fight the Triceratops. Boom! A jet of flames spurted out, burning the three-horned rhinoceros and making it scream in pain. Even though the three-horned rhinoceros has extremely amazing defensive power, it still has a bit of Triceratops blood. In front of the Charizard with true dragon bloodline, it is completely insignificant. Chapter 99. Fiery Fireball. Ruined Wang Kuo. Spiritual Defense. Wang Kuo was shocked to hear that the war pet that his family had raised was burned. Immediately mobilize spiritual energy to rescue the three-horned rhinoceros. But he got in a crisis because of this. This moment of distraction allowed Yi Yang to seize the opportunity. Master Wang, this is the end. Yi Yang smiled coldly, and the fire-attributed spiritual energy in his right hand burned into fire, condensing madly to form a flaming sphere. Fourth-grade combat skill, Blazing Fireball. He let out a low shout and pressed the burning ball of fire hard on Wang Kuo's abdomen with one hand. Boom! Suddenly, the ball of fire exploded directly on Wang Kuo's abdomen. Wang Kuo was blown away. Puff! At the same time, he spat out large mouthfuls of bright red blood. All the clothes on his body suddenly caught fire. Ah! Then, Wang Kuo's heart-wrenching scream was heard. Hiss! Everyone in the audience, when sure, took a deep breath. I saw Wang Kuo rolling on the ground and screaming in pain because he was burned. There was a look of horror on their faces. This is just so miserable. Charizard, come back. The next moment, Yi Yang summoned back the Charizard that had already dealt with the Triceratops. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked step by step towards Wang Kuo, who was screaming in pain from the burning. I said, if you take action today, I will definitely destroy you. Every word that Yi Yang said was extremely cold. When he walked in front of Wang Kuo, all of Wang Kuo's clothes had been burned to ashes. The whole body was severely burned and charred. Although Wang Kuo was still alive, he used the spiritual energy in his body to save his life. But it is obviously impossible to recover from this injury without a long period of time and the help of rare treasures. But even so, Yi Yang had no intention of letting Wang Kuo go. He said he wanted to get rid of this guy to prevent future troubles. Now that hatred has been brought down, this scourge must be eradicated. Although he couldn't kill Wang Kuo, but it's still okay to scrap this thing. Bang! Yi Yang stepped on Wang Kuo's burnt black feet. He kicked one of its legs directly and broke it. However, Wang Kuo had already fainted from the pain. Even if Yi Yang crippled his hands and feet, he would not feel anything at all. However, this scene made everyone's back shiver. Their whole bodies turned cold, and their hearts beat with fear. The look he gave Yi Yang was like looking at the devil. Full of fear. This is too cruel. You can't afford to offend him. He will definitely be a tough guy in the future. Huayang City may be changing. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Yi Yang. At the same time, they feel Huayang City is about to usher in a storm. If Yi Yang crippled Wang Kuo, the entire Wang family would inevitably be furious. I should go now. It seems that I may not be able to accompany you for a few days. After Yi Yang defeated Wang Kuo, he walked up to Su Feifei and said, Also, there is one more thing I want to ask of you. You tell me, I will definitely promise you. Su Feifei looked at Yi Yang and said, Take care of my weak parents and prevent them from being affected by the Wang family. Yi Yang said, Okay. Su Feifei nodded immediately, looked at Yi Yang worriedly, and asked, What about you? If you destroy Wang Kuo, the Wang family will definitely not let you go. Chapter 100. A girl 3 years older than me, holding a gold brick. Come back to our Su family with me. With me here, even the entire Wang family can't touch you. Su Feifei's face was full of worry. She looked at Yi Yang, anxiously waiting for Yi Yang's reply. She can now think of a way to protect Yi Yang. I only have my own family background. There is nothing else besides this. But Yi Yang does not intend to rely on the Su family or Su Feifei. He thought clearly before he took action. How much trouble will it cause if Wang Kuo is eliminated? That would enrage the Wang family and cause a sensation in Huayang City. But Yi Yang still insisted on doing it and made up his mind. Because he knew very well, in this world where the strong prey on the weak. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. If you are not ruthless, don't even think about surviving in a world full of powerful people. Even if you save your life for a while, you are just surviving in this world. He didn't come into this world to be a coward. How high is the peak of life? Still waiting for Yi Yang to climb. Therefore, Yi Yang chose to confront it head-on. Men never bow to evil forces. I have my own way. Yi Yang smiled and said, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. It will just be a little later. Thank you for your attention to me. Su Feifei suddenly burst into tears. She couldn't help but rush towards Yi Yang and hugged him tightly. She knew from this moment on, Yi Yang's path will be full of dangers. This is a tortuous path that Yi Yang chose himself. Just to become stronger. Wow, why do you have to fight so hard? Why are you only 16, but you act like you're older than me? 19-year-old Su Feifei hugged Yi Yang and cried. Could she imagine how many dangers Yi Yang would face in his future? Yi Yang smiled in his heart when he heard Su Feifei's words that came from her heart. Can I tell you that I am more than 5,000 years older than you? Even if we ignore the historical years, Yi Yang's soul is that of an adult in his 20s. It's just that he came to this future world. He is a 16-year-old boy. Su Feifei is 3 years older than him, which just proves the saying that a girl who is 3 years older than a man is more likely to bring wealth. As expected, Yi Yang hooked up with a super rich woman. This is more than just bricks. It's simply gold, silver, and jewelry. However, Yi Yang, in the end, still has to rely on himself. Because this world does not allow me to be cowardly. Yi Yang's light words made Su Feifei fall into deep thought. Afterwards, the two parted ways. The next time we meet may be soon, maybe a long time. But at this moment, Yi Yang must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. As Yi Yang disappeared from the crowd's sight, the crowd that was watching also began to disperse slowly. Su Feifei got in the car with the security guard and left. Protect Yi Yang's parents immediately. Don't let the Wang family harm Yi Yang's family. In the car, Su Feifei said, Yes. His men nodded immediately and started to work on the internet. Also, prepare a transfer certificate to North China University for me. I want to study at North China University. Su Feifei said, Miss the chairman, I will talk to my father myself. You just need to do it. Su Feifei said sternly. Yes. His men immediately nodded heavily, not daring to raise any objections. Su Feifei felt melancholy. She didn't want Yi Yang to take the risk alone. She wanted to accompany Yi Yang, although she hates reading very much. But for Yi Yang, she decided to start the path of cultivation. Chapter 101. Yi Yang, the popular man, sweeps the city and the internet. This important decision may also change Su Feifei's life. Manhwa Square. After dozens of sports cars left, the remaining onlookers left one after another for fear of getting into trouble. Only a few people joined in the fun and called the federal government. The Wang family also soon learned the news that their son had been deposed. Bang! Chairman of the Wang Group, head of the Wang family, Wang Qua's father, Wang Chong. When he learned that his son was disabled, he was completely dumbfounded. Then he was awakened by the piercing pain. He grabbed the thing in front of him and threw it to the ground without caring what it was. One was furious and roared angrily. "Bring him out to me. I want to tear him into pieces. Even if I have to turn Huayang City over, I will avenge Quar." Yes. The Wang family's men nodded heavily immediately, and then immediately dispatched personnel to search the entire city for Yi Yang. And this news, it quickly spread throughout Huayang City. Within a few days, it caused a sensation in the entire Huayang City. Not only that, there is news that Yi Yang was admitted to the world's top brand of Battle Spirit Master with the performance of a casual cultivator. At the same time, it spread throughout Huayang City. He became a hit on the internet and became the first independent combat spirit master with such good results in several years. Zizi, this Yi Yang is really a talent. He was admitted to North China University at the age of 16. I can't believe it. That's right. He also destroyed Wang Qua, the son of the Wang family. He's the only one who dares to do that. Come to think of it, I thought Yi Yang was courting death and was doomed to die. Now it seems that if the Wang family pushes Yi Yang too hard, Yi Yang will definitely destroy his Wang family when he grows up. Yes, with Yi Yang's talent, his future achievements will definitely be quite remarkable, and it is only a matter of time before he surpasses the Wang family. Various places in Huayang City. People from all walks of life were holding their mobile phones at this moment, watching some of Yi Yang's deeds and talking about them in amazement. In the past few days, the entire city has been covered by news about the genius Yi Yang. The name Yi Yang was deeply remembered by everyone in Huayang City. From his counterattack in school, to beating up Wang Qua, to being admitted as a casual cultivator to become the world's top combat spirit master, Master Huabei, and so on. The citizens of Huayang City fully understand this. Thus, a conclusion is drawn. Yi Yang was just being low-key at the beginning. He is only now making a move, shocking those who once looked down on Yi Yang. On the internet, forum postbar, and many communication groups, Yi Yang, a 16-year-old genius boy, was persuaded to drop out of middle school. He worked hard and was admitted to the world's top prestigious university, North China University of War Spiritual Masters. The former high school director and principal are regretting their decision now. There are many titles like this. The comments below are all about awesome writing. The genius boy beat up the unscrupulous rich second generation, not afraid of the other party's family background, and still acted like a real man. Comments below? Well done. The discussions in the group were all about Yi Yang's amazing writing, as well as Yi Yang's various glorious deeds. He was approached by anchors, was spotted by wealthy girls, and was strongly invited by major universities. Being valued by the federal government, it can be as beautiful as you want. However, at this critical moment, Yi Yang, however, embarked on a new journey alone and silently. North China University of Combat Spiritualists, here I come. Yi Yang said, Chapter 102, leaving and heading to North China University, Territory City, the wild area outside Huayang City. After 2 days of preparation, Yi Yang bought all the necessary supplies, food, etc. Then he came out from a gate of the barrier. He didn't take a car or a plane. There was no spiritual energy technology transmission array through the Federation to go directly to the city where North China University is located. Instead, he chose to go alone, because after Yi Yang defeated Wang Qua, before he had the time to book plane and train tickets, the Wang family began to blockade and control Huayang City. Yi Yang can't take either plane or car. Naturally, he couldn't go through the Federation's teleportation, because this would put Zheng Xiao in an awkward position, and when they negotiate terms, he might ask him to join the Federation. That was obviously not the result Yi Yang wanted. As for Su Feifei, he didn't want to rely on her either. Therefore, Yi Yang only has this one way left, to walk alone. But he was not depressed at all. Instead, he was a little happy. Because in this way, the journey can allow Yi Yang to gain experience and become stronger. At this time, many TV stations were broadcasting Yi Yang's glorious deeds. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was traveling alone in the jungle. He planned to leave Huayang City and then ride his flying mount, Charizard, to North China University. North China University is located in the global center, within the territorial city. The territory city is the place with the most advanced technology and military power in the world. There are experts everywhere, but there are many strong people. Yi Yang's heart was full of anticipation. The world's top university for combat spirit masters, the most awesome city, which must be able to provide oneself with better training resources. Otherwise, why would Yi Yang work so hard to get admitted to North China University? Is that about it? Seeing that they were already far away from the urban area of Huayang City, Yi Yang immediately formed a seal and cast a god-level summoning technique to summon the Charizard. Then, he jumped on a Charizard's back, pointed in a direction, and shouted, "Take off, old Charizard, go this way." Boom! After receiving the order, the Charizard flapped its huge wings and slowly took off into the air with its fat body. Don't let him get away, stop him. At the same time, a loud shout suddenly came from one side of the forest. Immediately afterwards, one war pet after another soared into the sky. At the same time, several combat spirit masters rushed over from one side of the forest. Yi Yang frowned and turned his gaze to look at the battle spirit master running over, as well as the battle pets of various types and attributes. He knew it was directed at him. "Charizard, go!" Yi Yang shouted, and the Charizard no longer hesitated and was about to take Yi Yang into the air. However, just as the Charizard was about to take shape, another flying combat pet appeared in front of it. "Want to leave? How can it be that easy?" A giant eagle blocked the way of the Charizard. On the back of the giant eagle stood a middle-aged man. Although the uncle has entered middle age, he exudes a cold, murderous aura, and it is obvious that he is a man who has been in the underworld for many years. "Yi Yang, today you can't escape even if you have wings. You are doomed to die." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yang and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, something happened around Yi Yang, below and on the trees. They are all filled with battle pets and battle spirit masters. Among them, there are some very powerful ones. The number of battle spirit masters and battle pets is about 70 or 80. This lineup is already quite powerful. And these people were obviously coming for Yi Yang. Chapter 103, you guys want to keep me. Yi Yang glanced at the battle spirit masters who were chasing after him. Each of them exudes a ruffian's aura and is obviously a gangster from Huayang City. "Wang's dog?" Yi Yang asked with a contemptuous smile. "Humph, Yi Yang, you are so arrogant. It's not just the Wang family that wants you dead." The middle-aged man heard Yi Yang's words, laughed sarcastically, and said, "You beat up my people from the Double Blade Gang. I haven't forgotten it. This opportunity was given by the Wang family. I've been waiting for it for a long time. Today, with the help of the battle spirit masters of my Double Blade Gang and the Wang family, there is absolutely no chance of your survival." Yi Yang curled his lips slightly and looked at the battle spirit masters who surrounded him. He had no fear at all. There was no surprise at all. After all, Yi Yang had already expected that he would be caught up. But he didn't expect that this group of people would come so quickly. It has to be said that the Wang family does have some power in Huayang City, and they were able to find out Yi Yang's whereabouts so quickly. To be more precise, the Wang family was waiting for Yi Yang to leave the city so that they could take action against him. After all, it happened in the city. Even a powerful family like the Wang family didn't dare to kill Yi Yang, because there is a federation, but outside it's different. It's just like killing him. Who knows? Therefore, the Wang family was waiting for Yi Yang to walk out of the city area protected by the barrier. It was also the blocking of Yi Yang's entry into the station and the airport, forcing Yi Yang to this point step by step. "Do you think you can keep me here?" Yi Yang smiled. The lineup of people coming is indeed powerful, including 2 war spirits. The leader of a Double Blade Gang, a middle-aged man standing on the back of a flying war pet, a giant eagle. The other one was the man standing below, staring at him. Most of the rest are combat masters. Only a few warriors. This shows how cruel the Wang family is in wanting to kill Yi Yang. "Do you think you can survive from the hands of us?" Hearing Yi Yang's words, the leader of the Double Blade Gang, Wu Xuando, looked at Yi Yang with a scornful smile and said, Give up struggling. Maybe we can still give you a quick death. Oh. Yi Yang sneered, with a mocking arc on his lips. You are not qualified yet. God-level summoning technique. Wow. A blinding light covered the entire place. Pikachu and Tailmon suddenly appeared beside Yi Yang and stood on Charizard's back. Facing such a lineup and so many combat spirit masters. Although Yi Yang has very strong strength, but he didn't dare to be careless. Immediately summon his remaining 2 god-level pets to fight. He knew that his time was limited. You have to get it over with quickly and then leave. Otherwise, when the Wong family comes to help, it will be even more difficult to leave. Moreover, this group of people chased him so quickly, it was very likely that they had been lying in ambush outside the city, waiting for him to leave. I'm afraid that at the gates of the 4 defensive barriers in Huayang City, there are people from the Wong family lying in ambush, waiting to take the bait. Go ahead, kill him, and avenge Prince Wong. The war spirit sent by the Wong family shouted loudly, and his war spirit masters all took action. At the same time, their battle pets also launched an attack at this moment. Those on the trees and those on the ground each have their own abilities. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, darkness, and light. 8 elements gathered here. 3rd level combat skill, wind and sandpalm. Battle pet combination skills. Chapter 1043, God level spiritual pets in full battle. Wind howling, burning sky strike. Several attacks came from all directions and attacked Yi Yang in the center. Even the sky above Yi Yang was blocked by the giant war pet eagle. Yi Yang was in a very dangerous situation at the moment. If you were hit by a wave of attacks from this group of people and battle pets, even at his battle spirit level with 3 god-level pets, he would be seriously injured in an instant. Tailmon, it's up to you. Yi Yang looked at the powerful attacks around him, turned his gaze to Tailmon, and said, Cat's eye light. A white light suddenly shone from Tailmon's eyes, sweeping across the surroundings, staring at every combat pet that rushed towards it, trying to completely control it. However, because Tailmon only took a quick glance, it only controlled 70% to 80% of the combat pets that rushed up. It immediately controlled those battle pets and attacked its companions around it. At the same time, all the spiritual energy in Yi Yang's body was instantly added to Pikachu. Spiritual energy boost. Pikachu, 10 volts. 50. Pikachu's body shook, and powerful lightning suddenly released from his whole body. 100,000 volts. With the amplification of Yi Yang's spiritual energy, its power increased several times in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of lightning echoed throughout the venue. At the same time, there was also rampant thunder and lightning, which fell on the bodies of the war spirit masters. In an instant, the group of battle spirit masters were knocked to the ground by Pikachu's lightning. However, there was still a combat spirit master who managed to escape. Charizard, now is the time to charge forward. Yi Yang seized the opportunity and gave an order, and the Charizard immediately began to fly at full speed. Boom! It flapped its huge wings and rushed out. Even if your 3 battle pets are all very powerful, there is absolutely no way they can escape from us. The leader of the Double Blade Gang, Wu Shuangdo, shouted, Hurricane Eagle, Hurricane Dance. Charizard, Flamethrower. Boom! Yi Yang's Charizard and his Wushuang sword pet attacked at the same time. Flames collide with hurricanes. In an instant, the flames were intensified several times and burned on the body of the Hurricane Eagle. Chew! The Hurricane Eagle let out a sharp cry of pain from the burns and fled away quickly. Wu Shuangdo immediately jumped down and formed a summoning seal in midair. Damn it, summoning a spirit pet, Shuiqing. Thunder Fist. At the same time, Yi Yang seized the opportunity and did not give Wu Shuangdao any chance to summon a second combat pet. The whole person jumped out directly from the Charizard's body, and with a Thunder Fist, he hit Wu Shuangdao's body hard. With a bang, the Wushuang sword was knocked away by Yi Yang's punch. The next second, Yi Yang's figure dropped rapidly, and Charizard flew over tacitly, bringing Pikachu and Tailmon, and caught Yi Yang. Very well, let's go. Yi Yang smiled, having successfully broken through, feeling indescribably relieved. You bastard, do you think you can get away? However, just when Yi Yang thought he had everything figured out, a voice filled with suppressed anger reached his ears. Then, a shadow climbed to the top of the tree in front, jumped up, and pounced towards the Charizard. Below him was a force of wind, assisting the war pet in soaring into the air. 8 spiders, poison stab kill. The owner of the flying combat pet shouted loudly, and a huge black spider that pounced on it stabbed the Charizard's head with its sharp tentacles. Charizard, get out of the way. Chapter 105. Iron Tail. Seeing this, Yi Yang shouted immediately. Charizard immediately dodged, and although it was fat, its speed in the air was incredible. Flame Fireball. Bah! Then, Yi Yang's spiritual energy condensed into a burning fireball, which smashed hard on the poisonous dark attribute Battle Pet Spider. A fireball knocked it down from midair. But at the same time, the owner of the Battle Pet Spider, the Battle Spirit Master sent by the Wong family, with the help of the 3-horned rhinoceros inherited and cultivated by the Wong family, it exploded from the surface. 10,000 poison palm. The man from the Wong family shouted loudly and slapped Yi Yang with his palm. The poisonous spider before was just a cover. His real target is actually Yi Yang. This palm is extremely poisonous. If it hits Yi Yang, even if Yi Yang is a war god, he will not be able to escape death. But he had just used up a lot of spiritual energy to cast the fireball. Plus, he had used the Thunder Fist before and was assisting Pikachu with all his strength. There is very little spiritual energy left in the body. There was no time to mobilize the remaining spiritual energy to deal with the attack from the last man of the Wong family. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Yi Yang shouted quickly, and Pikachu's tail became as hard as steel. There is a yellow glow on the tail. Suki. Pikachu moved and instantly appeared in front of Yi Yang. The whole person's body did a 360-degree flip in the air, and with a strike of his iron tail, he hit the war spirit level man sent by the Wong family hard. Bah! Suddenly, a dull sound was heard. The combat spirit level expert from the Wong family was about to hit Yi Yang with his poisonous palm strike. He was severely whipped down by the iron tail of Yi Yang's god-level pet, Pikachu. Ah! A scream emanated from his mouth, and his entire body fell rapidly like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The next second, the combat spirit-level expert sent by the Wong family fell heavily to the ground, spurting bright red blood from his mouth, looking in a miserable state. He tried to struggle to get up, but he was powerless. The bones were broken directly where Pikachu's iron tail hit them. Looking around, the rest of the people and battle pets were also severely damaged by Yi Yang's battle pets. Charizard, burn this area quickly and leave. Yi Yang glanced around and saw that there were no enemies, so he said, Boom! Immediately, the Charizard spewed flames from its mouth. Burn everything around. Then, it left quickly, soaring into the sky, heading straight towards the Territory City. Guard me. I need to practice to restore the spiritual energy in my body. Seeing that he had finally escaped the crisis, Yi Yang immediately sat down cross-legged on the back of the Charizard and spoke softly. Suki. Pikachu jumped playfully, and Tailmon immediately became alert to its surroundings. Okay, I'm going to practice. You little guys are wasting your spiritual energy. I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to increase your combat power in the future. Yi Yang said helplessly. Practice during this period of time, although his strength has improved a lot. But Pikachu, Tailmon, and Charizard have also become stronger. As they grew stronger, the power of their bloodline also increased. The more energy is required, the greater the amount will naturally be. While accepting Yi Yang's spiritual energy enhancement, the spiritual energy absorbed has far exceeded the original amount of spiritual energy, making the combat effectiveness stronger. Chapter 106. Breakthrough to Level 4 of the Battle Spirit, deep in the wild area of spirit beasts. But in this way, the consumption on Yi Yang would naturally be greater. Therefore, Yi Yang must improve his strength as soon as possible. Make your own aura become more powerful. Only in this way can he support his own battle pet. After all, it is impossible for Yi Yang to have only this one battle pet in the future, if every one of them has divine bloodline. As the level increases, the strength becomes stronger. The spiritual energy and power required by spirit pets have become even more massive. It is not an easy task for Yi Yang to enhance all his spiritual pets. Suki. After hearing Yi Yang's words, Pikachu obediently went aside. Afterwards, Yi Yang formed a cultivation seal with his hands and immediately immersed himself in cultivation. Tailmon stood aside. It brought Yi Yang a 10% increase in the speed of his spiritual energy cultivation, plus Yi Yang's war god training speed. His cultivation speed far exceeds that of other combat spirit masters. Time passes by every second. The Charizard flew all the way and left Huayang City far away. Cross thousands of mountains and rivers, climb over mountains and jungles, and rush all the way to the Territory City. At this moment, in the Wang family hall in Huayang City, Wang Qua's father, Wang Chong, smashed the cup to the ground and angrily cursed. You are useless. You can't even kill a 16-year-old kid. What use do I have for you? Go after him immediately. This little bastard has been admitted to the North China University of War Spiritualists. We must not let him enter the academy. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to take revenge. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his inner anger burning to the extreme. With the power of a war emperor, all the war spirit masters in the hall were almost unable to breathe. The war emperor is 2 major stages higher than the war spirit. After the war spirit, there is the war king. Above the war king is the war emperor. This shows how powerful Wang Qua's father is. Why aren't you leaving yet? If I can't kill Yi Yang before he enters the Territory City, I will kill you. Wang Chong shouted. Yes. Faced with Wang Chong's anger, Wang's men immediately nodded, then retreated and organized a stronger team to track down Yi Yang. If it weren't for the existence of the Federation, the head of the Wang family, Wang Chong, as a powerful war emperor, he would definitely take action personally to avenge his son. However, no matter how wealthy the Wang family is, no matter how the Su family and the Federation are placed, they are still superior to the Wang family. It made him feel very depressed. Yi Yang, you ruined my son. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Wang Chong said with a sinister look on his face. At this time, Yi Yang was flying down under the lead of the Charizard. It has already completely penetrated into the wild area of spiritual beasts. The Charizard flies very high to avoid encountering a complete level spirit beast. Existence of that level is quite terrifying. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully broken through to level 4 combat spirit. As the system prompt sound fell, Yi Yang finally successfully broke through the first level in the process of recovering his spiritual energy. From the original battle spirit level 3, he broke through to battle spirit level 4. Call! After successfully advancing, Yi Yang stopped practicing, stood up from the fire-breathing beast back, and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Then he stretched all his muscles and bones, making a crackling sound. I just feel extremely comfortable all over my body. Suki! Pikachu shouted happily as he saw Yi Yang finally completed his training. You must be hungry. Come, let's eat. Yi Yang smiled happily and immediately took out the food he had prepared from his personal space. There were canned fish, bread, milk, biscuits, and other delicious foods, which made Pikachu very excited. Chapter 107 Spiritual Beast Night Demon Roar! When Charizard learned that Yi Yang, Pika, and Tailmon were trying to eat food on its back, it immediately made a sound of resistance. Yi Yang had already signed a contract with Charizard, so he naturally understood what Charizard meant and immediately burst into laughter. Then, Yi Yang ate the food while feeding the Charizard. Charizard can work and eat at the same time. It flapped its wings and flew forward continuously, with its head tilted back and its mouth open to ask for food. From time to time, he roared, as if urging Yi Yang, hurry up, hurry up. Along the way, we ate, drank, and enjoyed the scenery, and had a very carefree life. Charizard, go to the ravine ahead and rest. We will continue our journey tomorrow morning. Seeing that the sun had completely set behind the hillside, Yi Yang pointed to a ravine and said, roar! Charizard nodded in understanding, then slowly lowered its body and landed in the small ravine that Yi Yang mentioned. This place is full of spiritual energy, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and the scenery is beautiful and breathtaking. Yi Yang planned to spend the night here, then continue on the road tomorrow. He took out the tent that he had prepared long ago and quickly set it up. He mobilized his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings and only relaxed after making sure there was no danger. Call! Yi Yang exhaled a breath, took out his mobile phone, connected to the public Skynet, and checked the route. Finally, Yi Yang came to the conclusion that with Charizard's flying speed, it would take at least 7 days to reach the Territory City. In other words, he has to travel for these 7 days. Soon, night fell. Yi Yang and his combat pet rested until late at night. There was a sudden noise in the silent wild forest. Swish, swish. The sound of dense grass swaying woke Yi Yang from his sleep. Yi Yang opened his eyes and immediately became alert. He gently unzipped the tent and quietly walked out of it. A wisp of spiritual energy spread out along the ground, allowing for rapid perception. Within 100 meters, several spirit beasts were rapidly approaching his location. The initial determination of the spiritual beast attribute is Earth. As for what kind of spiritual beast it is, Yi Yang still doesn't know. With a wave of his hand, he put the tent into his personal space. Then he climbed up a tree, held his breath, and hid. Soon, several spirit beasts that Yi Yang sensed ran over. It has a pointed mouth and yellow fur. It looks a bit like a fox, but also a bit like a mouse. Weasel. When Yi Yang saw the spirit beast for the first time, he subconsciously thought of a certain creature. Then he thought hard. Finally, I truly recognized the spiritual beast in front of me. Night Demon Weasel. Yi Yang's heart sank. He actually encountered this strange, demon-like beast that was rumored to only live in mountainous areas. The weasel spirit beast, title, Night Wolf. It specializes in operating in the dark and is extremely evil. Its urine is even more toxic and can cause hallucinations. Even more bizarre is the legend that a battle spirit master killed a weasel night demon. In the end, he encountered revenge from a group of weasels and night demons and was bitten to death. Since then, the weasel night demon has been almost listed as a banned spiritual beast, and few combat spiritual masters dare to provoke it. Chapter 108: The Danger of Peeing. Its vicious reputation is enough to make people shudder in the world of battle spirit masters. However, few people have actually seen the night wolf, because the night wolf is an evolution of the weasel. In the old days, weasels were on the verge of extinction. It was not until the spiritual energy revived that it slowly rose and grew. Thus, it became the current night wolf. Damn, how did I run into this thing? Yi Yang hid in a tree, looking at the night wolf below. Its pair of sharp claws were enough to tear a big tree apart. He cursed in his heart. What bad luck. Even when I was sleeping, I could be targeted by this night wolf. Can't you let people have a good rest? He also had no intention of provoking these notorious night wolves, even though the levels of these night wolves were around mature level 8. If Yang wanted to hunt, it would not be difficult. But this is the wild forest of spiritual beasts. Powerful spirit beasts, complete forms, armored forms, and other super beings may appear at any time. It will be troublesome if you encounter it. Clatter. Just as Yang was waiting for the night wolf to leave, the sound of flowing water came into his ears. Then he lowered his head and looked downward. A night wolf actually urinated under the tree where he was hiding. From a distance, the smell of urine was floating in the air. Depend on. Yi Yang immediately cursed and jumped down from the tree. Boom! At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly. Force out all the gas you just inhaled. The smell of the night wolf's urine has a hallucinogenic effect. If it is not dealt with quickly and hallucinations occur, it will be a dead end. But in doing so, Yi Yang was exposed instantly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The night wolf made a sound like a mouse, and its eyes turned and locked onto Yi Yang. Then, several night wolves rushed towards Yi Yang together. They moved very quickly and climbed up the tree in no time. Then it jumped over and chased Yi Yang, waving its sharp claws and grabbing Yi Yang fiercely. Yi Yang had no intention of hurting them. But at this moment, the night wolf was chasing him relentlessly, obviously not intending to let Yi Yang go. He gathered spiritual energy in one hand, and with a boom, flames began to burn. He quickly created a sphere of fire and smashed it hard at a night wolf that was chasing him. Bah! The night wolf was hit directly by Yi Yang's flaming fireball. All its fur was burned all of a sudden. It screamed and fell to the ground. God-level summoning technique. Charizard, flamethrower. The next second, Yi Yang summoned the Charizard directly in midair. A stream of scorching flame burst out from the mouth of the Charizard. Boom! At that moment, the dark wild forest was burning with flames. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several night wolves immediately let out shrill screams. Running around in the flames, he was doomed to die. Yi Yang quickly began to explore spiritual energy and search for the elixir in the flames. After all, he has been killed. Wouldn't it be a shame not to take the elixir? But not every spiritual beast has elixir. Yi Yang killed several night wolves, but only barely obtained an earth-attributed elixir. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, the howling of a group of night wolves came from the dark jungle. Immediately, a large number of night wolves appeared in Yi Yang's sight. The eyes of the numerous night wolves, which were glowing strangely in the darkness, stared straight at Yi Yang. Chapter 109. The Complete Spiritual Beast Awakens, Territory City. I'll go. Looking at the countless night wolves, Yi Yang's face suddenly became gloomy. With this number, there must be a night wolf king in charge. Ordinary night wolves are at the mature level. After all, the wolf king is a complete being. Charizard go. Yi Yang left without even thinking. Staying and fighting would be a foolish act. With this number of people in the lineup, if they add in fully formed spirit beasts, even if he cheats, it will be difficult for him to win today. I can still give it a try in a one-on-one fight against the complete form, but adding so many mature night demon wolf kings, the risk is too great. The best option is to run away. Boom! The Charizard immediately flapped its wings and took off into the air. The night wolf below jumped up desperately to attack, but its height was not enough to get close to the Charizard. They can't fly either, so naturally they can't catch up with Yi Yang and his pet. But the complete form of the night wolf is completely different. A terrifying aura that had been sleeping for a long time and was awakened by being disturbed instantly covered the wild forest. From a distance, Yi Yang felt a sense of oppression. What a terrifying aura. This is a complete spirit beast. Yi Yang frowned and immediately shouted, Charizard, leave at full speed. Boom! The Charizard didn't dare to hesitate, even though it had God-level blood and was at level 7 mature. Facing the extremely strong aura of a complete spirit beast, I cannot say that I can crush it 100%. Soon, Yi Yang left the wild forest on Charizard, narrowly avoided a collision with the complete spirit beast. Phew, that was a close call. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, took out the earth-attributed elixir of the night wolf, and smiled with satisfaction. Night wolves are very rare outside the wild areas and on the edges. Its elixir is definitely a rare item in the market. Different from the elixirs of ordinary spirit beasts, the elixirs of the night demon wolf have some special effects, such as treatment of some special diseases, or, after swallowing and absorbing, it can prevent hallucinations and so on. The price of a first-level elixir from a mature night wolf spirit beast alone can soar to nearly 100,000. It is much more expensive than ordinary first-level elixirs. After all, the drop rate of elixirs from the night wolf is too low. Even if you kill hundreds of them, you may not necessarily obtain an elixir. Yi Yang killed a few night demon wolves and obtained a night demon wolf elixir. It's simply incredible luck. In the second half of the night, Yi Yang did not stop to rest. He rode on the back of the Charizard and started his journey overnight. During the day, it never stops. The forest deep in the wild area is too dangerous. Yi Yang must leave as soon as possible. Moreover, he tried his best to avoid places with rich spiritual energy along the way, and was nearly killed by complete and armored-level spiritual beasts several times. In this way, several days of desperate travel passed. When Yi Yang saw the city barrier appear in front of him, he smiled instantly. We finally arrived at the territory city. Yi Yang stood on the back of the Charizard and couldn't help but swear. He was exhausted from traveling these days. Although I've been practicing most of the time, the journey has not been easy. Fortunately, several days of practice have paid off. His strength improved again and reached the 5th level of War Spirit. Charizard, land in front. Yi Yang looked at the energy barrier right in front of him and said with a little excitement, Boom! Charizard immediately began to glide and land. Chapter 110. Entering the city, technology, and the world of the rich. After a moment, the Charizard landed on the ground. Yi Yang drove it back to the contracted living space. Then he stepped towards the city boundary of the territorial city. It is the most advanced place in the world in terms of technology, military force, and other aspects. The energy barrier that defends against spirit beasts alone is countless times stronger than that of Huayang City. Yi Yang approached the barrier and followed it to the entrance of the barrier gate of a territorial city. Please show me your ID card and your permit to enter the city. Territory City, at the gate of the South City barrier. The absolute elite of the Federation was guarding the gate of the barrier, stopped Yi Yang, and said. Yi Yang immediately took out his ID card and permit to enter the city. As the world's top city, it is obviously not allowed to enter without a permit. In order to obtain a permit to enter the city, one needs to provide relevant certificates, reasons, etc. to the federal government for application. Only those who are approved can enter the territorial city. Okay, go over there and fill out the registration to enter the city. After checking Yi Yang's ID card and entry permit, the battle spirit master guarding the gate returned the two items to Yi Yang and said. Yi Yang immediately went over to register and successfully entered the territory city. As a talented student who was admitted to North China University with excellent grades, he was able to stay in the territory city much longer than ordinary people. After all, he was going to stay here to go to school. Most people, once they come here, must leave within 2 months at most. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the federal government. In special circumstances, you may apply for an extension of time. In short, non-native people of the territorial city. It is almost impossible to stay here for a long time, unless you are strong enough. Buzz! Suddenly, Yi Yang's cell phone vibrated. He took out his phone in confusion and saw a virtual prompt pop up on the screen. You have been monitored and located by the Federal Intelligence Skynet. Are you willing to cooperate? Yes. Yi Yang clicked it immediately. This is a federal crime prevention measure. Prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking into the territory city and causing trouble, and control them at the first moment. If you choose no, no matter who you are, will be expelled instantly. If the case is serious, arrest them and interrogate them directly. Afterwards, Yi Yang put away his phone and began to wander around the territory city. It has to be said that it is one of the top cities in the world. It is so prosperous here that it is indescribable. In the hot summer, tall buildings rise up one after another. Various high-tech instruments are installed on the roadside to detect humans, vehicles, combat spirit masters, spirit pets, etc. It is safe to say that no one can escape the high-tech surveillance throughout the city. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Yi Yang really couldn't imagine that a city could achieve this level. And how rich is this city? The taxis on the streets are all Mercedes-Benz worth millions. What does that mean? $1 million luxury car, here to rent out. It completely refreshed Yi Yang's cognition. Yi Yang waved his hand casually, stopped a Mercedes-Benz taxi, and got in. Hey, handsome guy, where are you going? The driver was a man around 25 years old, obviously also a combat spirit master. I don't know why I'm driving a taxi, but think about it. It's not surprising that $1 million luxury car can be used as a taxi. This is absolutely a world of the rich. You can't understand it. North China University. Yi Yang said lightly. Okay, please take a seat. We'll be there soon. The driver shouted, started the Mercedes-Benz, and drove towards North China University. Chapter 111 Sign In. North China University, Suzuka Gate. Boom! Soon, Yi Yang arrived at the gate of North China University, one of the world's top universities, in a luxury car rental worth millions. There are 4 main gates in North China University, located in the very center of Territory City. Yi Yang entered the city from the southern barrier gate and naturally came to the south gate of North China University, the Suzuka Gate. Handsome, we're here. This is North China University, the Suzuka Gate. The taxi driver stopped the car, turned around, and smiled at Yi Yang. Thanks. Yi Yang smiled back, then paid and got off the car. This trip, 1,000 yuan. A few minutes. Damn it, it's total blackmail. However, Yi Yang also knew that this was the price of goods in Territory City. Otherwise, what would he make by renting out $1 million luxury car? Giving you boss-level treatment and enjoyment, it is understandable that we charge a higher fee. After getting off the bus, Yi Yang stood at the Suzuka Gate, glanced at the name of North China University and the statue of a Suzuku on the gate, meditated for a few minutes, and walked into the university. In this future era, time flies and is even more precious. University is an important part of being a combat spiritualist. So there are no holidays all year round. After receiving the admission notice, you need to report within 1 month and start training directly. Student, please show me your North China University pass. As soon as he reached the door, Yi Yang was stopped by the guard at the Suzuka Gate of North China University. He keenly sensed that the old man guarding the gate was actually a war king-level warrior. I couldn't help but look forward to North China University even more. Every gatekeeper is a war king. What level do the tutors, directors, etc. have? Besides, there must be a lot of treasures, right? Just thinking about it makes me motivated. I don't have a pass yet. This is my admission letter. Yi Yang took out his admission letter and handed it to the old man guarding the gate. The gatekeeper took a look, then let Yi Yang in and reminded him, New students, please report to the front playground. Turn right and walk along the way. There are quite a few new students here today, so you have to hurry. Okay, thank you. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, then headed straight to the playground in front of North China University. Sign in. Halfway through the journey, Yi Yang gave an order. Ding. Check-in task begins. Countdown, 30 minutes. The next second, a long-lost system prompt sound rang in Yi Yang's mind. His sign-in task finally began again. And at this moment, on the playground in front of North China University, geniuses from all over the world and of all races gather here. New student reporting lasts for 1 month. Today is the 9th day, and more people have come than usual. There are as many as 50 geniuses, and each of them possesses the strength of at least level 2 combat spirit. Everyone's age will not be higher than 20 years old. They're all the elite among the elite. Lin Chun, right? Conduct an aura test. The tutor in charge of reporting the new students was a beautiful lady, wearing red high heels, black stockings, and a short skirt. She was as beautiful as a flower and attracted the attention of countless students. And every new student who comes to report must first undergo a basic spiritual energy level test. This will help schools better understand the latest strengths of new students and make plans accordingly. Good. The man named Lin Chen immediately began to conduct the spiritual energy test, shining brightly throughout the audience, and his combat spirit reached level 4. Immediately afterwards, the reporting of new students was completed one after another. Anyone else? Seeing that no one else stood up, the beautiful teacher opened her red lips and asked, I. Just at this time, Yang came to the front playground and walked up. Chapter 112, Shocking the Great Prodigies. In an instant, he attracted the attention of everyone in the audience and became the focus of the audience. Is this a high school senior? It doesn't look like it. Isn't it a little too small? Is his talent stronger than ours? Seeing Yi Yang, the geniuses from various regions present were stunned for a moment. They were a little surprised that young Yi Yang was able to enter North China University. But more of it is doubt. After all, they are already geniuses among geniuses. But even so, when they reach the second level of combat spirit, they are already 18 years old. Those with less talent are already 19 or 20 years old. Someone like Yi Yang, who obviously looks under 18, and even some junior high school students who have failed a grade are about the same age as him. I actually walked into North China University. This made them really unbelievable. What's the name? The beautiful teacher glanced at Yi Yang and was a little surprised by the young Yi Yang and asked, Yi Yang. Yi Yang said lightly, Yi Yang? The Yi Yang from Huayang City. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the beautiful teacher was startled and looked directly at Yi Yang and asked, Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The beautiful tutor immediately looked at Yi Yang carefully, and the more she looked, the more amazed she became. Let's do the aura test. Good. Then, Yi Yang walked towards the spiritual energy tester. Those who had registered but had not left all stayed to see if Yi Yang was a true genius. A battle spirit master of this age really made them suspicious. Yi Yang, have you heard of it? I have some impression, but I can't remember it at the moment. Is it that rare genius who was admitted to North China University? I'm not sure. A casual cultivator applying to North China University? Don't be ridiculous. That seems to be just a rumor. I've heard of this, but I don't know if it's true or not. The top talented elites from all over the world are not particularly familiar with the name Yi Yang. Only a few have heard of it, but they usually focus on cultivation and never pay attention to gossip. So, no one knows what kind of person Yi Yang is? Yi Yang walked to the front of the aura tester. He placed one hand on it, then mobilized his spiritual energy and began testing. Wow! Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed out. Then, the level number shown on the screen of the aura tester soared. Soon, it was fixed at the level 5 of the combat spirit. Look at the aura level displayed on the aura tester. A look of horror appeared on the faces of everyone around. In an instant, all doubts about Yi Yang disappeared without a trace. Battle spirit level 5? Seriously? Isn't this talent a little too evil? He's even more of a monster than us. Who is he? The geniuses standing by couldn't help but let out surprise sounds after seeing Yi Yang's spiritual energy level. They really didn't expect that such a young Yi Yang actually had the strength of a level 5 combat spirit. It really shocked these geniuses. The beautiful tutor who was in charge of reporting the new students was filled with horror. She knew very well that Yi Yang was admitted to North China University with the level of combat spirit level 3. How long has it been? Yi Yang actually advanced 2 levels? It's just so horrible. After a long time, The beautiful instructor finally came back to her senses from her shock and said to everyone, "Go back and wait for the notification and arrangement. You will be enrolled on time in 3 days to take the combat power test." Chapter 113. Big Threshold. I was snatched up right after entering school. The so-called combat power value is the combat power index of each combat spirit master, starting from 0, going up infinitely, tested using a high-tech combat power index measuring device. Battle spirit masters of the same level have different combat effectiveness. For example, 2 level 2 combat spirit masters. One might be 2,200, one might be just 2,000, then the one with a combat power value of 2,000 is obviously weaker. The combat power index is limited to human testing. The spiritual pet contracted by the battle spiritual master is not counted as a single unit. Belongs to comprehensive combat effectiveness. But their spiritual pets and their additional attributes will definitely be able to bring an increase in power to the combat spiritualists. The combat power index of a warrior will generally not exceed 500. The number of combat divisions is almost below 1,500. As for war spirits, the minimum combat power starts at 2,000 combat power index. Of course, there are also some combat spirit masters with extraordinary talents and very solid training. Within the combat master level, the combat power has been cultivated to 2,000. Such characters are usually able to fight above their level. Human PK alone is enough to challenge the war spirit. But if we add spirit pets, it's hard to say. Combat strength test? After testing the spiritual energy level, Yi Yang withdrew his hand, thinking about something. According to him, combat effectiveness index testing is an important part of university, because it is in the later stage of the combat spirit master's cultivation. As your strength increases, the spiritual pet you choose will naturally become more powerful. But the strength of high-level spiritual pets is immeasurable. So, humans used wisdom, technology, and inspiration to invent something. Combat Power Tester. By conducting a thorough analysis of the combat power of the spirit pet, you can determine whether you have a chance of taming that spirit pet to ensure success. And one crucial point is that if the combat power value does not exceed 50,000, even a top-level War King expert would never be able to break through to the War Emperor level. This is a huge threshold. Let you know why you are stuck at the threshold of the War Emperor? Of course, there are limits to combat power testing, only suitable for the current stage. At a higher level, one cannot rely on the assistance of this technology. Everything depends on your own hard power. As Yang finished the test. Later, a few new people came to report and test their spiritual energy levels. However, Yang was not very interested in staying here, and those who stayed did not want to watch the freshman test. They just wanted to see the beautiful teacher with black stockings, long legs, short skirt, and red high heels. Brother, do you want to get the best training resources in North China University? Join our club. Our Hawaiian club will definitely make you famous in this college. Just when Yi Yang left the playground and was about to stroll around North China University, a man came up to Yi Yang and invited him with a smile. Without waiting for his reply, several men surrounded him and said, "Brother, join us. Their Hawaiian society is not good enough. Our Tiamat society is the best. Join us. You've just enrolled. We treat freshmen very well here, but it's a huge pit over there." Many senior students, after seeing the talent Yi Yang had just displayed, they all came forward to invite Yi Yang to join their club. Yi Yang was speechless. He didn't expect that this group of people would start recruiting people so quickly. It is better to say that they are various organizations in the school than to say they are clubs. He would never think of these societies as literary and artistic movement societies of the old times. Nowadays, the clubs and universities around the world are campus organizations that compete with each other. Chapter 114, Reward, Greninja. In college, you can often see the two organizations fighting. Instead of stopping this, the school encourages this practice. As long as you don't kill anyone or make them disabled, the school turn a blind eye. Some students with powerful backgrounds are so powerful that they can do whatever they want in school, and even the instructors have to give them some distance. The cultivation resources within North China University have always been fought for based on strength. Sorry, I don't have any intention of joining any clubs for the time being. Yi Yang smiled apologetically and left quickly. When you first arrive here, it is indeed easier to survive if you rely on a force. But if you join blindly, you can easily get cheated. And wherever newcomers go, they will most likely be destroyed. Yi Yang didn't want to be a dog that obeyed others' orders, so he had thought about it before entering school. Work alone and carve out a niche for yourself. Afterwards, Yi Yang toured the South Campus of North China University and left North China University. He had originally planned to visit the entire place, but this university was too big. It can be compared with Huayang City. The entire university is divided into 4 campuses: East, South, West, and North. Each campus has a gate. They are Xuanwu Gate, Suzuka Gate, White Tiger Gate, and Azure Dragon Gate. In the center of the 4 campuses are the offices of the principal and other senior executives. Not only that, the layout of this university is also quite amazing, hard to describe in words. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for signing in successfully. Reward 1. Divine Level 2 Bloodline, Blood of the Eastern Dragon. Received Reward 2. Level 1 God Bloodline, complete Level 5 Spirit Pet, Greninja. Reward 3. A volume of Fire-type Human Pet Fusion Skills. Just as Yi Yang was walking towards the Suzuka Gate of the South District of North China University, the reminder sound of the God-level all-world sign-in system once again rang through Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang was immediately delighted. Here are the exciting rewards. I'm so happy. This time, after a few days, there was a 30-minute sign-in task with no time limit. This is the best sign-in reward Yi Yang has received since he signed in. I won't talk about the value of the God Level 2 Bloodline. The Human Pet Fusion skill, which is fire-related, is absolutely perfect for Yi Yang now. The most important thing is the spiritual pet. The perfect Level 5 pet, Greninja. This spiritual pet is quite unusual. According to Yi Yang's memory, Greninja is a special evolution. He is extremely powerful, has a graceful and cool figure, and fights in a dashing and handsome manner. He likes it very much. What's even more surprising is that Greninja was directly judged by the system to be the complete spiritual beast of this world. Presumably, the combat effectiveness would be amazing, right? Only a completely divine spiritual pet. At present, Yi Yang's strength is not enough to fulfill the contract, because the 4th spirit pet contracted by a battle spirit master must at least reach the level of a battle king. As for the 4th spirit pet, many combat spirit masters usually start to choose a high-level, high bloodline spirit pet. Yi Yang looked at how much power he would need to contract Greninja and was slightly surprised. System prompt. To contract Greninja, you need a War Spirit Master who has reached War King level 5 at least. See Greninja's contract level. Yi Yang couldn't help but swear. Isn't this contract level requirement a bit too high? Yi Yang is only at level 5 of combat spirit now. Contracting Greninja requires War King level 5. So that is to say, he still needs to practice and improve to a whole major stage before he can sign a contract with Greninja. Chapter 115. A spiritual pet that cannot be found in the Spiritual Pet Encyclopedia. This will take some time. Of course, Yi Yang can also start making a contract with Greninja immediately after reaching the level of War King. But the risk is huge. What if Greninja is unwilling to sign a contract with Yi Yang and resists? With Greninja's abnormal strength, it is easy to suppress Yi Yang and then escape. After all, it is a perfect level 5 spiritual pet. When that time comes, who will Yi Yang go to cry to? Missing out on a powerful combat pet would definitely be a huge loss. Therefore, in order to successfully contract with Greninja, Yi Yang had to practice hard at North China University. Greninja, wait. I will soon truly possess you and make a contract with you. Yi Yang let out a long breath and walked out of the Suzuka Gate of North China University in a happy mood. For the next 3 days, he planned to stay temporarily in the territorial city, play around, and wait for the school's arrangement notice. At the same time, he practiced the human pet fusion technique. One thing worth noting is that the human pet fusion skill that Yi Yang obtained has no name. It was like creating it directly with Yi Yang, the kind with a 100% success rate. What kind of human pet fusion skills can be created depends on Yi Yang and his own spirit pet. After thinking everything through, Yi Yang strolled around the territory city. He first took Pikachu and Tailmon to eat. Charizard was too big and inconvenient, so it could only stay in the contracted living space. The 2 rare pets attracted the attention of many people around. What are these 2 spiritual pets? They feel very special. I've never seen it before, and I can't identify it on the internet. There's no record of it. How rare is it? Even the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Pets can't find it. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes fell curiously on Yi Yang's Pikachu and Tailmon. The brave ones even came forward to greet Yi Yang and asked about his spiritual pet. But Yi Yang has long been accustomed to these. Always treat it cold. Soon after finishing his meal, Yi Yang planned to take his spirit pet to practice. But he had just walked out of the hotel door. A number of luxurious extended edition Rolls-Royce cars were parked at the door. Soon, an old man about 60 years old got out of the car and came to Yi Yang with a friendly smile. "Hello, classmate Yi Yang. I am the diplomatic administrator of the Spirit Pet Association. Our vice president wants to meet you. I wonder if classmate Yi Yang is willing to move with me." The old man looked at Yi Yang and spoke in a very friendly tone. Yi Yang's gaze focused on the old man in front of him. The strength that cannot be seen through is at least above the war emperor level. Behind him, there were dozens of men on both sides, wearing uniform clothes and carrying combat power testers. Each of them was a master above the combat spirit level. He frowned slightly. Lai Tutu City also conducted an investigation on the power of this city. The Spirit Pet Association is definitely a large global organization. Financial power and military force are both quite terrifying. What are you looking for yourself? There was only one reason Yi Yang could think of. That is his own divine bloodline pet. "Sorry, I'm busy right now." Yi Yang was silent for a moment and directly refused. "Student Yi Yang, are you worried that we will attack your pet? You can rest assured." The old man heard Yi Yang's words, smiled gently, and said, "Our vice president just wants to see you, nothing else. So that you don't waste time, you can charge by the hour." Chapter 116. Spiritual Pet Research. 10,000 yuan per hour. Yi Yang was slightly surprised when he heard this. Is this an opportunity for me to make money? Although he still has a bonus of around 1 million. But raising a spiritual pet is extremely expensive. How can 1 million be enough? Yi Yang thought about it for a while, looked at the diplomatic administrator of the Spirit Pet Association, and said, "Okay, 10,000 yuan per hour starting from now on." "No problem, classmate Yi Yang, please." The diplomatic administrator of the Spirit Pet Association, the old man in front of Yi Yang, agreed without even thinking about it. Yi Yang was slightly stunned. Why did he agree so readily? Is the price you set too low? 10,000 yuan an hour. That's not low, right? With a little regret, he got into the luxury car worth tens of millions, the Rolls. Then, head towards the territorial city and the Spirit Pet Association. "Student Yi Yang, you have already cultivated to the 5th level of combat spirit at such a young age. This kind of talent is the only one I have ever seen. Your achievements will surely surpass mine in the future. I am afraid I will have to rely on you for care in the future." On the way, the old man, who was the administrator of the Spirit Pet Association, praised Yi Yang with a hint of flattery. But Yi Yang didn't enjoy it at all. "You are a strong man above the level of War Emperor, and you tell me these? Isn't this ridiculous? I'm still a child." Not long after, Yi Yang arrived at the Spirit Pet Association. The so-called Spirit Pet Association is actually responsible for managing spirit pets, conducting various studies on spirit pets, and how to best cultivate spirit pets. Make your pet stronger, evolve, and so on. These have made great contributions to the world. "Student Yi Yang, please." After getting off the car, the old diplomatic administrator of the Spiritual Pet Association politely welcomed Yi Yang into the Spiritual Pet Society. The huge building exudes an ancient atmosphere. The erected high walls are made up of various spiritual pets. At first glance, it gives people a very fierce and extraordinary feeling. The momentum alone is beyond words. Walking in, there's a wide front field. There are numerous magnificent buildings inside. It is technological and has a strong metallic feel. There's a world of difference between this and the ancient atmosphere it looks from the outside. Under the guidance of the old diplomatic administrator, Yi Yang came to the VIP reception room of the Spirit Pet Association. "Student Yi Yang, please wait a moment. I will go and invite our vice president." The old man smiled, told his men to treat Yi Yang well, and left immediately. Yi Yang sat on the large and soft sofa, feeling so wonderful. However, he was not very interested in this, purely for making money. After all, it's 10,000 yuan an hour. As for the training, strengthening, evolution, and so on of spiritual pets, Yi Yang was not curious about the research of the Spirit Pet Association at all. Just kidding. The guidebook on training divine pets in the new player gift pack is not a boast. The method recorded above is definitely the best way for spiritual pets to become stronger and evolve. Sorry for the long wait, classmate Yi Yang. I am the vice president of the Spirit Pet Association, Mr. Tang. A few minutes later, the vice president of the Spirit Pet Association came to the VIP reception room and said to Yi Yang with a polite smile, "I'm glad you can come. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I'm afraid that what President Tang wants to see is not me, but my spirit pet. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said directly. How could he not know what these guys were thinking? Um, yes, you are right, but I really want to meet you. After all, you are the first casual cultivator to be admitted to North China University as a combat spirit master in several years. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tang paused and said, Chapter 117 Price Increase, High Selling Fee, Long Chapter. Since classmate Yi Yang is so frank, I, Tang, will not hide it either. Tang Gong smiled and continued. I think classmate Yi Yang also knows what our Spirit Pet Association mainly does, right? Research on spiritual pets. Yi Yang said lightly. Yes, research on spiritual pets. Engineer Tang looked at Yi Yang and said proudly, as long as the pet is trained by us, its bloodline, level, and combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. I noticed classmate Yi Yang a long time ago. You have a pet with thunder attribute in your hand. It is very rare and rarely seen in the world. Even ancient legends do not record it. I heard that your spirit pet is a spirit pet with divine bloodline. I wonder if classmate Yi Yang would be willing to let me take a look. Yi Yang frowned. He knew that this was the real purpose of the Spirit Pet Association. As expected, even though he possessed a god-level pet, he could not hide the fact from these powerful people. Just the slightest rumor or information will be caught by these sharp-eyed people. Sorry, my pet doesn't like meeting strangers. Yi Yang refused without even thinking about it. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Pikachu is his sweetheart. Yi Yang would never give it to these people for research. Student Yi Yang, please stay. Come with me to take a look first and then make a decision. Engineer Tang quickly stopped Yi Yang and said. Yi Yang hesitated for a moment. It was 10,000 an hour anyway, so why not spend more time and earn more money? Isn't that great? Afterwards, Yi Yang followed the vice president of the Spirit Pet Association, Tang Gong. The strength is also unfathomable. Arrived at the Spirit Pet Research Base. After passing through the technological gate 3 times, we saw high-tech things like infrared sensing detection, which was really cool. Look, classmate Yi Yang, this is a rare spirit beast captured in the wild, a speed wind dog, a spirit beast with wind attributes. Tang Gong pointed at a skinny dog-like spirit beast and said, its combat power is not high, but its advantage is speed. Inherently weak, too small, and lacking in lethality. But fortunately, it is loyal. It is a spiritual beast in the wild, so it naturally becomes a spiritual pet when it comes in. As he spoke, Tang Gong turned his gaze and pointed at another pet that was obviously much more powerful, and continued. That is the flying dog that evolved from the speedy wind dog. It is a mature level 9, a completely new evolutionary route. In terms of strength and speed, all aspects of it surpass all forms of the natural evolution of the swift dog. Among mature forms, there are few rivals. Yi Yang took a look and found that he was indeed quite impressive. With his eyesight that could see through the bloodlines of spiritual pets and beasts, he could clearly see that the bloodline of this flying dog had been upgraded to the spiritual level. In its initial state, the bloodline of the Speedwind dog is very low and its growth is very limited. But for some reason, it is rare. It has been paid attention to and studied by the Spiritual Pet Association and has achieved new breakthroughs. We have completed a new round of research on the flying dog. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 days, we will have it break through to its full form and its bloodline upgraded to Spirit Level 3. Mr. Tang said with great pride. They want Yi Yang to look at them with new eyes and increase their weight in Yi Yang's heart before they can talk about things. However, Yi Yang didn't care at all. This achievement may seem impressive to others, but for someone like Yi Yang, who has a guidebook on cultivating divine pets, totally not worth mentioning. Besides, that's Windy Dog, not Windy Dog. They are not products of the same world at all. Yi Yang was a little speechless about the name of this spiritual pet. I'm afraid you don't know the speed of Wind Speed Dog? Just keep talking, don't worry about me. Seeing Tang Gong looking at him with a hint of surprise, Yi Yang said calmly. Don't you think this is a great breakthrough? Mr. Tang looked at Yi Yang in surprise. It was the first time that someone was not shocked and expectant after listening to what he said. Good. Yi Yang gave face to Tang Gong and said casually. However, Mr. Tang seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Such great research and breakthrough are just okay. He couldn't forgive it and felt that Yi Yang's vision might be much higher than that of ordinary people. It was necessary to prove the ability of the Spirit Pet Association to Yi Yang. Student Yi Yang, I'm telling you this because I want you to know that we can make your pet stronger. Tang Gong looked at Yi Yang and said enthusiastically, "To show our sincerity, we are willing to help you improve the bloodline and level of your spirit pet for free. If you are worried, our Spirit Pet Association can pay you a security deposit of 2 million first. If anything happens to your pet, the insurance money will be given to you in full." Hearing what Mr. Tang said, Yi Yang immediately laughed. 2 million in security deposit? Ha! The corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of disdain. "President Tang, don't play this trick, it's boring. If you have nothing else, I'll leave first." "Wait, classmate Yi Yang, think about it again. There is no room for negotiation. I'll take you to another place." Yi Yang paused, looked back at Mr. Tang, and said, "President Tang, my time is limited. If I delay any further, I will have to increase the price. You say, next 1 hour, 30,000. Upon hearing this, Tang Gong's face darkened slightly, and he said with a little hesitation, "No problem." Then, he brought Yi Yang to the battle area of the Spirit Pet Association and asked someone to bring along the mature level 9 flying dog. "Student Yi Yang, I hope you trust our Spirit Pet Association. Let me show you the strength of this flying dog, and then you can make a decision." Tang Gong finished speaking and arranged for the flying dog to fight with another spirit pet. Yi Yang took a look and found that they were the same level. What the hell was going on? Not challenging at all. "Wait, President Tang, since you sound so powerful, then just get a complete spiritual pet to fight Flying Tengu, which will highlight its power." Yi Yang said. "This?" Mr. Tang's face suddenly froze, and he was speechless after hearing Yi Yang's words. "Damn, a mature form at level 9 beats a complete form. That's bullshit, right? Isn't this just seeking death? Why? The spiritual pet that President Tang developed through research can't fight against opponents of higher levels? I'm really not interested in that." Yi Yang said boringly. "Okay, since classmate Yi Yang doesn't believe it, why not go up and try it yourself?" Mr. Tang looked at Yi Yang and said, "Let me do it? I usually don't do it easily. The price is quite expensive," Yi Yang said in a pretentious manner. But he was speaking to a powerful person whose cultivation was N levels higher than his. It's so fucking exciting just thinking about it. "If you can use any of your pets to defeat the flying dog within 10 moves, I will give you a fee of 500,000 yuan, said Tang Gong. "Do you mean what you said?" Yi Yang smiled and suddenly became interested. Only a fool would not do something that is sure to make money easily. The Spirit Pet Association is willing to spend this little money. As long as you can defeat the flying dog within 10 moves, I will give you 500,000 yuan. Tang Gong said generously. Chapter 118. Choose a pet to fight. Hide your strength. Okay, then please ask President Tang to prepare the money. Yi Yang smiled easily and said. The next second, he stepped into the Spirit Pet Battle Barrier area. Just a flying dog. He still doesn't take it seriously. Any one of the 3 spiritual pets can easily kill the flying dog in seconds. But Tang Gong and other people from the Spirit Pet Association did not think that Yi Yang's spirit pet could defeat the flying dog within 10 moves. The flying dog is a spiritual pet with spiritual skills and bloodline that they have spent a lot of effort to strengthen through the best evolutionary route. Mature level 9. There is almost no rival among mature spirit pets. This kid is really arrogant. He actually dares to look down on our achievements. Humph, he is young and frivolous. He will soon find out how powerful the spirit pets developed by our Spirit Pet Association are. Let him open his eyes and gain some knowledge. On the side, there are major spiritual pet researchers from the Spirit Pet Association, as well as people who raise and care for spiritual pets. After hearing the conversation and bet between Yi Yang and Tang Gong, they all expressed their disdain. They obviously didn't think that a young kid like Yi Yang could have contracted a spirit pet, able to defeat the flying dogs they cultivated, which are powerful enough to sweep away a large number of mature spiritual pets. Collect information immediately, analyze Yi Yang's pet on the spot, and record the entire battle process. I want the most detailed data. Tang Gong watched Yi Yang walk step by step into the Spirit Pet Battle Barrier area, waved his hand to call one of his men, and gave him instructions. Yes, but Vice President, is this really necessary? He is just a student. One of the researchers nodded and asked. That's because you don't know what bloodline his spirit pet has? Go quickly. Tang Gong said. Good. Then the researcher immediately went to make arrangements. Its purpose is very simple. I just want to get Yi Yang's pet data on the spot. However, Yi Yang had already anticipated this. All Tang Gong knew was his own Pikachu. He definitely won't use it now, and it's impossible for him to satisfy Mr. Tang. As for Charizard, it's huge. It's not easy to hide your fighting ability, so if you fight, it might be a bit brutal. So it is not suitable to fight at this moment. Then Young only has one last choice. Tailmon, a mature level 5 spiritual pet. Divine level 1 bloodline. Although it is still very strong, you can't tell from the outside. As long as you don't take it seriously, there shouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, Tailmon needs to evolve into Angelwoman before it can be truly awesome. God-level summoning technique. After deciding which spirit pet to use, Yi-Yang directly formed a summoning seal and summoned Tailmon. Everyone in the audience stared at Yi-Yang and Tailmon. Research staff from all major organizations began to analyze and collect data, conducting high-tech remote exploration scans. Mr. Tang was slightly stunned, obviously a little disappointed. I wanted to see Pikachu, but I wasn't able to. But the spiritual pet that Yi-Yang had just summoned also made him very curious. With his understanding and experience of spirit pets, he actually didn't recognize Yi-Yang's spirit pet at all. What kind of spiritual pet is this? Tang Gong frowned slightly and looked at Yi-Yang's Tailmon with a puzzled look. At the same time, the research department's personnel failed to collect static information for unknown reasons. They looked at Tailmon, who had not yet made a move, and shouted to Yi-Yang, "Boy, can you do this? If not, then withdraw and don't waste everyone's time." Chapter 119. Tailmon kill with one punch. That's right, if you don't dare, just admit it. Yes. Hearing the shouts of the people around him, Yi-Yang's lips curled up in contempt. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Isn't it just to motivate yourself to take action? How childish. Stop yelling. You guys are all grown men. Can you be more mature? Yi-Yang said in a bored tone. If you want to obtain my pet's information, then it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Tailmon, take care of that little minion in front of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tailmon ran straight towards Flying Dog. Flying Dog evolved from Wind Dog and is extremely fast. Coupled with the research and training enhancement of the Spirit Pet Association, its strength is also quite amazing. Among mature-level spiritual pets, it is definitely a standout. Tang Gong and others all have extraordinary confidence in it. Their eyes were fixed on the battle zone, watching Tailmon charging towards Flying Dog. Many people couldn't help but hiss. At this speed, he'll be killed instantly. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a pet that can fight. The data shows that it's also very ordinary. Sigh, I thought it was some awesome spiritual pet. However, just when they looked down on Dilu in various ways, Tailmon was running and suddenly accelerated. So fast. The pupils of everyone in the audience suddenly shrank, and they looked at Tailmon moving at a high speed in astonishment. At the same time, the mature level 9 pet Flying Dog is also ready for battle. It is very observant, and its eyes change direction as Tailmon moves. Bah! Suddenly, the Flying Dog kicked its feet and rushed out. Its speed is also quite amazing. But the Flying Dog is not running. It moves as if it is flying on the wind. Ordinary spiritual pets really cannot compare with it. However, Yi-Yang's Tailmon is unusual. Cut point. Yi-Yang saw the right moment and shouted. Tailmon kicked his feet and rushed out. Call out! When one heard this, a sound of breaking wind was heard. His figure appeared next to the Flying Dog in the blink of an eye. Then he punched the Flying Dog hard. There was a muffled bang sound. The Flying Dog immediately let out a bark, flew out horizontally, hit the barrier of the enchantment, and slid to the ground. KO with one hit. Wow! The whole audience was suddenly in an uproar. Mr. Zhou and everyone around him looked at Tailmon in astonishment as it smashed away the result of their painstaking research, the Flying Dog. His eyes were full of horror. Tailmon! Yi-Yang called out and took Tailmon back to the special living space of the contract. President Tang, I'm willing to admit defeat. Then he turned around and walked out of the spirit pet battle area, looking at Tang Gong and chuckled. Only then did Mr. Tang come back to his senses from his astonishment. He obviously didn't expect that Yi-Yang's pet was so powerful. With just one punch, he killed the spiritual pet that their Spirit Pet Association had painstakingly studied and strengthened. Moreover, it was a battle against opponents of higher levels. After all, Tailmon is only at the mature level 5. I will definitely give it to you, and we will settle the bill later. President Tang looked at Yi-Yang and said with surprise. The researchers around came to their senses and immediately looked at the collected data. How is it? Did you capture any data? Incomplete, too scarce, too far away, and affected by the barrier. What? We didn't collect information about such an amazing battle pet. Chapter 120 President Tang, Give Up, Cultivation Space. What happened? How come there was no information collected from such a powerful punch? There is not much power fluctuation, and the display is very weak, so it cannot be obtained. The researcher from the Spirit Pet Association looked at the instrument in front of him and said with a bewildered look on his face. Their faces were filled with confusion and surprise. This result was quite unexpected. What kind of spiritual pet was that just now? Why have I never seen it before? I don't know, but it feels very strong, and the bloodline is not simple either. Damn, it's a pity that I was there for such a short time that I didn't get any useful information. How about letting him try again, and then we can use better equipment to test it? The research experts who originally expressed disdain for Yi Yang's spirit pet. At this moment, he was full of interest in Yi Yang's spiritual pet. How much they wanted to study Yi Yang's spirit pet carefully. After all, it's a fight between higher levels. Kill with one punch. Not all spirit pets can do this. Student Yi Yang, what is the name of your pet? What is its bloodline level? Mr. Tang looked at Yi Yang with fanatical curiosity and asked. Tailman, President Tang wants to study it. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, well, if classmate Yi Yang doesn't mind, then I mind, but I can't let you study my pet. President Tang, you'd better give up on this idea. Before Tang Gong could finish his words, Yi Yang interrupted him. Tang Gong's face darkened ever since he took the position of vice president of the Spirit Pet Association. Yi Yang was the first person to reject him. 5 million. Lend it to our Spirit Pet Association for research. Mr. Tang began to quote. There are people in the major research fields around here who raise spiritual pets. They all looked at Yi Yang with anticipation. This group of people are crazy about loving and researching spirit pets, full of obsession with powerful spiritual pets. If Engineer Tang could get it, it would obviously be a great thing for them. This is not a matter of money. Yi Yang said, 8 million. Yi Yang shook his head, 10 million. Engineer Tang raised the price again. Yi Yang smiled helplessly and said, President Tang, not everyone in this world likes money. Not everyone puts money first, so it is impossible for you to study the spirit pet. After saying that, Yi Yang no longer had the leisure to stay here. I've made almost enough money. It's time to leave. But those research fanatics still tried their best to please Yi Yang and begged him to lend them his spirit pets for research and offer better conditions. The conditions were very tempting, but Yi Yang still refused. He would never betray his partner. Ding. Funds are deposited into the host Yi Yang's HSBC bank account. As a system prompt sounded in Yi Yang's mind, the money he earned from this trip was deposited into his account. The Spirit Pet Association was also generous. They did not bother to calculate the amount of money every minute and every second. In order to please Yi Yang, they directly transferred 660,000 yuan to Yi Yang. In other words, Yi Yang made 660,000 yuan just by making this trip. It's so easy. Student Yi Yang, if you change your mind, please call me. The Spirit Pet Association will definitely give you the best treatment. After the old diplomatic administrator sent Yi Yang to the place Yi Yang wanted to go, he handed Yi Yang a business card and said with a smile, Oh. Yi Yang took the business card casually and walked into the Combat Spirit Masters Simulated Natural Space training ground. Chapter 121, Where Did the Psychopath Come From? The so-called Simulated Natural Cultivation Space is a cultivation space created by mimicking the natural environment. It is specially prepared for combat spirit masters who do not want to leave the city but want to obtain a natural training environment. This kind of livelihood can be found in almost all developed cities. At this moment, Yi Yang walked into the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Territory City, a simulated natural training space. The beautiful woman in high heels and short skirt at the door saw Yi Yang and immediately greeted him respectfully. Welcome to the beautiful cultivation space. Hello, what level of training space do you want? The beauty the day before yesterday looked at Yi Yang and asked with a smile. Yi Yang looked at the price list and the levels of the simulated natural training space and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The cultivation space is divided into levels 1 to 9. The higher the level, the larger the space. The price will naturally be more expensive. A first-class training space costs about 1,000 yuan per hour. Level 2 training space, 1,500 per hour. The more times you go up, the faster the price goes up. Yi Yang thought about it and realized that he mainly wanted to practice the human-pet fusion technique, so it shouldn't take much space. Let's go for the second place. Yi Yang said, Okay, This is a second-class barrier entry token. The charge starts when you enter the barrier. Then, the beautiful lady at the front desk handed Yi Yang a token and said, "The deposit is 500 yuan." Yi Yang paid the money and prepared to practice. The next second, a big man walked in and shouted, "Give me a second-class training space." "Sorry, the second-class training space has been sold out." The beautiful receptionist smiled apologetically and said, "There are only 4th to 9th class spaces available at the moment." The big man frowned and saw Yi Yang studying a second-class space token from the corner of his eyes. He immediately asked unhappily, "Isn't that kid holding a second-class space token? What do you mean? Are you afraid that I can't afford to pay?" No, no, the token in that handsome guy's hand is the last second-class training space. How about you wait?" The receptionist quickly explained in a very kind tone. When the big man heard this, he immediately became unhappy. He turned his gaze to Yi Yang and shouted, "Hey boy, give me the second-class token in your hand." With that said, the big man walked up quickly and stopped in front of Yi Yang. "I will compensate you for the deposit you paid. Give me this second-level training space token." Yi Yang frowned and looked at the big man, who suddenly stopped in front of him with great displeasure. "Get out of the way and make room for those with money." Yi Yang said coldly, "I want the piece you have. Go and open another one, and I will give you the deposit." As the big man said this, he started to take out the money, showing a very strong look. Yi Yang looked serious, put away the token, looked at the big man and said, "Are you sick? If you have money, go over there and drive. What do you want from me? Boy, do you want to be beaten? Give it to me if you ask me. I can also compensate you for the deposit. Otherwise, you won't get a dime." When the big man heard this, he immediately looked at Yi Yang ferociously. Yi Yang was also furious. Where did this lunatic come from? Is there something wrong with your brain? If you have money, go open a high-end space. Why are you trying to act cool in front of me? Who are you calling a brat? I'm actually older than your ancestors. You're taking advantage of me? You don't have the capital." Yi Yang's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the big man and said. The big man suddenly became furious. His fists were clenched like sandbags, and he had the urge to hit Yi Yang. Chapter 122. Practicing Human Pet Fusion Technique. Go away, and don't waste my time. Seeing the big man's angry look, Yi Yang was not afraid, but became even more ferocious. To deal with this kind of madman and psychopath, you have to be more domineering than him. Otherwise, these people who are often hot-headed will want to bully someone they think they can bully, and they will act like a big shot in front of you. "Fuck, you bastard. Are you looking for death?" The big man obviously didn't expect that Yi Yang, who was still a little kid in his eyes, would be so violent. He clenched his fists, finally unable to hold back, and smashed towards Yi Yang hard. Yi Yang raised his right hand and grabbed the big man's fist. With a muffled bang sound, a wave of spiritual energy spread out from the center of the two people's fists. The beautiful receptionist and front desk receptionist around hurriedly stepped back and stayed away. The guard who was guarding the space heard the noise inside and immediately walked in. "What are you doing? Private fighting is prohibited here. Let go immediately." The guards of the beautiful training space saw Yi Yang and the big man's fists clashing and hurriedly tried to stop them. "Boy, you're lucky. Don't let me touch you again, or I'll make you kneel in front of me." The big man saw the guard coming in, so he withdrew his hand and spoke viciously to Yi Yang. "Oh, I'm at your service anytime." Yi Yang smiled contemptuously and did not take the crazy man seriously at all. Afterwards, Yi Yang took the token and entered the second-class space. The big man was reluctant to spend money on a third-class room, so he waited outside for a while. But he didn't dare to complain anymore. After all, this beautiful cultivation space had a background. In the second-class training space, a cultivation space barrier created by a combination of spiritual energy and technology. The space requires at least the War Emperor level to create, and the charges are expensive, but it is very practical. The second-class training space chosen by Yi Yang is probably over 1,000 meters wide. You can choose your own environment, use technology to simulate, and use aura changes to form a natural ecology that is extremely close to reality. For example, at this moment, Yi Yang chose the volcano as the training environment. Although it is not a real volcano, the visual impact is still very strong. The most important thing is that the feeling is very realistic and hot. The fire attribute spiritual energy is quite rich and can be provided to combat spiritual masters for cultivation. Absorb spiritual energy and grow strength. This is the amazing thing about the simulated cultivation space. Charizard, come out. Yi Yang immediately summoned the Charizard. Prepare to practice human-pet fusion skills with Charizard. After all, the human-pet fusion skill he obtained was a fire attribute. Then I can only practice with Charizard first. Come on, I'm leaving my first experience of practicing fusion techniques with a spirit pet to you, so don't let me down. Yi Yang looked at the Charizard and said excitedly, "Roar!" Charizard roared domineeringly, indicating that there was no problem. Then, the practice of human-pet fusion skills began. Through an independent and pioneering approach to acquiring skills, Yi Yang basically mastered it. He decided to create a transformation fusion technique based on his own flaming fireball. Boom! Following which a sound of surging spiritual energy was heard. A ball of fire suddenly burned in Yi Yang's hand. Charizard, the fire-breathing dragon that strengthens my fiery fireball. Roar! The Charizard understood and immediately spit fire towards the fireball in Yi Yang's hand. Boom! Suddenly, the fireball in Yi Yang's hand grew rapidly and exploded directly. Chapter 123 Brother, can you cooperate with me? Can you slow down? Yi Yang suddenly exploded like thunder. Almost blew myself up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and mobilized his spiritual energy to protect himself. Otherwise, that explosion just now would have crippled his hand, right? Then, they continued. But the flames of Charizard are always so fierce. Every time Yi Yang condensed a ball of fire, it would explode in an instant when he sprayed it out. Boom, boom, boom. In the second-class training space, the sounds of explosions continued to be heard. For more than a dozen times in a row, the Charizard failed to explode because its firepower was too strong and the spiritual flame ball expanded too quickly. Yi Yang was unable to control it. Brother, can we cooperate? If you keep doing this, when will I be able to complete the human-pet fusion technique with you? Yi Yang looked at the Charizard, who thought he was very domineering, and said with tears in his eyes, I have failed more than a dozen times. Don't you have any ambition? But Charizard is a spiritual pet. What is its ambition? It doesn't understand either. Yi Yang immediately communicated with Charizard mentally through the contract. After a brief silence, Fuck, you still remember this little thing? Are you so vindictive? After understanding Charizard's thoughts, Yi Yang was speechless for a moment. Just because Yi Yang didn't let Charizard eat enough while they were on the road, it got a little upset. What a bunch of foodies. Okay, now that you've finished your training, I'll treat you to a feast. Yi Yang looked at the Charizard and said. Then, they began to practice the human-pet fusion technique again. This time, Charizard cooperated well with Yi Yang. Although it still exploded a few times, it is much better than before. But Yi Yang felt that Charizard was taking the opportunity to get food. There's no way to succeed in one go and complete the training. Although in spiritual communication, each of us expresses our true inner thoughts, and it is impossible to lie. But Yi Yang did have this feeling. This is my own battle pet. If it belonged to someone else, I would have kicked it away long ago. Damn it. Boom. Once again, a sphere of flames was condensed. Yi Yang looked at the Charizard and said, Release your flame power slowly and cooperate with me. The Charizard spit fire gently, and the fire line gradually became thicker and stronger. Yi Yang controlled it and kept enlarging it. Then it starts running like crazy, spinning at high speed. What he was thinking about at this moment was the anime he had watched before, Naruto, and Naruto's special move, the Rasengan. This creates a huge sphere of fire, and if it rotates, it will be more powerful, definitely surpassing the Rasengan and comparable to the Otama Rasengan. Boom! As the sound of surging flames was heard, a sphere the size of a round table appeared in Yi Yang's hand, and he held it high above his head. It's done. Yi Yang smiled excitedly. The sphere in his right hand was spinning wildly, consuming his spiritual energy very quickly. Try the power. With one hand, he threw the huge flaming sphere that he and Charizard had created together towards a simulated mountain in front of him. Laugh! There was a slightly piercing sound of a storm, and a huge flaming ball swept across the void and smashed into the simulated mountain. With a loud bang, there was an explosion. The flames rolled with such great power that the entire cultivation barrier space was shaking. Crack, crack. The next second, Yi Yang heard the sound of space breaking. The simulated scenes around him began to crumble. Chapter 124 I can beat you now. Your fists are too weak. His face suddenly darkened, and he immediately shouted, Charizard, come back quickly. Charizard immediately returned to the living space it had contracted with Yi Yang. He then took out the token and prepared to leave the simulated training space. However, because the simulated training space was destroyed by a huge force, it has completely lost its balance. The token was unable to open the door of the barrier at all, and Yi Yang was trapped inside. Depend on seeing the space barrier showing no reaction, Yi Yang couldn't help but swear. He didn't expect that the combined fighting skills between him and Charizard would be so powerful. He actually destroyed the second-class training space that needed to be built by a War Emperor-level expert. Boom! Just when Yi Yang was thinking about how to get out, the second-class training space suddenly began to completely collapse. The spiritual energy of various attributes was scattered in 5 parts. Take a gamble. Yi Yang's heart became ruthless. He clenched his fist, infused it with spiritual energy, and lightning and thunder surrounded him. He aimed at a crack where the barrier was collapsing and punched towards the crack. Thunder fist. Bah! He punched hard on the barrier that had been destroyed by the pet fusion technique, making a dull sound. Then a big hole appeared in the barrier that was about to collapse. Yi Yang didn't hesitate and ran in. If we wait until the space barrier collapses and the spiritual energy is squeezed and exploded, we will lose half our life if we don't die. Phew, that was a close call. After successfully escaping from danger, Yi Yang let out a long sigh. Handsome, are you okay? The barrier has been disturbed and has collapsed. Go and inform Lord Manhwa. Immediately evacuate the practitioners in the nearby barrier and ensure the safety of everyone. Outside, the staff of the beautiful space training place hurried over to deal with the emergency. It's okay. Yi Yang pretended to cough and said, That's good. Do you need us to take you to the hospital for a checkup? We will cover all the expenses. A beautiful woman looked at Yi Yang fearfully and asked, No, I'm fine. Yi Yang waved his hand and refused. Go to the hospital. Who the hell would go to the hospital for no reason? Even though others give money. Well, we're deeply sorry for this accident. You can use it for free this time, and we will return the deposit in full, said the beauty. Yi Yang was a little confused. Isn't this too polite? He thought he would be held accountable for ruining this simulated natural training space. But Yi Yang didn't know that the barrier space collapsed and the energy became agitated, which could easily harm the combat spirit master practicing in it. If an accident occurs, the credibility of the beautiful cultivation space will be reduced, which will greatly affect their business. That's why the woman was so nervous. Moreover, Yi Yang chose the second-class training space. His strength is not at the Battle Emperor level. They obviously don't think that a mere level 5 combat spirit master can destroy their training space. Therefore, it was directly judged as an accident. However, the fact is that Yi Yang and Charizard's human pet fusion technique destroyed the training space. What does that mean? Yi Yang's human pet fusion skill is capable of fighting against opponents of higher levels. Handsome, this is your deposit. We will repay it tenfold. We are deeply sorry for it. Just as Yi Yang was about to leave, the beautiful receptionist stopped him and handed him 5,000 yuan. Yi Yang looked at the 5,000 yuan in front of him, thought for a moment and said, No need. I'm fine, and I did use the cultivation space, so it's good enough that you can give me a discount. After saying that, Yi Yang walked out of the beautiful training space without looking back. Handsome guy, handsome guy. The beautiful lady at the front desk kept shouting at Yi Yang's back, but Yi Yang never looked back once. Yi Yang is not a person who would take advantage of small gains. It was indeed he who destroyed that space. Others might not know it, but he knew it in his heart. No compensation, that's good enough. He would feel guilty if he accepted uninformed favors again. Go! What kind of training space is this? It's not stable at all. The next second, the big man who had previously clashed with Yi Yang walked out of a training space and cursed in a very unhappy mood. He quickly paid the bill and left the training space. But suddenly he saw Yi Yang walking on the street, and he followed him quietly. Yi Yang completed the training of human pet fusion skills. The next step was naturally to find a place to live and deal with the 3 days before officially starting school. After walking for a few minutes, Yi Yang turned and entered a relatively narrow alley. Is it fun to follow me? Yi Yang looked back at the big man who had just popped his head out to check his whereabouts and chuckled. The big man's face darkened. He was not embarrassed at all to be discovered. He simply stood up boldly, looked at Yi Yang, and said arrogantly, Boy, I told you not to let me see you again. Otherwise, I will make you kneel in front of me. Really? Haven't you been following me around like a harpy dog? Yi Yang said with a disdainful smile. Go! I think you really deserve a beating today. Boom! As he said this, the big man kicked the ground. The strength of a level 7 combat spirit suddenly surged out from his body. You want to do this under federal inspection? Seeing that the big man actually dared to take action, Yi Yang scanned the various high-tech tests around him and smiled. Huh, I can tell from the looks of it that you've just arrived at the territory city and don't know the unspoken rules. The big man smiled contemptuously and said, as long as I can deal with you within a minute without using a battle pet, the Federation will not interfere even if they see it. Unless you are suspicious enough to threaten the Federation. Oh, I see. Then I can beat you without any worries. Hearing the hidden rules revealed by the big man, Yi Yangming nodded and said, come on, follow me, and I'll let you make the first move. Arrogant boy. Today I will let you know that if you want to survive in the territory city, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. Otherwise, you won't even know how to write the word death. Bah! As soon as he finished speaking, the big man kicked the ground with one foot and shot towards Yi Yang like a cannonball. Yi Yang raised a scornful arc at the corner of his mouth, not taking the big man in front of him seriously at all. The strength of a level 7 war spirit was not enough to scare a genius like him, who possessed the body of a war god and could easily enter the realm of eating. Bah! Following a dull sound, the big man's heavy punch was caught by Yi Yang. He stood there motionless with a calm look on his face. You! The big man was shocked. He was very surprised that his full-strength punch did not shake Yi Yang at all. Your fists are too weak. Yi Yang sneered and twisted his hand. Chapter 125. Strengthening the Divine Pet. Pikachu is stuck at a level. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of broken bones was heard from the big man's wrist. Ah! Immediately, a painful scream was heard from the big man who attacked Yi Yang. Bah! The next second, Yi Yang kicked the big man so hard that he flew out of the alley and fell on the street. Swish! The people around the street all turned their eyes to look at the big man, lying on the ground screaming in pain, their minds full of questions. What's going on? Who's fighting again? Awesome, there are more and more fights recently. A group of people came to watch the fun and gathered around to watch. However, Yi Yang had no intention of making a public appearance. It would be better for him to keep a low profile as much as possible, although reality does not allow him to keep a low profile in many things. But now, he could be mysterious and leave quietly. The entire battle process took less than 20 seconds, let alone a minute. After Yi Yang left, the big man was still surrounded by the crowd. No one went to help. At most, they helped call the hospital. Then, they used various high-end smartphones to record videos, send Douyin messages, and use short video apps such as Suso. Title: The mysterious man was beaten up. He doesn't look like a good guy while beaten. Next, it's time to improve your strength. In a hotel suite in Territorial City, Yi Yang booked a room for 3 days, ready to wait for the arrangements of North China University. He let out a light cry, formed a god-level summoning seal, and summoned Tailmon and Pikachu. Come, take the elixir, increase your strength, and be in great shape. Yi Yang took out a large number of elixirs from his personal space and said to Pikachu and Tailmon. These elixirs were given to him by Su Feifei. It can be said to be a huge fortune. He has been feeding Pikachu, Tailmon, and Charizard regularly to improve the strength of his pets. Pippi. Pikachu sighed, obviously not liking eating that thing very much. After all, the elixir is bland and tasteless, but once you take it, you will experience a surge of violent power. 10 of them. Eat them all. Yi Yang took out 10 Thunder Pills and 10 Light Pills and gave them to Pikachu and Tailmon respectively, and said. Then, the 2 spirit pets swallowed their share of the elixir in front of Yi Yang. After taking 10 of them, you'll experience explosive power. Boom boom! The spiritual energy surged and overflowed from the bodies of Pikachu and Tailmon. But in just a few seconds, it was absorbed by Pikachu and Tailmon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully feeding the divine pet Tailmon. Tailmon has successfully upgraded to mature level 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully feeding the divine pet Pikachu. Pikachu's strength has increased, and it has reached the peak of level 9. Forehead. Hearing the prompt sound of the God-level all-realm sign-in system, Yi Yang was slightly stunned. Tailmon has leveled up again, but Pikachu hasn't leveled up yet? What's going on? Yi Yang frowned and thought. He really didn't understand why Pikachu's level was stuck here. What puzzled him even more was Pikachu's level is stuck and it can't evolve. But his strength was constantly increasing, which made him very confused. This totally breaks the normal system of spiritual pets. It is a completely different existence. Pikachu, why don't you try plugging your ears in? Suddenly, A unique idea appeared in Yi Yang's mind. He pointed at a power plug and said to Pikachu, Chapter 126, Alternative Method. Pikachu plugs into the power supply. Pippi Pika. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Pikachu looked at the power plug and shook his head. The power plug socket is not very big, and only the tip of Pikachu's ears can be inserted in. But it is enough to conduct electricity. Yi Yang just wanted to try whether he could charge Pikachu using this method. Because Pikachu is a divine pet with lightning attributes. Coming to this world is no longer just about storing electricity. Instead, it is able to utilize the spiritual power of thunder and lightning. Based on this reasoning, Yi Yang felt that Pikachu could become stronger by conducting electricity. Maybe a miracle of evolution will happen? Everything is possible. Just try it once, put your ears in, and you'll become stronger. Yi Yang looked at Pikachu and said, he wasn't worried about Pikachu getting electrocuted because that is impossible. Pikachu is charged by itself, and the maximum voltage of this appliance is only 220V, which cannot hurt Pikachu at all. Otherwise, Yi Yang would not let Pikachu try it. After all, Pikachu is his sweetheart. If something happened, Yi Yang would be so heartbroken that he would not be able to breathe. But Pikachu has been stuck at growth level 9 for too long. Yi Yang has to let it evolve. Although he likes Pikachu's current form, he is also looking forward to what Pikachu will look like after it evolves. The most important thing is strength. He wanted to improve Pikachu perfectly. You know, Pikachu still has many special skills that have not yet awakened. However, we are currently facing the problem of being unable to upgrade and evolve. Even the guidebook on training divine pets has no answer. Pika. Faced with Yi Yang's deception, Pikachu shook his head resolutely. Yi Yang was a little speechless. Wasn't it a bit annoying that this pet was too smart? What do you want in exchange for putting your ears in? Yi Yang squatted down, looked at Pikachu and asked. Then, Yi Yang and Pikachu began to communicate mentally. He tempted Pikachu in every way, with delicious food such as pizza and fruit salad. Only when Pikachu was satisfied with a little bit of food would Pikachu be reluctant to try it once. Skin. After the communication, Pikachu reluctantly ran towards an outlet in the hotel. Then he put his two ears together. Use the tip of your ear to insert it into the power socket. Yi Yang watched Pikachu's movements and clenched his fists involuntarily, feeling a little nervous. The next second, Pikachu's ear tip was seen inserted into the socket. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a sound of electric current came from the socket. Then, Pikachu was completely conductive, and his body went crazy and devoured the hotel store. Sizzle. Immediately, the lights in the hotel began to make electric sounds, and the electric light flickered in an extremely unstable state. Boom! Within 5 seconds, all electrical equipment in the entire hotel was shut down at the same time. Even the backup power supply was paralyzed. Yi Yang stood in the living room with a confused look on his face, feeling that he was in big trouble. What's going on? Why is the power out? I just got a pinnacle and was about to win. Stop hammering. My rank is going to drop again. Complaint, damn. 70 to 80% of the customers in the hotel were shocked, especially for those game fanatics. When they are enjoying the game halfway, and suddenly it stalls, they feel stuck and uncomfortable. Chapter 127. Pikachu's strength is further improved, and being a good person is not allowed. Pikachu. However, Pikachu seemed to be feeling very comfortable and was jumping for joy. The previous wave of electric current was completely absorbed by it. It was as if the Run and Do meridians were opened, and Pikachu's power was raised to a new level. Yi Yang looked at Pikachu in confusion. Although I knew that Pikachu could consume electricity, I didn't expect it to be so amazing. All of a sudden, the power to the entire hotel building went out. Too strong. I feel its strength again compared to before. Another great step forward. There is no doubt that Pikachu's current combat power makes it easier to surpass other levels. This is probably the strongest spiritual pet that Yi Yang currently owns, although the level is the lowest. But strength is not the case. That's weird. Why don't you upgrade and evolve? Yi Yang looked at Pikachu, who had become stronger again, with a puzzled look on his face, holding his chin with one hand, very confused. Knock knock, sir, are you there? We're doing a maintenance check on the hotel circuits. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yi Yang's expression froze. He came so soon? He looked at the completely damaged socket. It was burnt black and was still emitting black smoke. It was obvious that there was a problem. Pikachu, Tailmon, go back quickly. Yi Yang called out, and quickly took his spirit pet back to the special contracted living space. If it were discovered that the electrical circuits of the entire restaurant were damaged by his pet, we would be in big trouble. Yi Yang still doesn't know how much money he has to pay. Crack! Then, Yi Yang opened the door. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you, but there's a problem with the hotel's electrical circuit and we have to do a maintenance check. From now on, please waive the bill. A beautiful waitress smiled apologetically at Yi Yang and said, the billing will start after the circuit maintenance is completed. Then the maintenance worker came in to check. At a glance, I spotted the burnt and smoking socket. Something went wrong here. Are you not hurt? The maintenance worker looked at the socket, then looked at Yi Yang and asked. No. Yi Yang shook his head, feeling a little guilty. I always feel that it would be bad if I don't explain the situation. But Pikachu is very special. If others knew that your pet could absorb electricity, how many people would risk their lives to snatch your pet? Therefore, he could not explain the detailed reasons. That's not right. This won't cause the whole building to lose power, right? There must be some other big problem. The maintenance worker checked it and said in confusion, no need to check, this is it. I accidentally paralyzed the circuit of the hotel building. Yi Yang heard the maintenance worker's words and spoke frankly. A true man is one who dares to act and take responsibility. He wasn't going to go quietly. The security guard and the beautiful waitress were slightly startled when they heard Yi Yang's words, and their eyes fell on Yi Yang at the same time. After a while, the maintenance worker smiled and said, little brother, stop joking. It's not funny at all. Even if you pour water into the socket, it's impossible to paralyze the circuit of the entire building. It's really me, Yi Yang said. Don't tease us, brother. We are busy with maintenance. We won't handle it for you here for now. Come back and change it later. It's a small problem. Having said that, the maintenance worker and the beautiful waitress turned and left, not believing what Yi Yang said at all. Yi Yang was speechless. These days, no one believes the truth. Is it not allowed to be a good person? Chapter 128 Charizard Upgrade, Combat Power Test, New Mission. Is it really me? Yi Yang finally said with all his might. But the maintenance worker and the beautiful waitress ignored him and went straight to check the next room. Well, Yi Yang let out a long sigh. What on earth is this? After a long moment, he began to take orders, satisfying Pikachu and fulfilling his promise. Tailmon was also very happy eating. Of course, Charizard cannot be ignored. After all, Yi Yang had promised fire-breathing before that he would give it plenty of delicious food. But the space inside the house is limited, and if Charizard comes out, it can destroy the house. Pikachu has damaged the circuit. Yi Yang feels a little guilty and cannot do bad things anymore. He immediately took a lot of food and jumped out of the window. Summon a Charizard in midair, land on its back, fly to the roof of the hotel, and feed the Charizard. 10 Fire Spirit Pills, take them together. Yi Yang took out a spiritual pill with the same properties as Charizard and said. The Charizard swallowed it all in one gulp, and the power of Fire Aura burst out from its body in an instant. Then it was completely absorbed by Charizard, and its level was raised. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully feeding the divine pet Charizard. The Charizard strength has been upgraded to mature level 8. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Yang smiled happily. In this way, his overall strength was further improved. Afterwards, after the Charizard had eaten and drunk its fill, Yi Yang returned to the house and began to practice spiritual energy. 3 days passed during this repair. North China University sent a notice to arrange the competition for dormitory accommodation and training resources, as well as a combat effectiveness index test. Early in the morning, Yi Yang left the hotel directly. Ding! The latest sign-in task has been issued. Please sign in at the ancient city ruins of Territory City within 3 days. On the way, the reminder sound of the God-level all-world sign-in system rang in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang was not in a hurry to complete the sign-in task, because the time limit has been significantly extended. Now, the most important thing is to go to North China University and take the Admission Combat Effectiveness Index test. Then, compete for dormitory accommodation and training resources. Although he didn't know what was going on, but I feel like this is a new feature that came out this year. A few minutes later, Yi Yang arrived at the freshman assembly area of North China University. North China University, South Campus, Outer Playground. At this moment, standing on the playground are the new students who have reported in the past half month. They will be the first batch of Combat Spirit Masters to conduct Combat Effectiveness Index testing this time. The new students who report later will naturally be planned into the second batch. Those who fail to register within 1 month will be deemed to have given up the admission to North China University. A total of nearly 200 geniuses from all over the world stood on the playground outside the South Campus of North China University, ready to test their combat effectiveness index. Let's call the roll. Those whose names are called, please come up and take the combat capability test. She is still the beautiful teacher with a sexy figure, beautiful face, and wearing stockings, high heels, and a short skirt. She wore a combat effectiveness tester on her right ear, a 3-wide high-tech screen made of light blue transparent glass, extending in front of the beautiful teacher's right eye. Press the Start Test button and aim at the Battle Spirit Master to test his combat power index. To the sun. The next second, the first Battle Spirit Master, who was called, walked out. Release all your spiritual energy. Don't hold back. Otherwise, if your grades are not up to standard, you will be expelled. The beautiful teacher looked at Xiangyang and said with a cold and serious expression, Chapter 129, Yi Yang's Combat Power Index. The man named Xiangyang immediately did as he was told, his blood boiling, and he shouted, "Ah, boom!" Spiritual energy surged and the combat power index soared rapidly. The beautiful teacher looked at the number that kept rising, and it slowed down only after it broke through 2,000, all the way to 2353. Xiangyang, Combat Power Index, 2353. Looking at the Combat Effectiveness Index after the stop, the beautiful instructor announced the result. The instructor, who was in charge of logging, and started recording immediately. Then he shouted, "Next, Yang Xian. Ah, boom!" As the test of Combat Effectiveness Index proceeds, one by one, the geniuses from all over the world have completed their combat effectiveness tests. Their levels are pretty much the same. The minimum combat spirit level is 2. The highest is only level 6 combat spirit, and he is already 20 years old. But a slightly higher level does not mean that their combat effectiveness index is high. This test is also to more clearly understand the potential of Yi Yang and others. Because the lower the level, the higher the combat power that can be unleashed. This shows that the spiritual master's training in this battle is quite solid and his potential is huge. Next one, Yi Yang. After another battle spirit master finished testing, the beautiful instructor shouted out the name of the next tester. For the first time, her gaze changed slightly. He was obviously full of expectations for Yi Yang. After all, it was 3 days ago. Yi Yang had already given her a surprise. Don't know what today will be like? Yi Yang walked out slowly and attracted the attention of nearly 200 geniuses present. It's his turn now. A genius cultivator. I wonder what his combat power is. I took a level test a few days ago, and it turned out to be a level 6 combat master. Damn, he seems to be only 16 years old. What a monster. That's right. I went back and looked up his glorious deeds. They're simply amazing. Watching Yi Yang walk out of the crowd, many talented warriors who had seen Yi Yang testing his spiritual energy levels before were all amazed. But they are all top talents from all over the world. Naturally, there were also many who expressed disdain for Yi Yang. What's the point of having a high level? At this age, your fighting ability must not be that good. Even if we run fast now, after entering this school, who knows who will practice the fastest in the future? Facing everyone's gaze, Yi Yang has become accustomed to it. Being the center of attention is a common occurrence for him. Now, he also wants to see what combat power index he can test with his level 5 combat spirit strength. According to the data of the major geniuses that have been tested so far, the lowest combat power is 2,300. The highest combat power comes from a level 6 combat spirit master who tested a genius with an index of 3,200. This combat effectiveness index is undoubtedly the highest in the entire field. He is also the oldest and highest ranking person among these nearly 200 geniuses. Yi Yang, start releasing your spiritual energy. The beautiful tutor looked at Yi Yang, who was already prepared, and called out softly. Yi Yang nodded, clenched his fists, mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and with a boom, it broke out of his body. The spiritual energy of 3 attributes lingered around Yi Yang. With terrifying momentum, it continued to rise. Oh my God, his spiritual energy is so strong. It vaguely brings us a sense of oppression. We are all combat spirit masters. Why do we feel there is such a big gap? Chapter 130. Fighting for Cultivation Resources, PK, Seizing Mode. Battle Spirit Level 5, isn't this power a little stronger? Looking at the spiritual energy bursting out from Yi Yang, many of the proud geniuses around him showed a look of surprise at the same time. Both are geniuses. Why? So far away? The key point is that Yi Yang is the youngest among all the geniuses present. At the age of 16, he had already reached the 5th level of combat spirit. This makes them feel very unbalanced. Swish! The combat power index of the combat power tester carried by the beautiful teacher is soaring rapidly at this moment. 1,000, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Soon, the combat effectiveness index directly broke through 3,000 points. But even so, the numbers on the combat effectiveness tester did not stop. However, Yang felt that it was about the same. It's better to retain some strength. He gradually calmed down his breath and did not release the final burst of spiritual energy. But even so, Yi Yang's fighting ability has already shocked the beautiful instructor. 3,900. The beautiful instructor who was testing the combat effectiveness index came back to her senses from her astonishment and looked at the numbers displayed on the instrument in shock. Wow! The people around were suddenly in an uproar. 3,900? This number fell on their heads like a thunderclap. It far exceeded the combat effectiveness index they tested. It's a completely evil existence. Damn, 3,900, isn't that a bit too high? Battle Spirit level 5, 3,900, my god. How did you cultivate this? The level 6 Battle Spirit we just tested only showed a combat power of 3,200, and his level 5 Battle Spirit is 3,900? That's too amazing. This is a big guy who can fight several levels higher. The talented people present were all shocked when they heard the number 3,900. Although I know that Yi Yang is very talented. But anyway, the level is not the highest in the field. However, the combat effectiveness index obtained from this test was completely beyond everyone's expectations. It's really incredible. Yi Yang, 3,900. After a brief shock, the beautiful teacher checked the instrument and made sure there was no problem, then spoke again. The tutor in charge of registration finally came to his senses and wrote down Yi Yang's results. Without a doubt, Yi Yang once again received the focus of attention. And after Yi Yang's test was over, everyone surpasses his achievements. There are very few people with a combat power of more than 3,000. You all have good combat scores. Now follow me to the South Campus fighting arena. After the grades were entered, the beautiful teacher looked at Yi Yang and the others and said seriously, although the school allocates cultivation resources according to grades. But this year is different. The PK mode for competing for resources has started immediately. If you want to obtain more resources, you need to show your true strength and fight with your pets to gain as many victories as possible. Did you understand everything? Clear. Outside on the playground, all the talented freshmen responded in unison. Afterwards, they followed the beautiful instructor to the open-air fighting arena on the South Campus of North China University. Nearly 200 geniuses will engage in PK battles in this fighting arena, using their strength to win resources for their future training on campus. Chapter 131. The Battle for Cultivation Resources begins. Here it comes. North China University in the South Campus fighting arena. The stepped seats formed a circle with many senior students sitting on them. In the very center, there is an open space. In the center of the open space, there was a huge circle of the 4 sacred beasts, which served as the battle area. There are 4 gates around the fighting arena, and inside the gates are tunnels leading to various parts of the campus. In one of the tunnels, new students are walking out. They were Yi Yang and others. Wow, this class is pretty good, with nearly 200 people. Look, there's a black guy. His skin is really dark. Is the boy walking in front of me an adult? He looks like a high school student at most. How did he get in? Old actors had already taken their seats around here, waiting to watch the show. After seeing the new students coming in one by one, he kept pointing and talking. They are all old students who have been enrolled for at least 1 year, and some of them are geniuses who have been enrolled for 2 or 3 years. One reason for coming here is to watch the freshmen fight and have some fun. The second is to choose better prospects and bring them into your own community. This is the key point. There are very few people who come to watch a fight simply for no purpose. You guys sit over there. The beautiful teacher who led the freshmen to the fighting arena pointed to the seats reserved for freshmen and said. Afterwards, Yi Yang and others took their seats. 8 examiners arrived, 7 war emperors, and 1 war sect leader. All 8 were ready to begin judging the freshmen's battles, scoring, and allocating resources. This year's system is so cruel. If you lose right at the start, there's no point in practicing anymore. It can't be helped. Who made our freshmen from North China University only take 2nd place in the global spiritual pet competition last year? This is a shame for our North China University of War spiritualists. Yeah, it's a bit unreasonable for a freshman from the world's #1 university to be defeated. So, this year the system has started to change in order to train top students and redeem ourselves from the past. Looking at the freshmen taking their seats below, the seniors who were clearly aware of the changes in the rules and regulations couldn't help but sigh. Then, the beautiful teacher glanced at each of the freshmen one by one. Her red lips slightly parted, and she slowly said, "Let me briefly explain first. You are the first batch of freshmen this year. There will be a second batch in half a month. But you won't see each other until the training camp. Those who win 10 consecutive games in the competition for resources will be given the opportunity to obtain good resources once. The battle is 1v1. If you are confident enough, you can choose to fight 3 or 4 at once. Well, now is the time to start the fight. Tell us your names and enter the battle." After saying that, the beautiful teacher stepped out of the battle circle in her red high heels. All the freshmen looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Everyone wants to obtain the best cultivation resources, but they feel a little empty. "Let me do it." After a long time, a 19-year-old man stood up first and walked into the battle circle. "Who dares to come out and be my first opponent?" The man stood in the middle of the battle circle. His eyes swept over Yi Yang and others one by one, and asked provocatively. Yi Yang did not fight, but waited and watched the battle quietly, waiting for his chance to act. Not long after, a freshman stood up and challenged the man from before in a one-on-one duel. Chapter 132, Everyone's Expectations. Yi Yang takes action. Bang bang. Boom. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out in the battle circle. A few minutes later, the man who stood up first won. Then he immediately started the next battle, continued the PK without rest, and was quickly defeated. One person starts, hundreds of people connect. One brutal round of fighting after another broke out in the fighting arena. Bah! Only a muffled sound was heard. A freshman who is a level 6 combat spirit master has won 9 games in a row, attracting the attention of many senior students and mentors. This new student is great. We must bring him into our club. We also want to... The level 6 battle spirit master, who won 9 consecutive victories, undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience at this moment. He quickly began to recover his spiritual energy and prepare for the next battle. But as strong as he was, he won 9 games in a row. No one dares to challenge him anymore. He also didn't want to give up his life in vain, so he let the level 6 battle spirit master win 10 consecutive victories and get some good resources. The good resources that North China University mentioned are definitely excellent, and 99% of people want to get them. Come on, what are you doing? Are you scared? Hurry up and send someone to defeat him. Otherwise, it will be your 10th consecutive victory. After waiting for a while, still no one came on stage. The defeated freshman began to urge impatiently. "I was already unhappy when I lost. I still have to wait here at this moment." It makes them feel very depressed. But the one standing in the battle circle at this moment is a level 6 combat spirit master. The combat effectiveness test shows 3100. He is one of the few combat spirit masters with a combat power of more than 3000. Why don't we just test out a combat spirit master with a rating of over 3000? We'll definitely be killed if we go up there. Yes, yes, yes. The new talented students who had not yet played any part in the game no longer looked arrogant at all. I watched hundreds of rounds of fighting in a row. They have clearly recognized the students who can enter this university. Those are not vegetarians. Then, everyone's attention fell on the freshman whose combat power was tested to be over 3000. The one who attracted the most attention was the youngest and most talented Yi Yang. They all wanted to force Yi Yang to take action earlier. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop Yi Yang later. At the same time, I also want to truly witness Yi Yang's strength. After all, Yi Yang's comprehensive combat power data is the highest among all the current freshmen. Yi Yang, who was sitting in the waiting area, originally planned to wait a little longer. But it seemed that no one dared to go up, and everyone was looking at him with expectant eyes. He smiled helplessly and stood up. "Let's move. That kid is going to take action." Damn, I finally waited for this. He's already entered North China University at such a young age. If he's not a relative, then he must be very talented. I wonder if I can win? At this moment, everyone's eyes were expectantly on Yi Yang. They all want to see how strong Yi Yang is. And Yi Yang lived up to expectations and walked into the fighting circle. He stared at the level 6 battle spirit master in front of him, smiled gently, and asked, "Have you recovered?" The man opened his eyes, and a cold light shot out from his eyes and fell on Yi Yang. "Summon your pet," said the man. Chapter 133, Who Can Beat Him? Hearing the man's words, Yi Yang clenched his fist, and with a boom sound, spiritual energy surged. "You don't have much spiritual energy left, and your pet is obviously tired. You don't need me to use it anymore," Yi Yang said lightly. Arrogant. Faced with Yi Yang's contempt, the man suddenly became angry and swung his right hand, and the two combat pets rushed towards Yi Yang together. A supportive combat pet that increases strength and speed. At the same time, the man also circulated his spiritual energy, ready to take action to end Yi Yang at any time. However, Yi Yang is not arrogant. He told the truth. The man, who had fought 9 consecutive battles, had little strength left. He doesn't need to summon a pet at all. Flowing light step. Yi Yang shouted in his heart and immediately moved away. So fast. Everyone in the audience was shocked, and their eyes fixed at the same time as they looked at Yi Yang's swift figure. The next second, Yi Yang's figure suddenly appeared and came in front of the man's war pet, the oyster dog. With his clenched right fist, he punched the canine war pet, the oyster hound. With a bang, the war pet was knocked away by Yi Yang's punch. Then Yi Yang turned sideways and punched the man's other war pet with his fist filled with spiritual energy. Bah! Without any surprise, a muffled sound was heard. The man's other combat pet was also smashed away by Yi Yang. The two battle pets flew out of the battle circle one after another. Yi Yang rushed forward even faster, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the man with a scornful smile on his face. "It's over." "You!" The man's face suddenly darkened and his brows furrowed. Before he could react, Yi Yang hit him hard in the stomach. With a bang, the whole person flew backwards. Under the gaze of everyone, he flew out of the battle circle and fell heavily to the ground. "Just go out on your own." Afterwards, Yi Yang looked at the man's last remaining auxiliary combat pet, whose combat effectiveness was less than 30%, and smiled. Hiss! Everyone in the audience took a deep breath. Looking at this quick and efficient battle, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Although it was anticipated that Yi Yang's strength might not be simple. But I didn't expect Yi Yang to be so strong. He didn't even use his spirit pet, and he didn't even use his combat skills. He easily dealt with a level 6 combat spirit master and his combat pet. This really exceeded everyone's expectations. Although the level 6 combat spirit master had fought 9 battles in a row, but it is not that it can be solved so easily when the differences between the same level are not big. I have to get this new freshman into our club. Get lost, he's from our club. Don't fight with me, or I'll kill you. The older students who were watching from all sides had already started arguing for Yi Yang. If the occasion and situation did not allow it, this group of people would probably have started fighting. It can be seen how strong Yi Yang's attraction is to them, and in the area below where the freshmen sit. All the freshmen watched as Yi Yang defeated the level 6 battle spirit master who had won 9 consecutive games in just a few moves. The whole person was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a little too fast? I thought we could hold out for a while, at least to consume more of this kid's strength and spiritual energy, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. It's all over now. Who can beat him? Chapter 134. Their respective calculations alarmed the Zhan Zone. Who goes first? For a moment, the freshmen who had not yet participated in the PK battle began to worry. Even the level 6 combat spirit master freshman who ranked second in the combat power test could only temporarily avoid the attack at this moment, even though his combat power index is 3,200. In front of Yi Yang, this moment is completely insignificant. Yi Yang stood in the battle circle, turned his gaze to the freshman who had not yet started the PK battle, and said, "Next." This? The group of freshmen were stunned, looking frustrated and bitter. As geniuses as they are, they really don't want to fight with Yi Yang at this moment. If no one steps forward to challenge, all of you remaining people will lose your training resources. Or you can all agree that Yi Yang will pass directly, and one of you will get the best training resources. Seeing that no one dared to challenge Yi Yang, the beautiful teacher had to put some pressure on the freshmen. Only pressure can give people motivation. Otherwise, I heard that all the good resources will be given to Yi Yang. The freshmen were immediately unhappy. Damn, how can that be possible? We have finally been admitted to North China University. If we don't practice hard and make a name for ourselves, how can we face our fellow villagers when we return? That's right. After all, I was born into a noble family. How can I retreat here? Hear the words of the beautiful mentor. The freshmen who had not yet fought in the PK were immediately motivated. I'll do it. A man with blood boiling strode out and walked into the battle circle aggressively. Spiritual level summoning technique. Then, the man summoned his 3 pets. 2 with level 1 spiritual bloodlines, and 1 with level 9 mortal bloodline. The level is around mature level 7. Aren't you planning to use your pet yet? After the man summoned his spirit pet, he stared at Yi Yang and asked. Yi Yang smiled gently and said, "Do you really want to see my spirit pet?" The man was slightly stunned. He was indeed a little curious about what Yi Yang's spiritual pet was. Not only him, but also the people around him, as well as the instructors and the War Emperor and War Sect level examiners were all very curious. What was Yi Yang's spirit pet? After all, Yi Yang's strength is so strong? Then his battle pet will naturally not be weak. Humph, since you are a battle spirit master, you must bring your battle pet to fight together. This is fair, and you won't be accused of bullying you. The man said with a grunt. He was actually very self-aware and knew clearly that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Yi Yang. But in order to prevent the good resources from being monopolized by Yi Yang alone, he could only force Yi Yang to display his strength as much as possible. In this way, the people behind will have a greater chance of defeating Yi Yang. But such a small calculation. How could Yi Yang not think of it? He had already formulated a battle plan in his mind. 10 consecutive victories he must win today. After all, this is related to one's future achievements. North China University of Military Science, one of the world's top universities. That resource must not be missed. As you wish. Yi Yang smiled and formed a god-level summoning seal in his hands. What is that? The most powerful examiner in the entire venue is also a war master of a certain status in the entire North China University. When he saw Yi Yang forming the summoning seal with his hands, his brows suddenly frowned. Chapter 135, the special abilities of the spiritual pets that puzzled everyone. God-level summoning seal? Chief Examiner Zhang recognized the summoning technique used by Yi Yang at a glance, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The next second, a glowing summoning array appeared and shone brightly across the entire venue. Then, a spiritual pet appeared in front of everyone. Everyone who saw Yi Yang's pet showed a look of doubt. What kind of spiritual pet is this? I've never seen it before. I thought that for a battle spirit master as awesome as him, his spirit pet would definitely be very domineering, but I didn't expect it to be such a well-behaved spirit pet. Everyone looked at Yi Yang's pet in surprise. It's completely different from what I imagined. Then they discovered that Yi Yang was a level 5 combat spirit master. Logically speaking, 3 spirit pets should be contracted. Why was only 1 summoned? What's going on? Did he just contract a spirit pet? That shouldn't be the case. This ability must be fully utilized by 3 of them. Spiritual pets are not cheap. Can you not afford them? Compared to everyone's confusion, the examiner, who was a powerful warrior at the level of a war sect, felt even more surprised. He stared at Tailmon for a moment and then slowly said, "This spirit pet is not simple." When the other 7 War Emperor level examiners heard this, they were immediately surprised and looked at Yi Yang's spirit pet carefully. A spiritual pet that can make a powerful warrior of the war sect level say, it is not simple. That must not be an ordinary spiritual pet. But their strength is too weak, and from the outside, there is nothing remarkable about Tailmon. Come on, don't waste time, there are people waiting behind. Successfully summoned his spiritual pet, Tailmon. Yi Yang looked at the opponent in front of him and gently hooked his finger. He did not summon the 3 pets together. After all, there are many opponents to come. Strength must be preserved. You want to fight me with a spirit pet? I think you are too arrogant. Don't you understand that the arrogant will be defeated? Seeing Yi Yang's frivolous look, the man who just came on the field shouted angrily, "Let's go together and finish him off." Roar! When sure, his 3 pets all rushed towards Yi Yang. Different types of attributes, a war horse, a mutant duck, and a flame dog. At the same time, the man clenched his fists and ran straight towards Yi Yang. Tailmon, the light of the cat's eyes. Yi Yang saw the opponent in front of him, smiled contemptuously, and said. Suddenly, Tailman's eyes emitted a white light, and it looked at the man's 3 pets, directly controlling them. Then, the man's 3 spirit pets began to kill each other. The whole audience suddenly became agitated. What's going on? Why are they fighting each other? It seems to be the special ability of that battle pet. A beam of light is emitted from its eyes. It's a bit magical and rare. I don't know what bloodline it comes from, but its level isn't very strong. Everyone looked at Yi Yang's divine pet Tailmon with curiosity and were attracted by Tailmon's special abilities. Then, the situation on the battlefield changed. The man's three spirit pets were killing each other and totally ignored his instructions. In anger and humiliation, the man lost his composure and attacked Yi Yang indiscriminately. Despite the difference in strength, Yi Yang still won the second game easily. Alas, my mentality has collapsed. I could have held out for a little longer. There's nothing we can do. The spirit pet is out of control. Anyone who encounters it for the first time will not be able to handle it. Chapter 136. This freshman is really awesome, winning 8 games in a row. Watch the process and results of the battle PK. The people around sighed. Yi Yang's strength and spiritual pet are not only powerful, but also very special. It is very difficult to get Yi Yang to use his full strength. Next one. Yi Yang shouted lightly after easily winning 2 consecutive victories. The freshmen sitting in the waiting area looked at each other, and deep down, they didn't want to fight with Yi Yang. But at this moment, they have no other choice. Not fighting would be equivalent to giving up the resources for cultivation. This is impossible for any combat spirit master. Unless death. I'll do it. After a brief silence, a big, strong-looking man stood up and walked into the battle circle. He immediately summoned his battle pets, all of which were large and domineering spiritual pets. Then, without any hesitation, he attacked Yi Yang wildly. Based on the previous experience, the person who came on the field this time made his pet avoid looking Tailmon in the eye. So it becomes difficult to control it. But even so, it wasn't very difficult for Yi Yang to win. Without much effort, Yi Yang won again. A 3-game winning streak was created. Afterwards, one after another those who were dissatisfied came on stage. Yi Yang's victory continued, but the number of his spiritual pets was never revealed from beginning to end. Tailmon and Yi Yang, 2 against 4. We have won 8 games in a row. If you win twice, you will be able to obtain good training resources from North China University. Oh my god, 8 consecutive wins, so strong. Although he only has 1 spiritual pet, this 1 spiritual pet is equivalent to 3 spiritual pets. This new student is really awesome. Much more awesome than when I first enrolled. I don't know if I can beat him now. The old students around were all looking at Yi Yang in amazement. The freshmen had heavy expressions on their faces. Yi Yang won 8 consecutive games easily. Although a lot of spiritual energy has been consumed, it seems that he can continue fighting for a long time. The examiner and the beautiful tutor standing by also looked at Yi Yang with admiration. Gurgle. After watching 8 consecutive battles between Yi Yang and Tailmon, the chief examiner, a powerful master of the Zhanzong level, finally confirmed Yi Yang's spiritual pet bloodline. He choked and swallowed and said in amazement, "That is a divine bloodline spirit pet." What? The deputy examiner, a powerful war emperor, looked at Yi Yang's pet, Tailmon, in horror after hearing the words of the chief examiner. Its beautiful tutor is no exception. A divine bloodline pet. Although it is not the only one, it is quite rare. Those who can possess it are all rich, powerful, and well-connected people. As strong as they are, they don't have a contracted pet with god-level bloodline. There are very few new students who have pets with divine bloodlines. Yi Yang is definitely a special existence. Teacher Yin, are you sure? Although it felt a bit presumptuous to ask this, the War Emperor level War Spirit Master at the side couldn't help but look at the examiner, the War Sect Master, and asked. Sure, it can't be wrong. The chief examiner of the Zhanzong level, known as Teacher Yin, said with a firm face, and it is a special, rare, and special existence. I have never seen or heard of such a spiritual pet. This student's identity is probably not as simple as it seems, right? The examiners were shocked. The students watching on the side were stunned, feeling that something big had happened. Chapter 137, Dragon-type Battle Pet, shocking the whole audience. But Yi Yang didn't know it because of his outstanding performance and the power of spiritual pets. This moment has been given extreme focus. Even his identity, which couldn't be more real and ordinary, was doubted. I feel that Yi Yang must have a more impressive identity. He stood in the battle circle and looked towards the freshman area again. All the geniuses, facing Yi Yang's gaze, avoided it erratically and did not dare to look at Yi Yang at all. Only one person, the level 6 battle spirit master, waited for a long time and felt that it was time to take action. The 20-year-old man with a combat power index of 3,200, ranked second among the freshmen, finally stood up. Liang Feng, he's going to take action. Finally, they took action. It's going to be a good show. Yi Yang has consumed a lot of his spiritual energy now, and he only has one spiritual pet. He will definitely not be able to defeat Liang Feng. Liang Feng, who ranked second in the freshman test, walked out. A group of new geniuses were all excited. How unhappy must they be seeing Yi Yang showing off on the court? The most important thing is if Yi Yang can achieve 10 consecutive victories. Someone will take away some good cultivation resources. This is not a good thing for them. So, at this moment, we see Liang Feng coming on stage. All the freshmen placed their hopes on Liang Feng. Liang Feng was not vague when he came on the field and directly summoned the 3 pets he had contracted. All of them are of spiritual level bloodline, and they are coming with great force. Obviously, he is no ordinary person. 3 spiritual pets with level 5 bloodline and level 8 growth body. Not bad. Yi Yang understood the approximate levels of Liang Feng's 3 pets at a glance and smiled gently. You're also impatient, Liang Feng said coldly. If you have anything to say, let's talk after the fight. Ape, use your claws to attack and kill his pet. At his command, the spiritual pet Ape rushed towards Yi Yang first. Flying Wingbird, speed up assistance. Xiao Tianhu, come with me to deal with him. Liang Feng had obviously already thought of a combat strategy, and he started attacking as soon as he came on the court. Bah! He kicked the ground, and spiritual energy surged. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the 3 pets was amplified, and their strength was increased by another 10%. Yi Yang took a look and saw that this wave of attack was coming with great force. Tailmon and himself have fought 8 consecutive battles. It's time to relax. Come out, Charizard. He once again formed a god-level summoning seal with his hands. Immediately, a larger summoning array appeared. The dazzling light covered the entire venue. Everyone covered their eyes, startled by this sudden call. Another brilliant summoning technique. What kind of awesome pet is this guy hiding? I thought he only had 1 pet. Turns out he has another. Everyone is complaining at this moment. But deep down, he was looking forward to what kind of spiritual pet Yi Yang would summon. After a dazzling flash of light, the fat body of Charizard appeared in front of everyone. They looked at the fat dragon and were dumbfounded. Although it is very fat, it is indeed a dragon-type spiritual pet. Dragon-type battle pet. What kind of dragon is this? A flying dragon? Such a huge pair of wings, amazing. Isn't it extinct? Is this something that evolved? Looking at the tall, fire-breathing dragon, the whole audience was stunned for a moment. Chapter 138, the 4 sacred beast-level spiritual pets and the demon god level. A spiritual pet in the form of a dragon. But he is Ho-E, the descendant of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 ancient sacred beasts. Without dragon blood, it is absolutely impossible to give birth to a dragon. In today's future world, the era of spiritual pet cultivation, the 4 sacred beasts. Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger. Dragons are almost extinct and exist only in legends. That is the leader of the 4 sacred beasts. It is also quite rare to have even a tiny bit of bloodline passed down. However, as long as there is a little bit of dragon blood, one can truly evolve into a dragon. But that's too difficult. The inheritance of Xuanwu, Suzeku, and Baihu continues. A little more, but even so, it is very rare. As for pure blood, that naturally goes without saying. In thousands of years of records, pure bloodline of spiritual pets only appeared in ancient times. Eastern Wood Green Dragon, North Foam, Shui Xuanwu, Firebird of the South, Western Golden White Tiger. The 4 sacred beasts, pure bloodline, sweeping away everything. Of course, East, South, West, and North represent the 4 major directions of the world. Since there is a general direction, there is a center. Center, the land of position. However, it does not represent a holy beast, but an opposing spiritual beast overlord that is hostile to the holy beast. Demon, Chiyu, wind, thunder, ice, and dark light are sacred-level spiritual pets, representing spiritual pets, and there are very few records of them. But the bloodline is also very pure. All of these beings are overlords with 9th-level divine blood and maxed-out physique. In this day and age, that may no longer exist. But he is the object of admiration of all combat spirit masters. Everyone wants their pet to evolve to the highest level. like a bird, it is possible that it could carry a tiny bit of vermilion bird bloodline and evolve, transform, and grow in the future to become a level 9 bloodline holy beast pet. Or a turtle may also evolve into a black tortoise, although that probability is so small that it can be ignored. However, every combat spirit master is constantly struggling for this. What kind of spiritual pet evolved from this? It actually has the form of a dragon. Who is he? At this moment, people who didn't know Yi Yang began to be curious about him. Dragon-type spiritual pets are legendary creatures. That is what tens of thousands of combat spirit masters pursue. This, Liang Feng, who was in the battle circle, stopped suddenly when he saw that the second battle pet summoned by Yi Yang was a dragon. The whole person looked at the flames in complete surprise, even the War Emperor and War Clan standing beside him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What kind of existence is a dragon-type combat pet? The appearance is so obvious that dragon blood is probably a very high proportion. When fighting, distraction is a big taboo. Yi Yang looked at Liang Feng, who was distracted, and the spiritual level war pet, which felt the pressure caused by the gap in blood and seemed a little afraid, had a slight smile on its face. He was no exception to everyone else's reaction. After all, after coming to North China University, he learned deeper knowledge. Those are the 4 sacred beast-level spiritual pets. The people from the Double Sword Gang and the Wang family who had intercepted and killed him. When he saw his own Charizard, he also had reactions of surprise and shock. It was just that because the group of people were in a hurry to kill Yi Yang at that time, they simply ignored it. At this moment, Yi Yang summoned the fire-breathing weapon again, being watched by everyone like this. Naturally, it caused quite a stir. You, who are you? Liang Feng looked at Yi Yang and felt a little scared. Chapter 139 Check on Baidu. 10 consecutive wins. He would never believe that Yi Yang was just a genius cultivator and a humble person born in the countryside, as he could have a spirit pet in the form of a dragon. This guy is a world-class rich man. Not necessarily. Yi Yang looked at Liang Feng's horrified reaction and said, "Hurry up, the people behind are waiting." Liang Feng choked and looked at the tall, fire-breathing dragon. To be honest, his desire to fight was not so strong at this moment. If it were in Huayang City, some ignorant battle spirit masters might not think the Charizard was so awesome when they saw it. But this is the place with the most powerful technology and combat capability in the world. Territorial City, North China University. Anyone who can get in here must have some talent, experience, family background, and strength, right? They couldn't recognize the dragon-type pet at first glance. Liang Feng hesitated for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. For some reason, he suddenly had an urge to admit defeat. But because of that last bit of face, it's hard to say it out loud. But Yi Yang didn't have time to react to him. I've already given you 2 chances. 3 chances won't do. So take action. Spitfire solved it in one wave. Yi Yang shouted, and the Charizard roared loudly, deafeningly. Immediately, scorching flames spurted out. The man and his spirit pet were all burned and rushed out of the battle circle. However, Yi Yang also asked Charizard to hold back, otherwise that wave would have burned Liang Feng and his pet to death. Hiss! Looking at that clean and quick move, everyone in the audience couldn't help but gasp. This is fucking too fierce, right? So strong. Who is this guy? What is this spiritual pet? It's called a fire-breathing dragon. Quick, check it out on Baidu. Immediately, everyone began to frantically search for information about Charizard. Even the freshmen waiting in the battle zone couldn't help but take action. Not to mention them, the examiners also quietly opened their virtual phones and started checking. But there is no doubt about the result for everyone. No gain. There is no information about Charizard on the internet. There is no record. What's going on? I can't find anything. Oh my god, what kind of dragon is that? How did it come from? That great god knows. Please tell me. It's so frustrating. A group of people were so anxious that they jumped up and down. Yi Yang stood in the battle circle waiting for the 10th opponent and was speechless for a moment. Just one missing. Then you can complete 10 consecutive victories. Get North China University and select the best resources for cultivation. After a moment, everyone turned their attention to the battle circle again. The competition for resources must continue. The pressure on the new students in the battle zone suddenly increased again. They looked at each other, unwilling to go on the field, and kept encouraging others. Who's going? You're coming? Get lost, I'm not going. Then you go. Get out of the way. Anyone who goes up to him is a fool. Isn't it obvious that he will get beaten? He is gifted and his pet is awesome, so it's not too much to ask for some good resources. Yes, I don't think it's excessive either. Then we just admit defeat. No problem. After some discussion, all the freshmen in the waiting area chose to admit defeat. Admit that Yi Yang is very powerful and has directly broken through his 10-game winning streak. This situation was really beyond everyone's expectations. But they weren't surprised either, because Yi Yang is too strong. Chapter 140. First place, treatment, and abundant cultivation resources. Since you all choose to let Yi Yang pass directly, I declare that if Yi Yang succeeds in the challenge of 10 consecutive wins, he will be the first one among this year's freshmen to receive key training and share good resources. When the beautiful teacher heard the unanimous words of the freshmen in the battle zone, she stood up and announced the result. Come back! Upon hearing this, Yi Yang immediately called back Charizard and Tailmon. Then, exit the battle circle and finish the job perfectly. The remaining freshmen admitted defeat to Yi Yang, but they still need to fight against each other. So, another fight followed, but they all seemed bland. The main reason was that Yi Yang had raised the atmosphere too high before. After seeing Yi Yang's crushing battle style, I looked at this group of people fighting back and forth, and it took a long time to decide the winner. They suddenly felt so bored. Only occasionally there would be a showdown between two great opponents, who were equally matched and had comparable strength, and the fight was extremely thrilling. It looks very exciting too. As time goes by, the PK battles for new resources have all come to an end. When the examiners gave their scores, Yi Yang had the highest score and ranked first, without a doubt. Second place, the one with 9 consecutive wins. The score gap between him and Yi Yang is extremely large. Some of the latter ones are also very outstanding. Some are very sad too. In short, Yi Yang became the biggest winner in this competition for resources. Now we will start allocating resources for accommodation. Soon, the beautiful teacher and several examiners allocated resources according to the scores. First, a place to stay. In university dormitories, naturally, several people live in one room. However, for those with great talents and strong competition for resources, the treatment will be different. Yi Yang, South Campus, Independent Accommodation Courtyard Area. Enjoy the 4th level practice simulated natural space and choose 10 first level elixirs and 3 second level elixirs that will every week. As the beautiful teacher's voice fell, everyone in the audience showed envious expressions and exclaimed in unison. But that's not all. Then they heard the beautiful teacher say, in addition, before officially moving in for training, Yi Yang can choose any combat skill from the school's combat skill library to practice. Once you have achieved a certain level of training, you can strengthen your combat skills in the later stages. And the lowest level is grade 5. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. If you say that what happened just now made them envious. At that time, I was quite jealous. Combat skills are not ordinary things. A combat spirit master certainly cannot be without combat skills, especially high-level combat skills. Combat skills that reach the 4th level are extremely rare, although the highest divine product. However, there are not many 5th-grade combat skills circulating in the market. Many people cannot buy that even if they have money. Unless there are special circumstances, someone will sell it. Otherwise, they are basically collected. Finally, if the performance is excellent, the school will consider giving you a 4th pet as a gift. Or, what kind of spiritual beast do you need? The school can send strong people to go to the wild area to tame it. These last words fell. Those freshmen could no longer remain calm. Isn't this treatment a bit too good? Why not me? Wow, such a good resource. It would be great if you could give it to me. Oh my God, didn't I burn enough incense? A group of freshmen complained and were annoyed. All of them were expressions of envy towards Yi Yang. Chapter 141, Obtaining the 6th rank combat skill. Although they knew that the cultivation resources at the North China University of War Spiritual Masters were excellent. But I didn't expect it to be this good. It was even better than they had imagined. The remaining resource allocation has been sent to your mobile phones. Please confirm it as soon as possible and then go to claim the current cultivation resources. After the beautiful teacher finished speaking, her eyes fell on Yi Yang again and she shouted, Yi Yang, come with me. Yi Yang nodded and followed immediately. It goes without saying that this must be a good thing. Soon, Yi Yang followed the beautiful teacher. Arrived at the combat skills storage facility on the south campus of North China University. Bah! There was a sound of a heavy iron door opening. A technological door slowly opened in front of Yi Yang and the beautiful teacher. Behind the gate is a specially designed spiritual barrier. Only approved instructors on campus can open it. And this beautiful tutor, who is in charge of freshmen, such as Yi Yang, has this power. After you enter, you can choose any combat skill scroll. Choose carefully. The beautiful teacher opened the barrier, looked at Yi Yang, and said seriously, "Okay, thank you, Teacher Lan." Yi Yang smiled politely and walked in. What comes into view is an inner room illuminated by spiritual light of various attributes. Volumes of combat skills are suspended on each of the high-tech and exquisite shelves. From the first grade to the sixth grade, we have everything. However, the higher the grade, the fewer combat skills there are. Ye yang directly skipet grades 1-4 came to the area of 5th and 6th grade combat skills. Combat skills have corresponding exclusive attributes and also have all attributes. After searching for a while, Yi Yang's eyes finally fell on a volume of 6th grade combat skills. He immediately took it down and looked at it. 6th grade combat skill, Cloud Breaking Palm. Those who have mastered the art of refining can use one palm to blast out tens of thousands of meters and collapse the clouds. After some understanding, Yi Yang made a decision immediately. "It's you." Afterwards, he walked out with the 6th grade combat skill, Cloud Breaking Palm. Outside, the beautiful teacher, Lan Xian, was waiting for Yi Yang. Seeing Yi Yang come out so quickly, he was slightly stunned. "Have you chosen?" Yi Yang nodded and swung the fighting skills in his hand. Lan Xian saw at a glance the fighting skills that Yi Yang had chosen, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You chose the 6th grade combat technique? Those are not easy to practice." Lan Xian looked at Yi Yang and said, "It's okay, I'll just study it more." Yi Yang said with a smile, "Well, I hope you gained something." Lan Xian looked at Yi Yang and said, "You have 1 month to practice this combat skill. You still have to return it to the school after 1 month. After all, there are many new students every year. I can't give you scrolls. I can only provide you with training." "I understand." Yi Yang smiled knowingly, obviously having thought of this result a long time ago. Afterwards, Teacher Lan Xian personally took Yi Ning to Yi Ning's residence on campus. Side yard of South Campus. Independent accommodation. The treatment Yi Yang received was that he was alone and had a small yard. About 400 square meters. It's like a house. You will live here in the school from now on. Also, before the training camp, you can come and go as you please. This is your university ID. Lan Xian handed Yi Yang his university ID and said, "After the training begins, we will start closed training. Except for special circumstances and training needs, no new students are allowed to enter or leave the school." Chapter 142, Tianmei Spiritual Pet Club, A Disaster Strikes. So if you need anything or need to do something, just do it now. Hear Lan Xian's words. Yi Yang was slightly stunned. "I didn't expect the system of this university to be so strict. But it's also good. He can practice well for a period of time and grow his strength perfectly. By then, we will have to climb higher peaks." After giving some instructions, the beautiful teacher, Lan Xian, left. Yi Yang walked into the small courtyard where he lived at school, looked around, and was quite satisfied. Although it is not as big as his big villa in Huayang City, but it can definitely be considered a fully decorated courtyard house. Compared to those multi-person dormitories, Yi Yang was really pleased with the treatment he received. After everything was settled, he began to practice in the finely decorated house in the courtyard where he stayed. Keep practicing until dark. Yi Yang's strength has reached the peak of level 5 of the battle spirit. It's only 1 step away from reaching level 6 of the battle spirit. Call! A breath of turbid air came out of Yi Yang's mouth. He stretched his muscles, went out to eat, and then returned to the house to rest. No words all night. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Yang got up, washed, had breakfast, and left North China University. The place he wanted to go was, naturally, the ruins of the ancient city of the territorial city. "Master, let's go to the ancient city of ruins." Yi Yang stopped a hover taxi, a blood horse brand, worth over $1 million, got in and said, "That ancient city of ruins?" The driver looked back at Yi Yang and asked, "Whatever, as long as it's an ancient city with ruins, and it's nearby." Yi Yang said, "Okay, sit down." Boom! When the driver heard this, he immediately stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Hovering cars were a popular product of the time. Without wheels, the entire body of the car is suspended in the air for dozens of centimeters. It is definitely an avant-garde car that could not be built even 5,000 years ago. Boom! The driver stepped on the accelerator all the way, and the speed increased rapidly. Yi Yang sat in the back row, playing with his ultra-smartphone and reading the latest reports. A mysterious combat spirit master appeared in the Tianmei Spiritual Pet Club and accomplished a feat of defeating 10 enemies alone. The eye-catching title made Yi Yang curious and click on it. The content is roughly about a mysterious combat spirit master who fights beasts in the Tianmei Spirit Pet Club. Then, he accomplished the feat of defeating 10 enemies alone. The bloodline of its spiritual pet is as high as level 8. Mature level 9 pinnacle spiritual pet. Although this existence is very powerful, it is actually nothing in the whole world. But, by sheer luck, she managed to defeat 10 enemies at once. Master, may I ask, which pet club in Territory City is the strongest? Watching the news, Yi Yang suddenly asked out of curiosity. Tianmei, the Tianmei Spiritual Pet Club is definitely the strongest club in the world, covering all parts of the world, with huge influence and respected by thousands of people. The driver said, "Oh, is it that amazing?" Yi Yang murmured in a low voice. Boom! Suddenly, a huge crash was heard. At the same time, Yi Yang felt that the vehicle he was riding in had moved sideways. His face suddenly darkened, and he looked towards the place where the sound came from. The front of a modified armored vehicle hit the body of the blood horse car he was riding in. Clang! The next second, another car hit the front of the car. The driver pretended to be unconscious on the spot, and all the airbags in the car popped out. Depend on? Yi Yang roared, and his palm turned into a blade. Chapter 143. The Wang Family, the War King's Pursuit. Spiritual energy gathered on his right hand, and a bolt of lightning swirled around him. He slashed the roof of the car with his hand. Then he lifted the driver with one hand and jumped out of the car. Boom! The next second, Yi Yang saw the car he was riding in was crushed into a meat patty by 2 armored vehicles. His brows immediately furrowed, and he moved away from the shabby bike and put the driver aside. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, several people wearing masks and uniform black clothes appeared in front of Yi Yang. "Who are you?" Yi Yang looked at the masked man in front of him and asked coldly. These people reminded him of the sorcerer from that day. He was also wearing a mask, looking quite eerie. However, Yi Yang can be sure that these people are not sorcerers, but a battle spirit master, the one who took your life. Boom! The man in the lead shouted coldly, stomped his foot on the ground, and spiritual energy surged. The power of the War King level was revealed in an instant. War King. Yi Yang frowned again, and when facing the War King, he immediately became serious. After all, it must be difficult to dare to take action directly in the Territory City. 4th grade combat skill, Mountain Shattering Palm. God level summoning technique, Fire Breathing Dragon. Facing the War King's attack, Yi Yang immediately summoned his spirit pet. Flame Jet. Boom! As soon as the Charizard came out, it immediately sprayed a stream of fire at the War King. At the same time, the other masked men also moved together and besieged Yi Yang. All of a sudden, Yi Yang's situation became extremely dangerous. "I don't mess with many people. Are you from the Wang family in Huayang City?" Yi Yang smiled coldly and said, "Humph, so what if you know? Today, you are dead." Hearing Yi Yang's words, the War King snorted, flashed, and avoided the fire of the Charizard. Then he slapped Yi Yang hard. Flowing light step. Yi Yang immediately used his body movement and combat skills to move quickly and break through the battle circle. In the blink of an eye, he was on the back of the Charizard. "Charizard, take off." At his command, the Charizard flapped its wings and flew high. The people around on the street were all attracted by the fighting noise here. They turned their heads and looked over, with a look of surprise on their faces. A dragon seed pet. That's a dragon seed pet. Oh my god, who is he? He actually cultivated a dragon-type spirit pet. Everyone who was looking at Yi Yang's Charizard had a look of surprise on their faces. They stared at the fire-breathing dragon flying into the sky, shocked. "Boy, you want to escape? It's not that easy." Seeing Yi Yang ascending to heaven on his flying pet, the War King smiled sarcastically. He pushed the ground with one foot and flew straight into the air. "This is a territorial city. If you start a war here, aren't you afraid that the Federation will kill you without a burial place?" Yi Yang looked at the War King who dared to catch up with him and shouted loudly. Humph, as long as I can finish you off within a minute, then there's no problem. Plapava. The War King snorted angrily, and his spiritual energy was released and gathered into a sphere. Spiritual bomb. Boom! A huge, earth-attributed spiritual ball slammed towards Yi Yang fiercely. Yi Yang could feel the terrifying power contained in the spiritual energy bomb. If they were hit head-on, both he and Charizard would suffer serious injuries. Chapter 144. Pikachu shows off his power again. Ancient City Ruins. Although Yi Yang has the human pet fusion skill, it was easy to kill these war spirit masters who were chasing after him in seconds. But Yi Yang didn't want to expose his strength too much. That is not a good thing for me. God-level summoning. Come out, Pikachu. All I heard was Yi Yang shouting. Pikachu was summoned out by Yi Yang immediately. Pikachu, use your tail to hit that aura bullet back. Yi Yang looked at Pikachu and shouted, Pikachu. Pikachu muttered something, and his entire body spun in the air. Then, a white light came out of his lightning tail, and he fiercely lashed out at the spiritual energy bomb that was hitting him. You are overestimating your own capabilities and trying to hit my spiritual energy bullet back. That's simply stupid. The rapidly falling War King looked at Pikachu's actions and laughed sneerfully. But the next second, his smile froze. Bah! All I heard was a huge muffled sound. Pikachu directly used his own tail and hit the War King's spiritual energy ball back with one tail. What? The War King of the Wong family, who had just landed, was suddenly startled. I was completely shocked by Pikachu's ability. It is clearly just a spiritual pet that has reached the peak of level 9. How is it possible to hit back one's own spiritual energy bullet? He felt it was incredible. Is this transcendental power too strong? However, Yang was not surprised at all. Before coming to the Territory City, Pikachu was able to sweep away all pets and beasts below the mature stage. After arriving at the Territory City, he was strengthened by the Devouring Spirit Pill, and the conductivity becomes stronger. Pikachu at this moment, although the physical level has not gone up, but the strength is constantly rising. Even if facing a complete spiritual pet or beast, he would never be at a disadvantage. A complete spirit beast, corresponding to the human level, is also the king of war. So Pikachu hit back the War King's spiritual energy bomb. This is not surprising at all. Boom! All of a sudden, there was a huge explosion. The spiritual energy bomb fell where Zhan Wang and others were, and directly destroyed the entire street. Let's go, Charizard. Yi Yang saw smoke and dust rising below, whispered something, and left on the Charizard. A few minutes later, he arrived at another place in the Territorial City. After some inquiries, I headed to the ancient city on my own. The few people who were chasing Yi Yang were in a miserable state at this moment. They were severely injured by their boss's moves and almost died. If Yi Yang continued to chase them, he would definitely be able to kill them. But time is limited. If it lasts more than a minute, the Federation will intervene. By then, Yi Yang will also be in trouble. Even so, with such severe damage, the Federation will still intervene. However, Yi Yang was forced to take action from beginning to end, and he couldn't find the cause. The ruins of the ancient city of 8 formations? Looking at the dilapidated building in front of me, it is full of the breath of time. On the gate, there was a well-preserved plaque with 6 large characters, ruins of the ancient city of 8 formations, engraved on it. Obviously, this was nominated by later generations. Yi Yang didn't stay for too long. Walked straight in. There are quite a few people coming in and out at this moment, and it's free just like a park. There is no shortage of surveillance all around, and it is clearly written that if anyone violates it in any way, they will be sentenced to death. Federal leave a note. Squeak! Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is so damn domineering. Chapter 145, The Art of Chimanduanjia. If it were 5,000 years ago, it has long been protected as a cultural relic. How dare you be so open? But in this day and age, people are allowed to come and go freely and visit. But you are absolutely not allowed to break it. Otherwise, the death penalty will be immediate. The deterrent power of the Federation is equivalent to that of the country 5,000 years ago. That is definitely a very powerful existence. So, despite countless people coming in and out, however, the ruins of the ancient city of Bazhan have been preserved very well. Sign in. Walking into the ruins of the ancient city of Bazhan, Yi Yang gave an order in his heart. Ding, sign in begins, 10 minutes countdown. The next second, he heard the notification sound of the God-level all-realms sign-in system. Afterwards, Yi Yang wandered around the ruins to admire them while waiting for the sign-in reward. The ruins of the ancient city of Bazhan. The mysterious and e-culture is everywhere. Feng Shui Batzi. Luck. The 8 trigrams, flying stars, 9 palaces, etc. are used to predict the future and to gain insight into the secrets of heaven. It is so profound that even many talented people find it difficult to understand it. Yi Yang can be considered a talent among talents. I once had a great interest in these, but to be honest, he couldn't fully understand it. I just think that the things passed down by our ancestors are really awesome. Is this Chiman Duinjia? Suddenly, Yi Yang walked to a Bagua area. 8 huge stone tablets stand in the area. The positions of the stone tablets correspond exactly to the 8 directions and 8 doors. This formation is called Chiman Duinjia. You knew this? As soon as Yi Yang's words came out, the curious battle spirit masters around him stared at Yi Yang with curiosity on their faces. Yi Yang looked at all the battle spirit masters around him who were looking at him for advice, including some battle king level masters. He coughed awkwardly and said, I know a thing or two. Brother, tell us, what is this? Yes, little brother, tell me 100 years ago someone here realized a superb fighting skill. Maybe you can do it too. Tell us about it. Facing everyone's enthusiastic requests, Yi Yang had no choice but to boldly tell these future people the story of Qi Min Dunjia. Qi Min Dunjia is a magic technique created by Lady Jiutian Xiannu. There are 8 gates outside and 9 palaces inside, containing yin and yang and the 5 elements. As soon as Yi Yang opened his mouth, the people around him were immediately attracted. They stared at Yi Yang in amazement, feeling extremely unbelievable. Many combat spirit masters come into play or want to comprehend the great Tao. They were all attracted by what Yi Yang said and gathered around. In a short moment, hundreds of people surrounded Yi Yang. He was talking about Chiman Duinjia. It was so wonderful. It has aroused the curiosity and desire for knowledge of countless people. With this said, time passed quickly. 10 minutes and it died quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward: the art of Chiman Duinjia. Hear the prompt sound of the god-level all-world sign-in system. Yi Yang's heart was suddenly startled. The art of Chiman Duinjia? The complete ancient version, the original version without any modification. This is fucking awesome. He never thought that he would get such a good reward. Yi Yang was really overjoyed. Brother. The people around who had heard Yi Yang talking about Chiman Duinjia saw Yi Yang stop and shouted. Chapter 146: A Dragon. Yi Yang came back to his senses and suppressed the shock and excitement in his heart. Chiman Duinjia, what an amazing thing. The first of the 3 major techniques. A more charming existence than Lurin and Tai. With this, his strength will probably improve by leaps and bounds. Its spiritual pet will naturally be able to exert stronger combat power. And this is the art of Chiman Duinjia and the spell. Actually, there are some connections. They are all magic, so there must be some overlap. Brother, what's wrong with you? Keep talking. Brother. The people around were still calling Yi Yang. Yi Yang calmed himself down and told himself to keep a low profile. The art of Chiman Duinjia was a treasure 5,000 years ago. No one has the real version. Even now, it is a treasure among treasures. He absolutely could not let others know that he possessed the complete version of the Qi Min Dunjia technique. Ancient magic, the art of emperors. Of course, this Qi Min Dunjia. It was not the 8 gates ninjutsu that Yi Yang had seen in Naruto. That's just one part of the Qi Min Dunjia. Ahem, let's stop here. This is all I know. Yi Yang coughed awkwardly, found an excuse, and left quickly. But the group of people were obviously not satisfied and kept chasing after Yi Yang. Fortunately, Yi Yang escaped quickly, otherwise he would have been detained. Afterwards, Yi Yang walked on the streets of the territorial city, prepared to buy some daily necessities, food, and so on. After all, he will have to spend some time at North China University in the future. As for when to leave the campus, that depends on Yi Ning's cultivation level. After everything is done, Yi Yang came to the Tianmei Spiritual Pet Club in Territory City. Compared to Huayang City, this place is obviously more luxurious and grand. The area occupied is naturally wider. Hello, welcome. How can I help you? The beautiful lady greeted Yi Yang and was very polite. Let's have a one-stop service. Yi Yang said, Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. Handsome guy, would you like to bathe yourself or your pet? The beauty asked. Spiritual pets, 3. One of them is particularly big. Yi Yang said, Okay, please follow me. Afterwards, the beautiful receptionist took Yi Yang to the area in the club where pets were given baths. Huge bathhouse. Payment front desk. Handsome. Do you plan to let your pet take a bath alone? Or bathe with everyone else? Independent swimming pool, just my pet. Okay, please pay here. How much? Deposit is 3,000, and you'll pay after you wash. After paying the fee, Yi Yang came to the independent bathhouse. Several beauties in bikinis nearby were ready to give Yi Yang's pet a bath. This treatment is better than that of other people. Yi Yang looked at the young ladies who were waiting and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This is fucking great service. Even when I take a shower, I don't get such good service. It is so wonderful for a pet to take a bath. A real person is not as good as a spiritual pet. Also drunk. But what can he do? At most we can take a shower together. Who allowed me to travel through time to this era of spiritual pet cultivation? A spiritual pet is everything to a combat spiritual master. Of course, you have to be nicer to your own spiritual pet. Handsome guy, please summon your pet. Seeing that Yi Yang was slow to summon his spirit pet, several young ladies in bikinis beside the swimming pool called out to remind him. Chapter 147. The War King's Personal Invitation. Okay. Yi Yang looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help feeling embarrassed and shy, his face slightly red. Then, he formed a god-level summoning seal with his hands. Suddenly, dazzling light filled the entire independent bathing center. Then, Yi Yang's three pets, Pikachu, Tailmon, and Charizard, appeared in the huge swimming pool. But because Charizard is too huge, it cannot fit completely into the swimming pool. So, the beautiful young lady next to you has to come on stage at this time. You guys wash it. Yi Yang looked at the beautiful young ladies and said. Several beauties immediately went over to give the Charizard a bath. Charizard is such a treat. Yi Yang was so embarrassed by what he saw. This is, I have to admit, defeat. Pikachu and Tailmon are having more fun. Obviously, they all love cleanliness and wash their whole body clean. You also need to make the foam fragrant. Just at this moment, a respectful female voice came from outside. Captain Juan, the person you mentioned is in here. Do you need me to inform him first? Knock, knock. Then there was a knock on the door. Yi Yang frowned slightly, somewhat confused about the situation. He walked forward and opened the door of the independent bathing center. A heavily made-up woman was standing outside with the Federation's Battle Spirit Master Captain, a Battle King level expert. Captain Juan, look and see if it's him. The woman glanced at Yi Yang and asked the Federation's Combat Spirit Master Captain, Wan Huahui. The man named Wan Huahui is about 30 years old. He is the captain of the Territory City Federation executive team. We have received orders from our superiors to search for Yi Yang throughout the city. Come to invite Yi Yang to go to the Federation for a talk. It's him. Wan Huahui took a look at the video on the virtual screen, checked it, and confirmed it. Okay, you guys chat. I'll leave first. Just call me if you need anything. He waved his hand and asked the woman brought by Wan Huahui, and the beauty who was bathing the Charizard to leave as well, and then closed the door. Wan Huahui glanced at Yi Yang's three pets, his eyes full of horror. Although he did not have Yi Yang's ability to see through the bloodline and physique level of the spirit pet at a glance. However, he still recognized the Charizard as a dragon-blooded spirit pet at a glance. Hello, Yi Yang. I am Wan Huahui, the captain of the Federal Executive Team. Wan Huahui looked at Yi Yang and said seriously, in view of the fact that you were assassinated on the street and a series of sabotage and struggle incidents occurred, please come back to the Federation with me. When Yi Yang heard this, he frowned slightly. Matters concerning assassination and destruction of objects should have little to do with me, right? Why do you still need to look for yourself? You should have seen this incident. I was completely out of self-protection. It has nothing to do with me, right? Yi Yang looked at Wan Huahui and said, we are aware of this, and we just want you to go back and make a record of the investigation. We don't mean to blame you. Wan Huahui smiled and said, in addition, all the people who assassinated you have been arrested. You have the right to interrogate them. Hearing Wan Huahui's words, Yi Yang looked at Wan Huahui with some surprise. I'm just an ordinary student. The right to interrogate people arrested by the federal government? Is this power too high? He felt that things were definitely not that simple. After all, there is a saying, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. But Yi Yang, this is not easy to refuse. Chapter 148, Federal 18 Departments. Let's go. After thinking about it, Yi Yang finally decided to go with Wan Huahui. After all, the Federation is a global management organization, equivalent to a country. Every combat spirit master is trying his best to get a job in the Federation. That's power and glory. However, Yang was not very interested in this. What he pursues is supreme freedom and the way to roam freely between heaven and earth. But Yang still had to give him this little bit of face. Then, Yang took the spirit pet back. Everything was washed clean and scented. The total consumption was 3,500. The main reason is that the cost of Charizard is too high. Yi Yang paid a deposit of 3,000 yuan and an additional 500 yuan. The 500 was simply waived for him, perhaps because of the special reason why Yi Yang was invited by Lian Bang. Boom! Yi Yang sat in the back seat of the military hovercraft and headed towards the headquarters of the Territory City Federation. Soon, he entered a high-tech building. With layers of checkpoints and defenses at every step, the military force and technology far surpass those of the federal headquarters in the outside world. Student Yi Yang, please follow me. The car stopped. Wan Huahui opened the door for Yi Yang and said respectfully. Yi Yang got out of the car and looked at the magnificent building in front of him. Compared with 5,000 years, it is simply overwhelming. A few minutes later, Wan Huahui brought Yi Yang to the VIP reception room. Among them, a senior executive from the federal headquarters had already been sitting inside waiting for Yi Yang. This is our Federation's Minister of Talent Management, Minister Ho. Wan Huahui immediately introduced it to Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled instantly. He knew that things would not be that simple. Under the slogan of taking notes, they invite themselves in. It's all a routine. Didn't you say to take notes? Yi Yang looked at Wan Huahui and asked knowingly. He did not give Minister Ho any face and greeted him respectfully. Although this is the minister of the Federal High-Level Talent Department, he is a very powerful person. But he really didn't want to join the Federation. Wan Huahui's face froze. Yi Yang didn't know, but he knew it very well. The weight of the minister-in-chief. There are a total of 18 departments in the country. Each department has a chief minister, and Minister Ho happens to be the minister of the talent department. That official position is much higher than Zheng Qiu's. They both sound like ministers, but their positions of power are vastly different. 18 departments are in charge of global information, people's livelihood, finance, human resources, diplomacy, environment, military force, etc. It can be said that the 18 federal departments are a huge spider web that covers the entire world and manages the entire world. Its power is extremely enormous. Minister Ho wants to see you first. There is no rush for the transcript. Wan Huahui coughed awkwardly and said, Then you talk to Minister Ho first. I'll go inform Minister Zhua that he wants to see you too. When Yi Yang heard this, he was speechless for a moment. I'm just a 16-year-old college student. You ministers, what do you think of me doing when I see you doing something stupid? Everyone who wants money is richer than me, to have more power than yourself. The strength must be stronger than mine. He really couldn't understand what these ministers were interested in about him. Student Yi Yang, please take a seat. I'm really sorry to bother you making this trip. Minister Ho stood up and smiled at Yi Yang, without any airs of a big shot at all. Yi Yang sat down, and a cup of fine Longjing tea was placed in front of him. Minister Ho, please speak directly if you have anything to say. Yi Yang sat down and said lightly. Chapter 149, Mysterious Spirit Ring. Minister Ho smiled when he heard this and said, Since classmate Yi Yang is so direct, I won't beat around the bush. Actually, the reason we invited you here is because we want you to come to work directly in the Federation in a year. We can give you special treatment. The Federation is in great need of people like you right now. With your talent and strength, you will definitely become the backbone of the Federation in the future. Hearing Minister Ho's enthusiastic words, Yi Yang smiled and said, I haven't graduated from college in a year. Besides, the Federation is recruiting talents from all over the world. Does it still need me? Minister Ho sighed upon hearing this and said, Talent is hard to come by. With your talent, North China University will soon be unable to satisfy you. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then, Wan Huahui, who had left, walked in with two middle-aged men. This is Minister Zhua from the Information Department, and this is Minister Huang from the Research Department. Wan Huahui introduced Yi Yang. Yi Yang was speechless. I'm just an ordinary student, and I'm really not worthy of being received by so many important figures. If any one of the three ministers stomps his foot to the ground, the world will shake. Is this classmate Yi Yang? He is indeed extraordinary and outstanding. The future of the Federation depends on you. Yi Yang, Yi. Then Minister Zhua and Minister Huang both sat down. The information department is responsible for global intelligence and all important information, including combat skills, spiritual pets, etc. The research department is responsible for researching new things, development, and the like, as well as spiritual pets. Three ministers, power around the world. All eyes were fixed on Yi Yang. They slowly said, Yi Yang, I heard that you know Chimanduinjia. Can you tell me a little bit? Student Yi Yang, I heard that you have a dragon-type pet. Can you lend it to me to study for a bit? Yi Yang looked at the three ministers' eager and expectant eyes and felt speechless. Chimin Dunjia is just a dragon-type spiritual pet. So what? Although these two things are indeed extremely rare in today's world. But it's not necessary for the three ministers to be so friendly towards a teenager like me, right? Ahem. Well, I can't meet your requests. I'm Soda. Yi Yang coughed awkwardly and said bluntly, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wait, classmate Yi Yang. Don't you want to hear about our benefits? Not interested. I don't want to be constrained yet. I like freedom. Yi Yang refused without even thinking about it. No matter how good the benefits are, the prerequisite is definitely to join the Federation. Yi Yang can't do this. Then you don't want to know who assassinated you? The killer from the Wong family. Yi Yang said. Forehead. The three ministers were stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Yang already knew about it. This doesn't seem like something a 16-year-old boy should be thinking about. Wan Huahui was also quite surprised to see that the three ministers were unable to keep Yi Yang. I have a new respect for Yi Yang. He took Yi Yang to take a statement, and Yi Yang was too lazy to interrogate the killer from the Wong family. Before leaving, Wan Huahui handed Yi Yang a space spirit ring. The three ministers asked me to give this to you. They said it was a gift for meeting you, and asked you to accept it. Yi Yang took a look and thought, is this person trying to please him? He resolutely refused. No merit, no reward. I can't accept this. Chapter 150 If you don't accept it, I won't be able to report to my superiors. Take it. I won't force you. It's just a small token of appreciation from the three ministers. Wan Huahui stuffed the spirit ring into Yi Yang's hand and then sent Yi Yang back. Yi Yang took the spiritual ring given by the three ministers, but he was not in a hurry to open it. This thing is definitely not obtained for free. But he also knew that if he didn't take it, it would be useless. Unless he can tolerate the disturbance from this group of people bothering him all day long. Therefore, Yi Yang might as well accept it. As long as we don't join the Confederation, everything will be fine. Back to school. Yi Yang walked towards the school's food court cafeteria. As a future university, the world's top North China War Spirit Master School, that cafeteria was not what Yi Yang knew 5,000 years ago. It was just a simple cafeteria. This is a food street. There is a wide variety of food from all over the world. The money goes away so fast. Looking at his account balance, Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. But he still has to spend money, and he has to choose the expensive and good ones. There's nothing he can do about it. Who made his pets so picky about food? Beautiful lady, please add me as your sex friend, and we can get in touch when we are free to communicate. Wow, so you are the anchor Fei? Can you sign an autograph for me? Miss, do you have a boyfriend? Just when Yi Yang was about to buy food for Pikachu, Charizard, and Tailmon, he suddenly heard a familiar name. Anchor Fei? Yi Yang tilted his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw a group of male classmates surrounding a beautiful anchor. The beautiful anchor used her spiritual energy to protect her body and kept a group of male classmates with uncontrolled hormones out. Today's live broadcast ends here. I'm sorry, my fans. After saying that, the beautiful anchor Fei turned off the live broadcast room and put away her phone. She looked at the male students around her with a sharp gaze and said, "Can you please move aside? I'm leaving. Leave a love number and we'll go." That's right. Add me as a friend so we can have a deeper private chat later. Fei, I've been following you for a long time. Let's be friends. However, this group of male students seemed to have lost their souls and could not move when they looked at the women. There was no intention of letting the host Fei go. Yi Yang looked at this scene with a look of disappointment. Sure enough, even in the world's most powerful combat spirit master university, there are also scum and trash. Maybe they are awesome for a while when they first enter school, but if they can't keep up later, they will be abandoned. Well, Yi Yang sighed and shook his head. He was too lazy to watch the fun and walked away. However, just at the moment he turned around, the female anchor who was surrounded got angry. "Don't touch me." Boom! A rich spiritual energy surged out from the female anchor's body. The three different attributes of spiritual energy immediately pushed the male students around them back a few steps. Chow, bitch, you dare to do anything to us? Isn't it just asking you for a sex number? Why are you so angry? Is it a big deal to be a little pretty? You've already become a broadcaster. Why are you pretending to be pure? Seeing that the host Fei Fei was angry, the male students around her immediately took a few steps back and cursed. When Yi Yang heard the noise, he looked back again. The whole person was stunned. Su Fei Fei? That's right. The beauty he saw was none other than Su Fei Fei, the daughter of the richest man in Huayang City, who had some connection with him. Chapter 151, You Still Have the Nerve. Su Fei Fei Clothing runs a clothing store. Live broadcast of business. Very popular. Because she fell in love with Yi Yang, she followed Yi Yang directly to the North China University of War Spiritual Masters. Now, he is already a sophomore at North China Military Spiritual School. Strength. Peak level 9 of combat spirit. Just one step away from becoming the king of war. Are you looking for a fight? When Su Fei Fei heard that man insulting her, how could she, a noble and self-respecting person, endure it? Oh, the girl is angry. The gentleness just now is gone in an instant. But I like it. I like hot girls like this. Little sister, come with me. I will protect you in this campus from now on. Boom! As they spoke, several junior students kicked the ground. The power of the War King level was displayed at once. How is it? Do you still want to fight? You are just a peak level 9 combat spirit. You are no match for us. Several War Kings looked at Su Fei Fei and smiled with contempt. Su Fei Fei frowned, her face looking gloomy. Facing the War King, she felt a huge sense of oppression. Although she has the strength to fight against the War King level master and the War Spirit master in single combat and remain undefeated. But at this moment in front of Su Fei Fei, there are 3 or 5 War King level War Spirit masters. She knew she was going to lose without even fighting. Are you bullying others by taking advantage of your power? Su Fei Fei smiled coldly and said disdainfully, even if you were stronger than me, so what? I won't even look at you. Chow, I think you want to get beaten. I don't like hitting women. If you come with me today and make us feel comfortable, I'll let you go. If you don't agree, then I can only teach you a lesson. Several War Kings became angry in an instant when they saw Su Fei Fei was so ungrateful. And at this moment, a lazy figure of a young man strolled among them. The already very angry War King, when he saw the young man blocking their sight, immediately shouted angrily, "Where did you come from, kid? Get out of here! Are you looking for death? Don't you see that the situation is wrong? Don't you have good eyesight?" Hear the roars. The boy was not intimidated. Instead, he smiled lightly, turned around and looked at the War Kings, and said sarcastically, "What? A few grown men are bullying a girl, and you still have the nerve to do that? What does it have to do with you? Boy, are you tired of living? How dare you come and save the beauty? Don't you even consider your own worth? Are you worthy enough to be a hero saving a beautiful girl?" A barrage of ridicule was directed towards Yi Yang. Several War Kings, as well as the person who also harassed Su Fei Fei, now directed all their anger at Yi Yang. When Su Fei Fei saw Yi Yang, she was startled at first. Then he came to his senses and saw that Yi Yang had already started a dispute with them. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yi Yang's hand, whispering, "Why are you here? Go. They are War King level battle spirit masters. They are not something you can deal with." Yi Yang tilted his head to look at Su Fei Fei with a slightly strange expression and asked back, "I was just about to ask you, why did you come to North China University of War Spiritual Masters instead of staying at home?" Su Fei Fei was suddenly speechless. She wanted to explain the reason, but she didn't know how to say it. "I could only find a random excuse to get away with it. I originally studied in this school," Su Fei Fei said. Chapter 152, If I take a step back today, I'm not a man. Yeah. Yi Yang looked at Su Fei Fei with suspicion, obviously a little unconvinced. Yes. Su Fei Fei avoided Yi Yang's gaze. Do you know each other? Now is not the time for you to talk about love. I didn't expect that Fei Fei, one of the 4 beauties, who is known as a cold goddess who never gets close to men, actually likes old men to eat young grass. But this kid looks so weak. I'm afraid he can't last 3 minutes in bed, right? Ha ha ha. It seems that Yi Yang and Su Fei Fei actually know each other. Moreover, he seemed very familiar, and there was a strong sense of ambiguity in his behavior. This made the boys who had long coveted Su Fei Fei very unhappy. They used various ways to mock and suppress Yi Yang in order to gain a sense of superiority. They wanted to show themselves in front of Su Fei Fei and tell Su Feifei that they were the right choice for her. However, in Su Feifei's eyes, these people are just like fools. Yi Yang looked at the boys in front of him with contempt. It was simply embarrassing. I really don't know how I got into this #1 university. Fei Fei, dump him. This guy is no good. Yes, follow us. Su Feifei's face gradually became gloomy. She looked at the boy in front of her, her eyes filled with anger and disgust. Leave it to me. You've helped me so much. Now it's my turn to help you. Yi Yang patted Su Feifei's shoulder and said with a smile, You don't need to take action to deal with these bastards. It's not elegant enough. After saying that, Yi Yang stepped out and protected Su Feifei behind him. Su Feifei was slightly startled. When she heard Yi Yang's words, she felt very warm in her heart and was moved. However, the opponent in front of him is a battle spirit master of the Battle King level, and there are several of them. Even she didn't have the confidence to defeat the boy in front of her. What's more, Yi Yang, let's go. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Don't let me get you hurt. Su Feifei pulled Yi Yang and said without stopping, Hey, are you afraid that your boyfriend will get beaten? Too bad. You can't get away today? If you want to protect your little boyfriend, then stay with us for one night. That's right, or I'll beat the shit out of this kid today. Bah! At the moment when the boy finished speaking, a dull sound was heard. Yi Yang punched him in the face, causing him to step back several steps and bleed from his nose. How dare you hit me? You want to die. The boy whose nose was bleeding after being punched by Yi Yang covered his nose and looked at Yi Yang angrily. He obviously didn't expect Yi Yang to be at the war spirit level. He actually dared to take the initiative to attack me, the War King. This really surprised him. Boy, you are dead today. You dare to act rashly in front of us at the battle spirit level? Did you get pinched on the forehead? After the few War Kings on the side reacted, they all stared at Yi Yang with cold eyes. The cold and oppressive feeling all fell on Yi Yang in an instant. Don't look at me with those vicious eyes. I'm not a 3-year-old child. If you want to hit me, just do it. Yi Yang glanced at the boys who were glaring at him and said, If I take a step back today, I'm not a man. Bah! After saying that, he stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Chapter 153, Human Pet Fusion Skill. The Power of Fire Spirit Jade, Fighting the King of War. With a boom, the power of the peak level 5 combat spirit surged out from Yi Yang's body in an instant. 3 kinds of spiritual energy with different attributes completely enveloped Yi Yang's entire body. That aura was so powerful that even the King of War felt a slight sense of oppression. However, they were only slightly surprised that Yi Yang, with his level 5 combat spirit strength, could burst out such a strong spiritual power. But not afraid. You ignorant fool, you still want to fight us? You're looking for death. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, several War Kings, plus a group of War Spirit level War Spirit Masters behind them. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and he glared at Yi Yang. The power and pressure from the group of people fell on Yi Yang in an instant. Passers-by around were attracted by this scene. A single challenge to the king of the battle spirit level, or a one-on-one challenge to a group. Awesome, who is this guy? So cool. Is he a freshman? I don't know. This is very courageous, but it's going to be tragic soon. Watching Yi Yang facing several War Kings and several War Spirit Masters at the War Spirit level alone. After a burst of exclamations, the students who were watching all sighed for Yi Yang. In their opinion, Yi Yang deserved a beating for his behavior. Boy, let you make the first move. Don't accuse us of outnumbering the few or bullying the weak. The arrogant War King level junior student looked at Yi Yang and said contemptuously. Yi Yang sneered and formed a god-level summoning seal with his hands. God-level summoning technique, fire-breathing dragon. Wow, a dazzling light shines out. In an instant, the god-level pet Charizard appeared in front of everyone. Mature level 8. Roar. As soon as the Charizard appeared, it let out a dragon roar. The surrounding battle spirit masters were so frightened that they took several steps back. Dragon, a dragon-like pet. Is he the newcomer Wang Yiyang from the first batch of freshmen this year? Zizizi. The rumors are true. He really has a dragon-like pet. When everyone was surprised to see the Charizard, even the several War Kings standing in front of Yi Yang were shocked. Charizard. Yi Yang took a few steps forward and shouted. Boom! The Charizard immediately understood and spewed out a mouthful of flame. Yi Yang condensed the energy with one hand to catch it, control it, and merge it. Is this a human pet fusion technique? Stop him. Don't let him use it. Seeing Yi Yang's actions, the faces of several war kings suddenly became gloomy. The next second, several war kings rushed towards Yi Yang at the same time. Court death. A cold arc appeared on Yi Yang's lips, and the fireball condensed and spun wildly, as big as 2 footballs. He did not use the full power of the human pet fusion technique, only 30%. Because, to deal with the War King, there is no need to use all your strength. Get out of the way. Seeing that Yi Yang completed the human pet fusion skill so quickly, the few War Kings who rushed over first shouted and dodged quickly. Want to run now? It's too late. Yi Yang smiled coldly and threw the wildly spinning sphere of fire in his hand towards several War Kings. Human pet fusion technique. Fire Spirit Jade. Laugh! A shrill and sharp voice sounded. The fireball broke through the air and hit several War Kings at a high speed. Boom! Suddenly, the flaming ball exploded with a loud noise. Chapter 154. This new student wants to go against the will of heaven and talk about love. Immediately, several War King level War Spirit Masters screamed. Their bodies were blown several meters away, and they fell to the ground in a mess. Hiss! The students around couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the War King level student who was knocked down by Yi Yang with one move, his whole body was burnt black and his face was full of fear. They never expected it. A Battle Spirit Master at the Battle Spirit level could take care of several War Kings with just one move. This is too awesome. Although everyone knows that human pet fusion skills are very powerful. But I didn't expect that he was so strong that he could easily surpass his level. Do you want to end up like them? After taking care of several War Kings with one move, Yi Yang's gaze fell on the remaining War Spirit level War Spirit Master and asked with a sneer. The group of Battle Spirit level Battle Spirit Masters were startled, then came to their senses, quickly shook their heads, and forced a stiff smile from their faces. No, brother. We were just joking just now. Yes, it's just a joke. Don't be angry. We apologize to you. Sorry, we have to leave first. After saying this, the group of Battle Spirit Masters who wanted to take advantage of the power of others fled away in disgrace. It's all right. Then, Yi Yang looked back at Su Feifei and chuckled. Su Feifei finally came back to her senses from her shock and looked at Yi Yang in amazement. Are you so strong now? Recalling the time not long ago when Yi Yang was in Huayang City. Even when fighting with Wang Kuo, he wasn't so powerful. It has only been a short time since they last met, but Yi Yang's strength has become stronger than hers. Well enough. Hearing Su Feifei's words, Yi Yang smiled modestly. But the onlookers looked at Yi Yang in complete shock. Too strong. This new student is going to be amazing. We at North China University are sure to win the championship this year. With such a super talent, how can we lose? What if another school poaches him? This human pet fusion technique is so terrifying. He didn't seem to be using his full strength, did he? Students who have been enrolled for 1 or 2 years include Battle Spirit Masters at the Battle King level. When looking at Yi Yang, they were all filled with disbelief. It's not like they haven't seen combat spirit masters who fight at higher levels before. But there is someone as awesome as Yi Yang. But it's the first time I've seen it. A spirit pet and a human pet fusion skill can easily deal with several War Kings and scare away a group of war spirits. This strength is amazing. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. You helped me, so I have to thank you. Su Feifei looked at Yi Yang and smiled. I'm just repaying you. You've helped me a lot. If I really want to calculate, I still owe you. Yi Yang smiled. I'll treat you. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you want. Real? Then, Yi Yang treated Su Feifei to a big meal. Naturally, his spirit pet was also given a big treat. Just this meal, Yi Yang's spending exceeded 10,000 yuan. Your family is so rich. Why do you still do live broadcasts? After dinner, Yi Yang and Su Feifei took a walk on the campus, being envied by countless people. There are many people who take secret photos and follow others. Live broadcasting may bring you a lot of trouble. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Su Feifei turned her gaze and looked at Yi Yang seriously, saying, Then I won't do live broadcasts anymore. Can I come and play with you when I'm bored? Yi Yang was shocked and said, I didn't mean that. Don't worry, I won't disturb your practice. In order not to be left behind by you, I decided to practice hard with you. Chapter 155, Advancing to Level 6 Battle Spirit, Learning and Growth. Seeing Yi Yang's surprised expression, Su Feifei showed a row of white teeth and smiled. All right, Yi did not refuse and nodded helplessly. But in fact, I still have a good impression of Su Feifei. After all, Su Feifei helped me a lot. I also silently paid some tribute to myself. The two of them walked around the campus like a couple. Then, everyone returned to their own accommodation. Yi immediately summoned Pikachu and Tailmon and let them move around in the small courtyard house provided by the school. And he naturally had to start practicing. Attack the King of War. Make a contract with Greninja as soon as possible. At the same time, he also has 6th grade combat skills. Chi-Min Dun Jia requires practice. So now, Yi has a very heavy task. He needs to improve his strength. Boom! Sit cross-legged and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yi was immersed in his cultivation, and it was already the next morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi for successfully advancing to level 6 of the battle spirit. Call! Hearing the system's prompt, Yi immediately stopped practicing, stood up, and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Then he stretched his muscles and bones, making a crackling sound. Then he took out a combat skills scroll from his personal space. 6th grade combat skill, Cloud Breaking Palm. The key points of practicing the Cloud Breaking Palm and the precautions. Yi quickly finished reading the instructions on how to practice the 6th grade combat skills and immediately began to practice in the courtyard. The Cloud Breaking Palm can be used for both close combat and long-range attacks. Concentrate the spiritual energy on your palms, and you can generate energy. Those who have mastered the art can break through the clouds in the sky. It can collapse mountains and split rocks. Yi spent most of the day on this repair. It takes an ordinary person 10 days, half a month, or even 1 or 2 months to comprehend the entry-level 6th grade combat skills. He only took most of the day. You've already learned something. Use it for combat, no problem. Next, it's the art of Chi-Min Duanjia. But Yi did not rest. He put away the scroll of Broken Cloud Palm. Start learning the art of Chi-Min Duanjia immediately. The art of Chi-Min Duanjia is an ancient magic. The difference between magic and combat skills is that magic is more bizarre and unfathomable. His fighting skills were fierce, direct, and incredibly powerful. Each has its advantages. If used together, it can not only enhance the power of the battle spirit master, it can also assist the combat effectiveness of spiritual pets. Chi-Min Duanjia, 5 elements yin and yang, 9 palaces flying stars, 8 gates xiusheng. Yi was quietly studying Chi-Min Duanjia. The whole person was so absorbed in it, completely immersed in it. The mysteries and changes contained therein are endless. He mastered, learned, and thought. What surprised Yi was that, with this Chi-Min Duanjia, he only needed to let his pet launch an attack at the corresponding position. It can assist its power. Simply put, learn Chi-Min, attack, and defense assistance. Yi has it all. That's awesome. In the evening, Yi Shue was filled with excitement and said in amazement. He only mastered the basics, but he felt that there were dozens of new combat response methods in his mind. But it will take some time to fully learn it. Yi stopped learning Chi-Min Duanjia and took out the spiritual rings given to him by several ministers. This is a 5th level spiritual ring. Expensive value. What's inside? Yi didn't know, but was a little curious. But at this moment, he was a little confused. Should he watch it or not? Swish! Suddenly, all the lights in the school went out. Chapter 156, New Sign-In Mission, Ancient Box. What's going on? Yi was stunned for a moment, looking towards the dark campus with a confused look on his face. Pikachu. At the same time, Pikachu ran out of the house excitedly. There was still a little electricity in his body, as if he had just been charged. Oh my god! Pikachu, it's not you, is it? Yi looked at Pikachu, who had a satisfied and enjoyable look on his face, and whose strength had obviously increased a little, and asked in surprise. Suki? Pikachu lay lazily on the grass in the yard, feeling very comfortable. Oh my god, you naughty boy. Yi was suddenly speechless. Last time, I just let Pikachu try it, but I didn't expect it to become addicted. As a result, the whole school lost power. What the hell? At this moment, inside the North China University of War Spiritualists, countless students were furious. Power outage? What's going on? What era is this? Why are there still power outages? Everyone complained. No one thought of the malfunction category, because that was impossible. With the current technology, power failures will only affect a small area at most. But now, it's the whole school. Pikachu's ability to absorb electricity is very strong. and it will not trigger the power protection because it does not belong to the fault category. It directly paralyzed the power supply of the entire school at once. Pikachu, causing a complete power outage. Pikachu rolled around in cuteness, completely unaware that he had gotten into trouble. You don't mess with the earplug hole next time, it will cause trouble. Yi-Young really loves and hates Pikachu. Of course, he is happy that Pikachu has become stronger. But if it happens every time, that won't work. Due to the power outage, Yi-Young couldn't buy food. This night, I can only endure it. The next day, the campus carried out circuit maintenance. Yi-Young took his spirit pet out and had a good meal. Then, he returned to his accommodation to learn the art of Chimin Duanjia. 3 days passed quietly. This day, early in the morning, Yi-Young heard the prompt sound of the sign-in system. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Host, please sign in at any blood injection specialty store in Territory City within 7 days. He was lying on the bed, with Pikachu and Tailmon sleeping beside him. Put your hands behind your head and think about life. Not long after, Yi-Young couldn't help but take out the level 5 spiritual ring given to him by several ministers. Then erase its spiritual imprint and explore inside. No martial arts. No money. There's no good stuff like blood. What the hell? Yi-Young searched for a while, but didn't find anything good. He thought that would bring him many benefits. Result: not even hair. Just when Yi-Young was speechless, he touched a box. When I took it out and looked at it, I found that the exquisite box exuded an ancient atmosphere and had a long history, just like an antique. What? Yi-Young looked at the ancient box in front of him with a puzzled look, very puzzled. This is the only thing in the entire spiritual ring. He didn't understand why the higher-ups gave this thing to him. Yi-Young first used his spiritual energy to explore. It was found that it was impossible to peek inside. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly opened the ancient box. Boom! At this moment, an ancient power surged out from the box. Yi-Young only felt a darkness before his eyes, and his whole body entered a mysterious state. Chapter 157, Holy Spirit Beast White Tiger, World Pattern. Empty and dark. It was silent. It was pitch dark, as if I had entered another world. What's going on? Yi-Yang's mind was full of questions. He looked around, but it was pitch black, and he could not see anything. He reached out and touched it, and moved around, but felt nothing. The kind of emptiness and silence made Yi-Yang feel very panicked. Does he know what happened? I won't live like this for the rest of my life, right? Brush. Just when Yi-Yang was panicking about this, a wisp of ancient spiritual energy cut through the void, tearing a crack. The crack gradually opened up, and the spiritual energy formed something like a screen. Inside, the myth of the planet is being performed. The ancient times of the planet. Records of the revival of spiritual energy. The fall of the strong. Changing times. Biological human evolution growth. And the birth of various professions. But these are nothing. Outside the weak, there is endless darkness. The unknown is terrifying, hiding creatures with extremely terrifying power. What shocked Yang even more was, the Federation is not the master of this world. Outside the territory of the Federation, there are mutants that are more powerful and harmful to humans. And those are called new variants. It completely opened the door to a new world for Yi-Yang. Yi-Yang looked at the screen painted with spiritual energy with a shocked expression, and scenes after scenes passed by like time. Roar! Suddenly, a strange roar of a spirit beast came into Yi-Yang's ears. Then a spirit beast pounced towards Yi-Yang. Yi-Yang looked closely and found that it was the soul of the White Tiger Holy Spirit Beast, one of the 4 ancient sacred beasts. Although he is dead, only his soul remains. But from the soul body, it can also be distinguished that this White Tiger, Holy Spirit Beast, must have been of the 9th level god bloodline when it was alive. The existence of a divine beast body. But during a great war, he was besieged by countless powerful men. In order to protect the bloodline of his descendants, he divided his body and blood and scattered them between heaven and earth, sneaked into the major spiritual beasts, transformed into a spirit, and disappeared. As for why it is in this ancient box, Yi-Yang didn't know either. He was so frightened by the pounce of the mythical white tiger that he retreated hastily. The whole person suddenly broke free from that mysterious state. When I looked at the box in my hand again, I was shocked. And the ancient box was closed at some point. No one knew. What on earth is this? Yi-Yang was even more curious about the ancient box at this moment. The contents recorded in the box are also extremely shocking. Although it is just an ancient story, But we can also see the future changes of the planet and the uneasy road that humanity is on to near extinction. But even so, the current status of human survival, nor is it supreme. On the contrary, it is a bit precarious. Mad. Never mind, go sign in first. After thinking for a while, I still couldn't find any clue. Yi Yang turned over and sat up, got dressed and washed up, preparing to go out for dinner and sign in. Pikachu and Tailmon were suddenly pulled into the contracted living space by him and were still sleeping soundly. Walking out of the independent courtyard, Yi Yang saw that North China University was hiring workers to repair the circuit. Because of the lack of electricity, almost all the students came out. Even the super otaku who had been staying at home for a month went out. It's him, Yi Yang. Student Yi Yang, can you sign your name for me? Student Yi Yang, can I take a photo with you? Student Yi Yang. As soon as Yi Yang walked out of his residence, he was met by a group of beautiful senior schoolmates, which made him look confused. Chapter 158, Obtaining Rewards, Bloodline Enhancement. As soon as I went out, I was blocked by girls. Is he popular again? Yi Yang looked at the group of fierce senior schoolmates who surrounded him and pressed against him desperately. I am extremely speechless. Yi Yang still remembers clearly the time when he was blocked in front of HSBC Bank in Huayang City. Now, because he has a dragon-type pet. Plus, he was named the Rookie of the Year. Defeats several war kings with another move. He is also close to Su Feifei. All these deeds have pushed him to the top of the popular posts on the internal forum of North China University. As soon as he entered the North China University of War's Spiritual Masters, he fired the first shot. But for Yi Yang, who doesn't care much about his reputation in the outside world, this is actually not that important. Strength is everything. Classmate Yi Yang, what's your username? Can you add me as your friend? Student Yi Yang, are you free tonight? Let's make a date. All the talented senior students looked at Yi Yang fanatically. Most of their purposes are because of Yi Yang's dragon pet. Ahem, stop this, it's not good. Yi Yang coughed awkwardly and pushed away the beautiful senior student who was sticking to him. Damn, in public. He actually forced himself to use it. What a disgrace. Yi Yang quickly squeezed out of the encirclement, but did not dare to get involved with this group of scheming bitches. Otherwise, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. He left the campus and found a restaurant. Ordered a lot of food. Wow. Yi Yang himself spent over 100 yuan on it. The cost of spiritual pets is thousands of yuan. What concept? I can't afford it. After dinner, Yi Yang went straight to the blood injection store. Soon, he came to a store that specialized in selling pet blood injections. Yi Yang walked in and said in his heart, sign in. Ding! The sign-in task begins. Countdown 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, Yi Yang began to wait for the sign-in time to go back and receive the reward. His eyes looked towards the rows of sealed blood injections. From low to high, we have everything. There are even injections for cultivating god-level bloodlines. But the price is quite expensive. Besides, almost no one came to see it. After all, even Yi Yang, who saw it for the first time, doubted whether this thing was really reliable. Brother, do you want to see the god-level bloodline? It's 20% off now. Buy 2, get 1 free. Just as Yi Yang was watching casually, a blood injection salesman came to Yi Yang and spoke in a friendly manner with a smile. I see that you are a handsome man, and you must be extremely talented. God-level blood is a rare thing. Hurry up and take action. If you miss it, you will lose a lot. As long as you place an order today, Stop! Yi Yang quickly stopped the salesperson from continuing and said speechlessly, Thank you for your explanation. Go serve others. Having said that, he turned and left. What I thought in my heart was, are you treating me like a 3-year-old kid? Is it so easy to fool? If God-level bloodline is so easy to cultivate, inject it. A spiritual pet with divine bloodline would not be so rare. Time passes by every second. Soon, 10 minutes were up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received a reward, a bloodline-boosting injection. Additional, 100% success rate. Hearing the prompt sound of the God-level all-realm sign-in system, Yi Yang smiled. This reward is beautiful. Ding! Do you want to use the blood-boosting injection directly? Chapter 159, Spiritual Pet Bloodline Upgrade, First Level 2 God. The next second, the system prompt sounded again in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang was slightly stunned, thinking that he was going to give his pet an injection. System operation is convenient. Yes. Don't hesitate, just use it. Host, please choose a pet to use the bloodline enhancement injection. 1. Pikachu. 2. Tailmon. 3. Charizard. Yi thought about it silently. What if this blood-boosting injection is 100% successful? Then among his 3 God-level pets, one must have a bloodline that can be upgraded to God Level 2 bloodline. All 3 pets are very powerful. For a moment, Yi was really confused. But there is only one blood-boosting injection. It is also genuine. It is definitely not the fake one sold in that counter. It's not something with a success rate of less than 0.000001. But 100%. It's decided to be you, Pikachu. After a brief thought, Yi made a decision immediately. Bloodline upgrade Pikachu. He gave an order in his mind, and the system immediately began to improve Pikachu's bloodline. The reason why I chose Pikachu, or it is because of the special nature of Pikachu's level, and its strength is enough to challenge a complete spiritual pet. If one gets the bonus of blood, the strength will definitely be raised to a higher level. Ding! Congratulations to the host pet Pikachu for successfully upgrading its bloodline level. Pet, Pikachu. Bloodline, God Level 2 Bloodline Spirit Pet. Level, Peak of Growth Level 9. Attribute, Thunder Attribute. Type, Kolba. Special skills, 100,000 volts, Iron Tail. Hear the system prompt sound again. Yi felt delicate. In this way, he had a spiritual pet with divine level 2 bloodline. However, Yi still has some valuable things and pets that he has not used. God level 1 bloodline complete form level 5 Greninja. Divine level 2 bloodline, Blood of the Eastern Dragon. In other words, as long as Yi reaches the level of War King, or if he could get another Digimon that needed Kryptonian blood, he would at least have 2 pets with God level blood. Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but feel excited. Others would spend all their fortunes and travel thousands of miles to get a pet with a divine bloodline. You may not get it yet, and he has a spiritual pet. All of them have divine bloodline. That's the gap. The target has been locked. Requesting instructions. Shall we proceed? Outside the bloodline store on a tall building, a sniper was lying on the roof, aiming at Yi who was walking out of the bloodline store, and said in a low voice. He had a wireless intercom on his ear. As soon as he finished speaking, an instruction came from the intercom. Follow him first, find an opportunity to take action, and try not to be discovered by the Federation. Receive. The sniper on the rooftop watched Yi leave and immediately followed him. After Yi completed the sign-in task, he prepared to go to the Federation to ask about the box, especially the soul of the Holy Spirit beast, the White Tiger, which concerned him very much. But he hadn't gone far before he realized he was being followed and monitored. Oh, what a hassle. Yi let out a long sigh, feeling very annoyed as he was being stared at all times. He stopped the car and headed straight for Lianbang. Before long, they arrived at the gate of the federal headquarters. The people who were chasing stopped immediately and dared not get any closer. The target can no longer be tracked. Location, Federation headquarters. The mysterious sniper said. Chapter 160. 8 ancient boxes, new mutant species. Stay where you are and wait for your opportunity. Another command came from the radio. Yes. Then, the mysterious sniper lurked in place, guarding Yi Yang. Yi Yang entered the Federation without any hindrance. Wan Huahui personally received Yi Yang and took him to meet several ministers. Inside the federal VIP reception room, Minister Ho, Minister Zhua, and Minister Huang, 3 senior officials, sat opposite Yi Yang. Student Yi Yang, have you opened the box and looked through it? The 3 ministers looked at Yi Yang and asked with a smile. What on earth do you want to do? And what exactly is this box? Why does it record so much history? Yi Yang looked at the 3 ministers and asked seriously. He felt that these 3 guys were hiding something big from him. 8 ancient boxes. Minister's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Yi Yang and said, this is one of them. In each box, there is a soul of a divine beast-level pet. It also records the history of different periods. I believe you also know that humans are not absolutely invincible in this world. The new mutant species is even more terrifying. No one has ever seen what they look like, but the Federation knows how terrifying they are. As Yi Yang listened to the words of Minister Zhua from the Ministry of Information, he couldn't help but become more curious. But he remained calm and said, what does this have to do with me? After our research, we found that the sorcerer is able to control the soul of a pet. Now the sorcerer is looking for the 8 ancient boxes. Director Huang of the research department took over and said, This thing must not fall into their hands. Otherwise, our battle spirit masters will be in great danger. As far as we know, the soul of a divine beast is capable of attachment. But the prerequisites are very harsh. We have tried many times and failed every time. Until you showed up. What's the meaning? Yeong looked at the ministers warily, feeling that these guys were up to something. If we recruit you, we can help you get the sacred beast White Tiger and help you find the other 8 ancient boxes. You can have all the sacred beasts and pets. Minister Ho looked at Yeong and said. Yeong was slightly surprised. The temptation, to be honest, is very strong. The god-level bloodline pet is already driving people crazy. Sacred beasts and spiritual pets are even harder to imagine. Even he was excited and happy about it. But there is no free lunch in the world, and he doesn't believe that the Federation would be so kind. The Federation has countless talents, including top experts. This sacred beast spirit body should be desired by many people, right? Yeong smiled gently and said, "Will you be so kind to give it to me?" "You are right. There are many talented and strong people in the Federation," Minister Ho said with a serious face. "But no one can reach a contract with the sacred beast White Tiger. According to historical records and big data analysis, if you want to contract a sacred beast or a spiritual pet, you must be a martial arts spirit master. That is the current god of war's cultivation physique." When Yeong heard this, he was shocked. Are the rigid requirements so high? However, he happens to be a war god cultivation body. But he's the only one who knows about this. Your strength has improved rapidly, and your spirit pets are also very special. We have conducted a comprehensive investigation on you, Minister Huang said. Yeong, if we are not mistaken, you are the god of war cultivation body that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. When Yeong heard this, he was surprisingly calm. With the strength of the Federation, he found out that he was a war god cultivator. He was not surprised at all. Chapter 161, God's Chosen One. Humanity's Crisis Cooperation. After all, he had been to the federal headquarters once before. Who knows what kind of high technology will be found here? How about testing your physical condition all at once? So, we plan to train you to become the new generation of God's Chosen One. Minister Ho took over the conversation, looked at Yeong, and said seriously, although the Federation is strong, it cannot always protect humans from living on this only land. In the darkness at the end, those creatures are becoming stronger and stronger. In the past year, the Federation has lost 10 war master-level warriors in succession. We need your help. Yeong sat on the sofa. It felt like a dream or a movie. How come it's so unreal? Damn it, I'm just a student combat spirit master with a level 6 combat spirit. Need my help? Are you kidding? Do I have the qualifications? After asking 3 questions in a row, Yeong was questioning himself. I think you have found the wrong person. I am just an ordinary battle spirit master. Yeong stood up, returned the boxes to the ministers, and said, Yeong, you really don't have the strength now, but your potential is infinite. Whether you agree or not, when you embark on the path of becoming a strong man, one day you will see the boundless darkness. Minister Ho stood up and looked at Yeong and said. Then Minister Yin and Minister Huang stood up at the same time, their eyes fixed on Yeong. This world is being devoured by alien species. Humanity is in a very dangerous situation. Besides, the universe is vast, and there are even stronger beings in the galaxy. The hope of mankind rests on you. After hearing the words of several ministers, why did Yeong feel like this was moral kidnapping? For some unknown reason, he made himself the savior. I am a little special. I am a time traveler. But there is no rule that the time traveler must be the savior, right? Ministers, please stop kidding. At worst, there are still hundreds of millions of people in the human race. Why would you put your hope on me? Yeong felt ridiculous and said, I will not join the Federation, and I can't bear the hope of mankind. I just want to live longer. After saying that, Yeong turned and left, although he felt a little reluctant and excited. After all, the Federation's resources were very strong. But he told himself, hold on. You must hold back. This is a pit. Student Yeong, wait. Just as Yeong took a few steps, several ministers shouted, why don't you join the Federation and cooperate with us? As a part-time non-staff member, we can give you the power. You are the only one who can fully explore the secrets of the 8 ancient boxes. This sacred beast spirit body can only belong to you. When Yeong heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Cooperation? How to cooperate? You are still you. even if you are not bound by the internal rules of the Federation. When you become powerful in the future and the world needs you, can you help? Several ministers looked at Yi Yang and said, as long as you agree, the Federation will help you grow. Yi Yang suddenly fell silent. He felt a little flattered. How could such a good thing happen to him? Am I just lucky? Or is this the real mission for me to travel through time? After a long time, Yi Yang took over the white tiger box, one of the 8 ancient boxes, and said, okay, I will cooperate with you. Thank you very much. When several ministers heard this, they immediately laughed with joy. Chapter 162, The Existence of Spiritual Weapons, each with its own uniqueness, assassination. Then, he was given the special token of Yi Yang Federation. Yi Yang also has a position in the Federation. With this token, you can enter and exit any place in the Federation at will. Name, Yi Yang. Position, selected one. Candidate for the chosen one. Even if it is another minister, you have to give him some face. There is no need to say more about the following. Afterwards, Yi Yang chatted with several ministers about the soul of the sacred beast White Tiger. In order to revive the White Tiger, only a spiritual beast with divine bloodline, the White Tiger's descendants, or the White Tiger's bloodline flowing in it has a chance of attaching itself to it. And if one wants to form a contract, one must cultivate the body of a god of war. But, sorcerer, you can use powerful spells to control the soul of the White Tiger pet to fight. Now, the sorcerer is frantically searching for the 8 ancient boxes. Student Yi Yang, do you need us to help you deal with the person following you? Minister Ho looked at Yi Yang and asked, no need, they are all small characters. I don't want outsiders to think that I am from your Federation. Yi Yang said, okay, then you should be careful. If necessary, the Federation will help. Several ministers gave instructions at the same time. Good. Yi Yang nodded, and without further delay, he put away the 8 ancient boxes of the White Tiger Sacred Beast. Left the federal headquarters. The target has appeared. Keep tracking. A few minutes later, Yi Yang came to a sparsely populated area in Territory City, close to the border defense barrier. He paused, looked back at a spot, and smiled coldly. I've been following you all the way. Why don't you take action? Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a dull sniper rifle shot was heard. Then, a bullet formed by the combination of the 2 spiritual energies of gold and fire flew towards them. Heat spirit weapon? Yi Yang looked at the spiritual energy bullet flying towards him rapidly. His mouth curled up, and he immediately moved his body to avoid the sniper. The so-called thermal spirit weapon. It is a thermal weapon created by technology and spiritual energy. The user relies on his own spiritual energy to launch attacks. It can be integrated with technology to achieve power and effects far beyond the ordinary use of spiritual energy attacks. Most of them are hot weapons such as guns and cannons. On the contrary, there are naturally cold spiritual weapons. Simply put, it is an ice cooler. It's something like a sword, and they all have a common title, spiritual guides. Abbreviation, spiritual weapon. However, a true spiritual weapon is an incarnation of a spiritual pet, or a weapon that is parasitic on the soul of a spiritual pet. It can be considered a spiritual weapon in the true sense. Of course, such spiritual weapons are extremely rare. Whether it is fighting against a spiritual master or a spiritual pet, there are extremely high requirements. A spiritual pet wants to transform into a spiritual weapon. At least the level of armored body is required. Moreover, not all spiritual pets can be transformed into spiritual weapons. At this moment, the sniper who was following Yi Yang all the way. The weapons used are obviously the product of technology and spiritual energy. It is not a real spiritual weapon. But even so, it should not be underestimated. Bang, bang, bang. Just when Yi Yang had just avoided a spiritual bullet, the sniper pulled the trigger again and again. Several spiritual energy bullets flew out, blocking all directions of Yi Yang's movement in 3 directions. Only thermal weapons can fire continuously without reloading. That's really cruel. Seeing that the other party left him no way to retreat, Yi Yang, fortunately, was too lazy to hide. His eyes focused and he looked ahead, his feet moving in a stream of light. Chapter 163 novels are all lies. Swish, swish, swish. When one saw Yi Yang, his figure flashed strangely. He rushed towards the mysterious sniper killer at an astonishing speed. A bullet made of the 2 spiritual energies of gold and fire was directly caught by Yi Yang's 2 fingers. Then give it a gentle pinch and it will crack instantly. Bang! A slight explosion was heard, and sparks scattered around Yi Yang. The next moment, He appeared in front of the sniper killer. Do you really want me to die? Yi Yang looked at the sniper killer in front of him with cold, murderous intent in his eyes and said lightly, "This man shot without holding back. He is not afraid of killing people in the city and provoking the Federation. It can be seen that this is definitely not ordinary stuff. Someone is willing to pay a high price to take your life, and someone else wants your pet. You are a hot commodity right now." The sniper killer was not at all panicked when facing Yi Yang, but rather a little excited. He put away the sniper rifle, stood up, and looked at Yi Yang. At the same time, several killers, holding different weapons, appeared around Yi Yang. "TSK Tisk. Finally we got our chance. We can make a lot of money this time. A head worth more than gold is really exciting. After working as a killer for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered a mission with low difficulty but high bounty. Haha." Killers from different killer organizations. Looking at Yi Yang, they all showed greedy and excited smiles. On the bounty list, Yi Yang is almost becoming a popular task. It is definitely the first choice for killers of average level who want to make a lot of money. More importantly, Yi Yang alone has multiple tasks assigned to him. Some want his life, some want his pet, some want his body for research. So it happened. The unlucky scene where Yi Yang was targeted by multiple killers at the same time. At this moment, he is in danger. The strength of each killer will definitely not be lower than the War King level. The most powerful one even has the strength of a War Emperor. In this level, in the killer rankings in the killer world, at most, it is only lower middle level. But even so, their level is much higher than Yi Yang's. Boy, just surrender yourself, and we can make your death a quicker one. That's right, your body will be mine to take away. I just want his head. I want his pet. The killers had already started dividing the loot before they killed Yi Yang. Yi Yang looked at them and smiled frivolously. Is this all you have? As a killer, shouldn't you be greedy and want to take over everything I have? Come on, fight. I'll go with whoever wins. When several killers heard Yi Yang's words, they looked at each other. Then he looked at Yi Yang and cursed loudly. Boy, do you think we are idiots? Do you want to provoke us to fight each other, and then you take the opportunity to escape? This is a good plan, but the method is not good. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang was speechless for a moment. Novels are all lies. Aren't all villains said to be idiots? These killers are obviously not fools. Isn't he a villain? I am so. Yi Yang was a little depressed. As someone who never did bad things, he was obviously on the side of justice. Forget it. Since you all want to kill me, then come together. After a moment, Yi Yang sighed helplessly. Facing several war kings, and even a war emperor, it was surprisingly easy. Chapter 164. Full lineup battle. Of course, this is just the surface. In fact, Yi Yang still felt a little heavy in his heart at this moment. 5 killers, 4 war kings, and 1 war emperor. In terms of strength level, everyone is above him. Even if Yi Yang wanted to run at this moment, it was too late. However, he has 2 choices. 1. Seek help from the Federation. With the federal government taking action, this group of killers will be easily dealt with. But Yi Yang didn't want to owe anyone, especially the Federation, because he still has the strength to fight against these 5 killers. 2. Naturally, you have to fight. Although the risk is great, Yi Yang will not act impulsively. I still have some cards in my hand. Ah boy, you may be small, but you have a big mouth. Hearing Yi Yang's words, a killer smiled sarcastically and said, We know all your information clearly. With your combat spirit level strength, what can you do? Stop talking nonsense and capture him quickly. Otherwise we'll be in trouble if the Federation finds out. Then let me taste this boy's blood. Swish! As the killers finished their words, several cold weapons flashing with cold light appeared in their hands. Yi Yang frowned, ready to fight to the death. The War King is fine, but the War Emperor level killer is a bit troublesome. At the same time, members of the Federation secretly protected Yi Yang. Seeing Yi Yang in danger, he immediately asked for instructions. Call headquarters, call headquarters. Yi Yang is surrounded by 4 War Kings and 1 War Emperor level assassin. Do you want to help? Respect Yi Yang's choice and ensure his life is not in danger. Report any situation immediately. The headquarters replied. Clear. The Federal War Spirit Master, who secretly protected Yi Yang, was lurking in a secret place, watching Yi Yang, ready to take action at any time. After all, in their opinion, no matter how talented Yi Yang is or how great his potential is, that also takes time to grow. Yi Yang now is just a level 6 combat spirit master. No matter how amazing it is, they will never believe it. Yi Yang was able to escape alive from these 5 killers. So, they were ready to rescue Yi Yang. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, the 4 war kings took the lead in attacking Yi Yang. However, the War Emperor was watching with a fierce look in his eyes and seemed to have no intention of taking action. God-level summoning technique. Pikachu, Tailmon, and Charizard. Swish! There was only a loud shout. Yi Yang formed the seal of the God-level summoning technique with his hands, and suddenly dazzling rays of light flashed out. The next moment, 3 spiritual pets appeared around him. Facing opponents of this magnitude, Yi Yang did not dare to be careless and fought with his full lineup. Boy, you are just a war spirit. Do you think you can fight against us who are at the War King level? Even if I summon a spirit pet, what can I do? We can destroy you even without our pets. Seeing Yi Yang summon his spirit pet, the 4 war king killers smiled coldly and attacked Yi Yang together. Yi Yang pouted his lips and said something a little arrogantly, who said that a war spirit can't fight a war king. Don't you know what it means to fight against opponents of higher rank? Pikachu 100,000 volts. Pikachu. Sizzle, sizzle. Hearing Yi Yang's call, Pikachu immediately used his ultimate move, 100,000 volts. A strong electric current suddenly burst out and shocked the 4 war kings. Chapter 165. One move to defeat the War King. Although Pikachu is still at the peak level of level 9, but the power of blood has reached the 2nd level of God. Its strength was enhanced by the Thunder Spirit Pill, +2 electricity absorption. At this moment, it does not feel any pressure even when fighting against a fully formed spiritual pet. The complete spiritual pet just corresponds to the level of battle, spiritual master, and battle king. Therefore, even the 4 killer war kings did not dare to underestimate this move of 100,000 volts. How can a growing spirit pet have such strong power? Seeing Pikachu's 100,000 volt attack, the 4 war king level killers who were attacking Yi Yang at the same time immediately withdrew. They looked at Pikachu in astonishment and disbelief. Boom, boom! Pikachu's lightning struck the ground violently, making a series of explosions. Even though the 4 war king level killers retreated at full speed, they could not escape being hit by the lightning. The speed of lightning was extremely fast, and it rushed towards them in the blink of an eye. Ah! A slightly weaker war king immediately let out a scream and fell to the ground. The other 3 war kings avoided most of the lightning, but still felt tingling pain all over their bodies. Tailmon, take him down. At Yi Yang's order, Tailmon rushed forward and knocked down the weakest war king with one punch. The other 3 war kings couldn't help but take a deep breath when they saw this scene. I never thought that Yi Yang's pet was so powerful. He defeated a war king with one move. The war king didn't even have the chance to summon his spirit pet. Boy, it seems we underestimated you. A war king looked at Yi Yang seriously and never dared to underestimate Yi Yang again. He formed a common summoning seal with his hands. Summon a spirit pet. Swish! The light flashed out, and 4 spirit pets instantly appeared in front of them. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 2 war kings also summoned out their spirit pets. Bloodlines are all at the peak of level 9. Physical level, 3 are complete, and the rest are mature. Next, you won't be so lucky. After the 3 war kings summoned their spirit pets, they looked at Yi Yang and smiled coldly. Spiritual energy amplification, water-spitting frog, saliva attack. Swish! A mouthful of frog saliva, very sticky. Once the opponent is hit, the opponent's movements can be restricted. Charizard, flamethrower. However, Yi Yang didn't even try to dodge. With a command, the Charizard spewed out a breath of flame. With a bang, the frog saliva was burned completely. Tailmon, the light of the cat's eyes. The next second, Yi Yang's tactics were activated. He was the first to use Tailmon's special ability, Cat's Eye Light, to control the 3 war king killer's spirit pets. Arrogant boy, today I will let you know the difference between the war king and the war spirit, Dark Demon Wolf, Tearing Claw. Seeing that the saliva of his spiritual pet was broken, the war king roared angrily. But after he finished speaking, his spirit pet did not react at all. Dark Wolf, come on. The war king shouted again, but still no response. Frost Snake Bite. The war king next to him couldn't stand it anymore. They came here to kill people, not to embarrass themselves. As a result, his spirit pet didn't move at all. Soul-eating spider, silk binding. The 3rd war king shouted, the situation is still the same. What's going on? Are you not listening? The three war kings all showed puzzlement on their faces and were very puzzled. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Chapter 166. The War Emperor Takes Action, Combat Pet Fusion Technique. Yi Yang raised his lips into a chuckle as he looked at the three confused killers. Stop shouting. Even if you scream until your throats are hoarse, it will be useless. Your pets have been controlled by my pets. What? Hearing Yi Yang's words, the three war king level killers were suddenly shocked and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Are you surprised? It's just an appetizer. Yi Yang smiled indifferently. Don't you want to kill me? How about fighting with your own pet first? As soon as he finished speaking, the mature spirit pets of the three war kings all attacked their masters. However, the three complete spirit pets turned their attention to the war emperor who had been standing aside and had not taken any action yet. Tailmon attacked quickly. Controlling three fully formed pets and so many mature pets is too much of a burden for you. Go straight to attack the war emperor with all your strength. Yi Yang glanced at Tailmon and said, Yes, master. Tailmon nodded and spoke in human language. As a pet from the Digimon world, it is naturally different from Pikachu and Charizard. Boom! A chaotic battle suddenly broke out in the field, with explosions being heard one after another. Three war king level killers were entangled by their own spiritual pets. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to deal with Yi Yang. Then Yi Yang will have to concentrate on dealing with the war emperor. From the very beginning, he didn't take the four war kings seriously. The real threat has always been the war emperor, a being that is much higher in level than oneself. Superior. Yi Yang showed that. The three complete spirit pets controlled by Tailmon immediately used their strongest moves to attack the war emperor. Summon a pet. The war emperor level killer at the side looked at the three attacking complete spirit pets and formed a slightly complicated seal with his hands. Spirit level summoning technique. Yi Yang recognized it at the first sight. That is a spirit level summoning technique. It also means that the war emperor killer has a spiritual pet with spiritual bloodline. Swish. The next second, 5 bright rays of light shone out. 5 complete spirit pets appeared in front of Yi Yang. Among them, there is one whose bloodline has reached the 5th spiritual level, a perfect 6th physical constitution, thunder attribute, and a strong attack type. The remaining for all have mortal bloodline, but they're all complete. When Yi Yang saw the opponent's lineup of spiritual pets, he smiled excitedly. Then, the 3 people controlled by Tailmon. Earth Turtle, self-defense. Flying Firebird, flame attack. 6 Goshawks, dancing in the wind. Battle Pet fusion skill, roar of wind and fire. Boom! As soon as the spirit pet was summoned, the war emperor level killer gave some instructions. His spirit pet immediately took action and cooperated with him in perfect harmony. You can tell at first glance that it is the kind that has been honed over a long period of time. A battle pet fusion skill, the roar of wind and fire. The power of wind and fire assists and strengthens the power of the flames, forming a tornado of flames. A wave passed. Boom, boom. The 3 complete spirit pets of the 3 war kings were directly strangled and crushed by the fire tornado. This is a very powerful battle pet fusion skill. The Federation's war spiritualist who was lurking in the dark saw this scene and his face suddenly darkened. Calling headquarters, the enemy has a powerful battle pet fusion skill. Yi Yang is in a very dangerous situation. Please give instructions. A Federation war spirit master shouted in a low voice. Make sure Yi Yang's life is safe. The Federation will send reinforcements immediately. The federal headquarters responded. Chapter 167. Strong as Pikachu, fighting the Emperor. Battle Pet fusion skills. One of the 3 major cooperative skills. Its power far exceeds the combined skills of battle pets, although it is below the human pet fusion technique. But if it is played properly and integrated well, the combat pet fusion skill can also overwhelm the human pet fusion skill. Even Yi Yang was shocked by this move and clenched his fists tightly. I originally planned to rely on Tailman's special abilities to let the puppet pet lower the War Emperor's combat effectiveness, but I didn't expect that they would be wiped out in one wave. Chow boy, let our pet die. If I don't kill you today, I will not be a human being. The 3 war kings saw that their strongest and most beloved pets were destroyed. He immediately took out his anger on Yi Yang. I didn't kill him, so why are you yelling? Yi Yang Kurset. If you hadn't used magic to control our pets, would this be the outcome? Boom, boom, boom. The three war kings were furious, and the spiritual energy in their bodies gushed out like a mountain torrent. They no longer cared about the safety of their own pets, and forcibly repelled their pets and rushed towards Yi-Yang. Pikachu, Steel Tail Sweep. Dailngon, Katpunk. Spiritual energy increase. Boom! Yi-Yang showed no sign of weakness. So what if he's the king of war? If you want to crush me, I will beat you up. Go away. The three warrior kings were stopped by Pikachu and Tailmon in an instant and shouted loudly. At the same time, he swung his fists and feet, hitting Pikachu and Tailmon. However, Pikachu swung sideways in the air, sweeping its tail at an extremely fast speed, hitting the two war kings hard in the face. Pa! There were loud sounds like two slaps. Then two war kings were seen flying backwards. Bang! 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 At the same time, Tailmon and a war king were fighting each other wildly, making a series of dull sounds. Yi-Yang saw the right moment. The spiritual energy in his hand surged, and a fireball swirled around. Flame fireball. Boom! A fireball hit the remaining war king hard in the abdomen, sending him flying to the ground. 100,000 volts. Without hesitation, Yi-Yang gave the order. Pikachu used 100,000 volts to eliminate all the mature pets. Even the war king, who was not flying, was cleaned up in one wave. Having successfully defeated its opponent, Pikachu let out a breath, seeming somewhat proud. Yi-Yang was also very satisfied with Pikachu after it was strengthened and its bloodline was upgraded. The combat effectiveness has far surpassed that of the past. Within the 5th level of the Battle King, I am afraid that Pikachu will not find an opponent. And it's 1 against 2, no problem at all. So strong. Now I finally understand why the higher-ups value him so much. With his overall strength and talent, he would be outstanding even in a territorial city. A pet with a level 6 War Spirit contract can defeat the War King. How terrifying. The Federal War Spirit Master, who secretly protects Yi-Yang. Seeing Yi-Yang easily deal with the 4 War Kings, his face was full of shock. However, the battle is not over yet. The real troublesome person is the War Emperor level killer. Although it is only level 1 War Emperor, but it is incomparable to the 4 War Kings combined. In particular, the War Emperor also possesses a level 5 spiritual bloodline, a complete level 6 Thunder attribute powerful attack spiritual pet, and master the battle pet fusion technique. They still felt that Yi-Yang was in danger. However, Yi-Yang himself did not back down. He turned and looked at the War Emperor in front of him, his hands clenched into fists, the blood in his heart surging wildly. Fighting the War Emperor will be a huge challenge that will cross levels. Chapter 168. A Flash of Lightning, Pikachu's Special Form. You are the only one left. Do you want to continue? Yi-Yang looked at the War Emperor, who was dozens of meters away in front of him, and said lightly, if the War Emperor gave up, he would not try to keep him. After all, don't do it unless it's absolutely necessary. Yi-Yang didn't want to fight with a War Emperor-level warrior, because the risk is huge. If that really happens, he will do his best without any reservations. But the best outcome is to avoid it. Just now, Yi-Yang fought against several War Kings, and the War Emperor did not take the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with those War Kings so easily. Although he was always on guard, he tried his best to retain his own spiritual energy and the power of Charizard in order to fight against the War Emperor. I only want your body. I have no interest in your pet. The War Emperor-level killer looked at Yi-Yang and said coldly, do it yourself. This is the best result. Hearing the words of the War Emperor, Yi-Yang immediately smiled. Does this mean committing suicide? It seems that this war is inevitable. Tailmon, try to control his pet as much as possible. Yi-Yang looked at Tailmon and whispered, Pikachu, be ready to support me at any time. Charizard and I will go first. Pikachu and Tailmon nodded, and then Charizard and Yi-Yang stood up together. Fighting Emperor. He has a trump card. There is only human pet fusion skill. With full strength, it is enough to destroy the simulated natural training space created by the War Emperor. Then, use it to fight the War Emperor. It may not be impossible. Stupid decision. Seeing Yi-Yang stepping out, the War Emperor-level strongman smiled coldly. Spiritual energy amplification, battle pet fusion skills, roar of wind and fire. Boom! A tornado of fire swept towards Yi-Yang and his pet with great momentum. The oppressive force made Yi-Yang's face gradually become heavy. Come on, Charizard. Let's show them how powerful we are. Roar! The Charizard roared excitedly and suddenly spewed out a mouthful of hot flames from its mouth. Yi Yang immediately caught the flame, added his own spiritual flame, and condensed and rotated it madly. A rapidly rotating fireball, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a human pet fusion technique. What a strong force! This guy actually has such a strong trump card. Is it just to deal with this War Emperor? The Federal War Spirit Master was just about to support Yi Yang. Before he could move, he saw Yi Yang performing the human pet fusion technique and was immediately stunned. In a short moment, Yi Yang completed a huge rotating fireball. He raised one hand above his head and smashed hard at the flaming tornado that was sweeping over. Fire Spirit Jade. Laugh! There was a piercing sound of a storm. Boom! The next moment, a rotating fireball flew through the void and slammed heavily into the fire tornado, making a series of huge explosions. Boom! The scorching fire waves spread out. At this moment, the area within a radius of hundreds of meters was completely covered by the fire wave. Yi Yang rode on Charizard and flew into the sky with Pikachu and Tailmon. He looked towards the rolling waves of fire below, searching for the figure of the War Emperor Killer. Crazy Thunder Lion, Lightning Ball. Suddenly, a loud shout came from below. The fire waves parted, the spiritual level 5 bloodline, the complete level 6 Thunder attribute battle pet, the Crazy Thunder Lion, opened its huge mouth and prepared Yi Yang and the spiritual pet. Boom! At the same time, the War Emperor Killer poured all the spiritual energy in his body into the body of the Mad Thunder Lion at this moment. Let the lightning ball of the Mad Thunder Lion expand rapidly. The power contained in it completely surpasses the previous battle pet fusion skills. Charizard Go. When Yi Yang saw the terrifying ball of lightning, he immediately shouted loudly, "It's too late. Try harder in your next life." The War Emperor level killer smiled coldly, and the infusion of spiritual energy was completed. A huge ball of lightning shot out directly into the air. Boom! It shot up into the sky from below, heading straight for the Charizard. Its speed is as fast as lightning. Charizard had no time to dodge. Even the Federation's War Spirit Master failed to react at this moment. Pikachu. Pikachu's sense of danger was very strong, and when he saw the danger coming, he rushed forward without hesitation. Pikachu. Yi Yang looked at Pikachu's actions and shouted loudly, "Suki." Pikachu turned around and smiled, as if saying goodbye to Yi Yang. Lightning surrounded his body and emitted a ray of light. A flash of lightning. Swish! The astonishing speed made Yi Yang slightly stunned. At the critical moment, Pikachu actually mastered the latest skills. Let it appear above the lightning ball in an instant. Pikachu? No. Yi Yang watched as Pikachu actually used his body to block the ball to protect himself, and he shouted heartbreakingly, "Boom!" The next second, the lightning ball hit Pikachu hard, and an extremely terrifying lightning force exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The mad thunder and lightning were scattered in all directions. Cover half of the space completely. The Charizard rose up and looked down at its companions below, with tears welling up in the corners of its eyes. Pikachu. Yi Yang clenched his fists, anger filling his heart. Charizard, can't you use the fusion skill again? Yi Yang asked in a low voice. Charizard nodded without hesitation. Tailmon is also eager to fight and wants to avenge Pikachu. You don't know your own limits. The War Emperor Killer smiled coldly. Sacrifice a battle pet, and you will still die. Flying Firebird 6 Goshawks attack. At his command, his two flying pets immediately rushed towards Yi Yang, Charizard, and Tailmon. Boom! At the same time, a thunderous sound was heard. The next moment, a lightning attack pierced through the sky, hitting the flying Firebird and the 6 Goshawks, killing them instantly. Pikachu. Pikachu yelled angrily and flew into the air without any change in appearance. But his whole body was surrounded by extremely terrifying lightning, as if he had entered a special form, and his strength instantly increased by several levels. Chapter 169. Come on, Pikachu. Its graceful figure, with shining lightning, is very handsome. His feet were riding on lightning, and the tip of his tail was dragging a streak of lightning. The two cute little hands have also become much more flexible, able to control his own lightning power at will. How is that possible? The War Emperor Killer looked at the still-living Pikachu with a look of shock on his face. He was hit head-on by the ultimate move of his own pet, the crazy Thunder Lion. But he didn't die. This made him feel incredible. It's not just him. The Federation's war spirit master was also stunned. Not dead. What's the situation? They were confused and couldn't figure out the reason. Only Yi Yang, who was originally very sad when he saw Pikachu attacking the lightning ball and sacrificing himself to save him, felt very sad. But now, I feel inexplicably moved and excited. Pikachu, break the limit. Ding. Congratulations to the host Yi Yang's divine pet, Pikachu, for successfully absorbing electrical energy 3 times. Complete the level to transform the required power. Awaken a new combat form, lightning form. Godly pet Pikachu, lightning form. Special skills. You can use enhanced versions of all previous special skills and awaken a new special skill, Thundertail Ball. I only heard a metallic system voice coming from my mind. Yi Yang immediately explained what happened to Pikachu. Pikachu swallowed lightning multiple times and strengthened it. The strength is constantly increasing. When it reaches a certain level, a new form will be awakened, breaking the boundaries of class. Exceptional new conversions completed. This is something that only happens to other spiritual pets when they reach extremely high levels. But Pikachu is stuck at the peak of level 9. The upgrade cannot be performed. His strength and physique are constantly getting stronger. Finally, a new form is awakened in one fell swoop. Pikachu, lightning form. So that's how it is? Yi Yang smiled knowingly, looked at Pikachu with burning eyes and shouted, "Go ahead, Pikachu. Pikachu." Boom! Pikachu understood and moved with the thunder. There was a flash of lightning in his figure, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of the War Emperor level killer. Pikachu Thundertail Ball. Sizzle! As soon as Yi Yang finished speaking, the power of lightning condensed on Pikachu's tail, forming a lightning sphere. That lightning sphere was several times larger than the one condensed by the War Emperor level assisted Crazy Thunder Lion. With a blow from Pikachu's tail, it directly hit the War Emperor level killer. Earth Turtle, defend. When the War Emperor level killer faced Pikachu's lightning attack, his face suddenly darkened. That manic power made him feel uneasy. Yi Yang and Pikachu. This is completely a case of giving one's own medicine to another. A huge ball of lightning smashed hard onto the shell of the Earth Turtle, shattering it in an instant. Ah! The next moment, the screams of the War Emperor level killer were heard. All his spiritual pets were also eliminated at the same time. The powerful lightning turned the War Emperor level killer into pieces. The spiritual ring he wore was also damaged. A lot of the stuff inside was exposed and damaged. Bah! Then, a slight muffled sound was heard. Pikachu fell to the ground exhausted, and the lightning around him disappeared instantly. Pikachu! Yi Yang shouted, and hurriedly flew down from the sky on the Charizard and landed on the ground. He quickly jumped off Charizard's back, picked up Pikachu from the ground, and said with heartache and warmth, "Thank you, Pikachu. Take a good rest." Chapter 170 Shocking the Federation. Then, Yi Yang put Pikachu into the living space of the pet contract. Let it sleep quietly and recover its strength. Look at the battlefield again. The War King, the War Emperor, and their pets have all been dealt with. Pikachu's lightning tail ball is extremely powerful. A large pit nearly 100 meters in diameter was blown out on the ground. If it weren't for the Federation's protection, this commotion would have caused a lot of trouble. This is completely destroyed. Watching Yi Yang and his war pet facing 4 War Kings, 1 War Emperor, and all the spirit pets of 5 killers. Not only did we not lose, instead, he won the victory and killed all 5 killers and their pets. The members of the Federation who were secretly protecting Yi Yang showed indescribable shock on their faces. I have seen battles of higher levels, but I have never seen such an awesome cross-level battle. His spirit pet seems to have undergone a great change. It destroyed the War Emperor and the complete spirit pet with one move. It's so terrifying. I still underestimated this kid. The Federation's combat spiritualist witnessed the entire process of Yi Yang's battle. My heart is filled with admiration. The federal reinforcements that just arrived are a powerful war lord-level warrior. Standing on the tall building, watching Yi Yang defeat his opponent, he smiled and said, "Interesting. Why is there no sound? What's going on now?" Anxious calls were heard from the federal headquarters communications. Reporting to the headquarters, Yi Yang single-handedly killed 4 War King-level assassins and 1 War Emperor-level assassin, including their pets. The federal war spiritualist who was protecting Yi Yang reported, "What?" There was a sudden shock at the headquarters. After a long while, he responded, "Eliminate all traces of the scene for Yi Yang. This matter cannot be leaked." Clear. Then, Yi Yang took a look at the things that were not damaged. Some cash, cold weapons, hot weapons, and dozens of elixirs that have not been destroyed. He collected them all and claimed them as his own. After all the hard work, it's impossible to get nothing in return, right? If Pikachu hadn't suddenly awakened in new form, he would have been in danger. Oh, let's go. I should go back and practice properly. After collecting the spoils, Yi Yang let out a long breath. He also took back Tailmon, then rode Charizard back to the North China University of War Spirits. He first bought a lot of food to replenish the physical strength and nutrition of his spiritual pet. Then he sat cross-legged on the sofa to recover the large amount of spiritual energy he had previously consumed. After this battle, Yi Yang became even more eager for power. The growth rate of the spirit pet far exceeded his imagination. Pikachu is the best example. Therefore, Yi Yang must start practicing hard to become stronger. You can't let your pet leave you behind. After all, in the world of battle spirit masters, there are also some spirit pets that are too powerful, and finally they despise the weak fighting spirit masters, break free from the contract, and leave. Therefore, a combat spirit master must have strength that keeps up with that of his spirit pet. Otherwise, you may face the risk of your pet escaping or being robbed at any time. Of course, Yi Yang is not worried about Pikachu and the others running away, because they are all sincere friendships. Time passes by minute, day by day. After Yi Yang's battle with the killer, he practiced hard every day. For half a month, I haven't stepped out of the campus. Occasionally, Su Feifei came to play with him, and after practicing together, the two gradually became more familiar with each other. Chapter 171. Advanced to Level 8 Battle Spirit Head-to-Head Points Training. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to Level 8 Combat Spirit. As a system prompt sounded, Yi Yang, who was concentrating on cultivation, gradually came out of his cultivation state. Half a month of hard practice. With the training body of the God of War and the assistance of Tailmon, he was promoted 2 levels. The speed is extremely scary, and this is just to accompany Su Feifei occasionally. Train your spirit pet, and use the remaining time to practice the results. If you focus all your efforts on leveling up, you will definitely be able to reach the next level. But Yi Yang still understood the truth that more haste makes waste. At this moment, where Yi Yang is, it was the generous treatment given to him by the North China University of Military Spiritual Masters. 4th level natural simulation space. This training space was set up in the small courtyard where Yi Yang lived. He can practice in it any time and anywhere, which is very convenient. Notice, all freshmen on campus must gather at the playground outside the corresponding campus within 1 minute. Suddenly, a piece of news was broadcast on the radio of the North China University of War Spiritual Masters. Latecomers will be expelled from the campus. Upon hearing this notice, Yi Yang couldn't help but swear. Open the door and be expelled from the campus. This is fucking too cruel, right? Pikachu, Tailmon, let's go. Yi Yang shouted, took Pikachu and Tailmon, entered the contracted survival space, and ran to the playground outside the South District campus. At the same time, there are 2 groups of freshmen in this year's school. They're all running fast. In the outer playgrounds of the 4 districts of North China Combat Spirit Division, namely the Southeast, Northwest, Northeast, and Southwest, the training instructors and responsible mentors were already waiting on the playground early. Yi Yang belongs to the South District Suzuka campus, so naturally he goes to the South District campus to gather. Make way, make way. All over the campus, freshmen were running wildly and shouting. Within a minute, all the talented freshmen gathered on the outer playgrounds of the 4 campuses of the university. There are about 300 talented freshmen from all over the world on the playground outside the South Campus where Yi Yang is located. Some of the faces were very unfamiliar, and they seemed to be the second batch of people reporting. They were lined up neatly on the playground. In front of all the freshmen were the instructors from the North China University of War Spiritualists, a strong warrior above level 5, and the responsible tutor, Ms. Lon Xin. Listen carefully, freshman training begins from now on, and you will undergo a month of hard training. The beautiful teacher Lon Xin looked at Yi Yang and other freshmen and said loudly, The training method has changed this year. It is no longer the traditional physical training. Everyone present will be sent directly to the wild area. Scores are calculated based on the number of heads, 1 point for each head. Everyone must score at least 10 points to qualify. The top 3 students with the highest scores will be awarded a generous reward from the North China Battle Spirit Master University. Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard what teacher Lon Xin said. This sudden change in training method made them a little bit at a loss. Before I could ask, I heard instructor Lon Xin continue to say, however, this training camp is divided into 4 areas on campus. In addition to you, there are also many talented freshmen from the East District, North District, and West District who will participate in the training camp with you. You will compete for points by robbing heads. If everyone in the district is wiped out by other districts, the points of that district will be reset to 0, and you will be considered unqualified. However, if you wipe out a whole district's battle spirit masters, you will get 10 extra points for each kill. Is everything clear? Chapter 172. Transmission Array. Start the battle immediately. Understood. Everyone responded loudly in unison, feeling slightly nervous. But everyone is full of fighting spirit and wants to achieve good results. Especially those who performed poorly in the resource competition wanted to use this opportunity to restore their lost face and regain the respect of the North China University of Military Spiritualists. Then let's get started. Remember, the moment you appear in the jungle, the training and points competition will truly begin. As teacher Lon Xin finished speaking, several level 5 War Emperor instructors nearby immediately worked together to open a teleportation array. Teleportation array. It is a formation that can teleport people directly from one place to another. This formation needs to be set up by a powerful warrior, and at least several warrior emperors need to work together to activate it. Obviously, it was the North China University of War Spiritualists that had been prepared for it long ago. Little ones, if you pass through here, you will directly reach the wild forest area selected by our school. An instructor looked at Yi Yang and other freshmen and said, you need to get as high a score as possible within 10 days. But don't harm other people's lives. Stop when you have enough. Just do your best. Remember, the emblem on your chest cannot be taken off by anyone. Once you take it off, you're out. After saying that, freshmen passed through the teleportation array one after another. Before entering the teleportation array, they all wore the special Suzuka emblem of the South Campus. The sign is made of special material. There are memory chips and high-tech sensors inside. It can provide positioning for the instructors and prosecutors of the North China University of War Spirits. At the same time, it is also a symbol of their training camp. Each district wears something different, so it is easy to distinguish the new students in the 4 districts. Yi Yang stepped into the teleportation array, and in a split second it felt as if half of his body was pulled away in midair and moved rapidly. In a moment, he appeared in a dense and lush jungle. Immediately afterwards, freshmen were teleported over one by the teleportation array. They are scattered everywhere. But because of the large number of people, there are 4 districts with talented freshmen from all over the world, with a total number of more than 1,000. In the wild area effectively controlled by the North China University of Combat Spiritualists, you can naturally see a lot at the beginning. Oh my God, is the teleportation array so awesome? Where are we now? How far is it from school? Look, there's an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in the sky. The game has begun, and the championship belongs to me. Noisy conversations came from all directions in the forest. Yi Yang heard many voices and looked up into the forest. Through the sparse leaves, he could see countless drones flying over the jungle. This also proves that the head-to-head points training competition has officially begun. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell are you doing? We are all from the South District. Hey, I don't care what zone it is. As long as I get 10 kills, I'll pass. You! Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard everywhere in the forest. Some ruthless and impatient ones started to score points as soon as they were teleported to the wild forest. Even freshman alumni from the same district sometimes fought each other. But Yang was not so anxious. He didn't even think about the question of qualification. All I have in my mind is the first place. There's a lone person here from the South Campus. Chapter 173, the object of sending head points. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the front of the forest. Then, 3 men aged 18 or 19 appeared in front of Yi Yang. They all wore badges with the same logo on their chests. He is the black tortoise of the 4 sacred beasts, the water of the north, and a new student in the northern area of the campus. Suzuka Mark, this guy is from the South District. Perfect. Let's get a kill first. The three men approached Yi Yang. Their eyes fell on the badge worn on Yi Yang's chest. After a careful look, a scornful smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Boy, do you want to hand over your Suzuka badge yourself? Or do you want us to do it? Don't waste your time talking to him. Just go up and beat him up and be done with him. That's right. Why waste time? Three talented freshmen from the North Campus of North China War Spiritual Master University were talking to each other, not taking Yi Yang seriously at all. The three of them were teleported to the wild area one after another and immediately reunited as planned. As soon as they gathered together, they ran into Yi Yang, who was alone, and they were immediately happy. Isn't this just picking up points? However, in Yi Yang's eyes, the three new talented combat spirit masters in front of him were undoubtedly courting death. In the eyes of these three people, Yi Yang was just their target for picking up heads. So, in Yi Yang's eyes, the three of them are just fools who come here to get killed. Want to take points from me? Did you find the wrong person? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer, with your strength, you are nothing but sending yourself to die. Ah, you're so arrogant. Do you mean to take on three people at once? Hearing Yi Yang's words, the three talented freshmen from the North District of the campus immediately laughed. I think you played too much Glory Heroes? Fantasy 1v3. That's right, stupid guy. I really don't know how you got into the North China University of War Spiritual Masters. Today I will teach you a good lesson, so that you will know that there is always someone better than you. Boom, boom. As they spoke, three talented freshmen from the North District of the campus released their spiritual energy at the same time. Two are level 3 war spirits, and one is level 4 war spirit. At the age of 18 or 19, this strength is already quite good. Compared with his peers, he is considered to be outstanding. However, they encountered a being even more evil than them, Yi Yang. Yi Yang faced the three men in front of him, who were releasing rich spiritual energy at the same time, and he did not feel any oppression at all. He is not afraid of the War Emperor. Would you take just 3 war spirits seriously? He smiled and shook his head, saying, stupid. Chow, dare to scold us. Beat him up, arrogant guy. I'll beat the shit out of you today. Bang, bang. As the three men's voices fell, immediately afterwards, 3 muffled sounds were heard. They kicked with one foot and rushed towards Yi Yang like an angry bull. He came unarmed and didn't even summon a spirit pet, which showed how much he looked down on Yi Yang. And Yi Yang did not hold back either. He kicked it with his foot, and with a boom sound, the rich spiritual energy of the 8th level combat spirit surged out from his body. Battle spirit level 8? How is that possible? You have reached the 8th level of combat spirit at this age? You must be kidding, right? When one saw the 3 talented freshmen from the North District who were rushing towards Yi Yang angrily, they were startled. Their bodies were also quickly gathering strength, breaking and stopping their charge. Chapter 174, 3 points in a row, announcement to the jungle area. But Yi Yang didn't give them any chance. Since we met, he was so arrogant just now. It would be impossible not to take action now. Thunder Fist. All I heard was Yi Yang shouting loudly. Rich spiritual energy gathered in his fists. The whole person moved his feet and rushed directly towards the 3 men. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, 3 dull sounds were heard at the same time. Yi Yang used his Thunder Fist to knock the 3 men away. Ah! The 3 of them screamed and fell heavily to the ground. You! Call! Bang! Without waiting for the man who wanted to summon a spirit pet to complete the summoning, Yi Yang punched the man in the face again, knocking him unconscious. Do you guys want to experience being knocked out, too? He turned his gaze to the remaining 2 men and asked with a sneer. The 2 men's faces froze, and their hands, which were about to form summoning seals, also stopped. Although she wanted to resist, she became timid when faced with Yi Yang's cold gaze. Yi Yang directly took off the badges of the 3 people and threw them into his personal space. Training notice. Congratulations to student Yi Yang for getting his first kill. Training notice. Congratulations to student Yi Yang for getting 2 kills in a row. Just when Yi Yang obtained 3 badges with the Xuanwu logo, a resounding voice was heard in the sky. Yi Yang was slightly stunned and looked up at the drone that was monitoring and filming. He didn't expect that this training camp head-to-head points competition would require notification at any time. Damn, it's like a game, but it's a bit cruel. In the current world, the hottest game right now is Heroes of Glory, similar to the Honor of Kings 5,000 years ago. But it is more advanced and fun, and it is implanted with biological cells, making you feel like you are in the game. You can directly select a character and become a game character to participate in PK. It is addicted and sought after by countless people. Damn, you got the kill points so quickly? He still scored 3 points in a row, which is amazing. Is this a 1-on-3 situation where 3 are defeated at once? Young, the first batch of Rookie King. As soon as the announcement came out, in the wild area, all the talented freshmen of this year's class of North China University of Combat Spiritualists focused their thoughts on Yi Yang at this moment. As the first one to score, he got 3 points directly. Yi Yang was naturally on everyone's mind. At this time, many people are still looking for opponents. The fastest one was also fighting fiercely against the talented freshman in the same district. However, Yi Yang easily scored 3 points. How can this not be shocking? However, Yi Yang was speechless about the school's actions. Isn't this just pushing yourself into the fire? If I keep appearing on the notices, then my last words will only bring hatred to myself. This is such a cruel way of playing in a rich school. After a brief silence, Yi Yang couldn't help but complain. Drones are used in this wild area, with Skynet coverage and computer system monitoring and notifications. Such advanced technology costs a lot of money, but this naturally also plays a certain role in training new students. Training notice. Not long after, the announcement of the freshman scores was heard from the sky again. Every minute a person lives will be recorded and reported. Let all the talented freshmen in the training camp fully understand the situation of the game and work hard for it.